Hinduism, a term generally employed to comprehend the social institutions, past and present of the Hindus, who form the great majority of the people of India, as well as the multitudinous crop of their religious beliefs, which has grown up in the course of many centuries on the foundation of the Brahmanical scriptures. The actual proportion of the total population of India, 294 millions, included under the name of Hindus, has been computed in the census report for 1901 at something like 7,206 millions, the remaining 30 being made up partly of the followers of foreign creeds, such as Mohammedans, Parsis, Christians, and Jews, partly of the votaries of indigenous forms of belief, which have at various times separated from the main stock and developed into independent systems such as Buddhism, Jainism, and Sikhism, and partly of isolated hill and jungle tribes, such as the Santals, Bhils, Bila, and Kals, whose crude animistic tendencies have hitherto kept them either wholly or for the most part outside the pale of the Brahmanical community. The name Hindu itself is of foreign origin, being derived from the Persians, by whom the river Sindhu was called Hindu, a name subsequently applied to the inhabitants of that frontier district, and gradually extended over the upper and middle reaches of the Gangetic Valley, whence this whole tract of country between the Himalaya and the Vindhya Mountains west of Bengal came to be called by the foreign conquerors Hindustan, or the abode of the Hindus, whilst the native writers called it Aryavarta, or the abode of the Aryas. But whilst in its more comprehensive acceptation, the term Hinduism would thus range over the entire historical development of Brahmanical India, it is also not infrequently used in a narrower sense, as denoting more especially the modern phase of Indian social and religious institutions from the earlier centuries of the Christian era down to our own days, distinguished from the period dominated by the authoritative doctrine of pantheistic belief, formulated by the speculative theologians during the centuries immediately succeeding the Vedic period. See Brahmanism in this its more restricted sense. The term may thus practically be taken to apply to the later bewildering variety of popular sectarian forms of belief, with its social concomitant, the fully developed caste system. But though one may at times find it convenient to speak of Brahmanism and Hinduism, it must be clearly understood that the distinction implied in the combination of these terms is an extremely vague one, especially from the chronological point of view. The following considerations will probably make this clear. The characteristic tenet of orthodox Brahmanism consists in the conception of an absolute all-embracing spirit, the Brahma neuter being the one, and only reality itself unconditioned, and the original cause and ultimate connection with Brahmanism goal of all individual souls, Jiva Roman 1e living things, coupled with this abstract conception, are two other doctrines, viz. First, the transmigration of souls samsara, regarded by Indian thinkers as the necessary complement of a belief in the essential sameness of all the various spiritual units, however contaminated to a greater or less degree they may be by their material embodiment, and in their ultimate reunion with the Paramatman or Supreme Self, and second, the assumption of a triple manifestation of the ceaseless working of that absolute spirit, as a creative, conservative, and destructive principle represented, respectively, by the divine personalities of Brahma, Mask, Vishnu, and Siva, forming the Trimurti or Triad. As regards this latter purely exoteric doctrine, there can be little doubt of its owing its origin to considerations of theological expediency, as being calculated to supply a sufficiently wide formula of belief for general acceptance, and the very fact of this divine triad, including the two principal deities of the later sectarian worship, Vishnu and Siva, goes far to show that these two gods at all events must have been already in those early days favorite objects of popular adoration, to an extent sufficient to preclude their being ignored by a diplomatic priesthood bent upon the formulation of a common creed. Thus, so far from sectarianism being a mere modern development of Brahmanism, it actually goes back to beyond the formulation of the Brahmanical creed. Nay, when on analyzing the functions and attributes of those two divine figures, each of them is found to be but a compound of several previously recognized deities. Sectarian worship may well be traced right up to the Vedic age. That the theory of the triple manifestation of the deity was indeed only a compromise between Brahmanical aspirations and popular worship, probably largely influenced by the traditional sanctity of the number 3, is sufficiently clear from the fact that whilst Brahma the creator, and at the same time, the very embodiment of Brahmanical class pride, has practically remained a mere figurehead, In the actual worship of the people, Siva, on the other hand, so far from being merely the destroyer, is also the unmistakable representative of generative and reproductive power in nature. In fact, Brahma, having performed his legitimate part in the mundane evolution by his original creation of the universe, has retired into the background, being, as it were, looked upon as functus officio, like a venerable figure of a former generation. Whence in epic poetry, he is commonly styled Pitamaha, the grandsire. But despite the artificial character of the Trimurti, it has retained to this day, at least, its theoretical validity in orthodox Hinduism, whilst it has also undoubtedly exercised considerable influence in shaping sectarian belief, in promoting feelings of toleration towards the claims 502 of rival deities, and in a tendency towards identifying divine figures newly sprung into popular favor with one or other of the principal deities, and thus helping to bring into vogue that notion of avatars or periodical descents or incarnations of the deity, which has become so prominent a feature of the later sectarian belief. Under more favorable political conditions, the sacerdotal class might perhaps, in course of time, have succeeded in imposing something like an effective common creed on the heterogeneous medley of races and tribes scattered over the peninsula, just as they certainly did succeed in establishing the social prerogative of their own order over the length and breadth of India. They were, however, fated to fall far short of such a consummation, and at all times, orthodox Brahmanism has had to wink at or ignore all manner of gross superstitions and repulsive practices, along with the popular worship of countless hosts of godlings, demons, spirits, and ghosts, and mystic objects and symbols of every description. Indeed, according to a recent account, by a close observer of the religious practices prevalent in southern India, fully 4/5 of the people of the Dravidian race, whilst nominally acknowledging the spiritual guidance of the Brahmins, are to this day practically given over to the worship of their nondescript local village deities, Gramadvata, usually attended by animal sacrifices, frequently involving the slaughter under revolting circumstances of thousands of victims. Curiously enough, these local deities are nearly all of the female, not the male sex. In the estimation of these people, Siva and Vishnu may be more dignified beings, but the village deity is regarded as a more present help in trouble and more intimately concerned with the happiness and prosperity of the villagers. The origin of this form of Hinduism is lost in antiquity, but it is probable that it represents a pre-Aryan religion more or less modified in various parts of South India by Brahmanical influence. At the same time, many of the deities themselves are of quite recent origin, and it is easy to observe a deity in making even at the present day too. It is a significant fact that whilst in the worship of Siva and Vishnu, at which no animal sacrifices are offered, the officiating priests are almost invariably Brahmins. This is practically never the case at the popular performance of those gloomy and weird rites for the propitiation of angry deities or the driving away of evil spirits, when the pujaris or ministrants are drawn from all other castes, even from the pariahs, the outcast section of Indian society. As from the point of view of religious belief, so also from that of social organization, no clear line of demarcation can be drawn between Brahmanism and Hinduism, though it was not till later times that the network of caste divisions and subdivisions attained anything like the degree of intricacy which it shows in these latter days. Still, in its origin, the caste system is undoubtedly coincident with the rise of Brahmanism, and may even be said to be of the very essence of it. The cardinal principle which underlies the system of caste is the preservation of purity of descent and purity of religious belief and ceremonial usage. Now that same principle had been operative from the very dawn of the history of Aryanized India. The social organism of the Aryan tribe did not probably differ essentially from that of most communities at that primitive stage of civilization, whilst the body of the Peepledvis or aggregate of Vaisyas would be mainly occupied with agricultural and pastoral pursuits, two professional classes, those of the warrior and the priesthood, already made good their claim to social distinction. As yet, however, the tribal community would still feel one in race and traditional usage. But when the fair-colored Aryan immigrants first came in contact with and drove back or subdued the dark-skinned race that occupied the northern plains, doubtless the ancestors of the modern Dravidian Pepleth, preservation of their racial type and traditionary order of things would naturally become to them a matter of serious concern. In the extreme northwestern districts, Punjab and Rajputana, judging from the fairly uniform physical features of the present population of these parts. They seem to have been signally successful in their endeavor to preserve their racial purity, probably by being able to clear a sufficiently extensive area of the original occupants for themselves with their wives and children to settle upon the case, was however very different in the adjoining valley of the Jumna and Ganges, the sacred Madhyatsa or Middleland of classical India. Here the Aryan immigrants were not allowed to establish themselves without undergoing a considerable admixture of foreign blood. It must remain uncertain whether it was that the thickly populated character of the land scarcely admitted of complete occupation, but only of a conquest by an army of fighting men starting from the Aryanized region who might however subsequently draw women of their own kin after Thamur, whether, as has been suggested, a second Aryan invasion of India took place at that time through the mountainous tracts of the upper Indus and northern Kashmir, where the nature of the road would render it impracticable for the invading bands to be accompanied by women and children. Be this as it may, the physical appearance of the population of this central region of northern India Hindustan and Bihar clearly points to an intermixture of the tall, fair-colored, fine-nosed Aryan with the short-sized, dark-skinned, broad-nosed Dravidian, the latter type becoming more pronounced towards the lower strata of the social order. Now, it was precisely in this part of India that mainly arose the body of literature, which records the gradual rise of the Brahmanical hierarchy and the early development of the caste system. The problem that now lay before the successful invaders was how to deal with the indigenous people, probably vastly outnumbering them, without losing their own racial identity. They dealt with them in the way the white race usually deals with the colored race. They kept them socially apart, the land being appropriated by the conqueror's husbandry as the most respectable industrial occupation, became the legitimate calling of the Aryan settler, the Vaisya, whilst handicrafts gradually multiplying with advancing civilization and menial service were assigned to the subject race. The generic name applied to the latter was Sudra, originally probably the name of one of the subjected tribes. So far the social development proceeded on lines hardly differing from those with which one is familiar in the history of other nations. The Indo-Aryans, however, went a step farther. What they did was not only to keep the native race apart from social intercourse with themselves, but to shut them out from all participation in their own higher aims, and especially in their own religious convictions and ceremonial practices, so far from attempting to raise their standard of spiritual life, or even leaving it to ordinary intercourse, to gradually bring about a certain community of intellectual culture and religious sentiment. They deliberately set up artificial barriers in order to prevent their own traditional modes of worship from being contaminated with the obnoxious practices of the servile race. The serf, the Sudra, was not to worship the gods of the Aryan freemen. The result was the system of 4 castes, Varna Roman 1 color, or Jati gens, though the Brahmin, who by this time had firmly secured his supremacy over the Kshatriya, or noble, in matters spiritual, as well as in legislative and administrative functions, would naturally be the prime mover in this regulation of the social 503 order. There seems no reason to believe that the other 2 upper classes were not equally interested in seeing their hereditary privileges thus perpetuated by divine sanction. Nothing, indeed, is more remarkable in the whole development of the caste system than the jealous pride which every caste from the highest to the lowest takes in its own peculiar occupation and sphere of life. The distinctive badge of a member of the 3 upper castes was the sacred triple cord or thread sutra made of cotton, hemp, or wool, according to the respective castuith, which he was invested at the Upanayana ceremony, or initiation into the use of the sacred Savitri, or prayer to the sun, also called Gayatri, constituting his second birth. Whilst the Arya was thus a Dvija or twice-born, the Sudra remained unregenerate during his lifetime, his consolation being the hope that on the faithful performance of his duties in this life, he might hereafter be born again into a higher grade of life. In later times, the strict adherence to caste duties would naturally receive considerable support from the belief in the transmigration of souls already prevalent before Buddha's time, and from the very general acceptance of the doctrine of karma, deed, or retribution, according to which a man's present station and manner of life are the result of the sum total of his actions and thoughts in his former existence, as his actions here will again, by the same automatic process of retribution, determine his status and condition in his next existence. though this doctrine is especially insisted upon in Buddhism, and its designation as a specific term Pali, Kama may be due to that creed. The notion itself was doubtless already prevalent in pre-Buddhist times. It would even seem to be necessarily and naturally implied in Brahmanical belief in metempsychosis, whilst in the doctrine of Buddha, who admits no soul, the theory of the net result, or fruit of a man's actions, serving hereafter to form or condition the existence of some new individual who will have no conscious identity with himself, seems of a peculiarly artificial and mystic character. But be this as it may, the doctrine of karma is certainly one of the firmest beliefs of all classes of Hindus, and the fear that a man shall reap as he has sown is an appreciable element in the average morality. The idea of forgiveness is absolutely wanting. Evil done may indeed be outweighed by meritorious deeds, so far as to ensure a better existence in the future, but it is not effaced, and must be atoned for. Census Report Roman 1. In spite, however, of the artificial restrictions placed on the intermarrying of the castes, the mingling of the two races seems to have proceeded at a tolerably rapid rate. Indeed, the paucity of women of the Aryan stock would probably render these mixed unions almost a necessity from the very outset, and the vaunted purity of blood, which the caste rules were calculated to perpetuate, can scarcely have remained of more than a relative degree, even in the case of the Brahmin caste. Certain it is that mixed castes are found referred to at a comparatively early period, and at the time of Buddhism, 5 or 6 centuries before the Christian era. Social organization would seem to have presented an appearance not so very unlike that of modern times. It must be confessed, however, that our information regarding the development of the caste system is far from complete, especially in its earlier stages. Thus, we are almost entirely left to conjecture on the important point as to the original social organization of the subject race, though doubtless divided into different tribes, scattered over an extensive tract of land. The subjected aborigines were slumped together under the designation of Sudras, whose duty it was to serve the upper classes in all the various departments of manual labor, save those of a downright sordid and degrading character, which it was left to Vradyas or outcasts to perform. How then was the distribution of crafts and habitual occupations of all kinds brought about? Was the process one of spontaneous growth, adapting an already existing social organization to a new order of things, or was it originated and perpetuated by regulation from above, or was it rather that the status and duties of existing offices and trades came to be determined and made hereditary by some such artificial system as that by which the Theodosian Code succeeded for a time in organizing the Roman society in the 5th century of our era? It is well known, says Professor Dill, that the tendency of the later empire was to stereotype society by compelling men to follow the occupation of their fathers, and preventing a free circulation among different callings and grades of life. The man who brought the grain from Africa to the public stores at Ostia, the baker who made it into loaves for distribution, the butchers who brought pigs from Samnium Lucania or Bruttium, the purveyors of wine and oil, the men who fed the furnaces of the public baths were bound to their callings from one generation to another. It was the principle of rural serfdom applied to social functions. Every avenue of escape was closed. A man was bound to his calling not only by his father's, but also by his mother's condition. Men were not permitted to marry out of their guild. If the daughter of one of the baker caste married a man not belonging to it, her husband was bound to her father's calling. Not even a dispensation obtained by some means from the imperial chancery, not even the power of the church, could avail to break the chain of servitude. It can hardly be gainsaid that these artificial arrangements bear a very striking analogy to those of the Indian caste system, and if these class restrictions were comparatively short-lived on Italian ground, it was not perhaps so much that so strange a plant found there an ethnic soil less congenial to its permanent growth, but because it was not allowed sufficient time to become firmly rooted, for already great political events were impending, which within a few decades were to lay the mighty empire in ruins. In India, on the other hand, the institution of caste, even if artificially contrived and imposed by the Indo-Aryan priest and ruler, had at least ample time allowed it to become firmly established in the social habits and even in the affections of the people. At the same time, one could more easily understand how such a system could have found general acceptance all over the Dravidian region of southern India, with its merest sprinkling of Aryan blood, if it were possible to assume that class arrangements of a similar kind must have already been prevalent amongst the Aboriginal tribes prior to the advent of the Aryan, whether a more intimate acquaintance with the manners and customs of those rude tribes that have hitherto kept themselves comparatively free from Hindu influences may yet throw some light on this question remains to be seen, but by this as it may, the institution of caste, when once established, certainly appears to have gone on steadily developing, and not even the long period of Buddhist ascendancy, with its uncompromising resistance to the Brahmin's claim to being the sole arbiter in matters of faith, seems to have had any very appreciable retardant effect upon the progress of the movement. It was not only by the formation of ever new endogamous castes and subcastes that the system gained in extent and intricacy, but even more so by the constant subdivision of the castes into numerous exogamous groups or septs themselves, often involving gradations of social status important enough to seriously affect the possibility of intermarriage already hampered by various other restrictions. Thus a man wishing to marry his son or daughter had to look for a suitable match outside his sept, but within his caste, but whilst for his son, he might choose a wife from a lower sept than his own. For his daughter, on the other hand, the law of hypergamy compelled him, if at all possible, to find a husband in a higher sept. This would naturally lead to an excess of women over men in the higher septs, and would render it difficult for a man to get his daughter respectably married without paying a high price for a suitable bridegroom and incurring other heavy marriage expenses. It can hardly be doubted that this custom has been largely responsible for the crime of female infanticide, formerly so prevalent in India, as it also probably is to some extent for infant marriages, still too common in some parts of India, especially Bengal, and even for the all but universal repugnance to the remarriage of widows even when these had been married in early childhood and had never joined their husbands. Yet violations of these 504 rules are jealously watched by the other members of the sept, and are liable in accordance with the general custom in which communal matters are regulated in India to be brought before a special council, panchayat, originally consisting of 5 pancha, but now no longer limited to that number, since it is chiefly the greater or less strictness in the observance of caste rules, and the orthodox ceremonial generally, that determine the status of the sept in the social scale of the caste, whilst community of occupation was an important factor in the original formation of non-tribal castes. The practical exigencies of life have led to considerable laxity in this respect, not least so in the case of Brahmins, who have often had to take to callings which would seem altogether incompatible with the proper spiritual functions of their caste. Thus the prejudice against eating cooked food that has been touched by a man of an inferior caste is so strong that although the Shastras do not prohibit the eating of food cooked by a Kshatriya or Vaisya, yet the Brahmins in most parts of the country would not eat such food for these reasons. Every Hindu household, whether Brahmin, Kshatriya, or Sudrathat, can afford to keep a paid cook, generally entertains the services of a Brahmin for the performance of its cuisine, result being that in the larger towns, the very name of Brahmin has suffered a strange degradation of late, so as to mean only a cook. Jojendra Nath Bhattacharya. Hindu castes and sects. In this caste, however, as in all others, there are certain kinds of occupation to which a member could not turn for a livelihood without incurring serious defilement. In fact, adherence to the traditional ceremonial and respectability of occupation go very much hand in hand. Thus, amongst agricultural castes, those engaged in vegetable growing or market gardening are inferior to the genuine peasant or yeoman, such as the Jat and Rajput, whilst of these, the Jat, who practices widow marriage, ranks below the Rajput, who prides himself on his tradition of ceremonial orthodoxy. Though racially there seems little if any difference between the two, and the Rajput again is looked down upon by the Babhan of Bihar, because he does not like himself scruple to handle the plough, instead of invariably employing low-caste men for this manual labor. So also when members of the Baidiya or physician caste of Bengal, ranging next to that of the Brahmin farmland on tenure, they will on no account hold the plough or engage in any form of manual labor, and thus necessarily carry on their cultivation by means of hired servants. H. Risley Census Report. The scale of social precedence as recognized by native public opinion is concisely reviewed as revealing itself in the facts that particular castes are supposed to be modern representatives of one or other of the original castes of the theoretical Hindu system, that Brahmins will take water from certain castes, that Brahmins of high standing will serve particular castes, that certain castes, though not served by the best Brahmins, have nevertheless got Brahmins of their own whose rank varies according to circumstances, that certain castes are not served by Brahmins at all, but have priests of their own, that the status of certain castes has been raised by their taking to infant marriage or abandoning the remarriage of widows, that the status of others has been modified by their pursuing some occupations in a special or peculiar way, that some can claim the services of the village barber, the village palanquin bearer, the village midwife Roman 100, while others cannot, that some castes may not enter the courtyards of certain temples, that some castes are subject to special taboos, such as that they must not use the village well or may draw water only with their own vessels, that they must live outside the village, or in a separate quarter, that they must leave the road on the approach of a high-caste man, and must call out to give warning of their approach. The first point to observe is the predominance throughout India of the influence of the traditional system of 4 original castes in every scheme of grouping the Brahmin heads. The list, then come the castes whom popular opinion accepts as the modern representatives of the Kshatriyas, and these are followed by the mercantile groups, supposed to be akin to the Vaisyas. When we leave the higher circles of the twiceborn, the difficulty of finding a uniform basis of classification becomes apparent. The ancient designation Sudra finds no great favor in modern times, and we can point to no group that is generally recognized as representing it. The term is used in Bombay, Madras, and Bengal to denote a considerable number of castes of moderate respectability, the higher of whom are considered clean Sudras, while the precise status of the lower is a question which lends itself to endless controversy in northern and northwestern India. On the other hand, the grade next below the twiceborn rank is occupied by a number of castes from whose hands Brahmins and members of the higher castes will take water, and certain kinds of sweetmeats. Below these again is rather an indeterminate group from whom water is taken by some of the higher castes, not by others. Further down, where the test of water no longer applies, the status of the caste depends on the nature of its occupation and its habits in respect of diet. There are castes whose touch defiles the twiceborn, but who do not commit the crowning enormity of eating beef. In western and southern India, the idea that the social state of a caste depends on whether Brahmins will take water and sweetmeats from its members is unknown. For the higher castes will, as a rule, take water only from persons of their own caste and subcaste. In Madras, especially, the idea of ceremonial pollution by the proximity of an unclean caste has been developed with much elaboration. Thus, the table of social precedents attached to the Cochin Report shows that while a Nayar can pollute a man of a higher caste only by touching him, people of the Kamalan group, including masons, blacksmiths, carpenters, and workers in leather, pollute at a distance of 24 ft Tadadrors at 36 ft Pulian, or Cheruman cultivators at 48 ft, while in the case of the Parian pariahs who eat beef, the range of pollution is no less than 64 ft. In this bewildering maze of social grades and class distinctions, the Brahmin, as will have been seen, continues to hold the dominant position, being respected and even worshipped by all the others. The more orthodox Sudras carry their veneration for the priestly class to such a degree that they will not cross the shadow of a Brahmin, and it is not unusual for them to be under a vow not to eat any food in the morning before drinking by Pracharanamrita, Roman 1e water, in which the toe of a Brahmin has been dipped. On the other hand, the pride of the Brahmins is such that they do not bow to even the images of the gods worshipped in a Sudra's house by Brahmin priests. Jognath Bh. There are, however, not few classes of Brahmins who, for various reasons, have become degraded from their high station and formed separate castes, with whom respectable Brahmins refuse to intermarry and consort. Chief amongst these are the Brahmins who minister for unclean Sudras and lower castes, including the makers and dealers in spirituous liquors, as well as those who officiate at the great public shrines or places of pilgrimage where they might be liable to accept forbidden gifts, and as a matter of fact often amass considerable wealth, and those who officiate as paid priests at cremations and funeral rites, when the wearing apparel and bedding of the deceased are not unfrequently claimed by them as their perquisites. As regards the other two twiceborn castes, several modern groups do indeed claim to be their direct descendants, and in vindication of their title, make it a point to perform the Upanayana ceremony and to wear the sacred thread. But though the Brahmins too will often acquiesce in the reasonableness of such claims, it is probably only as a matter of policy that they do so, whilst in reality they regard the other two higher castes as having long since disappeared. and been merged by miscegenation in the Sudra mass. Hence, in the later classical Sanskrit literature, the term Dvija or twiceborn is used simply as a synonym for a Brahmin. As regards the numerous groups included under the term of Sudras, the distinction between clean and unclean Sudras is of especial importance for the upper classes, inasmuch as only the former of whom 9 distinct castes are usually recognized are, as a rule, considered fit for employment in household service. The picture thus presented by Hindu society is made up of a confused congeries of social groups of the most varied standing, each held together and kept separate from others by a traditional body of ceremonial rules, and by the theological notion of social gradations being due to a divinely instituted order of things, finds something like a counterpart in the religious life of the people. As in the social sphere, so also in the sphere of religious belief, we find the whole scale of types represented from the lowest to the highest, and here as there we meet with the same failure of welding the confused mass into a well-ordered whole. In their theory of a triple manifestation of an impersonal deity, the Brahmanical theologians, as we have seen, had indeed elaborated a doctrine which might have seemed to form a reasonable, authoritative creed for 505 a community already strongly imbued with pantheistic notions. Yet at best, that creed could only appeal to the sympathies of a comparatively limited portion of the people. Indeed, the sacerdotal class themselves had made its universal acceptance an impossibility, seeing that their laws by which the relations of the classes were to be regulated aimed at permanently excluding the entire body of aboriginal tribes from the religious life of their Aryan masters. They were to be left for all time coming to their own traditional idolatry notions and practices. However, the two races could not in the nature of things be permanently kept separate from each other. Indeed, even prior to the definite establishment of the caste system, the mingling of the lower race with the upper classes, especially with the aristocratic landowners and still more so with the yeomanry, had probably been going on to such an extent as to have resulted in 2 fairly well-defined intermediate types of color between the priestly order and the servile race, and to have facilitated the ultimate division into 4 colors varna in course of time. The process of intermingling, as we have seen, assumed such proportions that the priestly class in their pride of blood felt naturally tempted to recognize, as of old, only 2 colors, the Aryan Brahmin and the non-Aryan Sudra. Under these conditions, the religious practices of the lower race could hardly have failed in the long run to tell seriously upon the spiritual life of the lay body of the Brahmanical community. To what extent this may have been the case, our limited knowledge of the early phases of the sectarian worship of the people does not enable us to determine, but on the other hand, the same process of racial intermixture also tended to gradually draw the lower race, more or less, under the influence of the Brahmanical forms of worship, and thus contributed towards the shaping of the religious system of modern Hinduism. The grossly idolatrous practices, however still so largely prevalent in the Dravidian South, show how superficial, after all, that influence has been in those parts of India where the admixture of Aryan blood has been so slight as to have practically had no effect on the racial characteristics of the people. These present-day practices, and the attitude of the Brahmin towards them, help at all events to explain the aversion with which the strange rites of the subjected tribes were looked upon by the worshippers of the Vedic pantheon. At the same time, in judging the apparently inhuman way in which the Sudras were treated in the caste rules, one has always to bear in mind the fact that the belief in metempsychosis was already universal at the time, and seemed to afford the only rational explanation of the apparent injustice involved in the unequal distribution of the good things in this world, and that if the Sudra was strictly excluded from the religious rites and beliefs of the superior classes, this exclusion in no way involved the question of his ultimate emancipation and his union with the infinite spirit, which were as certain in his case as in that of any other sentient being. What it did make impossible for him was to attain that union immediately on the cessation of his present life, as he would first have to pass through higher and purer stages of mundane existence before reaching that goal. But in this respect, he only shared the lot of all but a very few of the saintliest in the higher spheres of life, since the ordinary twiceborn would be liable to sink after his present life to grades yet lower than that of the Sudra. To what extent the changes which the religious belief of the Aryan classes underwent in post-Vedic times may have been due to aboriginal influences is a question not easily answered, though the later creeds offer only too many features in which one might feel inclined to suspect influences of that kind. The literary documents, both in Sanskrit and Pali dating from about the time of Buddha onwards particularly, the two epic poems, the Mahabharata and Ramayana, still show us in the main the personnel of the old pantheon, but the character of the gods has changed. They have become anthropomorphized and almost purely mythological figures. A number of the chief gods, sometimes 4 but generally 8 of them, now appear as Lokapalas, or world guardians, having definite quarters, or intermediate quarters of the compass, assigned to them as their special domains. One of them, Kubera, the god of wealth, is a new figure, whilst another, Varuna, the most spiritual and ethical of Vedic deities, king of the gods, and the universe, the nightly star-spangled firmamenthas, become the Indian Neptune, the god of waters. Indra, their chief, is virtually a kind of superior Raja residing in Svarga, and as such is on visiting terms with earthly kings, driving about in midair with his charioteer Matali. As might happen to any earthlord, Indra is actually defeated in battle by the son of the demon king of Lanka, Salan, and kept there a prisoner till ransomed by Brahma and the gods, conferring immortality on his conqueror. A quaint figure in the pantheon of the heroic age is Hanuman, the deified chief of monkeys, probably meant to represent the aboriginal tribes of southern India. Whose wonderful exploits as Rama's ally on the expedition to Lanka, Indian audiences will never weary of hearing recounted. The Gandharva's figure already in the Veda, either as a single divinity or as a class of genii, conceived of as the bodyguard of Soma, and as connected with the moon in the later Vedic times, they are represented as being fond of and dangerous to women, the Apsaras, apparently originally water nymphs, being closely associated with them. In the heroic age, the Gandharvas have become the heavenly minstrels, plying their art at Indra's court with the Apsaras as their wives or mistresses. These fair damsels play, however, yet another part, and one far from complementary to the dignity of the gods. In the epics, considerable merit is attached to a life of seclusion and ascetic practices, by means of which man is considered capable of acquiring supernatural powers equal or even superior to those of the gods. A notion, perhaps not unnaturally springing from the pantheistic conception, now in cases of danger being threatened to their own ascendancy. By such practices the gods, as a rule, proceed to employ the usually successful expedient of dispatching some lovely nymph to lure the saintly men back to worldly pleasures. Seeing that the epic poems, as repeated by professional reciters, either in their original Sanskrit text or in their vernacular versions, as well as dramatic compositions based on them, form to this day the chief source of intellectual enjoyment for most Hindus. The legendary matter contained in these heroic poems, however marvelous and incredible it may appear, still enters largely into the religious convictions of the people. These popular recitals from the Ramayana are done into Gujarati, in easy-flowing narrative verse, by Pramanand, the sweetest of our bards. They are read out by an intelligent Brahmin to a mixed audience of all classes and both sexes. It has a perceptible influence on the Hindu character. I believe the remarkable freedom from infidelity, which is to be seen in most Hindu families, in spite of their strange gregarious habits, can be traced to that influence, and little wonder be Roman 1000 Malabari Gujarat, and the Gujaratis hence also the universal reverence paid to serpents Naga, since those early days, though whether it simply arose from the superstitious dread inspired by the insidious reptile so fatal to man in India, or whether the verbal coincidence with the name of the once powerful non-Aryan tribe of Nagas had something to do with it, must remain doubtful. Indian myth represents them as a race of demons sprung from Kadru, the wife of the sage Kasyapa, with a jewel in their heads which gives them their sparkling look, and inhabiting one of the 7 beautiful worlds below the earth and above the hells, where they are ruled over by 3 chiefs or kings, Sesha, Vasuki, and Takshaka, their fair daughters, often entering into matrimonial alliances with men like the mermaids of Western legend. In addition to such essentially mythological conceptions, we meet in the religious life of this period with an element of more serious aspect in the 2 gods, on one or other of whom the religious fervor of the large majority of Hindus has ever since concentrated itself, viz. Vishnu and Siva. Both these divine figures have grown out of Vedic conceptions. Genial Vishnu mainly out of a not very prominent solar deity of the same name, whilst the stern Siva, Roman 1e, the kind or gracious one, doubtless a euphemistic name, has his prototype in the old fierce 506 storm god, Rudra the Roarer, with certain additional features derived from other deities, especially Pushan, the guardian of flocks and bestower of prosperity, worked up therewith the exact process of the evolution of the two deities and their advance in popular favor, are still somewhat obscure in the epic poems, which may be assumed to have taken their final shape in the early centuries before and after the Christian era. Their popular character, so strikingly illustrated by their inclusion in the Brahmanical triad, appears in full force, whilst their cult is likewise attested by the coins and inscriptions of the early centuries of our era. The coordination of the two gods in the Trimurti does not by any means exclude a certain rivalry between them, but on the contrary, a supreme position as the true embodiment of the divine spirit is claimed for each of them by their respective votaries, without however an honorable if subordinate place being refused to the rival deity wherever the latter, as is not infrequently the case, is not actually represented as merely another form of the favored god. Whilst at times, a truly monotheistic fervor manifests itself in the adoration of these two gods, the polytheistic instincts of the people did not fail to extend the pantheon by groups of new deities. In connection with them, two of such new gods actually pass as the sons of Siva and his consort Parvati, viz. Skandalso, called Kumara the youth Kardikya, or Subramanya, in the south six-headed warlord of the gods and Gaines, the lord or leader of Siva's troops of attendants being at the same time the elephant-headed paunch-bellied god of wisdom, whilst a third Kama Kamadva, or Kandarpa the god of love, gets his popular epithet of Ananga the bodiless from his having once in frolicsome play tried the power of his arrows upon Siva, whilst engaged in austere practices, when a single glance from the third forehead eye of the angry god reduced the mischievous urchin to ashes. For his chief attendant, the great god Mahadva Mahesvara, has already with him the holy Nanda, presumably, though his shape is not specified identical in form, as in name with Siva's sacred bull of later times, the appropriate symbol of the god's reproductive power. But in this respect, we also meet in the epics with the first clear evidence of what in aftertime became the prominent feature of the worship of Siva and his consort all over India, viz. The feature represented by the linga or phallic symbol. As regards Vishnu, the epic poems, including the supplement to the Mahabharata, the Haravamsa, supply practically the entire framework of legendary matter, on which the later Vaishnava creeds are based. The theory of avatars, which makes the deity also variously called Narayana, Purushottama, or Vasudeva, periodically assume some material form in order to rescue the world from some great calamity, is fully developed, the 10 universally recognized descents being enumerated in the larger poem. Though Siva too assumes various forms, the incarnation theory is peculiarly characteristic of Vaishnavism, and the fact that the principal hero of the Ramayana, Rama, and one of the prominent warriors of the Mahabharata, Krishna, become in this way identified with the supreme god, and remain to this day the chief objects of the adoration of Vaishnava sectaries, naturally imparts to these creeds a human interest and sympathetic aspect which is wholly wanting in the worship of Siva. It is, however, unfortunately, but too true, that in some of these creeds, the devotional ardor has developed features of a highly objectionable character. Even granting the reasonableness of the triple manifestation of the divine spirit, how is one to reconcile all these idolatrous practices, this worship of countless gods and godlings, demons and spirits, indwelling in every imaginable object round about us, with the pantheistic doctrine of the ekam advidyam, the one without a second? The Indian theosophist would doubtless have little difficulty in answering that question for him. There is only the one absolute being, the one reality, that is all in all, whilst all the phenomenal existences and occurrences that crowd upon our senses are nothing more than an illusion of the individual soul, estranged for a time from its divine Sorcean illusion, only to be dispelled in the end by the soul's fuller knowledge of its own true nature, and its being one with the eternal fountain of blissful being. But to the man of ordinary understanding, unused to the rarefied atmosphere of abstract thought, this conception of a transcendental impersonal spirit and the unreality of the phenomenal world can have no meaning. What he requires is a deity that stands in intimate relation to things material and to all that affects man's life, hence the exoteric theory of manifestations of the Supreme Spirit, and that not only the manifestations implied in the triad of gods, representing the cardinal processes of mundane existence, creation, preservation and destruction, or regeneration, but even such as would tend to supply a rational explanation for superstitious imaginings of every kind, for the Indian philosophy does not ignore or hold aloof from the religion of the masses, it underlies, supports, and interprets their polytheism. This may be accounted the keystone of the fabric of Brahmanism, which accepts and even encourages the rudest forms of idolatry, explaining everything by giving it a higher meaning. It treats all the worships as outward visible signs of some spiritual truth, and is ready to show how each particular image or rite is the symbol of some aspect of universal divinity. The Hindus, like the pagans of antiquity, adore natural objects and forces a mountain, a river, or an animal. The Brahmin holds all nature to be the vesture or cloak of indwelling divine energy, which inspires everything that produces awe or passes man's understanding. Sir Alfred Roman 100 Lyell. Brahmanism. During the early centuries of our era, whilst Buddhism, where countenanced by the political rulers, was still holding its own by the side of Brahmanism, sectarian belief in the Hindu gods seems to have made steady progress. The caste system sectarianus malways, calculated to favor unity of religious practice within its social groups, must naturally have contributed to the advance of sectarianism. Even greater was the support it received later on from the Puranas, a class of poetical works of a partly legendary, partly discursive, and controversial character, mainly composed in the interest of special deities, of which 18 principal Mahapurana, and as many secondary ones, Upapurana, are recognized, the oldest of which may go back to about the 4th century of our era. It was probably also during this period that the female element was first definitely admitted to a prominent place amongst the divine objects of sectarian worship, in the shape of the wives of the principal gods, viewed as their Sakti or female energy, theoretically identified with the Maya or cosmic illusion of the idealistic Vedanta, and the Prakriti or plastic matter of the materialistic Sankhya philosophy, as the primary source of mundane things. The connubial relations of the deities may thus be considered to typify the mystical union of the two eternal principles, spirit and matter, for the production and reproduction of the universe. But whilst this privilege of divine worship was claimed for the consorts of all the gods, it is principally to Siva's consort, in one or other of her numerous forms, that adoration on an extensive scale came to be offered by a special sect of votaries, the Saktas. In the midst of these conflicting tendencies, an attempt was made about the latter part of the 8th century by the distinguished Malabar theologian and philosopher Sankara Acharya to restore the Brahmanical creed to Sankara something like its pristine purity, and thus once more to bring about a uniform system of orthodox Hindu belief, though himself, like most Brahmins, apparently by predilection a follower of Siva. His aim was the revival of the doctrine of the Brahma as the one self-existent being and the sole cause of the universe, coupled with the recognition of the practical worship of the orthodox pantheon, especially the gods of the Trimurti, as manifestations of the supreme deity. The practical result of his labors was the foundation of a new sect, the Smartas. Roman 1e adherents of the Smriti or tradition, which has a numerous following amongst southern Brahmins, and whilst professing Sankara's doctrines, is usually classed as one of the Saiva sects, its members adopting the horizontal sectarial mark peculiar to Saivas, consisting in their case of a triple line, the tripundra prepared from the ashes of burnt cow dung, and painted on the forehead. Sankara also founded 4 maths or convents for Brahmins, the chief one being that of Sringeri in Mysore, the spiritual head guru of which wields considerable power, even that of excommunication over the Saivas of southern India. In northern India, the professed followers of Sankara are mainly limited to certain classes of mendicants 507 and ascetics, although the tenets of this great Vedanta teacher may be said virtually to constitute the creed of intelligent Brahmins generally. Whilst Sankara's chief title to fame rests on his philosophical works, as the upholder of the strict monistic theory of Vedanta, he doubtless played an important part in the partial remodeling of the Hindu system of belief, at a time when Buddhism was rapidly losing ground in India. Not that there is any evidence of Buddhists ever having been actually persecuted by the Brahmins, or still less of Sankara himself ever having done so, but the traditional belief in some personal god as the principal representative of an invisible all-pervading deity would doubtless appeal more directly to the minds and hearts of the people than the colorless ethical system promulgated by the Sakya saint. Nor do Buddhist places of worship appear as a rule to have been destroyed by Hindu sectaries, but they seem rather to have been taken over by them for their own religious uses. At any rate, there are to this day not a few Hindu shrines, especially in Bengal, dedicated to Dharmaraj, the Prince of Righteousness, as the Buddha is commonly styled, that the tenets and practices of so characteristic a faith as Buddhism, so long prevalent in India, cannot but have left their marks on Hindu life and belief, may readily be assumed, though it is not so easy to lay one's finger on the precise features that might seem to betray such an influence, if the general tenderness towards animals based on the principle of ahimsa, or inflicting no injury on sentient beings, be due to Buddhist teaching. That influence must have made itself felt at a comparatively early period, seeing that sentiments of a similar nature are repeatedly urged in the Code of Manu. Thus in Roman 548, he who does not willingly cause the pain of confinement and death to living beings, but desires the good of all, obtains endless bliss. He who injures no creature obtains without effort what he thinks of, what he strives for, and what he fixes his mind on. Fleshmeat cannot be procured without injury to animals, and the slaughter of animals is not conducive to heavenly bliss. From fleshmeat, therefore, let man abstain. Moreover, in view of the fact that Jainism, which originated about the same time as Buddhism, inculcates the same principle, even to an extravagant degree, it seems by no means improbable that the spirit of kindliness towards living beings generally was already widely diffused among the people when these new doctrines were promulgated. To the same tendency, doubtless, is due the gradual decline and ultimate discontinuance of animal sacrifices by all sects except the extreme branch of Sakti worshippers. In this respect, the veneration shown to serpents and monkeys has, however, to be viewed in a somewhat different light, as having a mythical background, whilst quite a special significance attaches to the sacred character assigned to the cow by all classes of Hindus, even those who are not prepared to admit the claim of the Brahmin to the exalted position of the earthly god usually conceded to him. In the Veda, no tendency shows itself as yet towards rendering divine honor to the cow, and though the importance assigned her in an agricultural community is easily understood, still the exact process of her deification and her identification with the Mother Earth in the time of Manu and the epics requires further elucidation. An idealized type of the useful quadruped, likewise, often identified with the earth, presents itself in the mythical cow of plenty, or wishcow Kamadhenu or Kamadugha, Roman 1 e Wishmulker, already appearing in the Atharvaveda and in epic times, assigned to Indra or identified with Sarabhi, the fragrant, the sacred cow of the sage Vasishtha, possibly the growth of the legend of Krishna, his being reared at Gokula cow station, his tender relations to the gopis or cowherdesses of Vrindavana, his epithets, Gopala the cowherd and Govinda cowfender, actually explained as recoverer of the earth in the great epic, and the Goloka or cowworld assigned to him as his heavenly abode may have some connection with the sacred character ascribed to the cow from early times. Since the time of Sankara, or for more than 1,000 years, the gods Vishnu and Siva, or Hari and Hara, as they are also commonly called, with their wives, especially that of the latter god, have shared between them the practical worship of the vast majority of Hindus. But though the people have thus been divided between two different religious camps, sectarian animosity has upon the whole kept within reasonable limits. In fact, the respectable Hindu, whilst owning special allegiance to one of the two gods as his Ishta Devata favorite deity, will not withhold his tribute of adoration from the other gods of the pantheon. The high caste Brahmin will probably keep at his home a salagram stone, the favorite symbol of Vishnu, as well as the characteristic emblems of Siva and his consort, to both of which he will do reverence in the morning, and when he visits some holy place of pilgrimage, he will not fail to pay his homage at both the Saiva and the Vaishnava shrines. There indeed sectarian bigotry and exclusiveness are to be found chiefly among the professional leaders of the modern brotherhoods and their low-caste followers, who are taught to believe that theirs are the only true gods and that the rest do not deserve any reverence whatever. Jagannath, the same spirit of toleration, shows itself in the celebration of the numerous religious festivals, whilst some of Thesig, the Sankranti, called Pongal, Roman 1 e boiled rice in the south, which marks the entrance of the sun into the sign of Capricorn, and the beginning of its northward course, Uttarayana, on the first day of the month, Magha, Roman 100 Jan 12, the Gainsika Chaturthi or fourth day of the light fortnight of Bhadra, August-September, considered the birthday of Gainsa, the god of wisdom, and the holy, the Indian Saturnalia, in the month of Falguna, February to March, have nothing of a sectarian tendency about them. Others again which are of a distinctly sectarian character, such as the Krishna Janmashtami, the birthday of Krishna on the 8th day of the dark half of Bhadra, or in the south of Ravana, July-August the Durga Puja, and the Dipavali or lamp feast celebrating Krishna's victory over the demon Narakasura on the last 2 days of Asvina September-October, likewise observed and heartily joined in by the whole community irrespective of sect. Widely different, however, as is the character of the two leading gods, are also the modes of worship practiced by their votaries. Siva has at all times been the favorite god of the Brahmins 5, and his worship is accordingly more widely extended than that of his rival, especially in southern India. Indeed, there is hardly a village in India which cannot boast of a shrine dedicated to Siva and containing the emblem of his reproductive power, for almost the only form in which the great god is adored is the linga, consisting usually of an upright cylindrical block of marble or stone mostly resting on a circular perforated slab. The mystic nature of these emblems seems, however, to be but little understood by the common people. And as H. Wilson remarks, notwithstanding the acknowledged purport of this worship, it is but justice to state that it is unattended in Upper India by any indecent or indelicate ceremonies, and it requires a rather lively imagination to trace any resemblance in its symbols to the objects they are supposed to represent, in spite, however, of its wide diffusion and the vast number of shrines dedicated to it. The worship of Siva has never assumed a really popular character, especially in northern India, being attended with scarcely any solemnity or display of emotional spirit. The temple, which usually stands in the middle of a court, is as a rule a building of very moderate dimensions, consisting either of a single square chamber surmounted by a pyramidal structure, or of a chamber for the linga, and a small vestibule, the worshipper having first circumambulated the shrine, as often as he pleases, keeping it at his right-hand side, steps up to the threshold of the sanctum, and presents his offering of flowers or fruit, which the officiating priest receives. He then prostrates himself, or merely lifts his hands chained, so as to leave a hollow space between the palms to his forehead, muttering a short prayer, and takes his departure. Amongst the many thousands of lingas, 12 are usually regarded as of a special sanctity, one of which, that of Somnath in Gujarat, where Siva is worshipped as the Lord of Soma, was however shattered by Mahmud of Ghazni, whilst another, representing Siva as Visvesvara, or Lord of the Universe, is the chief object of adoration at Benares, the great center of Siva worship. The Saivas of southern India, on the other hand, single out as peculiarly sacred 5 of their temples, which are supposed to enshrine as many characteristic aspects linga of the god, in the form of the 5 elements, the most holy of these being the shrine of Chidambaram, Roman 1 Ethodother in S. Arcot, supposed to contain the Etherlinga, according to Pandit S. Roman 1000 Natsa. Hindu feasts, fasts, and ceremonies. The several forms of the god Siva in these sacred shrines are considered to be the bodies or casements of the soul, whose 508 natural bases are the 5 elements: earth, water, fire, air, and ether. The apprehension of God in the last of these 5 as ether is, according to the Saiva school of philosophy, the highest form of worship, for it is not the worship of God in a tangible form, but the worship of what to ordinary minds is vacuum, which nevertheless leads to the attainment of a knowledge of the all-pervading, without physical accessories, in the shape of any linga, which is after all an emblem. That this is the case at Chidambaram is known to every Hindu, for if he ever asks the priests to show him the god in the temple, he is pointed to an empty space in the Holy of Holies, which has been termed the Akasa or Etherlinga. But however congenial this refined symbolism may be to the worshipper of a speculative turn of mind, it is difficult to see how it could ever satisfy the religious wants of the common man, little given to abstract conceptions of this kind. From early times, detachment from the world and the practice of austerities have been regarded in India as peculiarly conducive to a spirit of godliness, and ultimately to a state of ecstatic communion with the deity. On these mendicant orders' grounds, it was actually laid down as a rule for a man solicitous for his spiritual welfare to pass the last 2 of the 4 stages asrama of his life in such conditions of renunciation and self-restraint, though there is hardly a sect which has not contributed its share to the element of religious mendicancy and asceticism, so prevalent in India. It is in connection with the Siva cult that these tendencies have been most extensively cultivated. Indeed, the personality of the stern god himself exhibits this feature in a very marked degree, whence the term Mahyogi or great ascetic is often applied to him. Of Saiva mendicant and ascetic orders, the members of which are considered more or less followers of Sankara Acharya. The following may be mentioned: 1. Dandis, or staff-bearers, who carry a wand with a piece of red cloth containing the sacred cord attached to it, and also wear one or more pieces of cloth of the same color. They worship Siva in his form of Bhairava. The terrible, a subsection of this order, are the Dandi Dasnamis, or Dandi of 10 names, so called from their assuming one of the names of Sankara's 4 disciples, and 6 of their pupils, 2 yogis, or popularly, Jogas Roman 1e, adherents of the yoga philosophy, and the system of ascetic practices, enjoined by it with the view of mental abstraction, and the supposed attainment of superhuman powers practices, which when not merely pretended, but rigidly carried out, are only too apt to produce vacuity of mind and wild fits of frenzy in these degenerate days. Their supernatural powers consist chiefly in conjuring soothsaying and feats of jugglery, by which they seldom fail in imposing upon a credulous public 3 sannyasis devotees, who renounce earthly concerns in order not confined either to the Brahmanical caste or to the Saiva persuasion. Those of the latter are in the habit of smearing their bodies with ashes, and wearing a tiger skin and a necklace or rosary of Rudraksha, berries Elaeocarpus ganitris lit Rudras I sacred to Siva, and allowing their hair to grow till it becomes matted and filthy. 4. Paramahamsas Roman 1e supreme geese, or swans, a term applied to the world soul, with which they claim to be identical. This is the highest order of asceticism, members of which are supposed to be solely engaged in meditating on the Brahma, and to be equally indifferent to pleasure or pain, insensible of heat or cold, and incapable of satiety, or want. Some of them go about naked, but the majority are clad like the Dandis. 5. Aghora, Panthais, a vile and disreputable class of mendicants, now rarely met with their filthy habits and disgusting practices of gross promiscuous feeding, even to the extent of eating offal and dead men's flesh, look almost like a direct repudiation of the strict Brahmanical code of ceremonial purity and cleanliness, and of the rules regulating the matter and manner of eating and drinking, and they certainly make them objects of loathing and terror wherever they are seen. On the general effect of the manner of life led by sadhus or holy men, a recent observer, J. Roman 100 Oman Mystics, Ascetics, and Saints of India, p. 273, remarks Sadhuism, whether perpetuating the peculiar idea of the efficiency of austerities for the acquisition of far-reaching powers over natural phenomena, or bearing its testimony to the belief in the indispensableness of detachment from the world, as a preparation for the ineffable joy of ecstatic communion with the divine being, has undoubtedly tended to keep before men's eyes as the highest ideal a life of purity, self-restraint, and contempt of the world and human affairs. It has also necessarily maintained amongst the laity a sense of the righteous claims of the poor upon the charity of the more affluent members of the community. Moreover, Sadhuism, by the multiplicity of the independent sects which have arisen in India, has engendered and favored a spirit of tolerance which cannot escape the notice of the most superficial observer. An independent Saiva sect, or indeed the only strictly Saiva sect, are the Veera Saivas, more commonly called Lingats, popularly Lingates, or Lingavats, from their practice of wearing on their person a phallic emblem Lingatsof Siva made of copper or silver, and usually enclosed in a case suspended from the neck by a string, apparently from the movable nature of their badge. Their gurus are called Jangamas, movable. This sect counts numerous adherents in southern India. The census report of 1901, recording nearly 1.5 million, including some 70 or 80 different mostly endogamous castes. The reputed founder, or rather reformer of the sect, was Basava or Basaba, a Brahmin of the Belgaum district, who seems to have lived in the 11th or 12th century. According to the Basava Purana, he early in life renounced his caste and went to reside at Kalyana, then the capital of the Chalukya kingdom, and later on at Sangamesvara near Ratnagiri, where he was initiated into the Veera Saiva faith, which he subsequently made it his life's work to propagate. His doctrine, which may be said to constitute a kind of reaction against the severe sacerdotalism of Sankara, has spread over all classes of the southern community, most of the priests of Saiva temples there being adherents of it, whilst in northern India its votaries are only occasionally met with, and then mostly as mendicants leading about a neatly caparisoned bull, as representing Siva's sacred bull Nandi, though the Lingats still show a certain animosity towards the Brahmins, and in the census lists are accordingly classed as an independent group, beside the Hindus. Still, they can hardly be excluded from the Hindu community, and are sure sooner or later to find their way back to the Brahmanical fold. Vishnu, whilst less popular with Brahmins than his rival, has from early times proved to the lay mind a more attractive object of adoration on account of the genial, and so to speak romantic character of his mythical personality. Avatars it is not, however, so much the original figure of the god himself that enlists the sympathies of his adherents as the additional elements it has received through the theory of periodical descents, avatara, or incarnations, applied to this deity. Whilst the Saiva philosophers do not approve of the notion of incarnations as being derogatory to the dignity of the deity, the Brahmins have nevertheless thought fit to adopt it as apparently a convenient expedient for bringing certain tendencies of popular worship within the pale of their system, and probably also for counteracting the Buddhist doctrines. And for this purpose, Vishnu would obviously offer himself as the most attractive figure in the Brahmanical trinity, whether the incarnation theory started from the original solar nature of the god suggestive of regular visits to the world of men, or in what other way it may have originated, must remain doubtful certain. However it is that at least one of his avatars is clearly based on the Vedic conception of the sun god, viz., that of the dwarf who claims as much ground as he can cover by 3 steps, and then gains the whole universe by his 3 mighty strides. Of the 10 or more avatars assumed by different authorities, only 2 have entered to any considerable extent into the religious worship of the people, viz. Those of Rama or Ramachandra, and Krishna, the favorite heroes of epic romance. That these 2 figures would appeal far more strongly to the hearts and feelings of the people, especially the warlike Kshatriyas 6 than the austere Siva, is only what might have been expected, and indeed, since the time of the epics, their cult seems never to have lacked numerous adherents. But on the other hand, the essentially human nature of these 2 gods 509 would naturally tend to modify the character of the relations between worshipper and worshipped, and to impart to the modes and forms of adoration features of a more popular and more human kind. And accordingly, it is exactly in connection with these 2 incarnations of Vishnu, especially that of Krishna, that a new spirit was infused into the religious life of the people, by the sentiment of fervent devotion to the deity as it found expression in certain portions of the epic poems, especially the Bhagavad Gita, and in the Bhagavata Purana, as against the more orthodox Vaishnava works of this class, such as the Vishnu Purana, and was formulated into a regular doctrine of faith in the Sandalyasatra, and ultimately translated into practice by the Vaishnava reformers. The first successful Vaishnava reaction against Sankara's reconstructed creed was led by Ramanuja, a southern Brahmin of the 12th century. His followers, the Ramanujas or Sri Vaishnavas, as they are usually called, worship Ramanujas, Vishnu Narayana with his consort Sri or Lakshmi, the goddess of beauty and fortune, or their incarnations, Rama with Sita and Krishna with Rukmini. Ramanuja's doctrine, which is especially directed against the linga worship, is essentially based on the tenets of an old Vaishnava sect, the Bhagavatas or Pancharatras, who worshipped the Supreme Being under the name of Vasudeva, subsequently identified with Krishna as the son of Vasudeva, who indeed is credited by some scholars with the foundation of that monotheistic creed. The sectarial mark of the Ramanujas resembles a capital U, or in the case of another division, a Y painted with a white clay called Gopachandana between the hair and the root of the nose, with a red or yellow vertical stroke, representing the female element between the 2 white lines. They also usually wear, like all Vaishnavas, a necklace of tulasi or basil wood, and a rosary of seeds of the same shrub or of the lotus. Their most important shrines are those of Srirangam near Trichinopoly, Malkot in Mysore Dvaraka, the city of Krishna on the Kathiawar coast, and Jagannath in Orissa, all of them decorated with Vishnu's emblems, the Tulasi plant and salagram stone. The Ramanuja Brahmins are most punctilious the preparation of their food, and in regard to the privacy of their meals, before taking which they have to bathe and put on woolen or silk garments, whilst Sankara's mendicant followers were prohibited to touch fire, and had to subsist entirely on the charity of Brahmin householders. Ramanuja, on the contrary, not only allowed his followers to use fire but strictly forbade their eating any food cooked or even seen by a stranger. On the speculative side, Ramanuja also met Sankara's strictly monistic theory by another recognizing Vishnu as identical with Brahma, as the supreme spirit animating the material world, as well as the individual souls, which have become estranged from God through unbelief, and can only attain again conscious union with Him through devotion or love bhakti. His tenets are expounded in various works, especially in his commentaries on the Vedantasutras, and the Bhagavad Gita. The followers of Ramanuja have split into two sects, a northern one, recognizing the Vedas as their chief authority, and a southern one basing their tenets on the Nalgur, a Tamil work of the Upanishad order. In point of doctrine, they differ in their view of the relation between God Vishnu and the human soul, whilst the former sect define it by the ape theory, which makes the soul cling to God, as the young ape does to its mother. The latter explain it by the cat theory, by which Vishnu himself seizes and rescues the souls, as the mother cat does her young ones. Madhva Acharya, another distinguished Vedanta teacher and founder of a Vaishnava sect born in Kanara in A. Roman 500, was less intolerant of the Linga cult than Ramanuja, but seems rather to have aimed at a reconciliation of Madhva Seva and Vaishnava forms of worship. The Madhvas or Madhvakaris favor Krishna and his consort as their special objects of adoration, whilst images of Siva Parvati and their son Gainsa are however likewise admitted and worshipped in some of their temples, the most important of which is at Udupi in South Kanara with 8 monasteries connected with it. This shrine contains an image of Krishna, which is said to have been rescued from the wreck of a ship, which brought it from Dvaraka, where it was supposed to have been set up of old by no other than Krishna's friend Arjuna. One of the 5 Pandava princes. Followers of the Madhva creed are but rarely met with in Upper India. Their sectarial mark is like the U of the Sri Vaishnavas, except that their central line is black instead of red or yellow. Madhvaho, after his initiation, assumed the name Anandatirtha. Composed numerous Sanskrit works, including commentaries on the Brahma Sutras, Roman 1, the Vedanta aphorisms, the Gita, the Rigveda, and many Upanishads. His philosophical theory was a dualistic one, postulating distinctness of nature for the divine and the human soul, and hence independent existence, instead of absorption, after the completion of mundane existence. The Ramanandis or Ramavats, popularly Ramats, are a numerous northern sect of similar tenets to those of the Ramanujas. Indeed, its founder Ramananda, who probably flourished in the latter part of the 14th century. Ramats, according to the traditional account, was originally a Sri Vaishnava monk, and having come under the suspicion of laxity in observing the strict rules of food during his peregrinations, and been ordered by his superior, Mahant, to take his meals apart from his brethren, left the monastery in a huff, and set up a schismatic math of his own. At Benares, the sectarial mark of his sect differs but slightly from that of the parent stock. The distinctive features of their creed consist in their making Rama and Sita, either singly or conjointly, the chief objects of their adoration, instead of Vishnu and Lakshmi, and their attaching little or no importance to the observance of privacy in the cooking and eating of their food. Their mendicant members, usually known as Vairagas, are like the general body of the sect, drawn from all castes without distinction. Thus the founder's 12 chief disciples include, besides Brahmins, a weaver, a courier, a Rajput, a Jat, and a barber. They argue, seeing that Bhagavan, the Holy One Vishnu, became incarnate even in animal form, a Bhakta believer may be born even in the lowest of castes. Ramananda's teaching was thus of a distinctly leveling and popular character, and in accordance therewith the Bhaktamala and other authoritative writings of the sect are composed not in Sanskrit, but in the popular dialects. A follower of this creed was the distinguished poet Tulsidas, the composer of the beautiful Hindi version of the Ramayana and other works, which exercise more influence upon the great body of Hindu population than the whole voluminous series of Sanskrit composition. H. Wilson. The traditional list of Ramananda's immediate disciples includes the name of Kabir the weaver, a remarkable man who would accordingly have lived in the latter part of the 15th century, and who is claimed by both Hindus, Kabir, and Muslims as having been born with it. Their fold. The story goes that, having been deeply impressed by Ramananda's teaching, he sought to attach himself to him, and one day at Benares, in stepping down the Ghat at daybreak to bathe in the Ganges, and putting himself in the way of the teacher, the latter, having inadvertently struck him with his foot, uttered his customary exclamation, Ram Ram, which, being also the initiatory formula of the sect, was claimed by Kabir, as such, making him Ramananda's disciple. Be this as it may, Kabir's own reformatory activity lay in the direction of a compromise between the Hindu and the Mohammedan creeds, the religious practices of both of which he criticized with equal severity. His followers, the Kabir pantheists, those following Kabir's path, though neither worshipping the gods of the pantheon nor observing the rites and ceremonial of the Hindus, are nevertheless in close touch with the Vaishnava sects, especially the Ramavats, and generally worship Rama as the supreme deity, when they do not rather address their homage in hymns, and otherwise to the founder of their creed. Himself, whilst very numerous particularly amongst the low-caste population in western, central, and northern India, resident adherents of Kabir's doctrine are rare in Bengal, and the south, although 510, there is hardly a town in India where strolling beggars may not be found, singing songs of Kabir in the original, or as translated into the local dialects. The mendicants of this creed, however, never actually solicit alms, and indeed the Quaker-like spirit of the sect, their abhorrence of all violence, their regard for truth, and the inobtrusiveness of their opinions render them very inoffensive members of the state. H. Wilson, the doctrines of Kabir, are taught mostly in the form of dialogues, in numerous Hindi works composed by his disciples and adherents, who however usually profess to give the teacher's own words. The peculiar conciliatory tendencies of Kabir were carried on with even greater zeal from the latter part of the 15th century by one of his followers, Nanak Shah, the promulgator of the creed of the Nanak Shahis, or Sikhs. Roman 1e Sanskar Sishya disciples, whose guru or teacher he called himself. A peaceful sect at first, until in consequence of Mahomedan persecution, a martial spirit was infused into it by the 10th and last Guru Govind Shah, changing it into a political organization. Whilst originally more akin in its principles to the Moslem faith, the sect seems latterly to have shown tendencies towards drifting back to the Hindu pale. Of Ramananda's disciples and successors, several others besides Kabir have established schismatic divisions of their own, which do not, however, offer any very marked differences of creed. The most important of these, the Dadu Panthai sect, founded by Dadu about the year 1600, has a numerous following in Ajmer and Marwar, one section of whom, the Nagas, engage largely in military service, whilst the others are either householders or mendicants. The followers of this creed wear no distinctive sectarial mark or badge, except a skullcap, nor do they worship any visible image of any deity, the repetition japa of the name of Rama being the only kind of adoration practiced by them. Although the Vaishnava sects hitherto noticed in their adoration of Vishnu and his incarnations, Krishna and Ramachandra, usually associate with these gods their wives as their Saktis or female energies, the sexual eroticism and Krishna worshipment is as a rule only just allowed sufficient scope to enhance the emotional character of the rites of worship. In some of the later Vaishnava creeds, on the other hand, this element is far from being kept within the bounds of moderation and decency. The favorite object of adoration with adherents of these sects is Krishna with his mate, but not the devoted friend and counselor of the Pandavas, and deified hero of epic song, nor the ruler of Devaraka and wedded lord of Rukmini, but the juvenile Krishna Govinda or Bala Gopala, the cowherd lad, the foster son of the cowherd Nanda of Gokula, taken up with his amorous sports with the gopis or wives of the cowherds of Vrindavana, Brindaban near Mathura on the Yamuna, especially his favorite mistress, Radha or Radhika. This episode in the legendary life of Krishna has every appearance of being a later accretion, after barely a few allusions to it in the epics. It bursts forth full-blown in the Harivansa, the Vishnu Purana, the Narada Pancharatra, and the Bhagavata Purana, the 10th canto of which, dealing with the life of Krishna, has become, through vernacular versions, especially the Hindi Premsagar or Ocean of Love, a favorite romance all over India, and has doubtless helped largely to popular cult of Krishna. Strange to say, however, no mention is as yet made by any of these works of Krishna's favorite Radha. It is only in another Puranatho, scarcely deserving that designation, that she makes her appearance, viz. In the Brahmavaivarta, in which Krishna's amours in Nanda's cow station are dwelt upon in fulsome and wearisome detail, whilst the poet Jayadeva in the 12th century made her love for the gay and inconstant boy the theme of his beautiful, if highly voluptuous lyrical drama Gita Govinda. The earliest of the sects which associate Radha with Krishna in their worship is that of the Nimavats, founded by Nimbaditya, or Nimbarka, Roman 1e, the son of the Nimba tree, a teacher of uncertain date, said to have been a Telugu Brahmin, who subsequently established himself at Mathura Mutra on the Yamuna, where the headquarters of his sect have remained ever since the mahant of their monastery at Dhruva Kshetra near Mathura, who claims direct descent from Nimbarka, is said to place the foundation of that establishment as far back as the 5th century. Doubtless an exaggerated claim, but if Jayadeva, as is alleged, and seems by no means improbable, was really a follower of Nimbarka, this teacher must have flourished at latest in the early part of the 12th century, He is indeed taken by some authorities to be identical with the mathematician Bhaskara Acharya, who is known to have completed his chief work in A. Roman 500. It is worthy of remark in this respect that in accordance with Ramanuja's and Nimbarka's philosophical theories, Jayadva's presentation of Krishna's fickle love for Radha is usually interpreted in a mystical sense, as allegorically depicting the human soul's striving through love for reunion with God and its ultimate attainment after many backslidings of the longed-for goal. As the chief authority of their tenets, the Nimavats recognize the Bhagavata Purana, though several works ascribed to Nimbarka partly of a devotional character and partly expository of Vedanta topics are still extant. Adherents of this sect are fairly numerous in northern India, their frontal mark consisting of the usual two perpendicular white lines, with however a circular black spot between them. Of greater importance than the sect just noticed because of their far larger following are the two sects founded early in the 16th century by Vallabha Acharya and Chaitanya. In the forms of worship favored by votaries of these creeds, the emotional and erotic elements are allowed yet freer scope than in those that preceded them, and as an effective auxiliary to these tendencies, the use of the vernacular dialects in prayers and hymns of praise takes an important part in the religious service. The Vallabhakaris, or as they are usually called from the title of their spiritual heads, the Gokulastha Gossains Roman 1e, the cowlords Gosvamin residing in Gokula, are very numerous in western and central India. Vallabha, the son of a Telinga Brahmin, after extensive journeyings all over India settled at Gokula near Mathura, and set up a shrine with an image of Krishna Gopala, about the year 1673, in consequence of the fanatical persecutions of the Mughal emperor. This image was transferred to Nathdvara in Udaipur Muir, where the shrine of Srinatha, the lord of Sri Roman 1e Vishnu, continues to be the chief center of worship for adherents of this creed, whilst 7 other images transferred from Mathura at the same time are located at different places in Rajputana. Vallabha himself went subsequently to reside at Benares, where he died in the doctrine of this Vaishnava prophet. The dualistic theory of Sankara is resorted to as justifying a joyful and voluptuous cult of the deity, for if the human soul is identical with God, the practice of austerities must be discarded as directed against God, and it is rather by a free indulgence of the natural appetites and the pleasures of life that man's love for God will best be shown. The followers of his creed, amongst whom there are many wealthy merchants and bankers, direct their worship chiefly to Gopal Lal, boyish Krishna of Vrindavana, whose image is sedulously attended, like a revered living person 8 times a day from its early rising from its couch up to its retiring to repose at night. The sectarial mark of the adherents consists of 2 red perpendicular lines meeting in a semicircle at the root of the nose, and having a round red spot painted between them. Their principal doctrinal authority is the Bhagavata Purana, as commented upon by Vallabha himself, who was also the author of several other Sanskrit works highly esteemed by his followers in this sect. Children are solemnly admitted to full membership at the early age of 4 and even 2 years of age, when a rosary or necklace of 108 beads of basil tulsi wood is passed round their necks, and they are taught the use of the octosyllabic formula, Sri Krishna Saranam, Mama Holy Krishna, is my refuge. Another special feature of this sect is that their spiritual heads, the Gossains, also called Maharajas, so far from submitting themselves to self-discipline and austere practices, adorn themselves in splendid garments, and allow themselves to be habitually regaled by their adherents with choice kinds of food, and being regarded as the living representatives of the Lord of the Gopis himself, they claim and receive in their own persons all acts of attachment and worship. Due to the deity, even it is alleged to the extent of complete self-surrender. Final judgment of the famous libel case of the Bombay Maharajas before the Supreme Court of Bombay in January 1862. These improprieties were severely commented upon, and though so unsparing a critic of Indian sex, as Jojendra Nath seems not to believe in actual immoral practices on the part of the Maharajas, still, he admits that the corrupting influence of a religion that can make its female votaries address amorous songs to their spiritual guides must be very great. A modern offshoot of Vallabha's creed, formed with the avowed object of purging it of its objectionable features, was started in the early years of the 19th century by Sahajananda, a Brahmin of the Oud country, who subsequently assumed the name of Swami Narayana, having entered on his missionary labors at Ahmedabad, and afterwards removed to Jedalpur, where he had a meeting with Bishop Heber. He subsequently settled at the village of Wardle to the northwest of Baroda, and erected a temple to Lakshmi Narayana, which with another at Ahmedabad forms the two chief centers of the sect, each being presided over by a Maharaja. Their worship is addressed to Narayana Roman 1 Vishnu, as the supreme being together with Lakshmi, as well as to Krishna and Radha. The sect is said to be gaining ground in Gujarat. Chaitanya, the 511 founder of the great Vaishnava sect of Bengal, was the son of a high-caste Brahmin of Nadia, the famous Bengal seat of Sanskrit learning, where he was born in 1485, 2 years after the birth of Martin Luther, the German reformer. Having married in due time, and a second time after the death of his first wife, he lived as a householder grihastha till the age of 24, when he renounced his family ties and set out as a religious mendicant Varajan, visiting, during the next 6 years, the principal places of pilgrimage in northern India, and preaching with remarkable success his doctrine of bhakti, or passionate devotion to Krishna as the supreme deity. He subsequently made over to his principal disciples the task of consolidating his community, and passed the last 12 years of his life at Puri in Orissa, the great center of the worship of Vishnu as Jagannatha, or Lord of the world, which he remodeled in accordance with his doctrine, causing the mystic songs of Jayadva to be recited before the images in the morning and evening, as part of the daily service, and in fact as in the other Vaishnava creeds, seeking to humanize divine adoration, by bringing it into accord with the experience of human love. To this end, music, dancing, singing parties, Sankirtan, theatricalson, short, anything calculated to produce the desired impression would prove welcome to him. His doctrine of bhakti distinguishes 5 grades of devotional feeling in the bhaktas, or faithful adherence, viz. Santi calm, contemplation of the deity dasya, active servitude sakya, friendship, or personal regard vatsalya, tender affection, as between parents and children, madhurya, love, or passionate attachment, like that which the gopis felt for Krishna. Chaitanya also seems to have done much to promote the celebration on an imposing scale of the great Puri festival of the Rath Yatra, or car procession, in the month of Ashadha, when amidst multitudes of pilgrims, the image of Krishna together with those of his brother Balarama and his sister Subhadra is drawn along in a huge car by the devotees, just as this festival was and continues to be attended by people from all parts of India, without distinction of caste or sex. So also were all classes, even Mahomedans, admitted by Chaitanya as members of his sect. Whilst numerous observances are recommended as more or less meritorious, the ordinary form of worship is a very simple one, consisting, as it does, mainly of the constant repetition of names of Krishna or Krishna and Radha, which of itself is considered sufficient to ensure future bliss. The partaking of flesh food and spirituous liquor is strictly prohibited by the followers of this sect. Also, an extravagant degree of reverence is habitually paid to their gurus or spiritual heads. Indeed, Chaitanya himself, as well as his immediate disciples, have come to be regarded as complete or partial incarnations of the deity, to whom adoration is due as to Krishna himself, and their modern successors, the Gosseins, share to the fullest extent in the devout attentions of the worshippers. Chaitanya's movement, being chiefly directed against the vile practices of the Saktas, then very prevalent in Bengal, was doubtless prompted by the best and purest of intentions, but his own doctrine of divine, though all too human love was like that of Vallabha, by no means free from corruptive tendencies. Yet, how far these tendencies have worked their way, who would say on this point? Dr. W. W. Hunter, who is of opinion that the death of the reformer marks the beginning of the spiritual decline of Vishnu worship, observes Orissa Roman 1, the most deplorable corruption of Vishnu worship at the present day is that which has covered the temple walls with indecent sculptures and filled its innermost sanctuaries with licentious rites. Yet it is difficult for a person, not a Hindu, to pronounce upon the real extent of the evil. None but a Hindu can enter any of the larger temples, and none but a Hindu priest really knows the truth about their inner mysteries, whilst the well-known native scholar, Babu Rajendralal Mitra, points out antiquities of Orissa Roman 1, that such as they are, these sculptures date from centuries before the birth of Chaitanya, and cannot therefore be attributed to his doctrines or to his followers as a Hindu by birth and a Vaishnava by family religion. I have had the freest access to the innermost sanctuaries, and to the most secret of scriptures. I have studied the subject most extensively, and have had opportunities of judging which no European can have, and I have no hesitation in saying that the mystic songs of Jayadeva and the ocean of love notwithstanding, there is nothing in the rituals of Jagannatha which can be called licentious, whilst in Chaitanya's creed Krishna in his relations to Radha remains, at least theoretically, the chief partner and almost inevitable step was taken by some minor sects in attaching the greater importance to the female element and making Krishna's love for his mistress the guiding sentiment of their faith. Of these sects, it will suffice to mention that of the Radha Vallabhas, started in the latter part of the 16th century, who worship Krishna as Radha Vallabha, the darling of Radha. The doctrines and practices of these sects clearly verge upon those obtaining in the third principal division of Indian sectarians, which will now be considered. The Saktas, as we have seen, are worshippers of the Sakti, or the female principle, as a primary factor in the creation and reproduction of the universe. And as each of the principal gods is supposed to have associated with him his own Sakta's particular Sakti as an indispensable complement, enabling him to properly perform his cosmic functions, adherents of this persuasion might be expected to be recruited from all sects to a certain extent. This is indeed the case, but though Vaishnavism, and especially the Krishna creed with its luxuriant growth of erotic legends, might have seemed peculiarly favorable to a development in this direction, it is practically only in connection with the Seva system that an independent cult of the female principle has been developed, whilst in other sects and, indeed in the ordinary Seva cult, as well such worship, even where it is at all prominent, is combined with, and subordinated to that of the male principle. What has made this cult attach itself more, especially to the Seva creed, is doubtless the character of Siva as the type of reproductive power, in addition to his function as destroyer, which, as we shall see, is likewise reflected in some of the forms of his Sakti. The theory of the god, and his Sakti as cosmic principles, is perhaps already foreshadowed in the Vedic couple of heaven and earth, whilst in the speculative treatises of the later Vedic period, as well as in the post-Vedic Brahmanical writings, the assumption of the self-existent being dividing himself into a male and a female half usually forms the starting point of cosmic evolution in the later Saiva mythology. This theory finds its artistic representation in Siva's androgynous form of Ardhanarasa, or half-woman-lord, typifying the union of the male and female energies, the male half in this form of the deity, occupying the right hand, and the female the left-hand side. In accordance with this type of productive energy, the Saktas divide themselves into two distinct groups according to whether they attach the greater importance to the male or to the female principle, viz. The Dakshinakaris or right-hand observers, also called Dakshinamargas or followers of the right-hand path, and the Vamakaris or left-hand observers, or Vamamargas, followers of the left path. Though some of the Puranas, the chief repositories of sectarian doctrines, enter largely into Sakta topics, it is only in the numerous Tantras that these are fully and systematically developed. In these works, almost invariably composed in the form of a colloquy, Siva, as a rule in answer to questions asked by his consort Parvati, unfolds the mysteries of this occult creed. The principal seat of Sakta worship is the northeastern part of India, Bengal, Assam, and Bihar. The great majority of its adherents profess to follow the right-hand practice, and apart from the implied purport and the emblems of the cult, their mode of adoration does not seem to offer any very objectionable features, and even amongst the adherents of the left-hand mode of worship, many of these are said to follow it as a matter of family tradition rather than of religious conviction, and to practice it in a sober and temperate manner, whilst only an extreme section, so-called Kalas or Kulinas, who appeal to a spurious Upanishad, the Kalopanishad, as the divine authority of their tenets, persist in carrying on the mystic and licentious rites taught in many of the Tantras. But strict secrecy being enjoined in the performance of these rites, it is not easy to check any statements made on this point. The Sakta cult is, however, known to be especially prevalent, though apparently not in a very extreme form, amongst members of the very respectable Kayastha, or writer caste of Bengal. And as these are largely employed as clerks and accountants in Upper India, there is reason to fear that their vicious practices are gradually being disseminated through them. The divine object of the adoration of the Saktas, then, is Siva's wifeth Devi goddess, Mahadvi great goddess, or Jagannmata, mother of the world in one, or other of her numerous forms, benign or terrible. The forms in which she is worshipped in Bengal are of the latter category, viz. Durga the unapproachable, and Kali the black one, or as some take it, the wife of Kalatime or death, the great dissolver. viz. Siva. In honor of the former, the Durga Puja is celebrated 512, during 10 days at the time of the autumnal equinox, in commemoration of her victory over the buffalo-headed demon Mahishasura, when the image of the 10-armed goddess holding a weapon in each hand is worshipped for 9 days, and cast into the water on the 10th day called the Dasahara, whence the festival itself is commonly called Dasara in western India. Kali, on the other hand, the most terrible of the goddess forms, has a special service performed to her at the Kali Puja during the darkest night of the succeeding month, when she is represented as a naked black woman, four-armed, wearing a garland of heads of giants slain by her, and a string of skulls round her neck, dancing on the breast of her husband Mahakala, with gaping mouth and protruding tongue, and when she has to be propitiated by the slaughter of goats, sheep, and buffaloes on other occasions. Also Vamakaris commonly offer animal sacrifices, usually one or more kids the head of the victim, which has to be severed by a single stroke, being always placed in front of the image of the goddess, as a blood-offering bali, with an earthen lamp fed with ghee burning above it, whilst the flesh is cooked and served to the guests attending the ceremony, except that of buffaloes, which is given to the low-caste musicians who perform during the service. Even some adherents of this class have, however, discontinued animal sacrifices and use certain kinds of fruit, such as coconuts or pumpkins. Instead, the use of wine, which at one time was very common on these occasions, seems also to have become much more restricted, and only members of the extreme section would still seem to adhere to the practice of the so-called 5 ms, prescribed by some of the tantras, viz. Mamsa, flesh, Matsya, fish, Madhya, wine, Maithuna, sexual union, and Madra, mystical finger. Science, probably the most degrading cult ever practiced under the pretext of religious worship. In connection with the principal object of this cult, tantric theory has devised an elaborate system of female figures, representing either special forms and personifications, or attendants of the great goddess. They are generally arranged in groups, the most important of which are the Mahavidyas, great sciences, the 8 or 9 Mataras, mothers, or Mahamataras, great mothers, consisting of the wives of the principal gods, the 8 Nayakas, or mistresses, and different classes of sorceresses and ogresses called Yaginis, Dakinis, and Sakinis. A special feature of the Sakti cult is the use of obscure Vedic mantras, often changed so as to be quite meaningless, and on that very account deemed the more efficacious for the acquisition of superhuman powers, as well as of mystic letters and syllables, called bija germ, of magic circles, chakra, and diagrams, yantra, and of amulets of various materials, inscribed with formulae of fancied mysterious import. This survey of the Indian sects will have shown how little the character of their divine objects of worship is calculated to exert that elevating and spiritualizing influence so characteristic of true religious devotion. In all general conclusions, but a few of the minor groups' religious fervor is only too apt to degenerate into that very state of sexual excitation, which devotional exercises should surely tend to repress, if the worship of Siva, despite the purport of his chief symbol, seems on the whole less liable to produce these undesirable effects than that of the rival deity. It is doubtless due partly to the real nature of that emblem being little realized by the common people, and partly to the somewhat repellent character of the great god, more favorable to evoking feelings of awe and terror than a spirit of fervid devotion. All the more are, however, the gross stimulants connected with the adoration of his consort, calculated to work up the carnal instincts of the devotees to an extreme degree of sensual frenzy. In the Vaishnava camp, on the other hand, the cult of Krishna, and more especially that of the youthful Krishna, can scarcely fail to exert an influence, which, if of a subtler and more insinuating, is not on that account of a less demoralizing kind. Indeed, it would be hard to find anything less consonant with godliness and divine perfection than the pranks of this juvenile god, and if poets and thinkers try to explain them away by dint of allegorical interpretation, the plain man will not for all their refinements take these amusing adventures any the less. O pied de la letter, no fault in this respect can assuredly be found with the legendary Rama, a very paragon of knightly honor and virtue, even as his consort Sita is the very model of a noble and faithful wife. And yet this cult has perhaps retained even more of the character of mere hero worship than that of Krishna, since by the universally accepted doctrine of karman deed or karmavipaka, the maturing of deeds, man himself either in his present or some future existence enjoys the fruit of or has to atone for his former good and bad actions. There could hardly be room in Hindu pantheism for a belief in the remission of sin by divine grace or vicarious substitution, and accordingly the descents or incarnations of the deity have for their object not so much the spiritual regeneration of man as the deliverance of the world from some material calamity threatening to overwhelm it. The generally recognized principal avatars do not, however, by any means constitute the only occasions of a direct intercession of the deity in worldly affairs. Bhutan, the same way as to this day, the eclipses of the sun and moon are ascribed by the ordinary Hindu to these luminaries being temporarily swallowed by the dragon Rahu, or Graha the Caesar. So, any uncommon occurrence would be apt to be set down as a special manifestation of divine power, and any man credited with exceptional merit or achievement, or even remarkable for some strange incident connected with his life or death, might ultimately come to be looked upon as a veritable incarnation of the deity capable of influencing the destinies of man, and might become an object of local adoration or superstitious awe and propitiatory rites to multitudes of people. That the transmigration theory, which makes the spirit of the departed hover about for a time in quest of a new corporeal abode, would naturally lend itself to superstitious notions of this kind, can scarcely be doubted. Of peculiar importance in this respect is the worship of the Pitras fathers or deceased ancestors, as entering largely into the everyday life and family relations of the Hindus, at stated intervals, to offer reverential homage and oblations of food to the forefathers up to the third degree, is one of the most sacred duties the devout Hindu has to discharge. The periodical performance of the commemorative rite of obsequies called Srata Roman 1, an oblation made in faith. Srata, Lat. Credwa, the duty and privilege of the eldest son of the deceased, or failing him of the nearest relative, who thereby establishes his right as next of kin, in respect of inheritance, and those other relatives who have the right to take part in the ceremony, are called Sapinda Roman 1, sharing in the pindas or balls of cooked rice, constituting, along with libations of water, the usual offering to the main. Such relationship being held a bar to intermarriage. The first Srata takes place as soon as possible after the Antieshti final offering, or funeral ceremony proper, usually spread over 10 days, being afterwards repeated once a month for a year, and subsequently at every anniversary, and otherwise voluntarily on special occasions. Moreover, a simple libation of water should be offered to the fathers twice daily at the morning and evening devotion called Sandhya twilight. It is doubtless a sense of filial obligation, coupled with sentiments of piety and reverence, that gave rise to this practice of offering gifts of food and drink to the deceased ancestors. Hence also frequent allusion is made by poets to the anxious care caused to the fathers by the possibility of the living head of the family being afflicted with failure of offspring. This dire prospect compelling them to use but sparingly their little store of provisions in case the supply should shortly cease altogether. At the same time, one also meets with frank avowals of a superstitious fear, lest any irregularity in the performance of the obsequial rites should cause the fathers to haunt their old home and trouble the peace of their undutiful descendant, or even prematurely draw him after them to the Pitraloka or world of the fathers, supposed to be located in the southern region, terminating, as it usually does, with the feeding and feeing of a greater or less number of Brahmins, and the feasting of members of the performer's own caste. The Srata especially, its first performance, is often a matter of very considerable expense, and more than ordinary benefit to the deceased is supposed to accrue from it when it takes place at a spot of recognized sanctity, such as one of the great 513 places of pilgrimage like Prayaga Allahabad, where the three sacred rivers Ganga, Yamuna, and Sarasvati meet, Mathura, and especially Gaya and Kasi Benares. But indeed the Tirthayatra or pilgrimage to holy bathing places is in itself considered an act of piety conferring religious merit, in proportion to the time and trouble expended upon it. The number of such places is legion, and is constantly increasing. The banks of the great rivers, such as the Ganga, Ganges, the Yamuna, Jumna, the Narbada, the Krishna, Kisna, are studded with them, and the water of these rivers is supposed to be imbued with the essence of sanctity, capable of cleansing the pious bather of all sin and moral taint. To follow the entire course of one of the sacred rivers from the mouth to the source on one side and back again on the other, in the sunwise pradakshina direction, that is always keeping the stream on one's right-hand side, is held to be a highly meritorious undertaking, which it requires years to carry through. No wonder that water from these rivers, especially the Ganges, is sent and taken in bottles to all parts of India to be used on occasion as healing medicine, or for sacramental purposes. In Vedic times, at the Rajasuya, or inauguration of a king, some water from the holy river Sarasvati was mixed with the sprinkling water used for consecrating the king. Hence, also sick persons are frequently conveyed long distances to a sacred river to heal them of their maladies, and for a dying man to breathe his last at the side of the Ganges is devoutly believed to be the surest way of securing for him salvation and eternal bliss. Such probably was the belief of the ordinary Hindu 2,000 years ago, and such it remains to this day in the light of facts, such as these. Who could venture to say what the future of Hinduism is likely to be? Is the regeneration of India to be brought about by the modern theistic movements, such as the Brahma Samaj and Arya Samaj, as so close and sympathetic an observer of Hindu life and thought as Sir A. Lyall seems to think the Hindu mind, he remarks, is essentially speculative and transcendental. It will never consent to be shut up in the prison of sensual experience, for it has grasped and holds firmly the central idea that all things are manifestations of some power outside phenomena, and the tendency of contemporary religious discussion in India, so far as it can be followed from a distance, is towards an ethical reform on the old foundations, towards searching for some method of reconciling their Vedic theology with the practices of religion taken as a rule of conduct and a system of moral government. One can already discern a movement in various quarters towards a recognition of impersonal theism, and towards fixing the teaching of the philosophical schools upon some definitely authorized system of faith and morals, which may satisfy a rising ethical standard, and may thus permanently embody that tendency to substitute spiritual devotion for external forms and caste rules, which is the characteristic of the sects that have from time to time dissented from orthodox Brahmanism. Authority Census of India, 1901, Vol. Roman 1 Part Roman 1 India by H. H. Risley, and E. A. Gate Vol. Roman 1 Ethnographical Appendices by H. H. Risley, The Indian Empire Vol. Roman 1 New ed. Oxford, 1907, J. Muir Original Sanskrit Texts, 2nd ed. 5 vols. London, 1873, Munier Williams Religious Thought and Life in India, London, 1883, Modern India, and the Indians, London, 1878, 3rd ed. 1879, Hinduism, London, 1877, Sir Alfred Roman 100 Lyall Asiatic Studies, 2 series, London, 1899, Hinduism in Religious Systems of the World, London, 1904, Brahmanism in Great Religions of the World, New York and London, 1902, W. J. Wilkins Modern Hinduism, London, 1887, J. Roman 100, Oman Indian Life, Religious and Social, London, 1879, The Mystics, Ascetics and Saints of India, London, 1903, The Brahmins, Theists and Muslims of India, London, 1907, S. Roman 100 Bose, The Hindus, as They Are, 2nd ed. Calcutta, 1883, J. Robson Hinduism and Christianity, Edinburgh and London, 3rd ed. 1905, J. Murray Mitchell Hinduism, Past and Present, 2nd ed. London, 1897, Jojendra Nath Bhattacharya Hindu Castes and Sects, Calcutta, 1896, Abarth, The Religions of India, London, 1882, E. W. Hopkins, The Religions of India, London, 1896. J. E. 1. It is perhaps by surveying India that we at this day can best represent to ourselves and appreciate the vast external reform worked upon the heathen world by Christianity, as it was organized and executed throughout Europe by the combined authority of the Holy Roman Empire and the Church Apostolic. Sir Alfred Roman 100 Lyall Asiatic Studies, Roman 1. 2. Henry Whitehead Roman 500, Bishop of Madras, The Village Deities of Southern India, Madras, 1907. 3. The effect of caste is to give all Hindu society a religious basis. Sir A. Roman 100 Lyall Brahmanism. For thus in Berar there is a strong non-Aryan leaven in the dregs of the agricultural class, derived from the primitive races, which have gradually melted down into settled life, and thus become fused with the general community, while these same races are still distinct tribes in the wild tracts of hill and jungle. Sir Alfred Roman 100 Lyall, as St. Roman 1. 5. Siva is said to have first appeared in the beginning of the present age, as Sveta the White for the purpose of benefiting the Brahmins, and he is invariably painted white, whilst Vishnu, when pictured, is always of a dark blue color. 6. As in the case of Siva's traditional white complexion, it may not be without significance, from a racial point of view, that Vishnu, Rama and Krishna have various darker shades of color attributed to them, viz. Blue hyacinthan and dark azure or dark brown respectively, the names of the two heroes meaning simply black or dark, the blue tint, may originally have belonged to Vishnu, who is also called Pitavasas dressed in yellow garment Roman 1, the colors of sky and sun combined. 7. This notion not improbably took its origin in the mystic cosmogonic hymn Rig Roman 10, where it is said that one existent neuter breathed breathless by, or with its svadha inherent power or nature. Beyond that there was nothing whatever that one live germ which was enclosed in the void was generated by the power of heat or fervor desire. Then first came upon it, which was the first seed of the mind fertilizing forces, there were svadha below prayati. Hindu Kush, a range of mountains in Central Asia, throughout 500 Roman 1,000 of its length from its roots in the Pamir regions, till it fades into the Kohai Baba to the west of Kabul. This great range forms the water divide between the Kabul and the Oxus basins, and for the first 200 Roman 1,000 reckoning westwards, the southern boundary of Afghanistan, it may be said to spring from the head of the Tagdambash Pamir, where it unites with the great meridional system of Sarakal stretching northwards, and the yet more impressive mountain barrier of Muztagh, the northern base of which separates China from the semi-independent territory of Kanja, the Wakjir Pass, crossing the head of the Tagdambash Pamir into the sources of the river Hunza, almost marks the trijunction of the three great chains of mountains, as the Hindu Kush strikes westwards, after first rounding the head of an Oxus tributary, the Abai Panya, which Curzon considers to be the true source of the Oxus. It closely overlooks the trough of that glacier stream under its northern, spurs its crest at the nearest point being separated from the river by a distance which cannot much exceed 10 Roman 1,000, as the river is here the northern boundary of Afghanistan and the crest of the Hindu Kush the southern boundary. This distance represents the width of the Afghan kingdom at that point. Physiography. For the first 100 Roman 1,000 of its length, the Hindu Kush is a comparatively flat-backed range of considerable width, permitting the formation of small lakes on the crest, and possessing no considerable peaks. It is crossed by many passes varying in height from 12,500 ft to 17,500 ft, the lowest and the easiest being the well-known group about Barraghil, which has from time immemorial offered a line of approach from High Asia to Chitral and Jalalabad. As the Hindu Kush gradually recedes from the Abai Panya and turns southwestwards, it gains in altitude, and we find prominent peaks on the crest, which measure more than 24,000 ft above sea level. Even here, however, the main central water divide or axis of the chain is apparently not the line of highest peaks, which must be looked for to the south, where the great square-headed giant called Turech Mir dominates Chitral from a southern spur, for some 40 or 50 Roman 1,000 of this southwesterly bend, bearing away from the Oxus, where the Hindu Kush overlooks the mountain wilderness of Badakhshan to the west. The crest is intersected by many passes, of which the most important is the Dora group, including the Minjan, and the Mandal, which rise to about 15,000 ft, and which are under favorable conditions practicable links between the Oxus and Chitral basins. From the Dora to the Kawak Pass or group of passes, for it is seldom that one line of approach only is to be found across the Hindu Kush, which is between 11,000 and 12,000 ft. In altitude, the water divide overlooks Kafiristan, and Kafiristan section Badakhshan. Here its exact position is matter of conjecture. It lies amidst a wild, inaccessible region of snowbound crests, and is certainly nowhere less than 15,000 ft above sea level. There is a tradition that Timur attempted the passage of the Hindu Kush by one of the unmapped passes hereabouts, and that having failed, he left a record of his failure engraved on a rock in the pass. The Kawak at the head of the Panjshir tributary of the Kabul River, leading straight from Badakhshan to Charakar, and the city of Kabul is now an excellent kafila route, the road having been engineered under the Emir Abdur Rahman's direction Passasand. It is said to be available for traffic throughout the year. From the Kawak to the head of the Gorband, a river of the Hindu Kush which, rising to the northwest of Kabul, flows northeast to meet the Panjshir near Charakar, whence they run united into the plains of Kohistan. The Hindu Kush is intersected by passes at intervals, all of which were surveyed, and several utilized. During the return of the Russo-Afghan Boundary Commission from the Oxus to Kabul in 1886, those utilized were the Kailash and the Hindu Kush pass par excellence 14,340 ft, the Chahardar 13,900 ft, which is a link in one of the Emir of Afghanistan's high roads to Turkestan, and the Shibar 9,800 ft, which is merely diversion into the upper Gorban of that group of passes between Bamiyan and the Kabul plains, which are represented by the Iraq Hajjagak, An I Roman 100 about this point. It is geographically correct to place the southern extremity of the Hindu Kush, for here commences the Kohai Baba system, into which the Hindu Kush is merged. The general conformation of the Hindu Kush system south of the Kawak, no less than such fragmentary evidence of its rock composition, as at present exists to the north, points to its construction under the same conditions of upheaval, general conformation, and subsequent denudation, as are common to the western Himalaya and the whole of the trans-Indus borderland. Its upheaval above the Great Sea, which submerged all the northwest of the Indian peninsula long after the Himalaya had massed itself as a formidable mountain chain, belongs to a comparatively recent geologic period, and the same thrust upwards of vast masses of Cretaceous limestone has disturbed the overlying recent beds of shale and clays, with very similar results to those which have left so marked an impress on the Balach. Frontier successive flexures or ridges are ranged in more or less parallel lines, and from between the bands of hard, unyielding rock of older formation. The soft beds of recent shale have been washed out to be carried through the enclosing ridges by rifts, which break across their axes. The Hindu Kush is, in fact, but the face of a great upheaved mass of plateauland, lying beyond it northwards, just as the Himalaya forms the southern face of the great central tableland of Tibet, and its general physiography exhibiting long, narrow lateral valleys and transverse lines of antecedent drainage, is 514 similar. There are few passes across the southern section of the Hindu Kush, and this section is from the politico-geographical point of view more important to India than the whole Himalayan system, which have not to surmount a succession of crests or ridges, as they cross from Afghan Turkestan to Afghanistan. The exceptions are of course notable, and have played an important part in the military history of Asia, from time immemorial, from a little icebound lake called Gaz Kul or Karambar, which lies on the crest of the Hindu Kush near its northern origin at the head of the Tagdambash Pamir. Two very important river systems, those of Chitral and Hunza, are believed to originate. The lake really lies on the watershed between the two, and is probably a glacial relic. Its contribution to either infant stream appears to depend on conditions of overflow determined by the blocking of ice masses towards one end. It marks the commencement of the water divide which primarily separates the Gilgit Basin from that of the Yashkun or Chitral River, and subsequently divides the drainage of Swat and Badger from that of the Chitral or Kunnar, the Yashkun-Chitral-Kunnar River. It is called by all three names, is the longest affluent of the Kabul, and it is in many respects a more important river than the Kabul throughout its length. It is closely flanked on its left bank by this main water divide, which is called Mashabar or Shandir in its northern sections, and owns a great variety of names, where it divides Badger from the Kunnar Valley. It is this range crowned by peaks of 22,000 ft altitude, and maintaining an average elevation of some 10,000 ft throughout its length of 250 Roman 1,000, that is, the real barrier of the North Knot. The Hindu Kush itself. Across it at its head are the glacial passes, which lead to the foot of the Barraghil of these Darkat, with a glacial staircase on each side, is typical. See Gilgit, those passes the Kilik and Mintaka from the Pamir regions, which lead into the rocky gorges and defiles of the upper affluents of the Hunza, to the east of the Darkat, belong rather to the Muztagh system than to the Hindu Kush. Other passes across this important water divide are the Shandir 12,250 ft between Gilgit and Mastuj, the Lowerai 10,450 ft between the Panchkora and Chitral valleys, and farther south certain lower crossings, which once formed part of the Great Highway between Kabul and India. Deep down in the trough of the Chitral River, about midway between its source and its junction with the Kabul at Jalalabad, is the village and fort of Chitral Roman 5 facing Chitral on the right bank of the river, and extending for some 70 Roman 1,000 Chitral from the Hindu Kush is the lofty snow-clad spur of the Hindu Kush known as Shawal, across which one or two difficult passes lead into the Bashkal Valley of Kafiristan. This spur carries the boundary of Afghanistan southwards to Arnawai, some 50 Roman 1,000 below Chitral, where it crosses the river to the long Shandir watershed south of Arnawai. The Kunnar Valley becomes a part of Afghanistan. See Kunnar. The value of Chitral as an outpost of British India may be best gauged by its geographical position. It is about 100 Roman 1,000 direct map measurement from the outpost of Russia at Langar, Kisht on the river Panya, with the Dora pass across the Hindu Kush. Intervening the Dora may be said to be about halfway between the two outposts, and the mountain tracks leading to it on either side are rough and difficult the Dora, however, is not the only pass which leads into the Chitral Valley from the Oxus. The Mandal Pass, a few miles south of the Dora, is the connecting link between the Oxus and the Bashgal Valley of Kafiristan, and the Bashgal Valley leads directly to the Chitral Valley, at Arnawai, about 50 Roman 1000 below Chitral. Nor must we overlook the connection between north and south of the Hindu Kush, which is afforded by the long narrow valley of the Chitral, or Yashkun itself, leading up to the Baraghill Pass. This route was once made use of by the Chinese for purposes of pilgrimage, if not for invasion. Access to Chitral from the north is therefore but a matter of practicable tracks or passes in 2 or 3 directions, and the measure of practicability under any given conditions can best be reckoned from Chitral itself. By most authorities, the possibility of an advance in force from the north, even under the most favorable conditions, is considered to be exceedingly small, but the tracks and passes of the Hindu Kush are only impracticable so long as they are left as nature has made them. Historical notices. Hindu Kush is the Caucasus of Alexander's historians. It is also included in the Paropamisus, though the latter term embraces more Caucasus, being apparently used only when the Alpine barrier is in question, whether the name was given in mere vanity to the barrier which Alexander passed, as Arrian and others repeatedly allege, or was founded also on some verbal confusion, cannot be stated. It was no doubt regarded, and perhaps not altogether untruly, as a part of a great alpine zone, believed to traverse Asia from west to east, whether called Taurus Caucasus or Emmaus. Arrian himself applies Caucasus distinctly to the Himalaya. Also, the application of the name Tanais to the Sur seems to indicate a real confusion with Colchian Caucasus. Alexander, after building an Alexandria at its foot, probably at Hupian, near Charikar, crossed into Bactria, first reaching Drapsaka or Adrapsa. This has been interpreted as Andarab, in which case he probably crossed the Kawak Pass, but the identity is uncertain. The ancient Zen name is, according to Rawlinson Persona, the essential part of Paropamisus. This accounts for the great Asiastic Parnasius of Aristotle and the Pholocena of H. Xuan-Sang. The name Hindu Kush is used by Ibn Battuta, who crossed Roman 100 from Andarab, and he gives the explanation of the name, which, however doubtful, is still popular as Pur's Hindu killer, because of the number of Indian slaves who perished in passing its snows. Baber always calls the range Hindu Kush, and the way in which he speaks of it shows clearly that it was a range that was meant, not a solitary pass or peak, according to modern local use, as alleged by Elphinstone and Burns. Probably, however, the title was confined to the section from Kawak to Kohai Baba. The name has by some later Oriental writers been modified into Hindu Ko Mountain, but this is factitious and throws no more light on the origin of the title. The name seems to have become known to European geographers by the Oriental translations of the two Pétis de la Croix, and was taken up by Delisle and D. Anvil Rennell and Elphinstone, familiarized it. Burns first crossed the range 1832. A British force was stationed at Bamiyan beyond it in 1840, with an outpost at Sagan. The Hindu Kush, formidable as it seems, and often as it has been the limit between petty states, has hardly ever been the boundary of a considerable power. Greeks, White Huns, Samanidae of Bokhara, Ghaznavides, Mongols, Timur and Timuridi, down to Sadazides and Baraxides, have ruled both sides of this great alpine chain. Authorities' information about the Hindu Kush and Chitral is now comparatively exact. The Russo-Afghan Boundary Commission of 1884 and the Chitral Expedition of 1895 opened up a vast area for geographical investigation, and the information collected is to be found in the reports and gazetteers of the Indian government. The following are the chief recent authorities: report of the Russo-Afghan Boundary Commission, 1886, report of Lockhart's Mission, 1886, report of Asmar Boundary Commission, 1895, report of Pamir Boundary Commission, 1896, J. Biddulph Tribes of the Hindu Kush, Calcutta, 1880. W. M. Nair. Visit to Kafiristan, Vol. Roman 6, RGS Proc. 1884. F. Younghusband Journeys on the Pamirs, Roman 100, Vol. Roman 14, RGS Proc. 1892. Colonel Durand, Making a Frontier, London, 1899. Sir G. Robertson, Chitral, London, 1899. Thh. Hindur or Nalagarh, one of the Simla Hill states under the government of the Punjab, India. Pop. 1901, 52,551, area 256, SQ Roman 1000, estimated revenue 8,600. the country was overrun by the Gurkhas for some years before 1815, when they were driven out by the British, and the Raja was confirmed in possession of the territory. The principal products are grain and opium. Hinganghat, a town of British India in Wardha district Central Provinces, 21 Roman 1000 SW, of Wardha town Pop, 1901 12662. It is a main seat of the cotton trade. The cotton, here produced in the rich Wardha Valley, having given its name to one of the best indigenous staples of India. The principal native traders are Marwaris, many of whom have large transactions and export on their own account, but the greater number act as middlemen. There are 2 cotton mills and several ginning and pressing factories. Hinge in Roman 1499 eng, henge or hing from hengen, to hang a movable joint, particularly that by which a door or window hangs from its sidepost, or by which a lid or cover is attached to that which it closes, also any device which allows 2 parts to be joined together and move upon each other. See joinery. Figuratively, the word is used of that on which something depends, a cardinal or turning point, a crisis. Hingham, a township of Plymouth County, Massachusetts, USA, on Massachusetts Bay. Pop, 1890 564, 1950 59, 969. Being foreign-born 1905, State Census, 48 1919 10 49 65. Area, about 30 sq Roman 1000. The township is traversed by the New York-New Haven, Hartford Railway, and contains the villages of Hingham, West Hingham, Hingham Center, and South Hingham. Darby Academy, a co-educational school, 515, founded and endowed with about 12,000 in 1784 by Sarah Darby, 17,141,790, was opened in 1791. Hingham has a public library, 1868, with 12,000 volumes. In 1908, the old meeting house, erected in 1681, is one of the oldest church buildings in the country, used continuously. Manufactures were relatively much more important in the 17th and 18th centuries than, since there were settlers here as early as 1633, some of them notably Edmund Hobart, ancestor of Bishop John Henry Hobart, being natives of Hingham, Norfolk, England, whence the name, and in 1635 common land called Bearcove became the township of Hingham. See History of the town of Hingham, 4 vols. Hingham, 1893. Heinrich Hermann Friedrich Wilhelm, 17,940, 1861. German philosopher, studied theology at Strasbourg and philosophy at Heidelberg under Hegel Roman V, who wrote a preface to his Religion im Innern Verhältnis zur Wissenschaft. Heidelberg, 1722. He became a private dozent in 1819 and held professorships at Breslau 1822 and Halle 1824. Works 1 Philosophical Grundlinien der Philosophie, der Logik Halle, 1826, Genesis, des Wissens Heidelberg, 1835 2, on Aesthetics Vorlesungen über Goethes Faust Halle, 1825 Schiller's Dichtungen nach ihrem historischen Zusammenhang, Leipzig 18,371,839. By these works, he became a recognized exponent of Orthodox Hegelianism. 3 Historical Geschichte der Rex, und Staatsprinzipien seit der Reformation, bis auf die Gegenwart. Leipzig 18,480, 1852. Die Könige II, ed. Leipzig, 1853. Hinskius Paul, 18,351,898, German jurist, was the son of France Sales August Hinskius, 18,071,877, and was born in Berlin on the 25th of December 1835. His father was not only a scientific jurist, but also a lawyer in large practice in Berlin. After working under his father Hinskius in 1852, began to study jurisprudence at Heidelberg and Berlin. The teacher who had most influence upon him being Emilius Ludwig Richter, 18,080,1864, to whom he afterwards ascribed the great revival of the study of ecclesiastical law in Germany. In 1855, Hinskius took the degree of Doctor Utrius Juris, and in 1859 was admitted to the juridical faculty of Berlin. In 1863, he went as professor extraordinarius to Halle, returning in the same capacity to Berlin in 1865, and in 1868 became professor ordinarius at the University of Kiel, which he represented in the Prussian Upper House, 18,701,871. He also assisted his father in editing the Preußische Anwaltszeitung from 1862 to 1866 and the Zeitschrift für Gesetzgebung und Rechtspflege in Preußen from 1867 to 1871. In 1872, he was appointed Professor Ordinarius of Ecclesiastical Law at Berlin. In the same year he took part in the conferences of the Ministry of Ecclesiastical Affairs, which issued in the famous Falk Laws, in connection with the developments of the Kulturkampf, which resulted from the Falk Laws. He wrote several treatises, for example, on the attitude of the German state governments towards the decrees of the Vatican Council, 1871, on the Prussian Church Laws of 1873, the Prussian Church Laws of the years 1874 and 1875, and the Prussian Church Law of 14th July 1880-1881. He sat in the Reichstag as a national liberal from 1872 to 1878, and again in 1881 and 1882. And from 1889 onwards, he represented the University of Berlin in the Prussian Upper House. He died on the 13th of December 1898. The two great works by which Hinskius established his fame are the Decretals Pseudo-Isidoriani et Capitula Angelramni, 2 parts, Leipzig 1863, and Das Kirchenrecht der Katholiken und Protestant in Deutschland Vols Roman 1 Roman 6 Berlin 18,690,1877. The first of these, for which during 1860 and 1861 he had gathered materials in Italy, Spain, France, England, Scotland, Ireland, Holland, and Belgium, was the first critical edition of the false Decretals. His most monumental work, however, is the Kirchenrecht, which remains incomplete. The 6 volumes actually published system, Des Katholischen Kirchenrechts, cover only Book Roman. One of the work as planned, they are devoted to an exhaustive historical and analytical study of the Roman Catholic hierarchy and its government of the Church. The work is planned with special reference to Germany, but in fact its scheme embraces the whole of the Roman Catholic organization in its principles and practice. Unfortunately, even this part of the work remains incomplete. 2 chapters of Book Roman 1, and the whole of Book 2, which was to have dealt with the rights and duties of the members of the hierarchy, remain unwritten. The most notable omission is that of the ecclesiastical law in relation to the regular orders, incomplete as it is. However, the Kirchenrecht remains a work of the highest scientific authority, epoch-making, in its application of the modern historical method to the study of ecclesiastical law in its theory and practice. It has become the model for the younger school of canonists. See the articles S. Roman 5 by E. Seckel in Herzog Hoch Real Encyclopaedia, 3rd ed. 1900, and by Ulrich States in the Allgemeine Deutsche Biographie, Vol 50 Leipzig, 1905. Hinterland German for the land behind the region lying behind a coast or river line, or a country dependent for trade or commerce on any other region, in the purely physical sense interior or back country, is more commonly used, but the word has gained a distinct political significance. It first came into prominence during 18,830,1885, when Germany insisted that she had a right to exercise jurisdiction in the territory behind those parts of the African coast that she had occupied. The doctrine of the hinterland was that the possessor of the littoral was entitled to as much of the back country as geographically, economically, or politically was dependent upon the coastlands, a doctrine which in the space of 10 years led to the partition of Africa between various European powers. Hinton James, 18,221,875, English surgeon and author, son of John Howard Hinton, 17,911,873, Baptist minister, and author of the History and Topography of the United States and other works, was born at Reading in 1822. He was educated at his grandfather's school near Oxford and at the Nonconformist School at Harpenden, and in 1838, on his father's removal to London, was apprenticed to a woolen draper in Whitechapel. After retaining this situation about a year, he became clerk in an insurance office. His evenings were spent in intense study, and this joined to the ardor amounting to morbidness of his interest in moral problems so affected his health that in his 19th year he resolved to seek refuge from his own thoughts by running away to sea. His intention having, however, been discovered, he was sent on the advice of the physician who was consulted regarding his health to St. Bartholomew's Hospital to study for the medical profession. After receiving his diploma in 1847, he was for some time assistant surgeon at Newport, Essex, but the same year he went out to Sierra Leone to take medical charge of the free laborers on their voyage. Thence to Jamaica, where he stayed some time, he returned to England in 1850 and entered into partnership with a surgeon in London, where he soon had his interest awakened specially in oral surgery and gave also much of his attention to physiology. He made his first appearance as an author in 1856 by contributing papers on physiological and ethical subjects to the Christian Spectator, and in 1859 he published Man and His Dwelling Place, a series of papers entitled Physiological Riddles in the Cornhill magazine, afterwards published as Life in Nature 1862, as well as another series entitled Thoughts on Health 1871, proved his aptitude for popular scientific exposition after being appointed oral surgeon to Guy's Hospital in 1863. He speedily acquired reputation as the most skillful oral surgeon of his day, which was fully borne out by his works, An Atlas of Diseases of the Membrana Tympani 1874, and Questions of Oral Surgery 1874, but his health broke down, and in 1874 he gave up practice, and he died at the Azores of acute inflammation of the brain on the 16th of December 1875. In addition to the works already mentioned, he was the author of The Mystery of Pain 1866, and The Place of the Physician 1874, on account of their fresh and vigorous discussion of many of the important moral and social problems of the time. His writings had a wide circulation on both sides of the Atlantic. His Life and Letters, edited by Ellis Hopkins, with an introduction by Sir W. W. Gull, appeared in 1878. Hyogo, a town of Japan, in the province of Setsu Nippon, on the western shore of the Bay of Osaka, adjoining the foreign settlement of Kobe 21 Roman 1000 W of Osaka by rail. The 516 growth of its prosperity has been very remarkable. Its population, including that of Kobe, was 135,639 in 1891, and 285,002 in 1903. From 1884 to the close of the century, its trade increased nearly eightfold, and the increase was not confined to a few staples of commerce, but was spread over almost the whole trade, in which silk and cotton fabrics, floor mats, straw plates, matches, and cotton yarns are specially important. Kobe owes much of its prosperity to the fact of serving largely as the shipping port of Osaka, the chief manufacturing town in Japan. The foreign community, exclusive of Chinese, exceeds 1,000 persons. Kobe is considered the brightest and healthiest of all the places assigned as foreign settlements in Japan, its pure dry air and granite subsoil constituting special advantages. It is in railway communication with all parts of the country, and wharves admit of steamers of large size loading and discharging cargo without the aid of lighters. The area, originally appropriated for a foreign settlement, soon proved too restricted, and foreigners received permission to lease lands and houses direct from Japanese owners beyond the treaty limits, a privilege which, together with that of building villas on the hills behind the town, ultimately involved some diplomatic complications. Kobe has a shipbuilding yard and docks in its immediate neighborhood. Hyogo has several temples of interest, one of which has near it a huge bronze statue of Buddha, while by the Minetagawa, which flows into the sea between Hyogo and Kobe, a temple commemorates the spot where Kusunoki Masashige, the mirror of Japanese loyalty, met his death in battle in 1336. The Temple of Ikuta was erected on the site of the ancient fane, built by Jingo on her return from Korea in the 3rd century. Hyogo's original name was Bako. Its position near the entrance of the inland sea gave it some maritime importance from a very early period, but it did not become really prominent until the 12th century, when Kiyomori, chief of the Tara clan, transferred the capital from Kyoto to Fukuhara in Hyogo's immediate neighborhood, and undertook various public works for improving the place. The change of capital was very brief, but Hyogo benefited permanently from the distinction. Hip 1 from Hype, a word common in various forms to many Teutonic languages, cf. Dutch Hup and Jur, huffed, the projecting part of the body formed by the top of the thigh bone and the side of the pelvis in quadrupeds, generally known as the haunch. C joints 2 Hyop, from same root as Roman 1000 H Jur Heaf. A thornbush, the fruit of the Dogros rosa canina. Hips are usually joined with haws, the fruit of the hawthorn. Hypnob in architecture, the finial on the hip of a roof, between the barge boards of a gable. Hipparchus FL, 146,126 B. Roman 100, Greek astronomer, was born at Nicaea in Bithynia, early in the 2nd century B. Roman 100, he observed in the island of Rhodes, probably from 161, certainly, from 146, until about 126 B. Roman 100, and made the capital discovery of the precession of the equinoxes in 130 C. Astronomy History. The outburst of a new star in 134 B. Roman 100 is stated by Pliny Hist. Nat. Roman 2 to have prompted the preparation of his catalogue of 1080 stars, substantially embodied in Ptolemy's Almagest Hipparchus founded trigonometry, and compiled the first table of chords. Scientific geography originated with his invention of the method of fixing terrestrial positions by circles of latitude and longitude. There can be little doubt that the fundamental part of his astronomical knowledge was derived from Chaldea. None of his many works has survived, except a commentary on the phenomena of Aratus and Eudoxus, published by P. Victorius at Florence in 1567, and included by Roman 500 Petavius in his Uranologium Paris 1630. A new edition was published by Carolus Manicius Leipzig 1894. C. J. B. J. Delambre Histoire de l'Astronomie Ancienne Roman 1 P. Tannery, Recherches sur l'Histoire de l'Astre Ancien, p. 130. A. Barry Hist of Astronomy, pp. 4061. Roman 1000 Marie Hist, Des Sciences, Roman 1 G. Cornwall Lewis Astronomy of the Ancients, p. 207. R. Grant Hist of Phi's Astronomy, pp. 318. 437. F. Bolsfera, p. 61. Leipzig 1903. R. Wolf Geschichte der Astronomie, p. 45. J. F. Montacle Hist, Des Mathematiques T. Roman 1 p. 257. J. A. Schmidt Variorum Philosophicorum, Decas Cap Roman 1 Jenny 1691. A Roman 1000 Roman 100. Hippasus of Metapontum, Pythagorean philosopher, was one of the earliest of the disciples of Pythagoras. He is mentioned both by Diogenes Laertius and by Iamblichus, but nothing is known of his life. Diogenes says that he left no writings, but other authorities make him the author of a directed against the Pythagoreans. According to Aristotle Metaphysica, Roman 1, he was an adherent of the Heraclitean fire doctrine, whereas the Pythagoreans maintain the theory that number is the principle of everything. He seems to have regarded the soul as composed of igneous matter, and so approximates the orthodox Pythagorean doctrine of the central fire or Hestia to the more detailed theories of Heraclitus. In spite of this divergence, Hippasus is always regarded as a Pythagorean. See Diogenes Roman 8 Brandes History of Greek and Roman Philosophy, also Pythagoras. Hippistrum in botany, a genus of the natural order Amaryllidaceae, containing about 50 species of bulbous plants, natives of tropical and subtropical South America. In cultivation, they are generally known as amaryllis. The handsome funnel-shaped flowers are borne in a cluster of 2 to many at the end of a short hollow. Scape the species, and the numerous hybrids which have been obtained artificially show great variety in size and color of the flower, including the richest deep crimson and blood-red white, or with striped mottled or blended colors. They are of easy culture and free-blooming habit like other bulbs. They are increased by offsets, which should be carefully removed when the plants are at rest, and should be allowed to attain a fair size before removal. These young bulbs should be potted singly in February or March in mellow, loamy soil, with a moderate quantity of sand, about 2/3 of the bulb being kept above the level of the soil, which should be made quite solid. They should be removed to a temperature of 60 by night and 70 by day, very carefully watered, until the roots have begun to grow freely, after which the soil should be kept moderately moist. As they advance, the temperature should be raised to 70 at night, and to 80 or higher with sun heat by day. They do not need shading, but should have plenty of air and be syringed daily in the afternoon. When growing, they require a good supply of water. After the decay of the flowers, they should be returned to a brisk, moist temperature of from 70 to 80 by day during summer to perfect their leaves, and then be ripened off in autumn through the winter. They should have less water, but must not be kept entirely dry. The minimum temperature should now be about 55 to be increased 10 or 15 in spring. As the bulbs get large, they will occasionally need shifting into larger pots. Propagation is also readily affected by seeds. For raising new varieties, seeds are sown when ripe in well-drained pans of sandy loam at a temperature of about 65. The seedlings, when large enough to handle, are placed either singly in very small pots or several in a pot or shallow pan, and put in a bottom heat in a moist atmosphere with a temperature from 60 to 70 H. Ackermanni, with large handsome crimson flowers itself. A hybrides the parent of many of the larger-flowered forms, H. equester barbatus lily, with yellowish-green flowers tipped with scarlet, has also given rise to several handsome forms H. aulicum flowers crimson and green H. pardonum flowers, creamy white spotted with crimson, and H. vittatum flowers, white with red stripes a beautiful species, and the parent of many varieties are stove or warm greenhouse plants. These kinds, however, are now only regarded as botanical curiosities, and are rarely grown in private or commercial establishments. They have been ousted by the more gorgeous-looking hybrids which have been evolved during the past 100 years. H. johnsoni is named after a Lancashire watchmaker who raised it in 1799 by crossing H. regini with H. vittatum. Since that time, other species have been used for hybridizing, notably H. reticulatum, H. aulicum, H. solandriflorum, and sometimes H. equester and H. citizenum. The finest forms since 1880 have been evolved from H. leopoldi and H. pardonum. JWS. Hipped roof, the name given in architecture to a roof, which slopes down on all four sides, instead of terminating on 517 two sides against a vertical gable. Sometimes a compromise is made between the two, half the roof being hipped and half resting on the vertical wall. This gives much more room inside the roof, and externally a most picturesque effect, which is one of the great attractions of domestic architecture in the south of England, and is rarely found in other countries. Hippel Theodor Gottlieb von 17,411,796, German satirical and humorous writer, was born on the 31st of January 1741, at Jerdon in East Prussia, where his father was rector of a school. He enjoyed an excellent education at home, and in his 16th year he entered Königsberg University as a student of theology. Interrupting his studies, he went on the invitation of a friend to St. Petersburg, where he was introduced at the brilliant court of the Empress Catherine Roman II. Returning to Königsberg, he became a tutor in a private family, but falling in love with a young lady of high position, his ambition was aroused, and giving up his tutorship, he devoted himself with enthusiasm to legal studies. He was successful in his profession, and in 1780 was appointed chief burgomaster in Königsberg, and in 1786 privy councillor of war and president of the town. As he rose in the world, however, his inclination for matrimony vanished, and the lady who had stimulated his ambition was forgotten. He died at Königsberg on the 23rd of April 1796, leaving a considerable fortune. Hippel had extraordinary talents, rich in wit and fancy, but his was a character full of contrasts and contradictions, cautiousness and ardent passion, dry pedantry and piety, morality and sensuality, simplicity and ostentation, composed his nature, and hence his literary productions never attained artistic finish. In his Lebenslauf nach Aufsteiger Linie, 17,780,1781, he intended to describe the lives of his father and grandfather, but he eventually confined himself to his own. It is an autobiography in which persons well known to him are introduced together with a mass of heterogeneous reflections on life and philosophy. Kreuz und Quersuche des Ritters, Abyss Z 17,930,1794, is a satire leveled against the follies of the age, ancestral pride, and the thirst for order's decoration, and the like. Among others of his better-known works are Über die 1774 and Über die Bürgerliche Verbesserung der Weiber 1792. Hippel has been called the forerunner of Jean-Paul Richter, and has some resemblance to this author in his constant digressions, and in the interweaving of scientific matter in his narrative. Like Richter, he was strongly influenced by Lawrence Sterne. In 18,271,830, a collected edition of Hippel's works in 14 vols was issued at Berlin. Über die has been edited by E. Brenning, Leipzig 1872, and the Lebenslauf nach Aufsteiger Linie has in a modernized edition by a von Ottingen 1878 gone through several editions. C. J. Czerny, Stern, Hippel, und Jean-Paul, Berlin 1904. Hippias of Elis, Greek sophist, was born about the middle of the 5th century B. Roman 100, and was thus a younger contemporary of Protagoras and Socrates. He was a man of great versatility, and won the respect of his fellow citizens to such an extent that he was sent to various towns on important embassies. At Athens, he made the acquaintance of Socrates and other leading thinkers, with an assurance characteristic of the later sophists. He claimed to be regarded as an authority on all subjects, and lectured at all events with financial success on poetry, grammar, history, politics, archaeology, mathematics, and astronomy. He boasted that he was more popular than Protagoras, and was prepared at any moment to deliver an extempore address on any subject to the assembly. At Olympia of his ability, there is no question, but it is equally certain that he was superficial. His aim was not to give knowledge, but to provide his pupils with the weapons of argument, to make them fertile in discussion on all subjects alike. It is said that he boasted of wearing nothing which he had not made with his own hands. Plato's two dialogues, the Hippias Major and Minor, contain an expose of his methods, exaggerated no doubt for purposes of argument, but written with full knowledge of the man, and the class which he represented denies their authenticity, but they must have been written by a contemporary writer, as they are mentioned in the literature of the 4th century, and undoubtedly represent the attitude of serious thinkers to the growing influence of the professional sophists. There is, however, no question that Hippias did a real service to Greek literature by insisting on the meaning of words, the value of rhythm and literary style. He is credited with an excellent work on Homer, collections of Greek and foreign literature, and archaeological treatises, but nothing remains except the barest notes. He forms the connecting link between the first great sophists, Protagoras and Prodicus, and the innumerable eristics who brought their name into disrepute. For the general atmosphere in which Hippias moved, see Sophists, also Histories of Philosophy, for example Windelband eng Trans, by Tufts pt. 1 Roman 107 and 8. Hippo, a Greek philosopher and natural scientist, classed with the Ionian or physical school, he was probably a contemporary of Archelaus, and lived chiefly in Athens. Aristotle declared that he was unworthy of the name of philosopher, and while comparing him with Thales in his main doctrine, adds that his intellect was too shallow for serious consideration. He held that the principle of all things is moisture, that fire develops from water, and from fire the material universe. Further, he denied all existence, save that of material things as known through the senses, and was therefore classed among the atheists. The gods are merely great men canonized by popular tradition. It is said that he composed his own epitaph, wherein he claims for himself a place in this company. Hippocras, an old medicinal drink, or cordial made of wine mixed with spices such as cinnamon, ginger, and sugar, and strained through woolen cloths. The early spelling usual in English was Hippocras or Ippocras. The word is an adaptation of the Med-Lat-vinum Hippocraticum, or wine of Hippocrates, so called not because it was supposed to be a receipt of the physician, but from an apothecary's name for a strainer, or sieve. Hippocrates, sleeve C.W.W. Skeet Chaucer. Note to the Merchant's Tale. Hippocrates, Greek philosopher and writer, termed the father of medicine, was born according to Soranus in Kos, in the first year of the 80th Olympiad Roman 1e in 460 B Roman 100. He was a member of the family of the Asclepiadae, and was believed to be either the 19th or 17th in direct descent from Aesculapius. It is also claimed for him that he was descended from Hercules through his mother Phaenarete. He studied medicine under Heraclides his father, and Hierodicus of Salimbria. In philosophy, Gorgias of Leontini and Democritus of Abdera were his masters. His earlier studies were prosecuted in the famous Asclepion of Kos, and probably also at Cnidus. He traveled extensively and taught, and practiced his profession at Athens, probably also in Thrace, Thessaly, Delos, and his native island. He died at Larissa in Thessaly, his age being variously stated as 85, 90, 104, and 109. The incidents of his life are shrouded by uncertain traditions, which naturally sprang up in the absence of any authentic record. The earliest biography was by one of the Sorani, probably Soranus, the younger of Ephesus. In the 2nd century, Suidas, the lexicographer, wrote of him in the 11th, and Tzetzes in the 12th century. In all these biographies, there is internal evidence of confusion. Many of the incidents related are elsewhere told of other persons, and certain of them are quite irreconcilable with his character so far as it can be judged of from his writings, and from the opinions expressed of him by his contemporaries. We may safely reject, for instance, the legends that he set fire to the library of the Temple of Health at Cnidus in order to destroy the evidence of plagiarism, and that he refused to visit Persia at the request of Artaxerxes Longomanus during a pestilential epidemic on the ground that he would in so doing be assisting an enemy. He is referred to by Plato Protag. p. 283, Phaedr. p. 211, as an eminent medical authority, and his opinion is also quoted by Aristotle the Veneration, in which he was held by the Athenians serfs to dissipate the calumnies which have been thrown on his character by Andreas, and the whole tone of his writings bespeaks a man of the highest integrity and purest morality. Born of a family of priest-physicians, and inheriting all its traditions and prejudices, Hippocrates was the first to cast 518 superstition aside, and to base the practice of medicine on the principles of inductive philosophy. It is impossible to trace directly the influence exercised upon him by the great men of his time, but one cannot fail to connect his emancipation of medicine from superstition with the widespread power exercised over Greek life and thought by the living work of Socrates, Plato, Aeschylus, Sophocles, Euripides, Herodotus, and Thucydides. It was a period of great intellectual development, and it only needed a powerful mind such as his to bring to bear upon medicine the same influences which were at work in other sciences. It must be remembered that his training was not altogether bad, although superstition entered so largely into it. He had a great master in Democritus, the originator of the doctrine of atoms, and there is every reason to believe that the various Asclepia were very carefully conducted hospitals for the sick, possessing a curious system of casebooks, in the form of votive tablets left by the patients on which were recorded the symptoms, treatment, and result of each case. He had these records at his command, and he had the opportunity of observing the system of training and the treatment of injuries in the gymnasia. One of his great merits is that he was the first to dissociate medicine from priestcraft and to direct exclusive attention to the natural history of disease. How strongly his mind revolted against the use of charms, amulets, incantations, and such devices appears from his writings, and he has expressly recorded as underlying all his practice the conviction that however diseases may be regarded from the religious point of view, they must all be scientifically treated as subject to natural laws. De Air 29. Nor was he anxious to maintain the connection between philosophy and medicine, which had for long existed in a confused and confusing fashion. His knowledge of anatomy, physiology, and pathology was necessarily defective, the respect in which the dead body was held by the Greeks precluding him from practicing dissection. Thus we find him writing of the tissues, without distinguishing between the various textures of the body, confusing arteries, veins, and nerves, and speaking vaguely of the muscles as flesh. But when we come to study his observations on the natural history of disease, as presented in the living subject, we recognize at once the presence of a great clinical physician. Hippocrates based his principles and practice on the theory of the existence of a spiritual restoring essence or principle, the vis medicatrix naturae, in the management of which the art of the physician consisted. This art could, he held, be only obtained by the application of experience, not only to disease at large, but to disease in the individual. He strongly deprecated blind empiricism. The aphorism, whether it be his or not, tersely illustrates his position. Holding firmly to the principle, he did not allow himself to remain inactive in the presence of disease. He was not a merely expectant physician. As Sydenham puts it, his practice was the support of enfeebled and the coercion of outrageous nature. He largely employed powerful medicines, and bloodletting, both ordinary and by cupping. He advises, however, great caution in their application. He placed great dependence on diet and regimen, and here, quaint as many of his directions may now sound, not only in themselves, but in the reasons given, there is much which is still adhered to at the present day. His treatise Airs, Waters, and Places contains the first enunciation of the principles of public health. Although the treatises cannot be accepted as authentic, we find, in the evidence of the acuteness of observation in the manner in which the occurrence of critical days in disease is enunciated. His method of reporting cases is most interesting and instructive. In them, we can read how thoroughly he had separated himself from the priest-physician Lineage, to whom we are indebted for the practice of auscultation, freely admits that the idea was suggested to him by study of Hippocrates, who, treating of the presence of morbid fluids in the thorax, gives very particular directions by means of succussion for arriving at an opinion regarding their nature. Lineage says, Hippocrate avate tent l'auscultation, immediate. Although the treatise is doubtfully from the pen of Hippocrates, it contains strong evidence of having been the work of his grandson, representing the views of the father of medicine. Although not accurate in the conclusions reached at the time, the value of the method of diagnosis is shown by the retention in modern medicine of the name and the practice of Hippocratic succussion. The power of graphic description of phenomena in the Hippocratic writings is illustrated by the retention of the term facies Hippocratica, applied to the appearance of a moribund person pictured in the Prognostics in Surgery. His writings are important and interesting, but they do not bear the same character of caution as the treatises on medicine. For instance, in the essay on injuries of the head, he advocates the operation of trephining more strongly and in wider classes of cases than would be warranted by the experience of later times. The Hippocratic collection consists of 87 treatises, of which a part only can be accepted as genuine. The collection has been submitted to the closest criticism in ancient and modern times by a large number of commentators. For full list of the early commentators, see Adam's Genuine Works of Hippocrates, Sydenham, Society Roman 128. The treatises have been classified according to 1. The direct evidence of ancient writers, 2. Peculiarities of style and method, and 3. The presence of anachronisms and of opinions opposed to the general Hippocratic teaching, greatest weight being attached to the opinions of Erotian and Galen. The general estimate of commentators is thus stated by Adams: the peculiar style and method of Hippocrates are held to be conciseness of expression, great condensation of matter and disposition, to regard all professional subjects in a practical point of view, to eschew subtle hypotheses and modes of treatment based on vague abstractions. The treatises have been grouped in the 4 following sections: 1. Genuine; 2. Those consisting of notes taken by students and collected after the death of Hippocrates; 3. Essays by disciples; 4. Those utterly spurious litter. Accepts the following 13 as absolutely genuine: 1. On ancient medicine; 2. The Prognostics; 3. Aphorisms; 4. The Epidemics, Roman 1 and Roman 3; 5. On regimen in acute diseases; 6. On Ayres waters and places; 7. On the articulations; 8. On fractures; 9. The instruments of reduction; 10. The physician's establishment or surgery; 11. On injuries of the head; 12. The oath; 13. The law of these atoms. Accepts as certainly genuine the 2nd, 6th, 5th, 3rd, 7 books; 4th, 7th, 8th, 9th, and 12th, and as pretty confidently acknowledged as genuine, although the evidence in their favor is not so strong, the 1st, 10th, and 13th. And in addition, 14. On ulcers; 15. On fistulae; 16. On hemorrhoids; 17. On the sacred disease. According to the skeptical and somewhat subjective criticism of Ermerins, the whole collection is to be regarded as spurious, except Epidemics books Roman 1 and Roman 3, with a few interpolations on Ayres waters and places on injuries of the head in Scene Fragmentum Libri. Hippocrate, the former portion of the treatise on regimen in acute diseases, and the obviously Hippocratic fragments of the Cone Prognostics. Perhaps also the oath may be accepted as genuine. Its comparative antiquity is not denied. The aphorisms are certainly later and inferior in the other non-Hippocratic writings. Ermerins thinks he can distinguish the hands of no fewer than 19 different authors, most of them anonymous, and some of them very late. The earliest Greek edition of the Hippocratic writings is that which was published by Aldus and Assulenus at Venice in 1526 folio. It was speedily followed by that of Frobnius, which is much more accurate and complete. Fall Basel, 1538. Of the numerous subsequent editions, probably the best was that of Phocius, Frankfurt 1595-1621, Geneva 1657, until the publication of the great works of Litter Others completes. De Hippocrate traduction, Nouvelle avec le texte grec en regard collationnés sur les manuscrits et touts, les editions accompagnées d'une introduction de commentaires médicoques de variants et de notes. Philologiques 10 vols Paris, 18,391,861, and of F. Z. Ermerins Hippocrates, et alirum medicorum veterum reliquiae, 3 vols Utrecht, 18,591,864. See also Adams as cited above, and Reinhold's Hippocrates, 2 vols Athens, 18,640,1867. D'Arenberg's edition of the Others Choises, 2nd ed. Paris, 1855, includes the oath, the law, the Paretics book 1, the Prognostics on Ayres waters, and places Epidemics books Roman 1 and Roman 3, regimen and aphorisms of the separate works attributed to Hippocrates. The editions and translations are almost innumerable. Of the Prognostics, for example, 70 editions are known, while of the aphorisms there are said to exist as many as 300. For some notice of the Arabic, Syriac, and Hebrew translations of works 519, professedly by Hippocrates Ibocrat or buckrat, the number of which greatly exceeds that of the extant Greek originals. Reference may be made to Flugel's contribution to the article Hippocrates in the Encyclopaedia of Earls and Gruber. They have been partially catalogued by Fabricius in his Bibliotheca Graeca. JBT 1 Hippocrates cus primus quidem ex omnibus, memoria dignus, ob studio sapientiae disciplinum hanc separevit ver et art, et facundia insignis, celsus de medicina. Hippocrene, the fountain of the horse, the spring on Mt Helicon in Boeotia, which like the other spring their agonip was sacred to the Muses, and Apollo, and hence taken as the source of poetic inspiration, the spring surrounded by an ancient wall is now known as Cryopgadi, or the Cold Spring. According to the legend, it was produced by the stamping of the hoof of Bellerophon's horse Pegasus. The same story accounts for the Hippocrene in Trozen, and the spring Paran at Corinth. Hippodamus of Miletus, a Greek architect of the 5th century B. Roman 100, it was he who introduced order and regularity into the planning of cities. In place of the previous intricacy and confusion for Pericles, he planned the arrangement of the harbor town Piraeus. At Athens, when the Athenians founded Thurii in Italy, he accompanied the colony as architect, and afterwards, in 408 B. Roman 100, he superintended the building of the new city of Rhodes. His schemes consisted of series of broad straight streets, cutting one another at right angles. Hippodrome gr from horse and racecourse, the course provided by the Greeks for horse and chariot racing, it corresponded to the Roman circus, except that in the latter, only 4 chariots ran at a time, whereas 10 or more contended in the Greek games, so that the width was far greater, being about 400 ft. The course being 600 to 700 ft long. The Greek hippodrome was usually set out on the slope of a hill, and the ground taken from one side served to form the embankment on the other side. One end of the hippodrome was semicircular, and the other end square, with an extensive portico in front of which at a lower level were the stalls for the horses and chariots. The modern hippodrome is more for equestrian and other displays than for horse racing. The hippodrome in Paris somewhat resembles the Roman amphitheater, being open in the center to the sky, with seats round on rising levels. Hippolytus, in Greek legend son of Theseus and Hippolyte, queen of the Amazons, or of her sister, Antiope, a famous hunter and charioteer, and favorite of Artemis. His stepmother Phaedra became enamored of him, but finding her advances rejected, she hanged herself, leaving a letter in which she accused Hippolytus of an attempt upon her virtue. Theseus thereupon drove his son from his presence with curses, and called upon his father Poseidon to destroy him. While Hippolytus was driving along the shore at Trozen, the scene of the Hippolytus of Euripides, a sea monster, a bull or phoca, sent by Poseidon, emerged from the waves. The horses were scared. Hippolytus was thrown out of the chariot, and was dragged along entangled in the reins, until he died. According to a tradition of Epidaurus, Asclepius restored him to life at the request of Artemis, who removed him to Italy. See Virbius at Trozen, where he had a special sanctuary and priest, and was worshipped with divine honors. The story of his death was denied. He was said to have been rescued by the gods at the critical moment, and to have been placed amongst the stars, as the charioteer Auriga. It was also the custom of the Trozenian maidens to cut off a lock of their hair, and to dedicate it to Hippolytus before marriage. See Fraser on Pausanias Roman 2. One well-known classical parallels to the main theme are Bellerophon and Antia, or Esthenebia, and Peleus and Astidamia. The story was the subject of 2 plays by Euripides, the later of which is extant, of a tragedy by Seneca, and of Racine's Phaedr. A trace of it has survived in the legendary death of the apocryphal martyr Hippolytus, a Roman officer who was torn to pieces by wild horses. As a convert to Christianity, see J. Dollinger Hippolytus, and Callistus Eng Tr. by a plumber, 1876 pp. 28, 39, 51, 60. According to the older explanations, Hippolytus represented the sun, which sets in the CCF, the scene of his death, and the story of Phaethon and Phaedra, the moon which travels behind the sun, but is unable to overtake it. It is more probable, however, that he was a local hero famous for his chastity, perhaps originally a priest of Artemis, worshipped as a god at Trozen, where he was closely connected, and sometimes confounded with Asclepius. It is noteworthy that in a speech put into the mouth of Theseus by Euripides, the father, who of course believes his wife's story, and regards Hippolytus as a hypocrite, throws his son's pretended misogyny and asceticism orphism in his teeth. This seems to point to a struggle between a new ritual and that of Poseidon, the chief deity of Trozen, in which the representative of the intruding religion meets his death through the agency of the offended god, as Orpheus Curoman V was torn to pieces by the votaries of the jealous Dionysus. According to S. Reinach Archive für Religionswissenschaft Roman 10-1907 p. 47, the Trozenian Hippolytus was a horse, the hypostasis of an equestrian divinity, periodically torn to pieces by the faithful who called themselves and believed themselves to be horses. Death was followed by resuscitation, as in the similar myths of Adonis, the sacred boar Orpheus, the fox Pentheus, the fawn Phaethon, the white sun horse. See Wilamowitz Mollendorff's introduction to his German translation of Euripides' Hippolytus 1891, a Kalkmann de Hippolytes Euripides Bonn 1882, and for representations in art, über Darstellung der Hippolytusage in Archäologische Zeitung, Roman 40, 1 J. E. Harrison Mythology, and Monuments of Ancient Athens 1890 Roman 150, Hippolytus, a writer of the early church, the mystery, which enveloped the person and writings of Hippolytus, one of the most prolific ecclesiastical writers of early times, had some light thrown upon it for the first time about the middle of the 19th century, by the discovery of the so-called Philosophumena c. Below, assuming this writing to be the work of Hippolytus, the information given in it as to the author and his times can be combined with other traditional dates to form a tolerably clear picture. Hippolytus must have been born in the second half of the 2nd century, probably in Rome. Photius describes him in his Bibliotheca Cod 121 as a disciple of Irenaeus, and from the context of this passage, it is supposed that we may conclude that Hippolytus himself so styled himself. But this is not certain, and even if it were, it does not necessarily imply that Hippolytus enjoyed the personal teaching of the celebrated Gallic bishop. It may perhaps merely refer to that relation of his theological system to that of Irenaeus, which can easily be traced in his writings as a presbyter of the church at Rome under Bishop Zephyrinus 199,217. Hippolytus was distinguished for his learning and eloquence. It was at this time that Origen, then a young man, heard him preach Hieron ver Roman 99, cp. Euseb he Roman 6:10. It was probably not long before questions of theology and church discipline brought him into direct conflict with Zephyrinus, or at any rate with his successor Calixtus Roman 1 Q Roman 5. He accused the bishop of favoring the Christological heresies of the Monarchians and further of subverting the discipline of the church by his lax action in receiving back into the church those guilty of gross offenses. The result was a schism, and for perhaps over 10 years Hippolytus stood as bishop at the head of a separate church. Then came the persecution under Maximinus. The Thracian Hippolytus and Pontius, who was then bishop, were transported in 235 to Sardinia, where it would seem that both of them died from the so-called chronograph of the year 354. Catalogus Liberianus, we learn that on the 13th of August, probably in 236, the bodies of the exiles were interred in Rome, and that of Hippolytus in the cemetery on the Via Tiburtina. So we must suppose that before his death the schismatic was received again into the bosom of the church, and this is confirmed by the fact that his memory was henceforth celebrated in the church as that of a holy martyr. Pope Damasus Roman I dedicated to him one of his famous epigrams, and Prudentius Parastephanon 11 drew a highly colored picture of his gruesome death, the details of which are certainly purely legendary. The myth of Hippolytus, the son of Theseus, was transferred to the Christian martyr of the historical Hippolytus Little, remained in the memory of after 520 ages. Neither Eusebius he Roman 6:2, nor Jerome ver Roman 99 knew that the author so much read in the East, and the Roman saint were one and the same person. The notice in the Chronican Paschal preserves one slight reminiscence of the historical facts, namely that Hippolytus Episcopal See was situated at Portus near Rome in 1551. A marble statue of a seated man was found in the cemetery of the Via Tiburtina. On the sides of the seat were carved a paschal cycle, and on the back the titles of numerous writings. It was the statue of Hippolytus, a work at any rate of the 3rd century, at the time of Pius Roman 9. It was placed in the Lateran Museum, a record in stone of a lost tradition. Hippolytus' voluminous writings, which for variety of subject can be compared with those of Origen, embrace the spheres of exegesis, homiletics, apologetics, and polemic chronography, and ecclesiastical law. His works have unfortunately come down to us in such a fragmentary condition that it is difficult to obtain from them any very exact notion of his intellectual and literary importance. Of his exegetical works, the best preserved are the commentary on the prophet Daniel and the commentary on the Song of Songs. In spite of many instances of a want of taste in his typology, they are distinguished by a certain sobriety and sense of proportion in his exegesis. We are unable to form an opinion of Hippolytus as a preacher, for the homilies on the Feast of Epiphany, which go under his name, are wrongly attributed to him. He wrote polemical words directed against the pagans, the Jews and heretics. The most important of these polemical treatises is the refutation of all heresies, which has come to be known by the inappropriate title of the Philosophumena. Of its 10 books, the second and third are lost. Book Roman 1 was for a long time printed with the title Philosophumena. Among the works of Origen, books Roman 4, Roman 10 were found in 1842 by the Greek Minudes Minas, without the name of the author, in a MS at Mount Athos. It is nowadays universally admitted that Hippolytus was the author, and that books Roman 1 and Roman 4, Roman 10 belong to the same work. The importance of the work has, however, been much overrated. A close examination of the sources for the exposition of the Gnostic system, which is contained in it, has proved that the information it gives is not always trustworthy. Of the dogmatic works, that on Christ and Antichrist survives in a complete state. Among other things, it includes a vivid account of the events preceding the end of the world, and it was probably written at the time of the persecution under Septimius Severus. Roman 1e, about 202. The influence of Hippolytus was felt chiefly through his works on chronographic and ecclesiastical law. His Chronicle of the World, a compilation embracing the whole period from the creation of the world up to the year 234, formed a basis for many chronographical works both in the East and West. In the great compilations of ecclesiastical law, which arose in the East since the 4th century, see below also apostolic constitutions, much of the material was taken from the writings of Hippolytus. How much of this is genuinely his, how much of it worked over, and how much of it wrongly attributed to him, can no longer be determined beyond dispute, even by the most learned investigation. Bibliography. The edition of J. A. Fabricius Hippolyti Opera Greece, et Latin 2 vols, Hamburg 17,161,718, reprinted in Galandi Bibliotheca, Veterum Patrum Vol Roman 2, 1766, and Mean Cursus Patrol Sir Greca Vol Roman 10, is out of date. The preparation of a complete critical edition has been undertaken by the Prussian Academy of Sciences. The task is one of extraordinary difficulty, for the textual problems of the various writings are complex and confused. The Greek original is extant in a few cases, only the commentary on Daniel, the refutation on Antichrist, parts of the Chronicle, and some fragments. For the rest, we are dependent on fragments of translations, chiefly Slavonic, all of which are not even published. Of the Academy's edition, one volume was published at Berlin in 1897, containing the commentaries on Daniel, and on the Song of Songs, the treatise on Antichrist, and the lesser exegetical and homiletic works edited by Nathanael Bonwetsch and Hans Aekles. The commentary on the Song of Songs has also been published by Bonwetsch, Leipzig 1902, in a German translation based on a Russian translation by N. Mar of the Gruzian Georgian text, and he added to it, Leipzig 1904, a translation of various small exegetical pieces which are preserved in a Georgian version only: the blessing of Jacob, the blessing of Moses, the narrative of David and Goliath. A great part of the original of the Chronicle has been published by Adolf Bauer, Leipzig 1905, from the Codex Matricensis Graecus 221, for the refutation. We are still dependent on the editions of Miller, Oxford 1851, Dunker, and Schneidwin, Göttingen 1859, and Cruis, Paris 1860. An English translation is to be found in the Ante-Nicene Christian Library, Edinburgh, 18,680, 1869. C. Bunsen Hippolytus, and His Age 1852, 2nd ed., 1854, Jur ed. 1853, Dollinger Hippolytus und Callistus Regens, 1853, Eng Transl Edinb 1876, Gerhard Ficker Studien zur Hippolytfrage Leipzig, 1893, Hans Aekles Hippolyt Studien Leipzig, 1897, Karl Johannes Neumann Hippolytus von Rome in seiner Stellung, zu Stadt, und Welt Part Roman 1 Leipzig, 1902, et Hemmer Diels la Théologie de Saint Hippolyte Paris, 1906. G.K. 1. According to the legend, Saint Hippolytus was a Roman soldier who was converted by St. Lawrence. Hippolytus, the canons of this book, stands at the head of a series of church orders, which contain instructions in regard to the choice and ordination of Christian ministers' regulations, as to widows and virgins, conditions of reception of converts from heathenism preparation, for an administration of baptism rules for the celebration of the Eucharist, for fasting daily prayers charity, suppers memorial meals firstfruits, Roman 100. We shall give one a description of the book, as we have it at present too, a brief statement of its relation to allied documents, 3 some remarks on the evidence for its date and authorship. We possess the canons of Hippolytus only in an Arabic version itself made from a Coptic version of the original Greek. Attention was called to the book by Wansleben and Ludolf towards the end of the 17th century, but it was only in 1870 that it was edited by Hainberg, who added a Latin translation, and so made it generally accessible in 1890. 1. H. Akles reproduced this translation in a revised form embodying it in a synopsis of allied documents. He suspected much interpolation and derangement of order, and consequently rearranged its contents with a free hand in 1900. A German translation was made by H. Riedel based on fresh MSS. These showed that the book as hitherto edited had been thrown into disorder by the displacement of 2 pages near the end. They also removed other difficulties, upon which the theory of interpolation had been based. Further discoveries, to be spoken of presently, have added to our materials for the study of the book. The book is attributed to Hippolytus, the chief of the bishops of Rome, and is divided into 38 canons to which short headings are prefixed. This division is certainly not original, but it is convenient for purposes of reference. Canon 1 is prefatory. It contains a brief confession of faith in the Trinity, and especially in the Word, the Son of God, and it speaks of the expulsion of heretics from the Church. Canons 25 give regulations for the selection and ordination of bishops, presbyters, and deacons. The bishop is chosen by the whole congregation. One of the bishops and presbyters is to lay hands upon him and say a prayer which follows. 3. He is at once to proceed with the offering, taking up the Eucharistic service at the point where the sursum corda comes in. A presbyter 4 is to be ordained with the same prayer as a bishop with the exception of the word bishop, but he is given no power of ordination. This appears to be inconsistent with Roman 100. The duties of a deacon are described, and the prayer of his ordination follows. 5. Canon 69 deal with various classes in the Church. One who has suffered punishment for the faith. 6 is to be counted a presbyter. Without ordination his confession is his ordination. Readers and subdeacons 7 are given the gospel but are not ordained by laying on of hands. A claim to ordination on the ground of gifts of healing. 8 is to be admitted if the facts are clear, and the healing is from God. Widows are not ordained. 9. Ordination is for men only. Canons 10-15 describe conditions for the admission of converts. Certain occupations are incompatible with Christian life. Only under compulsion may a Christian be a soldier. Canons 16-18 deal chiefly with regulations concerning women. Canon 19 is a long one, dealing with catechumens' preparation for baptism, administration of that sacrament, and of the Eucharist for the newly baptized. The candidate is twice anointed, first with the oil of exorcism, after he has said with his face westward, I renounce thee, O devil, and all thy following, and again, immediately after the baptism, as he stands in the water, he declares his faith in response to an interrogatory creed. And after each of the 3 clauses, he is immersed. After the second anointing, the bishop gives thanks, for that thou hast made them worthy that they should be born again, and hast poured out thy Holy Ghost upon them, so that they may belong each one of them to the body of the Church. He signs them with the cross on their foreheads, and kisses them. Eucharist then proceeds. The bishop gives them of the body of Christ, and says, This is the body of Christ, and they answer, Amen. And similarly for the cup. 521 milk and honey are then given to them, as being born a second time as little children. A warning is added against eating anything before communicating. Canons 20-22 deal with fast days, daily services in church, and the fast of the Passover week. Canon 23 seems as if it closed the series, speaking, as it does of our brethren the bishops who in their cities have made regulations according to the commands of our fathers. The apostles let none of our successors alter them, because it saith that the teaching is greater than the sea, and hath no end. We pass on, however, to regulations about the sick. 24 who are to be visited by the bishop, because it is a great thing for the sick that the high priest should visit them, for the shadow of Peter healed the sick. Canons 25-27 deal again with prayers and church services. the 7 hours are specified with reasons for their observance. 25 attendance at sermons is urged. 26 for the Lord is in the place where his lordship is proclaimed. Comp. Didake 4 part of the 2 ways when there are no prayers in church reading at home is enjoined. 27 let the sun each morning see the book upon thy knees. Comp. Adverg 12 let the sun when he ariseth see the book in thy hands. Prayer must be preceded by the washing of the hands. No believer must take food before communicating, especially on fast days. Only believers may communicate. 28 the sacred elements must be guarded lest anything fall into the cup, and it be a sin unto death for the presbyters. No crumb must be dropped, lest an evil spirit get possession of it. Canons 30-35 contain various rules and specially deal with suppers for the poor. Roman 1 agape and memorial feasts. Then we have a prayer for the offering of firstfruits. 36 a direction that ministers shall wear fair garments at the mysteries. 37 and a command to watch during the night of the resurrection. 38 the last canon hereupon passes into a general exhortation to right living, which forms a 6th part of the whole book in Riedel's translation. We read this for the first time as a connected whole. It falls into 2 parts and describes first the true life of ordinary Christians, warning them against an empty profession and laying down many precepts of morality, and then it addresses itself to the ascete who wishes to belong to the rank of the angels and who lives a life of solitude and poverty. He is encouraged by an exposition on somewhat strange lines of the temptations of our Lord, and especially warned against spiritual pride and contempt of other men. The book closes with an appeal for love and mutual service based on the parables. In St. Matthew Roman 25, it is impossible to estimate the position of the canons of Hippolytus without some reference to allied documents. See apostolical constitutions. The most important of these is what is now commonly called the Egyptian Church Order. This is preserved to us in Coptic and Ethiopic versions, of which Akelys in his synopsis gives German translations. The subject matter and arrangement of these canons correspond generally to those of Hippolytus, but many of the details are modified to bring them into accord with a later practice. A new light was thrown on the criticism of this work by Haller's discovery 1900 of a Latin version of which unfortunately about half is missing in the Verona palimpsest, from which he has also given us large Latin fragments of the Didascalia, which underlies books Roman 1 Roman 6 of the Apostolic Constitutions, and which hitherto we have only known from the Syriac. The Latin of the Egyptian Church Order is somewhat more primitive than the Coptic, and approaches more nearly at some points to the canons of Hippolytus. It has a preface which refers to a treatise concerning spiritual gifts as having immediately preceded it, but neither this nor the Coptic Ethiopic form has either the introduction or concluding exhortation, which is found in the canons of Hippolytus. B. The Testament of the Lord is a document in Syriac of which the opening part had been published by Lagarde, and of which Ramani 1899 has given us the whole it professes to contain. Instructions given by our Lord to the apostles after the resurrection, after an introduction containing apocalyptical matter. It passes on to give elaborate directions for the ordering of the church, embodying in a much expanded form the Egyptian Church Order and showing a knowledge of the preface to that document, which appears in the Latin version. It cannot be placed with probability earlier than the latter part of the 4th century. C. The Apostolic Constitutions is a composite document, which probably belongs to the end of the 4th century. Its first 6 books are an expanded edition of a Didascalia, which we have already mentioned. Its 7th book similarly expands and modifies the Didache. Its 8th book begins by treating of spiritual gifts, and then in Roman 100 passes on to expand in like manner the Egyptian Church Order. The hand which has wrought up all these documents has been shown to be that of the interpolator of the Ignatian epistles. In the longer Greek recension D, the Canons of Basil is the title of an Arabic work, of which a German translation has been given us by Riedel, who thinks that they have come through Coptic from an original Greek book. They embody in a modified form considerable portions of the canons of Hippolytus. We now approach the difficult questions of date and authorship. Much of the material has been quite recently brought to light, and criticism has not had time to investigate and pronounce upon it. Some provisional remarks, therefore, are all that can prudently be made. It seems plain that we have 2 lines of tradition: 1 the canons of Hippolytus, followed by the canons of Basil; 2 the Egyptian Church Order itself, represented by the Latin version. the Testament of the Lord, and the Apostolic Constitutions, which are linked together by the same preface or portions of it, b. by the Coptic and Ethiopic versions, now the preface of the Latin version, points to a time when the canons were embodied in a corpus of similar materials, or at the least were preceded by a work on spiritual gifts. The canons of Hippolytus have a wholly different preface and also a long exhortation at the close. The question which criticism must endeavor to answer is whether the canons of Hippolytus are the original from which the Egyptian church order is derived, or whether an earlier body of canons lies behind them both at present. It is probably wise to assume that the latter is the true explanation, for the canons of Hippolytus appear to contain contradictory regulations, for example Roman 200 and 4 of the presbyters, and also suggest that they have received a considerable supplement after Roman 100. There is however no doubt that they present us with a more primitive stage of church life than we find in the Egyptian church order. The mention of subdeacons, which after Riedel's fresh manuscript evidence cannot now be dismissed as due to interpolation, makes it difficult to assign a date much earlier than the middle of the 3rd century. The Puritan severity of the canons well accords with the temper of the writer to whom the Arabic title attributes them, and it is to be noted that the exhortation at the close contains a quotation from 2 Peter actually attributed to the apostle, and Hippolytus is perhaps the earliest author who can with certainty be said to have used this epistle, but the general style of Hippolytus, which is simple, straightforward, and strong, is in marked contrast with that of the closing passage of the canons. Moreover, his mind, as presented to us in his extant writings, appears to be a much larger one than that of the writer of these canons. It is as difficult to think of Hippolytus as it would be to think of Origen in such a connection. How then are we to account for the attribution? There is evidence to show that Hippolytus was highly reverenced. Throughout the East, his writings, which were in Greek, were known, but his history was entirely unknown. He was supposed to be a pupil of Apostles Palladius 4th century, and the Arabic title calls him Chief of the Bishops of Rome, Roman 1e Archbishop of Rome. It is hard to trust this attribution more than the attribution of a Coptic discourse on the Dormitio Mariae to Evodius, Archbishop of the great city Rome, who was the second after Peter the Apostle. Texts and Studies, Roman 440, for Evodius being by tradition first bishop of Antioch. A whole group of books on church order bears the name of Clement of Rome, and the attribution of our canons to Hippolytus may be only an example of the same tendency. The fact that Hippolytus wrote a treatise concerning spiritual gifts, and that some such treatise is not only referred to in the Latin preface to the Egyptian church order, but is actually found at the beginning of Book Roman 8 of the Apostolic Constitutions, introduces an interesting complication. But we cannot here pursue the matter further. Dom Morin's ingenious attribution of the canons to Dionysius of Alexandria on the ground of Eusebius he Romans 6:5 cannot be accepted in view of the broader church policy which that writer represents. If the Hippolytian authorship be given up, it is probable that Egypt will make 522 the strongest claim to be the locality in which the canons were compiled in their present form. The authorities of chief practical importance are H. Akeley's text, U. Unter's Romans 6 1891, Romani Testamentum, Domini 1899, Haller Didascalii Apostolorum, 1900, Riedel Kirchenrechtsquellen, des Patriarchats Alexandrian 1900. J.R. Hipponax of Ephesus, Greek iambic poet, expelled from Ephesus in 540 B. Roman 100. By the tyrant Athenagoras, he took refuge in Clazomni, where he spent the rest of his life in poverty. His deformed figure and malicious disposition exposed him to the caricature of the Chian sculptors Bupalus and Athenes, upon whom he revenged himself by issuing against them a series of satires. They are said to have hanged themselves like Lycams, and his daughters when assailed by Archilochus, the model and predecessor of Hipponax. His coarseness of thought, and feeling his rude vocabulary, his want of grace and taste, and his numerous allusions to matters of merely local interest, prevented his becoming a favorite in Attica. He was considered the inventor of parody, and of a peculiar meter, the skazon or choliambus, which substitutes a spondee for the final iambus of an iambic scenarius, and is an appropriate form for the burlesque character of his poems. Fragments in Burke Poetae Lyrici Greci, see also B. J. Peltzer de Parodica Graecorum Poesi, 1855, containing an account of Hipponax and the fragments. Hippopotamus River Horse Gr. Horse, and river the name of the largest representative of the non-ruminating artiodactyle ungulate mammals, and its living and extinct relatives, the common hippopotamus Hippopotamus amphibius, which formerly inhabited all the great rivers of Africa, but whose range has now been much restricted, is most likely the behemoth of Scripture, and may very probably in biblical times have been found in the Jordan Valley, since, at a still earlier Pleistocene epoch, it ranged over a large part of Europe. It typifies not only a genus, but likewise a family Hippopotamidae distinguished from its relatives, the pigs and peccaries or suidae, by the following assemblage of characters: muzzle very broad and rounded, feet short and broad, with 4 subequal toes bearing short rounded hoofs, and all reaching the ground in walking incisors not rooted but continuously growing, those of the upper jaw curved and directed downwards, those of the lower straight, and procumbent canines, very large curved, continuously growing upper ones, directed downwards, premolars, 44 molars, 33 stomach complex, no cecum. The Hippopotamus amphibius. In form, the hippopotamus is a huge, unwieldy creature, measuring in the largest specimens fully 14 ft, from the extremity of the upper lip to the tip of the tail, while it ordinarily attains a length of 12 ft, with a height of 5 ft at the shoulders, and a girth round the thickest part of the body almost equal to its length. The small ears are exceedingly flexible and kept in constant motion. When the animal is seeking to catch a distant sound, the eyes are placed high up on the head, but little below the level of the ears, while the gape is wide, and the upper lip thick and bulging, so as to cover over even its large tusks. When the mouth is closed, the molars, which show trefoil-shaped grinding surfaces, are well adapted for masticating vegetable substances, while the formidable array of long spear-like incisors and curved chisel-edged canines, or tusks, root up rank grass like an agricultural implement. The legs are short so that the body is but little elevated above the ground, and the feet, which are small in proportion to the size of the animal, terminate in 4 short toes, each bearing a small hoof, with the exception of a few tufts of hair on the lips on the sides of the head and neck. And at the extremity of the short, robust tail, the skin of the hippopotamus, some portions of which are 2 in thickness, is destitute of covering. Hippopotamuses are gregarious animals, living in herds of from 20 to 40 individuals on the banks and in the beds of rivers in the neighborhood of which they most readily find appropriate food. This consists chiefly of grass and of aquatic plants, of which these animals consume enormous quantities. The stomach being capable of containing from 5 to 6 bushels, they feed principally by night, remaining in the water during the day. Although in districts where they are little disturbed, they are less exclusively aquatic. In such remote quarters, they put their heads boldly out of the water to blow, but when rendered suspicious, they become exceedingly cautious in this respect, only exposing their nostrils above the water, and even this they prefer doing amid the shelter of water plants. In spite of their enormous size and uncouth form, they are expert swimmers and divers, and can remain easily under the water from 5 to 8 minutes. They walk on the bottoms of rivers, beneath at least 1 ft of water. At nightfall, they come on land to feed, and when, as often happens on the banks of the Nile, they reach cultivated ground, they do immense damage to growing crops, destroying by their ponderous tread even more than they devour to scare away these unwelcome visitors. The natives in such districts are in the habit of kindling fires at night. Although hippopotamuses do not willingly go far from the water, on which their existence depends, they occasionally travel long distances by night in search of food, and in spite of their clumsy appearance, are able to climb steep banks and precipitous ravines with ease. Of a wounded hippopotamus, which Sir S. Baker saw leaving the water and galloping inland, he writes, "I never could have imagined that so unwieldy an animal could have exhibited such speed. No man could have had a chance of escape." The hippopotamus does not confine itself to rivers and lakes, but has been known to prefer the waters of the ocean as its home during the day. Of a mild and inoffensive disposition, it seeks to avoid collision with man when wounded, however, or in defense of its young. It exhibits great ferocity, and native canoes are capsized and occasionally demolished by its infuriated attacks. The bellowing grunt, then becoming loud enough to be heard a mile away. As among elephants, so also among hippopotamuses, there are roguish bulls which have become soured in solitude, and are at all times dangerous, assuming the offensive on every occasion. They attack all and sundry without shadow of provocation, and the natives avoid their haunts, which are usually well known. The only other living species is the pygmy hippopotamus H. Choeropsis liberiensis of West Africa, an animal not larger than a clumsily made pig of full dimensions, and characterized by having generally one in place of two pair of incisors. It is much less aquatic than its giant relative, having in fact the habits of a pig. A small extinct species, H. lemurlei, inhabited Madagascar at a comparatively recent date, while other dwarf kinds were natives of Crete H. minutus and Malta, and Sicily H. pentlandi during the Pleistocene. A large form of the ordinary species, H. amphibius major, was distributed over Europe as far north as Yorkshire at the same epoch, while an allied species, H. paleindicus, inhabited Pleistocene India contemporary with the latter, was however species H. pneumaticus, with three pairs of incisors, and hexaprotodont hippopotamuses, are 523, also characteristic of the Pliocene of India and Burma, H. civilensis, and H. iravaticus, and of Algeria, Egypt, and southern Europe, H. hipponensis. For the ancestral genera of the hippopotamus line, see Artiodactyla. R. Roman 50. Hippuric acid, gr. horse, urine, benzoyl glycol, or benzoyl imidocetic acid, C9, H9, NO3, or C6H5, conjugate an organic acid found in the urine of horses and other herbivores. It is excreted when many aromatic compounds such as benzoic acid and toluene are taken. Internally, J. Roman 5 Liebig in 1829 showed that it differed from benzoic acid, and in 1839 determined its constitution, while in 1853 Roman 5 Dessaines, An 87 p. 325, synthesized it by acting with benzoyl chloride on zinc glycocolide. It is also formed by heating benzoic anhydride with glycol. Th. Curtius Burr, 1884, 17 p. 1662, and by heating benzamide with monochloroacetic acid. It crystallizes in rhombic prisms, which are readily soluble in hot water melt at 187 Roman 100, and decompose at about 240 Roman 100. It is readily hydrolyzed by hot caustic alkalis to benzoic acid, and glycol nitrous acid converts it into benzoyl glycolic acid, CH-CoOH. Its ethyl ester reacts with hydrazine to form hippuryl hydrazine, C6H5 conjtaconin 2, which was used by Curtius for the preparation of azimide Q. Roman 5. Hippurnias, a tribe of South American Indians, 2,000 or 3,000 in number, living on the river Purus, western Brazil. Their houses are long, low, and narrow. The side walls and roof are one poles being fixed in the ground and then bent together so as to meet and form a pointed arch for the cross sections. They use small bark canoes. Their chief weapons are poison arrows. They have a native god called Gintaniri. Hira, the capital of an Arabian kingdom founded in the 2nd century A. Roman 500 on the western edge of Iraq, was situated at 32 N 4420 E, about 4 Roman 1000 SE of modern Negev, by the Sod Canal on the shore of the Bahr Negev or Assyrium Stagnum. Its kings governed the western shore of the lower Euphrates and of the Persian Gulf, their kingdom extending inland to the confines of the Nejd. This Lakhmid kingdom was more or less dependent during the 4 centuries of its existence on the Sasanian Empire, to which it formed a sort of buffer state towards Arabia after the Battle of Qadsia. And the founding of Kufa by the Arabs, Hira, lost its importance and fell into decay. The ruined mounds covering the ancient site, while extensive, are insignificant in appearance and give no indications of the existence of important buildings. Hirado, an island belonging to Japan, 1912 Roman 1000 long and 6 Roman 1000 wide, lying off the west coast of the province of Hizen Kyushu in 3315 N and 12925 E. It is celebrated as the site of the original Dutch factory, often erroneously written Furendoned, as the place where one of the finest blue and white porcelains of Japan, Huridyaki, was produced in the 17th and 18th centuries. The kilns are still active. Hire purchase agreement in the law of contract, a form of bailment of goods on credit, which has extended very considerably of late years, originally applied to the sale of the more expensive kinds of goods, such as pianos and articles of furniture. The hire purchase agreement has now been extended to almost every description. The agreement is usually in writing, with a stipulation that the payments to purchase shall be by weekly, monthly, or other installments. The agreement is virtually one to purchase, but in order that the vendor may be able to recover the goods at any time on non-payment of an installment, it is treated as an agreement to let and hire, with a provision that when the last installment has been paid, the goods shall become the property of the hirer. A clause provides that in case of default of any installment or breach of any part of the agreement, All previous payments shall be forfeited to the lender, who can forcibly recover the goods. Such agreements, therefore, do not pass the property in the goods which remains in the lender until all the installments have been paid, but the terms of the agreement may sometimes purposely obscure the nature of the transaction between the parties, where, for example, the hire purchase is merely to create a security for money. In such a case, a judge will look to the true nature of the transaction. If it is not a real letting and hiring, the agreement will require registration under the Bills of Sale Acts. If the agreement contains words to the effect that a person has bought or agreed to buy goods, the transaction comes under the Factors Act 1889, and the person in possession of the goods may dispose of them and give a good title. The doctrine of reputed ownership, by which a bankrupt is deemed the reputed owner of goods in his apparent possession, has been somewhat modified by trade customs, in accordance with which property is frequently let out on the hire purchase system. See bankruptcy. Hiring from Hungarian, a word common to many Teutonic languages, cf. Jur, Huron Dutch Huron Roman 100. In law, a contract by which one man grants the use of a thing to another in return for a certain price. It corresponds to the locatio conductio of Roman law. That contract was either a letting of a thing locatio conductio re, or of labor locatio operarum. The distinguishing feature of the contract was the price. Thus the contracts of mutuum commodatum depositum and mandatum, which are all gratuitous contracts, become, if a price is fixed, cases of locatio conductio. In modern English law, the term can scarcely be said to be used in a strictly technical sense. The contracts which the Roman law grouped together under the head of locatio conductio, such as those of landlord and tenant, master and servant Roman, are not in English law treated as cases of hiring, but as independent varieties of contract. Neither in law books nor in ordinary discourse could a tenant farmer be said to hire his land. Hiring would generally be applied to contracts in which the services of a man or the use of a thing are engaged for a short time. Hiring fairs or statute fairs, still held in Wales and some parts of England, were formerly an annual fixture in every important country town. These fairs served to bring together masters and servants. The men and maids seeking work stood in rows, the males together, and the females together, while masters and mistresses walked down the lines and selected those who suited them. Originally, these hearing fairs were always held on Martinmas Day, 11th of November. Now they are held on different dates in different towns, usually in October or November in Cumberland. The men seeking work stood with straws in their mouths. In Lincolnshire, the bargain between employer and employed was closed by the giving of the fastenpenny, the earnest money, usually a shilling, which fastened the contract for a 12-month. Some few days after the statute fair, it was customary to hold a second, called a mop fair, or runaway mop, from Lat map, a napkin or small cloth, meant in Old English a tuft or tassel, and the fair was so called, it is suggested, in allusion to tufts or badges worn by those seeking employment. Thus the carter wore whipcord on his hat, the cowherd a tuft of cow's hair, and so on. Another possible explanation would be to take the word mop in its old provincial slang sense of a fool mop fair, being the fool's fair, a sort of last chance offered to those who were too dull or slovenly-looking to be hired at the statute fair. Perhaps runaway suggests the idea of those absent through drunkenness or those who simply feared to face the ordeal of the larger hiring, and so ran away. Hirosaki, a town of Japan in the province of Michimoku or Rikuchu, North Nippon 22 Roman 1000 SW of Aomori, by rail pop, about 37,000, the fine isolated cone of Iwakisen, a mountain of pilgrimage, rises to the west. Hirosaki is a very old place, formerly residence of a great daimyo or daimyo, and capital of a vast principality, and still the seat of a high court, with jurisdiction over the surrounding districts of Aomori and Akita. Like most places in North Nippon, it is built with continuous verandas, extending from house to house, and affording a promenade, completely sheltered from the snows of winter. Apples of fine flavor grow in the district, which also enjoys some reputation for its peculiar green lacquerware. Hiroshige 17,971,858, Japanese artist, was one of the principal members of that branch of the ukiyo or popular school of painting in Japan, a school which chiefly made 524 color prints. His family name was Ando Takatero, that under which he is known, having been accordance with Japanese practice adopted by him in recognition of the fact that he was a pupil of Toyohiro. The earliest reference to him is in the account given by an inhabitant of the Luchu Islands of a visit to Japan, were a sketch of a procession, drawn with great skill by Hiroshige at the age of 10 years only, is mentioned as one of the remarkable sights seen at the age of 15. He applied unsuccessfully to be admitted to the studio of the elder Toyo Kuni, but was eventually received by Toyohiro on the death of the latter in 1828. He began to practice on his own account, but finding small encouragement at Yedo, Tokyo, he removed to Kyoto, where he published a set of landscapes. He soon returned to Yedo, where his work soon became popular, and was imitated by other artists. He died in that city on the 6th day of the 9th month of the year Ansei 5th at the age of 62, and was buried at Asakusa. One of his pupils, Hironobu, received from him the name of Hiroshige Roman II, and another Ando Tokubei, that of Hiroshige Roman III. All three were closely associated with the work signed with the name of the master. Hiroshige Roman II, sometime after the year 1863, fell into disgrace, and was compelled to leave Yedo for Nagasaki, where he died. Hiroshige Roman III then called himself Hiroshige Roman II. He died in 1896. The earlier prints by these artists, whose work can hardly be separated, are of extraordinary merit. They applied the process of color block printing to the purposes of depicting landscape, with a breadth, skill, and suitability of convention that has been equaled only by Hokusai in Japan and by no European. Most of their subjects were derived from the neighborhood of Yedo, or were scenes on the old high road. The Takeda that ran from that city to Kyoto. The two elder of the name were competent painters, and pictures and drawings by them are occasionally to be met with. C.E.F. Strange, Japanese Color Prints, Victoria, and Albert Museum Handbook, 1904. E.F.S. Hiroshima, a city and seaport of Japan, capital of the government of its name, in central Nippon Pop, 1903, 113,545. It is very beautifully situated on a small plain, surrounded by hills. The bay, being studded with islands, in its general aspect, resembles Osaka, from which it is 190 Roman 1000 W by rail, and next to that place, and Hyogo, it is the most important commercial center on the inland sea. The government has an area of about 3,000 sq Roman 1,000, with a population of about 1,500,000. Hiroshima is famous all over Japan, owing to its association with the neighboring islet of Itakushima, Island of Light, which is dedicated to the goddess Benten, and regarded as one of the three wonders of Japan. The chief temple dates from the year 587, and the island, which is inhabited largely by priests, and their attendance is annually visited by thousands of pilgrims. But the hallowed soil is never tilled, so that all provisions have to be brought from the surrounding districts. Herpini, from an Oscan or Sabine stem, Herpo wolf, an inland Samnite tribe in the south of Italy, whose territory was bounded by that of the Lucani on the S, the Campani on the SW, the Apuli, and Frentani on the E and NE on the N. We find them, politically speaking, identified with the Pentri and Carusni, and with them constituting the Samnite alliance in the wars of the 4th century B. Roman c. Samnites. The Roman policy of separation cut them off from these allies by the foundation of Beneventum in 268 B. Roman 100, and henceforward they are a separate unit. They joined Hannibal in 216 B. Roman 100, and retained their independence until after joining in the social war, which in their part of Italy can hardly be said to have ceased, till the final defeat of the Samnites by Sulla in 83 B. Roman 100. They received the Roman franchise of their Oscan speech. Besides the evidence of their place names, only a few fragments survive. R.S. Conway, The Italic Dialects, pp. 170 ff. And for Herpo ib p. 200, in the Ethnology of Italy, the Herpini appear from one point of view as the purest type of Saphine stock, namely, that in which the proportion of ethnica formed with the suffix no is highest. 33 out of 36 tribal or municipal epithets being formed thereby, for example Caudini Compsani, and only one with the suffix t abelinates, where it is clearly secondary on the significance of this c Sabini. R.S. Roman 100. Hirsau, formerly Hirsau, a village of Germany in the kingdom of Württemberg on the Nagold, and the Forchheim-Horb Railway 2 Roman 1000 N of Kalwa Pop 800. Hirsau has some small manufactures, but it owes its origin and historical interest to its former Benedictine monastery, Monasterium Hersigense, at one period one of the most famous in Europe, its picturesque ruins, of which only the chapel with the library hall are still in good preservation, testify to the pristine grandeur of the establishment. It was founded about 830 by Count Erlafried of Calwa, at the instigation of his son Bishop Notting of Vercelli, who enriched it with among other treasures. The body of St. Aurelius, its first occupants 838, were a colony of 15 monks from Fulda disciples of Hrabinus Maurus and Walafrid Strabo, headed by the abbot Liudebert during about a century and a half, under the fostering care of the Counts of Calwa. It enjoyed great prosperity and became an important seat of learning, but towards the end of the 10th century, the ravages of the pestilence combined with the rapacity of its patrons and the selfishness and immorality of its inmates to bring it to the lowest ebb after it had been desolate and in ruins for upwards of 60 years. It was rebuilt in 1059, and under Abbot William Wilhelm von Herseabot from 1069 to 1091, it more than regained its former splendor. By his constitutions Hersigenses, a new religious order, the Ordo Hersigensis, was formed, the rule of which was afterwards adopted by many monastic establishments throughout Germany, such as those of Bloburen, Erfurt, and Schaffhausen, the friend and correspondent of Pope Gregory Roman VII, and of Anselm of Canterbury. Abbot William took active part in the politico-ecclesiastical controversies of his time, while a treatise from his pen De Musica et Tonus, as well as the Philosophicarum et Astronomicarum Institutionum, Libri Roman III, bears witness to his interest in science and philosophy. About the end of the 12th century, the material and moral welfare of Hirsau was again very perceptibly on the decline, and it never afterwards again rose into importance in consequence of the Reformation. It was secularized in 1558. In 1692, it was laid in ruins by the French, the Chroniques Hersigenses, or as in the later edition it is called Annals Hersigenses of Abbot Trithemius Basel, 1559, St. Gall 1690, is, although containing much that is merely legendary, an important source of information, not only on the affairs of this monastery, but also on the early history of Germany. The Codex Hersigensis was edited by a F. G. Froher and printed at Stuttgart in 1843. Sie Steck des Kloster Hirschau, 1844. Helmsdorfer Forschungen zur Geschichte des Abbats Wilhelm von Hirschau Göttingen, 1874. Weizsäcker Führer durch die Geschichte des Klosters Hirschau Stuttgart, 1898. Sussman, Forschungen zur Geschichte des Klosters Hirschau Halle, 1903. Geisk, die Hirschauer Warend, des Investiturstraits, Gotha, 1883. Roman 100. H. Kleber, das Kloster Hirschau Tübingen, 1886. And Bear die Hirschauer Bauschule Freiburg, 1897. Hirsch Morris de Baron Hirsch auf Geruth in the Baronage of Bavaria, 18,311,890. 6. Capitalist and philanthropist, German by birth, Austro-Hungarian by domicile, was born at Munich 9 December 1831. His grandfather, the first Jewish landowner in Bavaria, was ennobled with the Predicat auf Geruth in 1818. His father, who was banker to the Bavarian king, was created a baron in 1869. The family for generations has occupied a prominent position in the German Jewish community. At the age of 13, young Hirsch was sent to Brussels to school, but when 17 years old, he went into business in 1855. He became associated with the banking house of Bischofsheim Goldschmidt of Brussels, London, and Paris. He amassed a large fortune, which he increased by purchasing and working railway concessions in Austria, Turkey, and the Balkans, and by speculations in sugar and copper, while living in great splendor in Paris and London. And on his estates in Hungary, he devoted much of his time to schemes for the relief of his Hebrew coreligionists in lands where they were persecuted and oppressed. He took a deep interest in the educational work of the Alliance Israelite Universelle, and on 2 occasions presented the Society 525 with gifts of 1,000,000 francs for some years. He regularly paid the deficits in the accounts of the Alliance, amounting to several £1,000s a year. In 1889, he capitalized his donations and presented the Society with securities producing an annual income 16,000. On the occasion of the 40th anniversary of the Emperor Francis Joseph's accession to the Austrian throne, he gave 500,000 for the establishment of primary and technical schools in Galicia, and the Bukowina, the greatest charitable enterprise on which he embarked, was in connection with the persecution of the Jews in Russia. See antisemitism. He gave 10,000 to the funds raised for the repatriation of the refugees in 1882, but feeling that this was a very lame conclusion to the efforts made in Western Europe for the relief of the Russian Jews, he offered the Russian government 2 million for the endowment of a system of secular education to be established in the Jewish Pale of Settlement. The Russian government was willing to accept the money, but declined to allow any foreigner to be concerned in its control or administration. Thereupon Baron de Hirsch resolved to devote the money to an emigration and colonization scheme which should afford the persecuted Jews opportunities of establishing themselves in agricultural colonies outside Russia. He founded the Jewish Colonization Association as an English society with a capital of 2 million, and in 1892 he presented to it a further sum of 7 million on the death of his wife in 1899. The capital was increased to 11 million, of which 1,250,000 went to the Treasury after some litigation in death duties. This enormous fund, which is probably the greatest charitable trust in the world, is now managed by delegates of certain Jewish societies, chiefly the Anglo-Jewish Association of London and the Alliance Israelite Universelle of Paris, among whom the shares in the association have been divided. The association, which is prohibited from working for profit, possesses large colonies in South America, Canada, and Asia Minor. In addition to its vast agricultural work, it has a gigantic and complex machinery for dealing with the whole problem of Jewish persecution, including emigration and distributing agencies, technical schools, cooperative factories, savings and loan banks, and model dwellings in the congested Russian Jewries. It also subventions and assists a large number of societies all over the world, whose work is connected with the relief and rehabilitation of Jewish refugees. Besides this great organization, Baron de Hirsch founded in 1891 a benevolent trust in the United States for the benefit of Jewish immigrants, which he endowed with 493,000. His minor charities were on a princely scale, and during his residence in London, he distributed over 100,000 among the local hospitals. It was in this manner that he disposed of the whole gross proceeds derived from his successes on the English turf, of which he was a lavish patron. He raced, as he said himself, for the London hospitals, and in 1892, when his filly La Flèche won the Oaks St. Leger and 1,000 guineas, his donations from this source amounted to about 40,000. Baron de Hirsch married on 28 June 1855 Clara, daughter of Senator Biskopsheim of Brussels b. 1833, by whom he had a son and daughter, both of whom predeceased him. He died at Audiobook near Comorn in Hungary, 21 April 1896. The Baroness, who seconded her husband's charitable work with great munificence, their total benefactions have been estimated at 18 million, died at Paris on the 1st of April 1899. For details of Baron de Hirsch's chief charities, see the annual reports of the Alliance Israelite Universelle and of the Administration Centrale of the Jewish Colonization Association. Roman 50 W. Hirsch Samson Raphael 18,080,1888, Jewish theologian, was born in Hamburg in 1808 and died at Frankfurt-on-Main in 1888. He opposed the reform tendency of Jiger Roman V and presented Jewish orthodoxy in a new and attractive light. His philosophical conception of tradition, associated as it was with conservatism in ritual practice, created what is often known as the Frankfurt Neo-Orthodoxy. Hirsch exercised a profound influence on the synagogue and undoubtedly stemmed the tide of liberalism. His famous 19 letters 1836, with which the Neo-Orthodoxy began, were translated into English by Drachman, New York, 1899. Other works by Hirsch were Horeb and commentaries on the Pentateuch and Psalms. These are marked by much originality, but their exegesis is fanciful. 3 volumes of his essays have been published, 19,021,908. These were collected as Gesammelte Schriften from his periodical Jeshurun. For Hirsch, Religious Philosophy, C.S., a Hirsch, A Book of Essays, London, 1905. Roman 1a. Hirschberg, a town of Germany in the Prussian province of Silesia, beautifully situated at the confluence of the Bober and Zachen, 1120 ft, above the sea level, 48 Roman 1000 sc of Gorlitz, on the railway to Glatz with branches to Grunthal and Schmiedeberg Pop, 1905 19317. It is surrounded by pleasant promenades, occupying the site of its former fortifications. It possesses an evangelical church, the Church of the Holy Cross, one of the 6 Gnadenkirchen for the Silesian Protestants, stipulated for in the agreement at Altenstadt between Charles Roman XII of Sweden and the Emperor Joseph Roman I in 1707. 4. Roman Catholic churches, one of which dates from the 14th century, a synagogue, several schools, and orphanage, and an asylum. The town is the principal emporium of commerce in the Silesian Mountains, and its industries include the carding and spinning of wool and the manufacture of linen and cotton fabrics, yarn, artificial flowers, paper, cement, porcelain, sealing wax, blacking chemicals, and cider. There is also a lively trade in corn, wine, and agricultural produce. The town is celebrated for its romantic surroundings, including the Kavalierberg, from which there is a splendid view, the Hosberg, the Helicon, crowned by a small Doric temple, the Kreuzberg, with walks commanding beautiful views, and the Sattler ravine, over which there is a railway viaduct. Hirschberg was in existence in the 11th century, and obtained town rights in 1108 from Duke Boleslaus of Poland. It withstood a siege by the Hussites in 1427, and an attack of the imperial troops in 1640. The foundation of its prosperity was laid in the 16th century by the introduction of the manufacture of linen and veils. Hirschberg is also the name of a town of Thuringia, on the Zala, with manufactures of leather and knives. Pop 2000. Hirson, a town of northern France in the department of Aisne. 35 Roman 1000 by rail. Eni of Leon, on the Oise. Pop 1906 8335. It occupies an important strategic position close to the point of intersection of several railway lines, and not far from the Belgian frontier. For its defense, there are a permanent fort and 2 batteries near the railway junction. The town carries on the manufacture of glass bottles, tiles, iron, and tin goods, wool spinning, and brewing. Hirtius Aulus, Roman 10,043 b. Roman 100, Roman historian and statesman. He was with Julius Caesar as legate in Gaul. But after the Civil War broke out in 49, he seems to have remained in Rome to protect Caesar's interests. He was also a personal friend of Cicero. He was nominated with Roman 100 Vibius Pansa by Caesar for the consulship of 43. And, after the dictator's assassination in March 44, he and his colleague supported the senatorial party against Roman 1000 Antonius, with whom Hirtius had at first sided. The consuls set out for Mutina, where Antonius was besieging Decimus Brutus. On the 15th of April, Pansa was attacked by Antonius at Forum Gallorum, about 8 Roman 1000 from Mutina, and lost his life in the engagement. Hirtius, however, compelled Antonius to retire on Mutina, where another battle took place on the 25th or 27th of April, in which Hirtius was slain. Of the continuations of Caesar's Commentaris, the 8th book of the Gallic War, the history of the Alexandrian, African, and Spanish Wars. The first is generally allowed to be by Hirtius. The Alexandrian War is perhaps by him or Oppius. The last 2 are supposed to have been written at his request by persons who had taken part in the events described, with a view to subsequent revision and incorporation in his proposed work on military commanders. The language of Hirtius is good, but his style is monotonous and lacks vigor. Hirtius and the other continuators of Caesar are discussed in Roman 1000 Schanz Geschichte der Römischen Literatur, Roman 1, also R. Schneider Bellum Africanum 1905. For the history of the period, see, under Antonius Cicero's letters, ed. Tyrol, and Purser G. Boissier. Cicero and his friends, Eng Trans, 1897. Hisham ibn Alkalbai, Abul Muntir, Hisham ibn Mahamd, ibn As-Sab ul Kalb, Roman 500, Roman 100, Arabic historian, 526, was born in Kufa, but spent much of his life in Baghdad. Like his father, on whose authority he relied largely, he collected information about the genealogies and history of the ancient Arabs according to the Fihrist C. Nadim. He wrote 140 works as independent works. They have almost entirely ceased to exist, but his account of the genealogies of the Arabs is continually quoted in the Kitab ul-Aghani. Large extracts from another of his works, the Kitab ul-Aznam, are contained in the Kizanat ul-Adab, Roman 3246, and in the Geography of Yaqut Q, Roman 5. These latter have been translated with comments by J. Wellhausen in his Risted des Arabischen Heidentums, 2nd ed. Berlin 1897. Gwt. Hispellum mod Spello Q, Roman 5, an ancient town of Umbria, Italy. 3 Roman 1000 N of Fulginii, on the road between it and Perusia, 1030 ft above sea level. It does not appear to be mentioned before the time of Augustus, who founded a colony there, Colonia Iulia Hispellum, and extended its territory to the springs of the Clytemnus, which had originally belonged to the territory of Mevania. It received the name of Flavia Constans by a rescript of the Emperor Constantine, a copy of which on a marble tablet is still preserved at Spello. The gate by which the town is entered is ancient, and has 3 portrait statues above it, 2 other gates, and a part of the city wall built of rectangular blocks of local limestone may still be seen, as also the ruins of what is possibly a triumphal arch attributed to Augustus, and an amphitheater, and perhaps of a theater close to the modern high road outside the T.S. Hisar, a district in Central Asia lying between 6630 and 70 E, and 3915 and 37 N, and dependent on the Emir of Bokhara. It forms that part of the basin of the Amudarya, or Oxus, which lies on the north side of the river, opposite the Afghan province of Balkh, the western prolongation of the Tianshan, which divides the basin of the Zarafshan from that of the upper Amu, after rising to a height of 12,300 ft bifurcates in 6745 E. The main chain, the southern arm of this bifurcation, designated the Hisar Range, but sometimes called also Kohatau, forms the N and NW boundaries of Hisar on the W. It is wholly bounded by the desert. The Amu limits it on the S, and SC and Karatkin and Darvas complete the boundary on the E. Until 1875, it was one of the least known tracts of Central Asia. Hisar is traversed from north to south by 4 tributaries of the Amu, viz. The Sirkab, or Vaksh, Kafarnihan, Sirkin, and Shurabaduria, which descend from the snowy mountains to the north, and form a series of fertile valleys disposed in a fan shape within which lie the principal towns. In the NW boundary range between Qusar and Derbent is situated the defile formerly called the Iron Gate Caspian, Gates Babel Hadid Dar Ahinin, and in Chinese Timanquan, but now styled Buzgulkhana, or the Goat House. It was also called Koluga, said to be a Mongol word, meaning barrier. This pass is described as a deep but narrow chasm in a transverse range, whose rocks overhang and threaten to choke the tortuous and gloomy corridor in places, but 5 paces wide, which fords the only exit from the valley. In ancient times, it was a vantage point of much importance, and commanded one of the chief routes between Turkestan and India. H. Suan, sang the Chinese traveler who passed through it in the 7th century, states that there were then 2 folding doors or gates cased with iron, and hung with bells, placed across the pass. Clavijo, the Spanish ambassador to the court of Timur, heard of this when he passed through the defile nearly 800 years later, but the gates had then disappeared. The Sirkin Valley is highly cultivated, especially in its upper portion. It supplies Bokhara with corn and sheep, but its chief products are rice and flax. The town of Hisar, pop 15,000, commands the entrance into the fertile valleys of the Sirkin and Kafarnihan, just as Kabadian at the southern end of the latter defends them from the south. Hisar was long famous for its Damascene swords, and its silk goods. Kulub produces wheat in abundance, and gold is brought thither from the surrounding districts. Kabadian is a large silk-producing town and is surrounded with rice fields. The population consists principally of Uzbeks and Tajiks, the former predominating, and gradually pushing the Tajiks into the hills on the banks of the Amu. There are Turkomans who work the ferries, drive sheep, and accompany caravans. Luli gypsies, Jews, Hindus, and Afghans are other elements of the population. The climate of the valleys of Hisar and Kulub is pleasant, as they are protected by mountains to the north and open towards the south. They produce all the cereals and garden plants indigenous to Central Asia. Cotton is grown in the district of Shurabad, and cotton, wheat, flax, sheep, and rock salt are all exported. History. This country was anciently part of the Persian Empire of the Achaemenidi and probably afterwards of the Greco-Bactrian kingdom, and then subject to the invading Asiatic tribes who broke up that kingdom. For example, the Yuezhi. It was afterwards conquered by the Ephthalites, or White Huns, who were subdued by the Turks in the early part of the 7th century. It then became subject successively to the Mohammedan invaders from Persia and after to the Mongol dynasty of Genghis Khan, and to Timur and his successors. It subsequently became a cluster of Uzbek states, and was annexed by the Emir of Bokhara Kuroman V in 18,691,870, soon after the Russian occupation of Samarkand. JTB Roman 100L. Hisar, a town and district of British India in the Delhi division of the Punjab. The town is situated on the Rajputana Railway and the Western Jumna Canal. 102 Roman 1000 WNW of Delhi, pop 1901 17647. It was founded in 1356 by the Emperor Feroz Shah, who constructed the canal to supply it with water, but this fell into decay. During the 18th century, owing to the constant inroads of marauders. Hisar was almost completely depopulated during the famine of 1783, but was afterwards occupied by the famous Irish adventurer George Thomas, who built a fort and collected inhabitants. It is now chiefly known for its cattle and horse fairs, and has a cotton factory. The district comprises an area of 5217 sq Roman 1000. It forms the western border district of the Great Bikaner Desert, and consists for the most part of sandy plains dotted with shrub and brushwood, and broken by undulations towards the south, which rise into hills of rock like islands. Out of a sea of sand, the Gagger is its only river whose supply is uncertain depending much on the fall of rain in the lower Himalayas. Its overflow in times of heavy rain is caught by Jay Hills, which dry up in the hot season. The western Jumna Canal crosses the district from east to west, irrigating many villages. The soil is in places hard and clayey and difficult to till, but when sufficiently irrigated it is highly productive. Old mosques and other buildings exist. In parts of the district, Hisar produces a breed of large milk-white oxen, which are in great request for the carriages of natives. The district has always been subject to famine. The first calamity of this kind of which there is authentic record was in 1783, and Hisar has suffered severely in more recent famines. Its population in 1901 was 781,717, showing practically no increase in the decade, whereas in the previous decade, there had been an increase of 15. The climate is very dry, hot westerly winds blowing from the middle of March till July. Cotton weaving, ginning and pressing are carried on. The district is served by the Rajputana Malwa, the southern Punjab, and the Jodhpur-Bikaner railways. The chief trading centers are Bhiwani, Hansi, Hisar, and Sirsa. Before the Mohammedan conquest, the semi-desert tract of which Hisar district now forms part was the retreat of Chauhan Rajputs. Towards the end of the 18th century, the Badis of Bachiana gained ascendancy after bloody struggles to complete the ruin brought on by these conflicts. Nature lent her aid. In the Great Famine of 1783, Hisar passed nominally to the British in 1803, but they could not enforce order till 1810. Early in the Mutiny of 1857, Hisar was wholly lost for a time to British rule, and all Europeans were either murdered or compelled to fly. The Badis rose under their hereditary chiefs, and the majority of the Mohammedan population followed their example. Before Delhi had been recovered, the rebels were utterly routed. Hischius Roman 500 B. Roman 100 tyrant of Miletus, under the Persian king Darius Hystaspes, according to Herodotus, he rendered great service to Darius while he was campaigning in Scythia by persuading his fellow despots not to destroy the bridge over the Danube by which the Persians must return. Choosing his own reward for this service, he became possessor of territory near Myassinus, afterwards Amphipolis, rich in timber and minerals. The success of his enterprise led to his being invited to Susa, where in the midst of every kind of honor, he was virtually a prisoner of Darius, who had reason to dread his growing power in Ionia. During this period, the Greek cities were left under native despots, supported by Persia. Aristagoras, son-in-law of Hischius, being ruler of Miletus in his stead, this prince having failed against Naxos in a joint expedition with the satrap, Artaphernes began to stir up the Ionians to revolt, and this result was brought to pass according to Herodotus by a secret message from Hischius. The revolt assumed a formidable character, and Hischius persuaded Darius that he alone could quell it. He was allowed to leave Susa, but on his arrival at the coast, found himself suspected by the satrap, and was ultimately driven to establish himself, Herodotus says, as a pirate, more probably in charge of the Bosporus route at Byzantium. After the total failure of the revolt at the Battle of Lade, he made various attempts to re-establish himself, but was captured by the Persian Harpagus and crucified by Artaphernes at Sardis. His head was embalmed and sent to Darius, who gave it honorable burial. The theory of Herodotus that the Ionian revolt was caused by the single message of Hischius is incredible. There is evidence to show that the Ionians had been meditating since about 512, a patriotic revolt against the Persian domination, and the tyrants on whom it rested. See Grote Hist of Greece, ed. 1907, especially p. 122, note Art Ionia and Authorities, also S. Heinlein, in Clio 1909, pp 340-1351. Histology. Gr. Web, tissue properly. The webbing of the loom, from to make to stand. The science, which deals with the structure of the tissues of plants and animals. See cytology. History. The word history is used in two senses. it may mean either the record of events or events themselves. Originally see below limited to inquiry and statement. It was only in comparatively modern times that the meaning of the word was extended to include the phenomena which form or might form their subject. It was perhaps by a somewhat careless transference of ideas that this extension was brought about now. Indeed, it is the commoner meaning. We speak of the history of England. Without reference to any literary narrative, we term kings and statesmen the makers of history, and sometimes say that the historian only records the history which they make. History in this connection is obviously not the record, but the thing to be recorded. It is unfortunate that such a double meaning of the word should have grown up, for it is productive of not a little confusion of thought. History in the wider sense is all that has happened, not merely all the phenomena of human life, but those of the natural world as well. It includes everything that undergoes change, and as modern science has shown that there is nothing absolutely static. Therefore, the whole universe and every part of it has its history. The discovery of ether brought with it a reconstruction of our ideas of the physical universe, transferring the emphasis from the mathematical expression of static relationships to a dynamic conception of a universe in constant transformation. Matter in equipoise became energy in gradual readjustment. Solids are solids no longer. The universe is in motion, in every particle of every part. Rock and metal merely a transition stage between crystallization and dissolution. This idea of universal activity has in a sense made physics itself a branch of history. It is the same with the other sciences, especially the biological division, where the doctrine of evolution has induced an attitude of mind which is distinctly historical. But the tendency to look at things historically is not merely the attitude of men of science. Our outlook upon life differs in just this particular from that of preceding ages. We recognize the unstable nature of our whole social fabric and are therefore more and more capable of transforming it. Our institutions are no longer held to be inevitable and immutable creations. We do not attempt to fit them to absolute formulae, but continually adapt them to a changing environment. Even modern architecture, notably in America, reflects the consciousness of change. The permanent character of ancient or medieval buildings was fitted only to a society dominated by static ideals. Now the architect builds not for all time, but for a set of conditions, which will inevitably cease in the not distant future. Thus our whole society not only bears the marks of its evolution, but shows its growing consciousness of the fact in the most evident of its arts. In literature, philosophy, and political science, there is the same historical trend. Criticism no longer judges by absolute standards. It applies the standards of the author's own environment. We no longer condemn Shakespeare for having violated the ancient dramatic laws, nor Voltaire for having objected to the violations. Each age has its own expression, and in judging each, we enter the field of history. In ethics, again, the revolt against absolute standards limits us to the relative, and morals are investigated on the basis of history as largely conditioned by economic environment and the growth of intellectual freedom. Revelation no longer appeals to scientific minds as a source of knowledge. Experience, on the other hand, is history. As for political science, we do not regard the national state as that ultimate and final product which men once saw in the Roman Empire. It has hardly come into being before forces are evident which aim at its destruction. Internationalism has gained ground in Europe in recent years, and socialism itself, which is based upon a distinct interpretation of history, is regarded by its followers as merely a stage in human progress like those which have gone before it. It is evident that Freeman's definition of history as past politics is miserably inadequate. Political events are mere externals. History enters into every phase of activity, and the economic forces which urge society along are as much its subject as the political result. In short, the historical spirit of the age has invaded every field. The world picture presented in this encyclopedia is that of a dynamic universe of phenomena in process of ceaseless change. Owing to this insistent change, all things which happen or seem to happen are history in the broader sense of the word. The encyclopedia itself is a history of them in the stricter sense, a description and record of this universal process. This narrower meaning is the subject of the rest of this article. The word history comes from the gr, which was used by the Ionians in the 6th century B. Roman 100 for the search for knowledge in the widest sense. It meant inquiry, investigation, not narrative. It was not until 2 centuries later that the historicos, the reciter of stories, superseded the historian, the seeker. After knowledge, thus, history began as a branch of scientific research, much the same as what the Athenians later termed philosophy. Herodotus himself was as much a scientific explorer as a reciter of narrative, and his lifelong investigation was history in his Ionian speech. Yet it was Herodotus himself who first hinted at the new use of the word, applied merely to the details accumulated during a long search for knowledge. It is not until Aristotle, however, that we have it definitely applied to the literary product, instead of the inquiry, which precedes it from Aristotle to modern times. History, lat historia, has been a form of literature. It is only in the scientific environment of today that we recognize once more, with those earliest of the forerunners of Herodotus, that history involves two distinct operations, one of which, investigation, is in the field of science, while the other, the literary presentation, is in the field of art. The history of history itself is therefore twofold. History, as art flourishes with the arts, it calls upon the imagination, and the literary gifts of expression. Its history does not run parallel with the scientific side, but rather varies in inverse ratio with scientific activity. Those periods which have been dominated by the great masters of style have been less interested in the criticism of the historian's methods of investigation than in the beauty of his rhetoric. The scientific historian, deeply interested 528 in the search for truth, is generally but a poor artist, and his uncolored picture of the past will never rank in literature beside the splendid distortions which glow in the pages of a Michelet or Macaulay history. The art, in so far as it is conditioned upon genius, has no single traceable line of development. Here the product of the age of Pericles remains unsurpassed. Still, the works of Herodotus and Thucydides, standing along with those of Pheidias, as models for all time. On the other hand, history, the science, has developed so that it has not only gained recognition among historians as a distinct subject, but it has raised with it a group of auxiliary sciences, which serve either as tools for investigation or as a basis for testing the results. The advance in this branch of history in the 19th century was one of its greatest achievements. The vast gulf which lies between the history of Egypt by Herodotus and that by Flinders Petrie is the measure of its achievement. By the mechanism now at his disposal, the scientific explorer can read more history from the dust heaps of Abydos than the greatest traveler of antiquity could gather from the priests of size. In tracing the history of history, we must therefore keep in mind the double aspect. History itself, this double subject, the science and the art combined, begins with the dawn of memory and the invention of speech. It is wrong to term those ages prehistoric, whose history has not come down to us, including in one category the preliterary age, and the literary, whose traces have been lost. Even the preliterary had its history first in myth, and then in saga. The saga, or epos, was a great advance upon the myth, for in it the deeds of men replace or tend to replace the deeds of the gods. But we are still largely in the realm of imagination. Poetry, as Thucydides complained, is a most imperfect medium for fact. The bard will exaggerate or distort his story. True history, as a record of what really has happened, first reached maturity in prose. Therefore, although much of the past has been handed down to us in epic, in ballad, and in the legends of folklore, we must turn from them to what became history in the narrower sense. The earliest prose origins of history are the inscriptions. Their inadequacy is evident from two standpoints. Their permanence depends not upon their importance, but upon the durability of the substance on which they are inscribed. A note for a wedding ring baked into the clay of Babylon has been preserved, while the history of the greatest events has perished. In the second place, they are sealed to all but those who know how to read them, and so they lie forgotten for centuries, while oral tradition flourishes. Being within the reach of every man, it is only recently that archaeology, turning from the field of art, has undertaken to interpret for us this first written history, the process by which the modern fits together all the obtainable remains of an antiquity and reconstructs even that past which left no written record. Lies outside the field of this article, but such enlargement of the field of history is a modern scientific product, and is to be distinguished from the imperfect beginnings of history writing, which the archaeologist is able to decipher. Next to the inscription, sometimes identical with Themer, the early chronicles, these are of various kinds. Family chronicles preserved the memory of heroic ancestors, whose deeds in the earliest age would have passed into the keeping of the bards. Such family archives were perhaps the main source for Roman historians, but they are not confined to Rome or Greece. Genealogies also pass from the bald verse, which was the vehicle for oral transmission, to such elaborate tables as those in which Manetho has preserved the dynasties of Egyptian pharaohs. In this field, the priest succeeds the poet. The temple itself became the chief repository of records. There were simple religious annals, votive tablets, recording miracles accomplished at a shrine, lists of priests and priestesses, accounts of benefactions of prodigies and portents in some cases. As in Rome, the pontiffs kept a kind of register, not merely of religious history, but of important political events, as well down to the time of the Gracchi, 131 B. Roman 100, the Pontifex Maximus inscribed the year's events upon annual tablets of wood, which were preserved in the Regia, the official residence of the pontiff in the Forum. These pontifical annals thus came to be a sort of civic history, chronicles of the Greek cities, were commonly ascribed to mythical authors, as for instance that of Miletus, the oldest to Cadmus, the inventor of letters. But they were continued and edited by men in whom the critical spirit was awakening, as when the chroniclers of Ionian towns began the criticism of Homer. The first historians were the logography of these Ionian cities, men who carried their inquiry history beyond both written record and oral tradition to a study of the world around them. Their saying logos was gathered mostly from contemporaries, and upon the basis of a widened experience they became critics of their traditions. The opening lines of Hecataeus of Miletus begin the history of the true historic spirit in words which read like a sentence from Voltaire. Hecataeus of Miletus: "Thus speaks I right, as I deem true, for the traditions of the Greeks seem to me manifold and laughable. Those words mark an epoch in the history of thought. They are the introduction to historical criticism and scientific investigation. Whatever the actual achievement of Hecataeus may have been from his time onward, the scientific movement was set going. Herodotus of Heraclea struggled to rationalize mythology and established chronology on a solid basis, and finally Herodotus, a professional storyteller, rose to the height of genuine scientific investigation. Herodotus' inquiry was not simply that of an idle tourist, he was a critical observer who tested his evidence. It is easy for the student now to show the inadequacy of his sources and his failure here or there to discriminate between fact and fable, but given the imperfect medium for investigation and the absence of an archaeological basis for criticism, the work of Herodotus remains a scientific achievement as remarkable for its approximation to truth as for the vastness of its scope. Yet it was Herodotus' chief glory to have joined to this scientific spirit an artistic sense, which enabled him to cast the material into the truest literary form. He gathered all his knowledge of the ancient world not simply for itself, but to mass it around the story of the war between the East and West, the Greeks and the Persians. He is first and foremost a storyteller. His theme is like that of the bards, a heroic event. His story is a vast prose, epos, in which science is to this extent subordinated to art. This is the showing forth of the inquiry of Herodotus of Halicarnassus, to the end that neither the deeds of men may be forgotten by lapse of time, nor the works great and marvelous which have been produced, some by Hellenes, some by barbarians, may lose their renown, and especially that the causes may be remembered for which these waged war with one another. Roman 1e, the Persian War. In Thucydides, a higher art than that of Herodotus was combined with a higher science. He scorned the storyteller, who seeks to please the ear rather than to speak the truth. And yet his rhetoric is the culmination of Greek historical prose. He withdrew from vulgar applause, conscious that his narrative would be considered disappointing to the ear, yet he recast the materials out of which he constructed it, in order to lift that narrative into the realm of pure literature. Speeches, letters, and documents are reworded to be in tone with the rest of the story. It was his art, in fact, which really created the Peloponnesian War out of its separate parts. And yet this art was merely the language of a scientist. The laborious task of which he speaks is that of consulting all possible evidence and weighing conflicting accounts. It is this which makes his rhetoric worth, while an everlasting possession, not a prize competition, which is heard and forgotten. From the sublimity of Thucydides and Xenophon's straightforward story history, passed with Theopompus and Ephorus into the field of rhetoric, a revival of the scientific instinct of investigation is discernible in Timaeus, the Sicilian at the end of the 4th century. But his attack upon his predecessors was the text of a more crushing attack upon himself by Polybius, who declares him lacking in critical insight and biased by passion. Polybius comments upon Timaeus reach the dignity of a treatise upon history. He protests against its use for controversial pamphlets, which distort the truth. Directly a man assumes the moral attitude of an historian, he ought to forget all 529 considerations, such as love of one's friends, hatred of one's enemies. He must sometimes praise enemies and blame friends, for as a living creature is rendered useless if deprived of its eyes. So if you take truth from history, what is left but an unprofitable tale? BK Roman 12. These are the words of a rank unfortunately Polybius, like most modern scientific historians, was no artist. His style is the very opposite of that of Isocrates, and the rhetoricians it is often only clear in the light of inscriptions, so closely does it keep to the sources. The style found no imitator. History passed from Greece to Rome, in the guise of rhetoric, in Dionysius of Halicarnassus. The rhetoric was combined with an extensive study of the sources, but the influence of the Greek rhetoricians upon Roman prose was deplorable from the standpoint of science. Cicero, although he said that the duty of the historian is to conceal nothing true, to say nothing false, would in practice have written the kind of history that Polybius denounced. He finds fault with those who are non-exornators rerum, said tantum narrators. History, for him, is the mine from which to draw argument in oratory and example in education. It is not the subject of a scientific curiosity. It should be noted before we pass to Rome that with the expansion of Hellenism, the subject of historians expanded as well. Universal history was begun by Ephorus the rhetorician, and formed the theme of Polybius and Diodorus. Exiled Greeks were the first to write histories of Rome worthy of the name. The Alexandrian Eratosthenes placed chronology upon the scientific basis of astronomy, and Apollodorus drew up the most important chronica of antiquity. History writing in Rome, except for the Greek writers resident there, was, until the first half of the 1st century B. Roman 100, in the form of annals. Then came rhetorical ornamentation and the Ciceronian era. The first Roman historian, who rose to the conception of a science and art combined, was Sallust, the student of Thucydides. The Augustan age produced in Livy a great popular historian and natural artist, and a trained rhetorician in the speeches. But as uncritical and inaccurate as he was brilliant from Livy to Tacitus, the gulf is greater than from Herodotus to Thucydides. Tacitus is at least a consummate artist. His style ranges from the brilliancy of his youth to the sternness and somber gravity of age, passing almost to poetic expression in its epigrammatic terseness. Yet in spite of his searching study of authorities, his keen judgment of men, and his perception of underlying principles of moral law, his view was warped by the heat of faction, which glows beneath his external objectivity. After him, Roman history writing speedily degenerated. Suetonius' Lives of the Caesars is but a superior kind of journalism, but his Gossip of the Court became the model for historians whose works now lost furnish the main source for the Historia Augusta. The importance to us of this uncritical collection of biographies is sufficient comment on the decline of history writing in the latter empire. Finally, from the 4th century, the epitomes of Eutropius and Festus served to satisfy the lessening curiosity in the past, and became the handbooks for the Middle Ages. The single figure of Ammianus Marcellinus stands out of this age like a belated disciple of Tacitus. But the world was changing from antique to Christian ideals just as he was writing, and with him, we leave this outline of ancient history. The 4th and 5th centuries saw a great revolution in the history of history. The story of the pagan past slipped out of mind, and in its place was set by the genius of Eusebius, the story of the world force which had superseded it, Christianity, and of that small fraction of antiquity from which it sprang. The Jews' Christianity from the first had forced thinking men to reconstruct their philosophy of history, but it was only after the Church's triumph that its point of view became dominant in historiography. 3 centuries more passed before the pagan models were quite lost to sight, but from the 7th century to the 17th from Isidore of Seville, and the English bead for 1,000 years mankind was to look back along the line of Jewish priests and kings to the creation. Egypt was of interest only as it came into Israelite history. Babylon and Nineveh were to illustrate the judgments of Yahweh. Tyre and Sidon to reflect the glory of Solomon. The process by which the Gentiles have been robbed of their legitimate history was the inevitable result of a religion whose sacred books make them lay figures for the history of the Jews, rejected by the Yahweh who became the Christian God. They have remained to the present day in Sunday schools, and in common opinion not nations of living men, with the culture of arts and sciences, but outcasts who do not enter into the divine scheme of the world's history. When a line was drawn between pagan and Christian back to the creation of the world, it left outside the pale of inquiry nearly all antiquity. But it must be remembered that that antiquity was one in which the German nations had no personal interest. Scipio and the Gracchi were essentially unreal to them. The one living organization with which they came into touch was the church. So Cicero and Pompey paled before Joshua and Paul Diocletian. The organizing genius became a bloodthirsty monster, and Constantine the murderer a saint. Christian history begins with the triumph of the church, with Eusebius of Caesarea. The apologetic pamphlets of the age of persecutions gave way to a calm review of 3 centuries of Christian progress. Eusebius' biography of Constantine shows what distortion of fact the father of church history permitted himself. But the ecclesiastical history was fortunately written for those who wanted to know what really happened and remains today. An invaluable repository of Christian antiquities, with the continuations of Socrates, Sozomen, and Theodoret, and the Latin manual which Cassiodorus had woven from them, the Historia Tripartita. It formed the body of church history during all the Middle Ages. An even greater influence, however, was exercised by Eusebius' Chronica through Jerome's translation and additions. This scheme of this world's chronology became the basis for all medieval world chronicles. It settled, until our own day, the succession of years, from the creation to the birth of Christ, fitting the Old Testament story into that of ancient history. Henceforth the Jewish past, that one path back to the beginning of the world, was marked out by the absolute laws of mathematics and revelation. Jerome had marked it out. Sulpicius Severus, the biographer of St. Martin, in his Historia Sacra, adorned it with the attractions of romance. Sulpicius was admirably fitted to interpret the miraculous Bible story to the Middle Ages, but there were few who could write like him, and Jerome's Chronicle itself, or rather portions of it, became in the age which followed a sort of universal preface for the monastic chronicler. For a time, there were even attempts to continue imperial chronicles, but they were insignificant compared with the influence of Eusebius and Jerome. From the first, Christianity had a philosophy of history. Its earliest apologists sought to show how the world had followed a divine plan in its long preparation for the life of Christ. From this central fact of all history, mankind should continue through war and suffering until the divine plan was completed at the judgment day. The fate of nations is in God's hands. History is the revelation of his wisdom and power, whether he intervenes directly by miracle or merely sets his laws in operation. He is master of men's fate. This idea, which has underlain all Christian philosophy of history, from the first apologists who prophesied the fall of the empire and the coming of the millennium down to our own day, received its classic statement in St. Augustine's City of God. The terrestrial city, whose eternity had been the theme of pagan history, had just fallen before Alaric's Goths. Augustine's explanation of its fall passes in review not only the calamities of Roman history combined with a pathetic perception of its greatness, but carries the survey back to the origin of evil. At the creation, then, over against this civitas terrena, he sets the divine city, which is to be realized in Christendom. The Roman Empire's last general form of the earthly city gives way slowly to the heavenly. This is the main thread of Augustine's philosophy of history. The mathematical demonstration of its truth was left by Augustine for his disciple Paulus Orosius. Orosius' 7 books of histories against the pagans, written 530 as a supplement to the City of God, is the first attempt at a Christian world history. This manual for the Middle Ages arranged the rise and fall of empires with convincing exactness. The history of antiquity, according to it, begins with Ninus. His realm was overthrown by the Medes in the same year in which the history of Rome began. From the first year of Ninus' reign until the rebuilding of Babylon by Semiramis, there were 6 to 4 years, the same between the first of Procas and the building of Rome, 1100, and 6 to 4 years after each city was built. It was taken Babylon by Cyrus. Rome by Alaric and Cyrus. Conquest took place just when Rome began the Republic. But before Rome becomes a world empire, Macedon and Carthage intervene. Guardians of Rome's youth, tutor, curator. This scheme of the 4 world monarchies, which was to prevail through all the Middle Ages, was developed through 7 books filled with the story of war and suffering, as it was Orosius' aim to show that the world had improved since the coming of Christ. He used Trogus Pompeius' war history, written to exalt Roman triumphs, to show the reverse of victory. Disaster and ruin. Livy, Caesar, Tacitus, and Suetonius were plundered for the story of horrors, until finally even the Goths in Spain shine by contrast with the pagan heroes, and through the confusion of the German invasions, one may look forward to Christendom and its peace. The commonest form of medieval historical writing was the chronicle, which reaches all the way from monastic annals, mere notes on Easter tables, to the dignity of national monuments, utterly lacking in perspective and dominated by the idea of the miraculous. They are for the most part a record of the trivial or the marvelous. Individual historians sometimes recount the story of their own times with sober judgment, but seldom know how to test their sources when dealing with the past. Contradictions are often copied down without the writer noticing them, and since the Middle Ages forged and falsified so many documents, monasteries, towns, and corporations gaining privileges or titles of possession by the bold use of them, narrative of medieval writers cannot be relied upon unless we can verify it by collateral evidence. Some historians like Otto of Freising, Guibert of Nogent, or Bernard Gouy would have been scientific if they had had our appliances for comparison, but even men like Roger Bacon, who deplored the inaccuracy of texts, had worked out no general method to apply in their restoration. Toward the close of the Middle Ages, the vernacular literatures were adorned with Villani's and Froissart's chronicles, but the merit of both lies in their journalistic qualities of contemporary narrative. Neither was a history in the truest sense. The Renaissance marked the first great gain in the historic sense in the efforts of the humanists to realize the spirit of the antique world. They did not altogether succeed. Antiquity to them meant largely Plato and Cicero. Their interests were literary, and the un-Ciceronian centuries were generally ignored, those in which the foundations of modern Europe were laid, which produced parliaments. Cathedral cities. Dante and Chaucer were grouped alike on one dismal level, and christened the Middle Ages. The perspective of the humanists was only 1 degree better than that of the Middle Ages. History became the servant to literature and adjunct to the classics. Thus it passed into the schools, where textbooks still in use devote 200 pages to the Peloponnesian War and 2 to the Athens of Pericles. But if the literary side of humanism has been a barrier to the progress of scientific history, the discovery and elucidation of texts first made that progress possible. Historical criticism soon awoke. Laurentius Valla's brilliant attack on the donation of Constantine 1440 and Ulrich von Hutten's rehabilitation of Henry Roman IV from monkish tales mark the rise of the new science. One sees at a glance what an engine of controversy it was to be, yet for a while it remained but a phase of humanism. It was north of the Alps that it parted company with the grammarians. Classical antiquity was an Italian past the German scholars turned back to the sources of their national history. Aeneas Silvius Piccolomini Pius Roman II had discovered Otto of Freising, and Jordan's Maximilian Roman I encouraged the search for manuscripts, and Vienna became a great humanistic center. Conrad Keltz left his Germania Illustrata unfinished, but he had found the works of Hroswitha. Conrad Peutinger gathered all sorts of chronicles in his room in Vienna and published several, among them Gregory of Tours. This national movement of the 15th century was not paralleled in France or England, where the classical humanities reigned. The Reformation, meanwhile, gave another turn to the work of German scholars. The Reformation, with its heated controversies, seems a strange starting point for science, yet it, even more than the Renaissance, brought out scientific methods of historical investigation. It not only sobered the humanist tendency to sacrifice truth for aesthetic effect, it called for the documents of the Church and subjected them to the most hostile criticism. Luther himself challenged them. Then in the Magdeburg centuries, 15,591,574, Protestantism tried to make good its attack on the medieval church by a great collection of sources. Accompanied with much destructive criticism, this gigantic work is the first monument of modern historical research. The reply of Cardinal Baronius Annals, Ecclesiastici, 15,880,1697, was a still greater collection drawn from archives which till then had not been used for scientific history. Baronius' criticism and texts are faulty, though far surpassing anything before his day, and his collection is the basis for most subsequent ones, in spite of J. Scaliger's refutation, which was to contain an equal number of volumes of the errors in Baronius. The movement back to the sources in Germany until the 30 Years' War was a notable one. Collections were made by Simon Schard, 15,351,573, Johannes Pistorius, 15,760,1608. Marquard Freher 15,651,614. Melchior Goldest 15,761,635. And others. After the war, Leibniz began a new epoch, both by his philosophy, with its law of continuity in phenomena, and by his systematic attempt to collect sources through an association. 1670, his plan to have documents printed as they were instead of correcting them was a notable advance, but from Leibniz until the 19th century, German national historiography made little progress, although church historians like Mosheim and Neander stand out among the greatest historians of all time. France had not paralleled the activity of Maximilian's Renaissance historians. The father of modern French history, or at least of historical research, was André Duchesne 15,840,1640, whose splendid collections of sources are still in use. Jean Bodin wrote the first treatise on scientific history, Methodus ad facilem historiarum cognitionem 1566, but he did not apply his own principles of criticism, and it was left for the Benedictine monks of the Congregation of St. Maur to establish definitely the new science. The place of this school in the history of history is absolutely without a parallel. Few of those in the audiences of Molière returning home under the grey walls of St. Germain's-Prés knew that within that monastery, the men whose midnight they disturbed were laying the basis for all scientific history, and few of the later historians of that age have been any wiser. But when Luc d'Acre turned from exegetics to patristics, and the lives of the saints as a sort of Christian humanist, he led the way to that vast work of collection and comparison of texts, which developed through Mabillon, Montfaucon, Ruinart, Martin Bouquet, and their associates into the indispensable implements of modern historians. Here, as in the Reformation controversy, called out the richest product. Jean Mabillon's treatise De Re Diplomatica, 1681, was due to the criticisms of that group of Belgian Jesuits, whose Acta Sanctorum Quat Toto Orb Collanter 1643 Roman 100 C. Bollandists was destined to grow into the greatest repository of legend and biography the world has seen. In reply to Roman 500 Papebroc's criticisms of the Chronicle of St. Denis, Mabillon prepared this manual for the testing of medieval documents. Its canons are the basis, indeed almost the whole of the science of diplomatic Curoman. 5. The touchstone of truth for medieval research. Henceforth, even the mediocre scholar had a body of technical rules by which to sort out the vast mass of apocrypha in medieval 531 documentary sources. Scientific history depends upon implements without manuals, dictionaries, and easy access to texts. We should go as far astray as any medieval chronicler. The France of the Moorists supplied the most essential of these instruments. The great glossary of Ducange is still in enlarged editions. The indispensable Encyclopaedia of the Middle Ages, chronology and paleography, were placed on a new footing by Dom Bernard de Montfaucon's Paleographia Graeca, 1708. The monumental Art de Verifier les Dates 3rd ed., 18,181,831, in 38 vols, and the Nouveau Traité de Diplomatique, 17,501,765, of Dom Tassin and Dom Taustein. The collections of texts which the Moorists published are too many and too vast to be enumerated here. See Roman 100 Langlois, Manuel de Bibliographie Historique pp. 293, ff. Dom Bouquet's Historiens de la Gaule et de la Française National Repertory for French historiensis, but one of a dozen tasks of similar magnitude during the 18th century. This deep underwork of scientific history continued to advance, though for the most part unseen by the brilliant writers, whose untrustworthy generalities passed for history in the salons of the old regime. Interrupted by the revolution, it revived in the 19th century, and the roll of honor of the French École des Chartes has almost rivaled that of St. Germain's-Prés. The father of critical history in Italy was Roman 50, a Muratori 16,721,750, the Italian counterpart of Leibniz. His vast collection of sources, Rerum Italicarum Scriptures, prepared amid every discouragement, remains today the national monument of Italian history, and it is but one of his collections. His output is perhaps the greatest of any isolated worker in the whole history of historiography. The same haste, but much less care, marked the work of J. Roman 500 Mansi. Roman 500, the compiler of the fullest collection of the councils. Spain, stifled by the Inquisition, produced no national collection of sources during the 17th and 18th centuries, although Nicholas Antonio Roman 500 produced a national literary history of the first rank. England in the 16th century kept pace with continental historiography. Henry Roman VIII's chaplain John Leland is the father of English antiquaries. Three of the most precious collections of medieval manuscripts still in existence were then begun by Thomas Bodley, the Bodleian at Oxford Archbishop, Matthew Parker Corpus Christi at Cambridge, and Robert Cotton. The Cottinian collection of the British Museum in Elizabeth's reign. A serious effort was made to arrange the national records, but until the end of the 18th century, they were scattered in not less than 15 repositories. In the 17th and 18th centuries, English scholarship was enriched by such monuments of research as William Dugdale's Monastic and Thomas Maddox's History of the Exchequer, Wilkins' Concilia, and Thomas Rymer's Phoedera. But these works important, as they gave but little idea of the wealth of historical sources, which the 19th century was to reveal in England. In the 19th century, the science of history underwent a sort of industrial revolution. The machinery of research invented by the genius of men like Mabilon was perfected and set going in all the archives of Europe. Isolated workers, or groups of workers, grew into national or international associations, producing from archives vast collections of material to be worked up into the artistic form of history. The result of this movement has been to revolutionize the whole subject. These men, of the factoride devoting their lives to the cataloging of archives and libraries, to the publication of material, and then to the gigantic task of indexing what they have produced, have made it possible for the student in an American or Australian college to master in a few hours in his library sources of history, which baffled the long years of research of a Martin or Rymer. The texts themselves have mostly become as correct as they can ever be, and manuals and bibliographies guide one to and through them, so that no one need go astray who takes the trouble to make use of the mechanism which is at his hand. For example, since the papal archives were opened, so many regesta have appeared that soon it will be possible to follow the letter-writing of the medieval popes day by day for century after century. The apparatus for this research is too vast to be described here. Archives have been reformed, their contents catalogued or calendared. Government commissions have rescued numberless documents from oblivion or destruction, and learned societies have supplemented and criticized this work and coordinated the results. Every state in Europe now has published the main sources for its history. The Rolls series, the Monumenta Germaniae Historica, and the Documents Inedits are but the more notable of such national products. A series of periodicals keeps watch over this enormous output. The files and indices of the English Historical Review, Historische Zeitschrift, Revue Historique, or American Historical Review will alone reveal the strength and character of historical research in the later 19th century. Every science which deals with human phenomena is in a way an implement in this great factory system in which the past is welded together again. Psychology has been drawn upon to interpret the movements of revolutions, or religions. Anthropology and ethnology furnish a clue to problems to which the key of documents has been lost. Genealogy, heraldry, and chronology run parallel with the wider subject, but the real auxiliary sciences to history are those which deal with those traces of the past that still exist. The science of language, philology of writing, paleography of documents, diplomatic of seals, sphragistix of coins, numismatics of weights and measures, and archaeology, in the widest sense of the word. These sciences underlie the whole development of scientific history. Dictionaries and manuals are the instruments of this industrial revolution. Without them, the literary remains of the race would still be as useless as Egyptian inscriptions to the Fellahin. Archaeology itself remained but a minor branch of art until the machinery was perfected, which enabled it to classify and interpret the remains of the prehistoric age. This is the most remarkable chapter in the whole history of historic recovery of that past, which had already been lost. When our literary history began, the perspective stretches out as far the other side of Homer, as we are. This, the old providential scheme of history, disintegrates before a new interest in the Gentile nations to whose high culture Hebrew sources bore unwilling testimony. Biblical criticism is a part of the historic process. The Jewish texts, once the infallible basis of history, are now tested by the libraries of Babylon, from which they were partly drawn, and Hebrew history sinks into its proper place in the wide horizon of antiquity. The finding of the Rosetta Stone left us no longer dependent upon Greek, Latin, or Hebrew sources, And now 50 centuries of Egyptian history lie before us. The scientific historian of antiquity works on the hills of Crete. Rather than in the quiet of a library with the classics spread out before him, there he can reconstruct the splendor of that Minoan age, to which Homeric poems look back as the Germanic epics looked back to Rome, or Verona. His discoveries coordinated and arranged in vast corpora inscriptionum, stand now alongside Herodotus or Livy, furnishing a basis for their criticism. Medieval archaeology has since Quicheret revealed how men were living, while the monks wrote chronicles, and now cathedrals and castles are studied as genuine historic documents. The immense increase in available sources, archaeological and literary, has remade historical criticism, ranks application of the principles of higher criticism to works written. Since the invention of printing, critic Neuerer Geskitschreiber was an epoch-making challenge of narrative sources. Now they are everywhere checked by contemporary evidence, and a clearer sense of what constitutes a primary source has discredited much of what had been currently accepted as true. This is true not only of ancient history, where last year's book may be 1,000 years out of date, but of the whole field. Hardly an old master remains an authoritative book of reference. Gibbon, Grote, Giesebrecht, Gazat stand today by reason of other virtues than their truth. Old landmarks drop out of sight. The fall of the Western Empire in 476, the coming of the Greeks to Italy in 1450 dates, which once enclosed the Middle Ages. The perspective changed. The Renaissance grows less, and the middle 532 ages more. The Protestant Revolution becomes a complex of economics and politics, and religion. The French Revolution, a vast social reform, in which the terror was an incident. Roman 100. The result has been a complete transformation of history since the middle of the 19th century. In the 17th century, the Augustinian scheme of world history received its last classic statement in Bossuet's Histoire universelle. Voltaire's reply to it in the 18th essay, Sir, Les Murs, attacked its limitations on the basis of deism, and its miraculous procedure on that of science. But while there are foreshadowings of the evolutionary theory in this work, neither the philosoph historians nor Hume nor Gibbon arrived at a constructive principle in history which could take the place of the providence. They rejected religion, though false, might be a real historic force. History became the tragic spectacle of a game of dupest, real movers being priests, kings, or warriors. The pawns slowly acquired reason, and then would be able to regulate the moves themselves. But all this failed to give a satisfactory explanation of the laws which determine the direction of this evolution. Giovanni Battista Vico, 16,680,1744, was the first to ask why there is no science of human history, but his lonely life and unrecognized labors leave him apart from the main movement, until his works were discovered again in the 19th century. It was a Roman 50H Heron who, at the opening of the 19th century, first laid that emphasis upon the economic factors in history, which is today slowly replacing the Augustinian explanation of its evolution. Heron's own influence, however, was slight. The first half of the century, apart from the scientific activity of Pertz, Gizot Roman 100, was largely dominated by the Romanticists with their exaggeration of the individual. Carlyle's great man theory of history is logically connected with the age of Scott. It was a philosophy of history which lent itself to magnificent dramatic creations, but it explained nothing. It substituted the work of the genius for the miraculous intervention of providence, but apart from certain abstract formulae such as truth and right, knew nothing of why or how it is, but dealing in words to say that the meaning of it all is God's revelation of himself. Granting that, what is the process? Why does it so slowly reveal the right of the Middle Ages, as in slavery for instance, to be the wrong today? Carlyle stands to Bossuet as the sage to the myth. Hegel got no closer to realities. His idealistic scheme of history, which makes religion the keynote of progress, and describes the function of each Judaism to typify duty, Confucianism, order, Mohammedanism, justice, Buddhism, patience, and Christianity, love does not account for the facts of the history enacted by the devotees. It characterizes not the real process of evolution, but an ideal which history has not realized. Besides, it does not face the question how far religion itself is a product or a cause or both combined. In the middle of the century, two men sought to incorporate in their philosophy the physical basis which Hegel had ignored in his Spiritism, recognizing that life is conditioned by an environment and not an abstraction for metaphysics. H. T. Buckle, in his History of Civilization in England, 1857, was the first to work out the influences of the material world upon history, developing through a wealth of illustration the importance of food soil and the general aspect of nature upon the formation of society. Buckle did not, as is generally believed, make these three factors dominate all history. He distinctly stated that the advance of European civilization is characterized by a diminishing influence of physical laws and an increasing influence of mental laws, and the measure of civilization is the triumph of mind over external agents. Yet his challenge not only to the theologian, but also to those historians whose indolence of thought or natural incapacity prevented them from attempting more than the analytic record of events, called out a storm of protest from almost every side. Now that the controversy has cleared away, we see that in spite of Buckle's too confident formulation of his laws, his pioneer work in a great field marks him out as the Augustine of the scientific age among historians. However, Buckle's theory received but little favor for another generation. Meanwhile, the economists had themselves taken up the problem, and it was from them that the historians of today have learned it. 10 years before Buckle published his history, Karl Marx had already formulated the economic theory of history, accepting with reservation Feuerbach's attack on the Hegelian absolute idea based on materialistic grounds. Der Mensch ist, was ist Marx, was led to the conclusion that the causes of that process of growth which constitutes the history of society are to be found in the economic conditions of existence. From this, he went on to socialism, which bases its militant philosophy upon this interpretation of history. But the truth or falseness of socialism does not affect the theory of history. In 1845, Marx wrote of the young Hegelians that to separate history from natural science and industry was like separating the soul from the body, and finding the birthplace of history not in the gross material production on earth, but in the misty cloud formation of heaven. Die Heilige Family, p. 238. In his Misère de la Philosophie, 1847, he lays down the principle that social relationships largely depend upon modes of production, and therefore the principles, ideas, and categories which are thus evolved are no more eternal than the relations they express, but are historical and transitory products. In the famous Manifesto of the Communist Party, 1848, the theory was applied to show how the Industrial Revolution had replaced feudal with modern conditions, but it had little vogue except among socialists until the third volume of Das Kapital was published in 1894, when its importance was borne in upon continental scholars. Since then, the controversy has been almost as heated as in the days of the Reformation. It is an exaggeration of the theory which makes it an explanation of all human life, but the whole science of dynamic sociology rests upon the postulate of Marx. The content of history always reflects the interests of the age in which it is written. It was so in Herodotus, and in medieval chronicles, modern historians began with politics. But as the complex nature of society became more evident in the age of democracy, the economic or sociological history gained ground. Histories of commerce and cities now rank beside those on war and kings. Although there are readers still who prefer to follow the pennants of robber barons rather than to watch the slow evolution of modern conditions, the Drummond trumpet history has its place like that of art, jurisprudence, science, or philosophy. Only now we know that no one of these is more than a single glimpse at a vast complex of phenomena, most of which lie forever beyond our ken. This expansion of interest has intensified specialization. Historians no longer attempt to write world histories. They form associations of specialists for the purpose. Each historian chooses his own epoch or century and his own subject, and spends his life mastering such traces of it as he can find. His work there enables him to judge of the methods of his fellows, but his own remains restricted by the very wealth of material which has been accumulated on the single subject before him. Thus the great enterprises of today are cooperative Cambridge, modern history, Lavis and Rambaud's Histoire Générale, or Lavis's Histoire de France, like Hunt and Poole's Political History of England, and Onken's Allgemeine Geschichte in Einzeldarstellungen. But even these vast sets cover but the merest fraction of their subjects. The Cambridge history passes for the most part along the political crust of society and seldom glances at the social forces within. This limitation of the professed historian is made up for by the growingly historical treatment of all the sciences and arts, a tendency noted before to which this edition of the Encyclopaedia Britannica is itself a notable witness. Indeed, For a definition of that limitless subject, which includes all the phenomena that stand the warp and stress of change, one might adapt a famous epitaphsi historiam, requiris circumspis. Bibliography ch. Roman 5 Langlois Manuel de Bibliographie Historique, 2 vols 1904. This forms the logical bibliography of this article. It is a general survey of the whole apparatus of historical research, and is the indispensable guide to the subject. Similar bibliographies, covering sections of history, are noted with the articles where they properly belong. For example, in English medieval history, the Manual of Chau's Gross Sources and Literature of English History, 533. In German history, the Quellenkund of Dahlmann Waits, 7th ed. For France, the Bibliographie de l'Histoire de France of G. Monod antiquated 1888, or the Sources de l'Histoire de France, so ably begun by a Molinier's volumes on the medieval period, perhaps the sanest survey of the present scientific movement in history, is the clear summary of ch. Roman 5 Langlois and ch. Sainobo's Introduction to the Study of History trans with preface by F. York Powell, London, 1898. Much more ambitious is E. Bernheim's Lehrbuch der historischen Methode und der Geschichtsphilosophie, mit Nachweis der wichtigsten Quellen und Hilfsmittel zum Studium der Geschichte 3rd and 4th ed. Leipzig, 1903. JTS. Hit a town of Asiatic Turkey, in the Vilayet of Baghdad on the west bank of the Euphrates 70 Roman 1000 WNW of Baghdad, in 3338-8 and 4252-15. It is picturesquely situated on a line of hills partly natural, but in large part certainly artificial, the accumulation of centuries of former habitation from 30 to 100 ft in height, bordering the river. The houses are built of field stones, and mud. A striking feature of the town is a lofty and well-proportioned minaret, which leans quite perceptibly behind and around it. Is an extensive but utterly barren plain through which flow several streams of bitter water coming from mineral springs. Directly behind the town are 2 bitumen springs, one cold and one hot, within 30 ft of one another. The gypsum cliffs on the edge of the plain and the rocks which crop out here and there in the plain are full of seams of bitumen, and the whole place is redolent of sulphuretted hydrogen. Across the river there are naphtha springs. Indeed, the entire region is one possessing great potential wealth in mineral oils and the like. Hit with its fringe of palms is like an oasis in the desert, occasioned by the outcrop of these deposits. From time immemorial, it has been the chief source of supply of bitumen for Babylonia, the prosperity of the town depending always upon its bitumen fountains, which are still the property of the government, but are rented out to anyone who wishes to use them. There is also a shipyard at Hit, where the characteristic Babylonian boats are still made, smeared within and without with bitumen. Hit is the head of navigation on the Euphrates. It is also the point from which the camel post starts across the desert to Damascus. About 8 Roman 1000 inland from Hit on a bitter stream lies the small town of Cubatha. Hit is mentioned under the name of Ist in the Karnak inscription, as paying tribute to Thutmose Thothmes, Roman 3, in the Bible Ezra, Roman 8. It is called Ahava. The original Babylonian name seems to have been Ihai, which becomes in the Talmud Ihidakira in Ptolemy, and in Zosimus and Ammianus and Diasyra. See Geo Rawlinson's Herodotus, Roman 1, and note by H. Roman 100 Rawlinson, J. P. Peters, Nipper 1897, H. Roman 5 Gir by Nile and Euphrates, 1904. JPP. Hida Jins Perez de 15,440,1605, Spanish novelist and poet, was born at Mula, Murcia, about the middle of the 16th century. He served in the campaign of 15,690,1571 against the Moriscos, and in 1572 wrote a rhymed history of the city of Lorca, which remained unpublished till 1889. He owes his wide celebrity to the Historia de los Bandos de Zegres, y Abencerrages, 15,951,604, better known as the Guerras Civiles de Granada, which purports to be a chronicle based on an Arabic original ascribed to a certain Ibn Hammon. Ibn Hammon is a fictitious personage, and the Guerras de Granada is in reality a historical novel, perhaps the earliest example of its kind, and certainly the first historical novel that attained popularity. In the first part, the events which led to the downfall of Granada are related with uncommon brilliancy, and Hida's sympathetic transcription of life at the emir's court has clearly suggested the conventional presentation of the picturesque chivalrous Moor in the pages of Emile de Scudery, Mme de Lafayette Chateaubriand, and Washington Irving II. Part is concerned with the author's personal experiences, and the treatment is effective, yet though Calderon's play Amour disputes de la Muerte is derived from it, the second part has never enjoyed the vogue or influence of the first. The exact date of Hida's death is unknown. His blank verse rendering of the Chronica Trojana written in 1596 exists in manuscript. Hitchcock Edward 17,930,1864, American geologist, was born of poor parents at Deerfield, Massachusetts, on the 24th of May 1793. He owed his education chiefly to his own exertions, and was preparing himself to enter Harvard College when he was compelled to interrupt his studies. From a weakness in his eyesight in 1815, he became principal of the academy of his native town, but he resigned this office in 1818 in order to study for the ministry, having been ordained in 1821. Pastor of the Congregational Church of Conway, Mass., he employed his leisure in making a scientific survey of the western counties of the state from 1825 to 1845. He was professor of chemistry and natural history. From 1845 to 1864, was professor of natural theology and geology at Amherst College, and from 1845 to 1854 was president. The college owed its early success largely to his energetic efforts, especially during the period of his presidency in 1830. He was appointed state geologist of Massachusetts, and in 1836 was made geologist of the 1st District of the state of New York. In 1840, he received the degree of Roman 100 Roman 500 from Harvard, and in 1846, that of Roman 500 from Middlebury College, Vermont. Besides his constant labors in geology, zoology, and botany, Hitchcock took an active interest in agriculture, and in 1850, he was sent by the Massachusetts legislature to examine into the methods of the agricultural schools of Europe in geology. He made a detailed examination and exposition of the fossil footprints from the Triassic sandstones of the Connecticut Valley. His collection is preserved in the Hitchcock Ichnological Museum of Amherst College, and a description of it was published in 1858 in his report to the Massachusetts legislature on the ichnology of New England. The footprints were regarded as those of reptiles, amphibia, and birds. In 1857, he undertook with the aid of his 2 sons the Geological Survey of Vermont, which was completed in 1861. As a writer on geological science, Hitchcock was largely concerned in determining the connection between it and religion, and employing its results to explain and support what he regarded as the truths of revelation. He died at Amherst on the 27th of February, 1864. His son Charles Henry Hitchcock, 1836, did good service in geology in Vermont, New Hampshire, 18,680,1878, and other parts of America, and became professor of geology at Dartmouth in 1868. The following are Edward Hitchcock's principal works: Geology of the Connecticut Valley, 1823, Catalogue of Plants Growing Without Cultivation in the Vicinity of Amherst, 1829, Reports on the Geology of Massachusetts, 18,330,1841, Elementary Geology, 1840, ed. 2, 1841, and later ed. with Roman 100 H. Hitchcock, 1862, Fossil Footmarks in the United States, 1848, Outline of the Geology of the Globe, and of the United States in particular, 1853, Illustrations of Surface Geology, 1856, Ichnology of New England, 1858, The Religion of Geology and its Connected Sciences, 1851, New ed. 1869, Reminiscences of Amherst College, 1863, and various papers in the American Journal of Science and other periodicals. Hitchcock George, 1850, American artist, was born at Providence, Rhode Island in 1850. He graduated from Brown University in 1872 and from the Law School of Harvard University in 1874, then turned his attention to art and became a pupil of Boulanger and Lefebvre in Paris. He attracted notice in the Salon of 1885 with his tulip growing a Dutch garden which he painted in Holland. He had for years a studio at Egmond in the Netherlands. He became a Chevalier of the Legion of Honor France, a member of the Vienna Academy of Arts, the Munich Secession Society, and other art bodies, and is represented in the Dresden Gallery, the Imperial Collection, Vienna the Chicago Art Institute, and the Detroit Museum of Fine Arts. Hitchcock Roswell Dwight 18,171,887, American divine, was born at East Machias, Maine, on the 15th of August 1817, graduated at Amherst College in 1836, and later studied at Andover Theological Seminary, Mass. After a visit to Germany, he was a tutor at Amherst in 18,391,842 and was minister of the First Congregational Church, Exeter, New Hampshire in 18,451,852. He became professor of natural and revealed religion in Bowdoin College, Brunswick, Maine in 1852, and in 1855, professor of church history in the Union Theological Seminary in New York, of which he was president in 18,801,887. He died at Somerset, Mass. On the 16th of June, 1887. Among his works are Life of Edward Robinson, 1863, Socialism, 1879, Carmina Sanctorum, with Z. Eddy and Roman 50 W. Mudge, 1885, and Eternal Atonement, 1888. Hitchin, a market town, in the Hitchin parliamentary division of Hertfordshire, England, on the small river, his 32 Roman 1000 N, from London, by the Great Northern Railway Pop of Urban District, 1901 10072. It is the junction of the main line with the Cambridge branch, and with a branch of the Midland Railway to Bedford. The Church of St. Mary is perpendicular with a fine porch. A painting of the Adoration of the Magi attributed to Rubens, a small crypt, said to have been used by Cromwell as a prison for the Royalists, and many interesting monuments. Hitchin Priory is a mansion on the site of a Carmelite foundation of the early 14th century. A Gilbertine nunnery founded later in the same century stood adjacent to the church, and portions of the buildings appear in an existing block of almshouses. The Grammar School, 1632, was reconstituted in 1889 for boys and girls stroplating, malting, brewing, and the cultivation and distillation of lavender and peppermint are carried on. Hittites, an ancient people alluded to frequently in the earlier records of Israel, and also under slightly variant names in Egyptian records of the Xvug, Ith, Xi, XDH, and XXDH dynasties, and in Assyrian from about 1100 to 700 B. Roman 100. They appear also in the Vannic cuneiform texts, and are believed to be the authors of a class of monuments bearing inscriptions in a peculiar pictographic character, and widely distributed over Asia Minor and Syria, around which much controversy has raged during the past 30 years. The Bible in the Old Testament, the name of the race is written Heth, with initial aspirate members of it being Hitti Hittim, which the Septuagint renders or keeping it, will be noted in the stem throughout the race, appears in two connections, a in pre-Israelite Palestine. It is resident about Hebron Gen Roman 23, and in the central uplands. Num Roman 13 to Joshua Roman 1 is promised from the wilderness, and this Lebanon even unto the great river, the river Euphrates, all the land of the Hittites. The term wilderness here is of geographical ambiguity, but the promise is usually taken to mean that Palestine itself was part of the Hittite land before the coming of Israel, and an apostrophe of Ezekiel Roman 16 to Jerusalem, thy mother was an Hittite, is quoted in confirmation under the monarchy. We hear frequently of Hittites within the borders of Israel, but either as a small subject people coupled with other petty tribes, or as individuals in the Jewish service, for example, Uriah in the time of David. It appears, therefore, that there survived in Palestine to late times a detached Hittite population, with which Hebrews sometimes intermarried. Judges, Roman 36, Gen Roman 26, and lived in relations now amicable, now tyrannical. For example, Hittites were made tributary bondsmen by Solomon 1 Kings Roman 9:21-2. Cron Roman 8:8b. An independent and powerful Hittite people was domiciled N of Palestine proper, organized rather as a confederacy of tribes than a single monarchy. 1 Kings Roman 10:2 Kings Roman 7. Presumably, it was a daughter of these Hittites that Solomon took to wife. If the emendation of 2 Sam Roman 24 Tadamhachi, based on the Septuagint version, be accepted, we hear of them at Kadesh on Orontes, and some minor Hittite cities are mentioned, for example Luz. But no one capital city of the race is clearly indicated. Carchemish on the Euphrates, though mentioned 3 times 2, Cron Roman 35, Issa Roman 10, Jur Roman 46, is not connected explicitly with Hittites, a fact which is not surprising, since that city was no longer under a Hatti dynasty. At the epoch of the Old Testament references, so far as the Old Testament goes, therefore, we gather that the Hittites were a considerable people widely spread in Syria, in part subdued, and to some extent assimilated by Israel, but in part out of reach. The latter portion was not much known to the Hebrews, but was vaguely feared as a power in the early days of the monarchy, though not in the later pre-captivity period. The identification of the northern and southern Hittites, however, presents certain difficulties, not yet fully explained, and it seems that we must assume Heth to have been the name both of a country in the north and of a tribal population not confined to that country. Egyptian records the decipherment of the inscriptions of the Xva-ith Theban dynasty, led before the middle of the 19th century, to the discovery of the important part played in the Syrian campaigns of Thutmose Thothmes, Roman 3, by the Ht8 vulgarly transliterated Keta, though the vocalization is uncertain. The coincidence of this name beginning with an aspirate led H.K. Brugsch to identify the Keta with Heth. That identification stands, and no earlier Egyptian mention of the race has been found. Thutmose, Roman 3, found the Keta great and little in Syria, not apparently at Kadesh, but at Carchemish, though they had not been in possession of the latter place long, not in the epoch of Thutmose, Roman 1's Syrian campaign. They were a power strong enough to give the pharaoh cause to vaunt his success. See also Egypt, Ancient History. The new empire, though he says he levied tribute upon them, his successors in the dynasty nearly all record fresh wars with the Keta, who appear as the northernmost of Pharaoh's enemies, and Amenaphis, or Amenhotep, Roman 3, saw fit to take to wife Gilakippa, a Syrian princess, who may or may not have been a Hittite. This queen is by some supposed to have introduced into Egypt certain exotic ideas, which blossomed in the reign of Amenaphis, Roman, for the first pharaoh of the succeeding dynasty, Ramesses, Roman 1, came to terms with a Keta king called Saplul or Saparura, but Seti, Roman 1 again attacked the Keta 1366 B Roman 100, who had apparently pushed southwards. Forced back by Seti, the Keta returned, and were found holding Kadesh by Ramesses, Roman 2, who in his 5th year there fought against them, and a large body of allies drawn probably in part from beyond Taurus, the battle which occasioned the monumental poem of Pentor. After long struggles, a treaty was concluded in Ramses' 21st year between Pharaoh and Ketasar, Roman 1 e Kedaking, of which we possess an Egyptian copy. The discovery of a cuneiform tablet containing a copy of this same treaty in the Babylonian language was reported from Boghaz Kui in Cappadocia by H. Winkler in 1907. It argues the Keta, a people of considerable civilization. The Keta king subsequently visited Pharaoh and gave him his daughter to wife. Ramesses' successor Mimtu remained on terms with the Keta folk, but in the reign of Ramesses, Roman 3 Dine Roman 20, the latter seemed to have joined in the great raid of northern tribes on Egypt, which was checked by the Battle of Pelusium. From this point, Roman 100 B Roman 100, the point at which roughly the monarchic history of Israel in Palestine opens, Egyptian records ceased to mention Keta, and as we know from other sources that the latter continued powerful in Carchemish for some centuries to come, we must presume that the rise of the Israelite state interposed an effective political barrier. Assyrian records in an inscription of Tiglath-Pileser, Roman 1, about 1100 B Roman 101st, deciphered in 1857. A people called Kadi is mentioned as powerful in Gilgamesh on Euphrates, Roman 1 e Carchemish, and in other records of the same monarch subsequently read. Much mention is made of this, and of other Syrian names. These Kadi appear again in the inscriptions of Ashurnazirpal, early 9th century B Roman 100, in whose time Carchemish was very wealthy, and the Kadi power extended far over Syria, and even into Mesopotamia. Shalmaneser, Roman 2 Roman 500 B Roman 100, raided the Kadi and their allies year after year, and at last Sargon, Roman 3 in 717 B Roman 100, relates that he captured Carchemish and its king Pisiris, and put an end to its independence. We hear no more of it thenceforward. These Kadi, there is no reasonable doubt, are identical with Keta, for the chronology see further under Babylonia and Assyria. Other cuneiform records. The name of the race appears in certain of the Tel Amarna letters, tablets written in Babylonian script to Amenaphis Amenhotep, Roman 4, and found in 1892 on the site of his capital. Some of his governors in Syrian districts, for example one Azaru of Phoenicia, report movements of the Hittites, who were then pursuing an aggressive policy, about 1400 B Roman 100. There are also other letters from rulers of principalities in N. Syria Mitanni and E. Asia Minor Arzawa, who write in non-Semitic tongues and are supposed to have been Hittites. Certain Khat or Khadi are mentioned in the Vannic inscriptions deciphered partially by A. H. Sayce, and others as attacked by 535 kings of Biana's Van, and apparently domiciled on the Middle Euphrates, N of Taurus, in the 9th century B. Roman 100. This name again may safely be identified with Khadi Kheta. The Khadi also appear on a prophecy-tablet referring ostensibly to the time of Sargon of Agade, middle of 4th millennium B. Roman 100. But the document is probably of very much later date. Lastly, a fragmentary chronicle of the First Babylonian dynasty mentions an invasion of Akkad by them about 1800 B. Roman 100. From all these various sources, we should gather that the Hittites were among the more important racial elements in N. Syria and SC Asia Minor for at least 1,000 years. The limits at each end, however, are very ill defined, the superior falling not later than 2000 B. Roman 100, and the inferior not earlier than 600 B. Roman 100. This people was militant, aggressive, and unsettled in the earlier part of that time, commercial, wealthy, and enervated in the latter. A memorial of its trading long remained in Asia, in the shape of the weight measure called in cuneiform, records the Mene of Carchemish. These Hittites had close relations with other Asia Minor peoples, and at times headed a confederacy. During the later part of their history, they were in continual contact with Assyria, and as a Syrian power, and perhaps also as a Cappadocian one, they finally succumbed to Assyrian pressure. The Hittite monument site remains to consider in the light of the foregoing evidence, a class of monuments to which attention began to be called about 1870. In that year, two Americans, Consul J. A. Johnson and the Rev. S. Jessup, rediscovered at Hamath on Orontes 5 basaltic blocks bearing pictographic inscriptions in relief, one of which had been reported by J. Roman 50 Burkhardt in 1812. In spite of their efforts and subsequent attempts made by Tyrwhitt Drake and Richard Burton, when consul at Damascus proper copies could not be obtained, and it was not till the end of 1872 that, thanks to W. Wright of Beirut, casts were taken, and the stones themselves sent to Constantinople by Subhai Pasha of Damascus. As usually happens when a new class of antiquities is announced, it was soon found that the Hamathite inscriptions did not stand alone. A monument in the same script had been seen in Aleppo by Tyrwhitt Drake and George Smith in 1872. It still exists, built into a mosque on the western wall of the city. Certain clay ceilings, 8 of which bore pictographic signs, found by A. H. Layard in the palace of Ashurbanipal at Kyanjik, Nineveh, as long ago as 1851, and noticed then as in a doubtful character, were compared by Hayes Ward, and found to be of the Hamathite class. A new copy of the long-known rock sculpture at Ivres 1, in S.W. Cappadocia, was published by E. J. Davis in 1876, and clearly showed Hamathite characters accompanying the figures. Davis also reported, but did not see, a similar inscription at Bulgar, Madden, not far away. Sculptures seen by W. Skene and George Smith at Jarablus on the Middle Euphrates led to excavations being undertaken there in 1878 by the British Museum, and to the discovery of certain Hamathite inscriptions accompanying sculptures, a few of which were brought to London. The conduct of these excavations, owing to the death of George Smith, devolved on Consul Henderson of Aleppo, and was not satisfactorily carried out. Meanwhile, Wright, Ward, and Sayce had all suggested Hittite as a substitute for Hamathite because no other Syrian people loomed so large in ancient records as did the Hittites, and the suggestion began to find acceptance. Jarablus was confidently identified with Carchemish, but without positive proof to this day, and the occurrence of Hamathite monuments there was held to confirm the Hittite theory. In 1876, Sayce pointed out the resemblance between certain Hittite signs and characters in the lately deciphered Cypriot syllabary, and suggested that the comparison might lead to a beginning of decipherment, but the hope has proved vain to this scholar. However, is owed the next great step ahead. In 1879, it first occurred to him to compare the rock monuments at Boghaz Qec Tyria and Uyuk in N Cappadocia, discovered by Texier and Hamilton in 1835, and subsequently explored by G. Parrott and E. Guillaume. These, he now saw, bore Hittite pictographs. Other rock sculptures at Gyre Kalasi in Galatia, and in the Karabal Pass near Smyrna, he suspected of belonging to the same class too, and visiting the last-named locality, In the autumn he found Hittite pictographs. Accompanying one of the two figures, he announced his discoveries in 1880 and proclaimed the fact that a great Hittite empire extending from Kadesh to Smyrna had risen from the dead a month later. He had the good fortune to recover copies of a silver boss or hilltop offered to various museums about 1860 but rejected by them as a meaningless forgery, and for a long time lost again. To sight round the rim was a cuneiform legend, and in the field a Hittite figure with 6 Hittite symbols engraved twice over on either hand of it reading the cuneiform as Tarquatim Sar Mat Roman 1 et, king of the country Esace, distributed phonetic values, corresponding to the syllables of the 2 proper names among 4 of the Hittite characters, reserving 2 as ideograms of king and country, and launched into the field of decipherment, but he subsequently recognized that this was a false start and began afresh from another basis. Since then, a number of other monuments have been found, some on new sites, others on sites already known to be Hittite, the distribution of which can be seen by reference to the accompanying map. It will be observed that so far as at present known, they cluster most closely in Commagene Cappadocia and S. Phrygia. The following notes supplement the map. A West Asia Minor Niobe Surat Lutash and Karabal 2 rock-cut figures with much defaced hieroglyphs in relief remains of buildings not yet explored lie near the Niobe figure. Nothing purely Hittite has been found at Sardis or in any Asian excavation, but small Hittite objects have been sold in Smyrna and Aden. B. Phrygia Gyre Kalesi rock-cut figures and remains of a stronghold, but no inscriptions. Daganludir and Bakui in the Phrygian rock monument country at the first is a sculptured rock panel with a few pictographs in relief at the latter. A fragment of an inscription in relief was disinterred from a mound Kalatalu Yala near Ilgan Block, inscribed in relief, disinterred from mounds apparently marking a camp or palace enclosure Eflatun Bunar, Plato's Spring W of Konya megalithic building, with rude and greatly defaced reliefs, not certainly Hittite. No inscription Fassler W of Konya gigantic stela, or composite statue figure on animals, not certainly Hittite. No inscription Konya relief of warrior, drawn by Texier in 1835. And since lost of very doubtful Hittite character, a gold-inscribed Hittite ring now at Oxford was bought there in 1903. Emergazi Ank. Artistama 3 inscriptions in relief 2 on altars and large mounds, evidently an important Hittite site. Kara Dog Hilsingtuary, with incised carving of seated figure and inscriptions, found by Miss G. Roman 50 Bell, and Sir W. Roman 1000 Ramsay in 1907. See their 1001 Churches 1909. Roman 100 North Cappadocia, Boghaz Qec Tyria large city, with remains of palace citadel walls, Roman 100 long rock-cut inscription of 10 lines in relief, 2 short relief inscriptions cut on blocks, and also cuneiform tablets in Babylonian, and also in a native language first found in situ in 1893, and showing the site to be the capital of Arzawa, whence came 2 of the Tel El Amarna letters. Near the site are the rock reliefs of Yasli Kaya in 2 hypaethral galleries, showing in the 1-2 processions, composed of over 60 figures meeting at the head of the gallery, in the other isolated groups of figures 15 in number. C. For detailed description, Murray's Guide to Asia Minor, 1895 pp. 23. FF pictographs accompany many of the figures. The whole makes the most extensive group of Hittite remains, yet known Boghaz Qe was never thoroughly explored until 1907, the survey of Parrott and Guillaume having been superficial only, and the excavations of E. Chanter 1894 very slight in 1906, a German expedition under Professor H. Winkler undertook. The work and great numbers of cuneiform tablets were found. These refer to the reigns of at least 4 kings, from Subbalulium Saplal, see above, to Hadusal Roman II, or Kardusal Kedasar, see above. The latter was an ally of Kadishmanargu of Babylon 536, and powerful enough to write to the Babylonian court as a sovereign of equal standing. His letter shows that he considered the rise of Assyria a menace to himself. Winkler claims to read Hatti as the name of the possessors of Boghaz Qe, and to find in this name the proof of the Hittite character of Syro-Cappadocian power and of the imperial predominance of the city, but it remains to be proved whether these tablets were written there, and not rather being in a foreign script abroad like most of the Tel El Amarna archives. O. Puchstein has cleared and studied important architectural remains, Uyuk large mound with remains of palace, entered between sphinxes sculptured waldados, but no Hittite inscriptions, cuneiform tablets, some Babylonian others, in a native language, also inscriptions in early Phrygian character and language found in 1890. The most famous of Hittite reliefs is here a double-headed eagle displayed on the flank of one of the gateway sphinxes. This is supposed to have suggested to the Seljuks of Konya their heraldic device, adopted in the 13th century, which brought to Europe by the Crusaders became the emblem of Teutonic Empire. In 1345, this derivation must be taken however cum grano proof of its successive steps being wanting Kara Uyuk, a mound near Dedik partially excavated by E. Chanter in 1894, cuneiform tablets, and small objects possibly, but not certainly Hittite. A colossal eagle was found on a deserted site near Yamuli on the Middle Hollies in 1907 by W. Itmore Robinson. Roman 500 South Cappadocia Karaburna long incised rock inscription, Bogja 8 hours west of Kaisarea, four-sided stela, with incised inscription, a sargic on the side of Mt. Argius incised rock inscription Ekrek, a fragmentary inscription in relief, and an incised inscription on a stela of very late appearance, Fracton or Ferricton, probably Ankh Dastarkan sculptured rock panel, showing two groups of figures, in active cult, with hieroglyphs in relief Arslan Tash near Komana, Cappadocia, on the Sagan Dog two colossal lions, one with incised inscription Tashji in the Zamanti Valley rock relief, with rudely incised inscription Andevil, and boar inscriptions, incised on sculptured stelae of kings, probably from Tyana Ekazli Hisar. All are now in Constantinople. A silver seal with hieroglyphs now at Oxford came also from Bor Nigde basalt drum, or altar with incised inscription, Ivra's rock sculpture of king adoring God, with three inscriptions in relief. A second sculpture similar in subject, but smaller and much defaced, was found hard by in 1906 Bulgar Madden long incised rock inscription, near Silverman's Goran Gurun two rock inscriptions in relief, much damaged Arslan Tepe, near Ordasu 2 hours from Malaysia large mound, whence two sculptured stelae, or wall blocks, with inscriptions in relief have been unearthed now in Constantinople, and the Louvre 4 other reliefs reported found near Malaysia, and published by J. Garstang in Annals Arch and Anthrop, 1908, probably came also from Arslan Tepe Palanga lower, aniconic half of draped statue with incised inscription now in Constantinople, also a small basalt lion Arslan Tash near Palanga 2 rude gateway lions uninscribed Yapalak defaced inscription, reported by J. S. Sterrett, but never copied Izjan obelisk with long inscription in relief, on all four faces now in Constantinople. These last four places seem to lie on a main road, leading from Cappadocia to Marash, and the Syrian sites the expedition sent out by Cornell University in 1907 found several Hittite inscriptions on rocks near Darand in the valley of the Takamasu. North Syria, Marash several monuments stelae wall blocks, and two lions with inscriptions both in relief and incised part, are now at Constantinople part in Berlin and America, evidently. One of the most important of Hittite sites, Karaburshlu Arbistan Jurchen Singerli mounds about the headwaters of the Kara, Su the last-named mound, brought to O. Puchstein's notice, in 1882, by the chance discovery of sculptured waldados now in Constantinople, was the scene of extensive German excavations in 18,931,894, directed by F. Roman V. Lushan and K. Coldwy, and was found to cover a walled town with central fortified palace. Hittite cuneiform and old Aramaean monuments were found with many small objects, most of which have been taken to Berlin, but no Hittite inscriptions came to light. Sakshagazu, a site with several mounds between Singerli and Aintab series of reliefs, once waldados now in Berlin and Constantinople. This site is in process of excavation by Professor J. Garstang of the University of Liverpool. A sculptured portico has come to light in the smallest of the 5 mounds, and much pottery with incised and painted decoration has been recovered. Aintab fragment of relief inscription, Samset Samasada sculptured stela, with incised inscription, much defaced Jerebla C, above several Hittite objects sent from Biregic and Aintab to Europe, probably came from Jereblis. Others from Tel Bashar on the Sadr Kelikli, near Jereblis 2 stelae, 1, with relief inscription, Iskandarun Alexandretta source of a long inscription, cut on both sides of a spheroidal object of unknown origin. Kirchaglu, a site on the Afrin, whence a fragmentary draped statue with incised inscription was sent to Berlin. Aleppo inscription in relief C above Tel Amr on left bank of Euphrates. Large stela, with sculpture and long relief inscription, found in 1908, with several sculptured slabs, and 2 gateway lions, inscribed in cuneiform 2 hours south. A lion, and a fragment of a relief inscription, were found in 1909, by Miss G. Roman 50 Bel Tel Halef in mid-Mesopotamia, near Ras El Ain. Sculptures on portico of a temple or palace. Cuneiform inscriptions, 537, and large mounds explored in 1902 by Oppenheim. Hamma 5 blocks, inscribed in relief C above. F. Outlying sites. Erzurum source of an incised inscription, perhaps not originally found there. Kedebig metal boss, or hilltop, with pictographs found in a tomb, and stated by F. Hommel to be Hittite, but doubtful. Toprak Kale bronze fragments with 2 pictographs doubtful, if Hittite. Nineveh ceilings C above Babylon. A bowl, and a stela of storm god, both with incised inscriptions, doubtless spoil of war or tribute, brought from Syria. The bowl is inscribed round the outside, the stela on the back. For a detailed description of the subjects of the reliefs, Roman 100, with the necessary illustrations, see the works indicated in the bibliography. Structures. The structural remains found, as yet on Hittite sites, are few, scanty, and far between. They consist of a ground plans of a palatial building, and 3 temples and fortifications with sculptured gate at Boghaz Kui. The palace was built round a central court flanked by passages, and entered by a doorway of 3 battents, hung on 2 columns. The whole plan bears more than a superficial resemblance to those of Cretan palaces in the later Minoan period. Only the rough core of the walls is standing to a height of about 3 ft. The fortifications of the citadel have an elaborate double gate with flanking towers. B. Fortifications, Palace Roman 100 at Singerli. The gates here are more elaborate than at Boghaz Kui, but planned with the same ideathot of entrapping in an enclosed space barred by a second door, an enemy who may have forced the first door, while flanking towers would add to his discomfiture. The palace plan is again rectangular, with a central pillared hall, and very similar in plan to that of Boghaz Kui. The massive walls are also of similar construction. Dados of relief sculpture run round the inner walls. This feature seems to have been common to Hittite buildings of a sumptuous kind, and accounts for most of the sculptured blocks that have been found, for example, at Jarablus. Sakchajuzu Uyuk Arslan Teep Roman 100 columns, probably of wood, rested on bases carved as winged lions. See gate with sculptured approach at Uyuk. The ground plan of the gate is practically the same in idea as that at Singerli. Structures were found at Jarablus but never properly uncovered or planned. D. Sculptured porticos of temples or palaces, uncovered at Sakchajuzu and Tel Halef. See above. On other sites, for example Arslan Tepe, or Dasu Arbistan Meresh above the modern town, and near the springs Bakui, mounds doubtless covering structures may be seen, and sculptured slabs have been recovered. The mounds, probably Hittite in En Syria alone, are to be counted by hundreds. No tombs, certainly Hittite, have been found for, though it is possible that some of the reliefs, for example at Fracton, are of funerary character. Sculptures and other objects of art. The sculptures hitherto found consist of reliefs on rocks, and on stelae either honorific or funerary reliefs on blocks forming parts of waldados, and a few figures more or less in the round, though most of these, for example, the sphinxes of Uyuk and the lions of Arslan Tash and Meresh, are not completely disengaged from the block. The most considerable sculptured rock panels are at Boghaz Kui. C. Tyria. The others, Ivris Fracton Karabal Jair Kalasi, Dagenludir. It should be observed all lie en of Taurus, a fact of some bearing on the problem of the origin and local domicile of the art, since rock reliefs at any rate cannot be otherwise than in situ sculptured stelae honorific or funerary, all with pyramidal or slightly rounded upper ends, and showing a single regal or divine figure or 2. Figures have come to light at Bor Meresh, Singerli, Jarablus, Babylon Roman 100. These, like most of the rock panels, are all marked as Hittite by accompanying pictographic inscriptions. The wall blocks are seldom inscribed, the exceptions, for example the Arslan Tepe lion hunt, and certain blocks from Meresh, and Jarablus being not more certainly waldados than stelae. The only fairly complete anthropoid statue known is the much-defaced Niobe at Suratlu Tash, engaged in the rock behind the aniconic lower part of an inscribed statue wholly in the round, was found at Palanga, and parts of others at Kirchaglu and Meresh, despite considerable differences in execution and details. All these sculptures show one general type of art, a type which recalls now Babylonian, now Assyrian, now Egyptian, now archaic Ionian style, but is always individual and easily distinguishable from the actual products of those peoples. The figures, whether of men or beasts, are of a squat heavy order with internal features, for example bones, muscles, Roman 100 shown, as if external as in some Mesopotamian sculptures. The human type is always very brachycephalic, with brow receding sharply and long nose, making almost one line with the sloping forehead in the sculptures of the Commagene. And the Tyana districts, the nose has a long curving tip of very Jewish appearance, but not unlike the outline given to Kheta warriors in Egyptian scenes. The lips are full, and the chin short and shaven. The whole physiognomy is fleshy and markedly distinct from that of other Syrians at Boghaz Uyuk and Jarablus. The facial type is very markedly non-Semitic, but not much stress can be laid on these differences, owing to one great variety of execution in different sculptures, which argues artists of very unequal capacity to doubt whether individual portraits are intended in some cases, and not in others. The hair of males is sometimes but not always worn in pigtail. The fashions of head covering and clothes are very various, but several of Themeg, the horned cap of the Ivri's god, the conical hat at Boghaz Fracton C, the jockey cap on the Tarkudim boss, the broad-bordered overrobe, and the upturned chaussure, not found on other Asiatic monuments, except where Hittites are portrayed animals in profile, are represented more naturalistically than human beings, for example at Yasli Kaya, and especially in some pictographic symbols in relief, for example at Hama. This, however, is a feature common to Mesopotamian and Egyptian, and perhaps to all primitive art. The subjects depicted are processions of figures, human and divine, Yasli Kaya, Uyuk Jair Kalasi, scenes of sacrifice or adoration or other cult practice, Yasli Kaya Uyuk Frakton Ivriz, and perhaps the figures seated beside tables at Marash Sakshajuzu, Sindrali Roman 100 of the Chase Arslan Teep Sakshajuzu, but not as known at present of battle. Both at Uyuk and Yasli Kaya reliefs in one and the same series are widely separated in artistic conception and execution, some showing the utmost naivete, others expressing both outline and motion, with fair success. The fact warns us against drawing hasty inductions as to relative dates from style and execution. Besides sculptures, well-assured Hittite art products include a few small objects in metal, for example heavy inscribed gold ring, bought by Sir W. Roman 1000 Ramsay, at Konya base silver seal, supported on 3 lions' claws, bought by Roman 500 G. Hogarth at Bor, inscribed silver boss of Tarkudim, mentioned above Roman 100 many intaglios in various stones, chiefly in steatite, mostly either spheroidal or gable-shaped, but a few scarabaeate, conical or cylindrical, bearing sometimes pictographic symbols, sometimes divine human or animal figures. The best collection is at Oxford. The majority are of very rude workmanship, bodies and limbs being represented by skeleton lines or unfilled outlines. A few vessels, for example inscribed basalt bowl, found at Babylon, and fragments of ware painted with dark ornament on light baudiclay, or in polychrome on a cream-white slip, or black burnished, found on Cappadocian sites, Roman 100. The bronzes hitherto claimed as Hittite have been bought on the Syrian coast or come from not certainly Hittite sites, in Cappadocia c. E. Chanter Mission and Cappadocia. A great many small objects were found in the excavations at Sindrali, including carved ivory, seals, toilet instruments, implements, Roman 100. But these have not been published, nor, except provisionally, has the pottery found at Sakshajuzu. Inscriptions, these now almost 60 in number excluding seals, are all in a pictographic character, which employed symbols somewhat elaborately depicted in relief, but reduced to conventional and shorthand representations in the incised texts. So far the majority of our Hittite inscriptions, like those first found at Hama, are in relief cameo, but the incised characters first observed in the Tyana district have since been shown by discoveries at Marash, Babylon, Roman 100, to have had a 538 wider range. It has usually been assumed that the incised inscriptions, being the more conventionalized, are all of later date than those in relief. But comparison of Egyptian inscriptions, wherein both incised and cameo characters coexisted back to very early times, suggests that this assumption is not necessarily correct. The Hittite symbols at present known show about 200 varieties, but new inscriptions continually add to the list, and great uncertainty remains as to the distinction of many symbols, Roman 1e, whether mere variants or not, and as to many others which are defaced or broken in our texts. the objects represented by these symbols have been certainly identified. In only a few instances, a certain number are heads human, an animal detached from bodies in a manner not known in the Egyptian hieroglyphic system, with which some of the other symbols show obvious analogies. Articles of dress weapons tools, Roman 100 also appear. The longer inscriptions are disposed in horizontal zones or panels divided by lines, and it seems they were to be read boustrophedon, not only as regards the lines which begin right to left, but also the words which are written in columnar fashion, syllable below syllable and read downwards, and upwards alternately. The direction of reading is towards any faces, which may be shown among the pictographs. The words are perhaps distinguished in some texts by punctuation marks. Long and patient efforts have been made to decipher this script ever since it was first restored to our knowledge, and among the wood decipherers honorable mention must be made for persistence and courage of Professor A. H. Sayce and of Professor P. Jensen. Other interpretations have been put forward by F. E. Pizer based on conjectures as to the names on the Nineveh ceilings. Roman 100 Arkandair, based largely on Cypriot comparisons and phonetic values transferred from these, and Roman 100 J. Ball, based on Hittite names recorded on Egyptian and Assyrian monuments, and applied to word groups on the Hittite monuments. These, however, as having arbitrary and inadequate foundations and for other reasons have not been accepted. F. Hommel, J. Halevy, and J. Menant have done useful work in distinguishing word groups and have essayed partial interpretations. No other decipherers call for mention. A. H. Sayce and P. Jensen alone have enlisted any large body of adherents, and the former, who has worked upon his system for 30 years and published in the Proceedings of the Society for Biblical Archaeology for 1907, a summary of his method and results, has proceeded on the more scientific plan. His system, however, like all others, is built in the main upon hypotheses incapable at present of quite satisfactory verification, such for example as the conjectural reading Gargamish for a group of symbols which recurs in inscriptions from Jarablus and elsewhere. In this case, to add to the other obvious elements of uncertainty, it must be borne in mind that the location of Carchemish at Jarablus is not proved, though it is very probable other conjectural identifications of groups of symbols with the place names Hamath, Marash, Tyana are bases of Sayce's system. Jensen's system may be said to have been effectually demolished by Roman 50 Messerschmitt in his Bemerkungen 1898. But Sayce's system, which has been approved by Hommel and others, is probably in its main lines correct. Its frequent explanation, however, of incompatible symbols by the doctrines of phonetic variation and interchange, or by alternative values of the same symbol, used as ideograph determinative or phonetic complement, and the occasional use of circular argument in the process of verification, do not inspire confidence in other than its broader results. Sayce's phonetic values and interpretations of determinatives are his best assured achievements, but the words thus arrived at represent a language on which other known tongues throw little or no light, and their meaning is usually to be guessed only in some significant cases. However, the Bogha's QE tablets appear to give striking confirmation of Sayce's conjectures. Writing in 1903, Roman 50 Messerschmitt, editor of the best collection of Hittite texts up to date, made a tabula rasa of all systems of decipherment, asserting that only one sign out of 200th bisected oval determinative of divinity had been interpreted with any certainty, and in view of this opinion, coupled with the steady refusal of historians to apply the results of any Hittite decipherment, and the obvious lack of satisfactory verification, without which the piling of hypothesis on hypothesis may only lead further from probability, there is no choice but to suspend judgment for some time longer as to the inscriptions and all deductions drawn from them. Are the monuments Hittite? It is time to ask this question, although a perfectly satisfactory answer can only be expected when the inscriptions themselves have been deciphered. Almost all Hittitologues assume a connection between the monuments and the Quetta Kadi Hittites, but in various degrees. For example, while Sayce has said roundly that common sense demands the acceptance of all as the work of the Hittites, who were the dominant caste throughout a Lusalinate empire extending at one time from the Orontes to the Aegean, Messerschmitt has stated with equal dogmatism that the Hittites proper were only one people out of many five in Syria and Asia Minor who shared a common civilization, and that therefore they were authors of a part of the monuments. Presumably, the Syrian Commagenian and Catanian groups O. Puchstein 6, has denied to the Hittites some of the N-Syrian monuments, holding these of too late a date, judged by their Assyrian analogies for the flourishing period of the Kheta Kati, as known from Egyptian and Assyrian records. He would ascribe them to the Kumuk Commagenians, who seem to have succeeded the Kati as the strongest opponents of Assyria in these parts. He was possibly right as regards the Sinjali and Sakshajuzu sculptures, which are of provincial appearance. The following considerations, however, may be stated in favor of the ascription of the monuments to the Hittites. Furthermore, the Boghez Qi tablets, though only partially deciphered, as yet go far to settle the question. They show that whether Boghez Qi was actually the capital of the Hatti, or not, it was a great city of the Hatti, and that the latter were an important element in Cappadocia from very early times. Before the middle of the 16th century B. Roman 100, the Cappadocian Hatti were already in relations generally more or less hostile with a rival power in Syria, that of Mitanni and Subbalulium Saplal, or Saparura, king of these Hatti, a contemporary of Amenophis Roman 4 and Ramesses Roman 1, seems to have obtained lasting dominion in Syria by subduing Dushrata of Mitanni. Carchemish thenceforward became a Hatti city, and the southern capital of Cappadocian power, since all the Syrian monuments of the Hittite class, so far known, seem comparatively late. Most show such strong Assyrian influence that they must fall after 1100 B. Roman 100, and probably even considerably later, while the North Cappadocian monuments, as Sais Ramsay Parrot and others saw long ago, are the earlier in style. We are bound to ascribe the origin of the civilization, which they represent, to the Cappadocian Hatti. Whether the Mitanni had shared in that civilization, while independent, and whether they were racially kin to the Hatti, cannot be determined at present. Winkler has adduced evidence from names of local gods to show that there was an Indo-European racial element in Mitanni, but none for a similar element in the Hatti, whose chief god was Teshub. The majority of scholars has always regarded the Hittites proper as at any rate non-Semitic, and some leading authorities have called them Proto-Armenian, and believed that they have modern descendants in the Caucasus. This racial question can hardly be determined till those Hatti records, whether in cuneiform or pictographic script, which are couched in a native tongue not in Babylonian, are read. In the meantime, we have proper names to argue from, and these give us at least the significant indication that the Hittite nominative ended in s, and the accusative in Roman 1000. In any case, the connection of the Hatti with the peculiar class of monuments, which we have been describing, can hardly be further questioned, and it has become more than probable that the Hatti of Cappadocia were responsible in the beginning for the art and script of those monuments, and for the civilization of which they are memorials. Other peoples of North Syria and Asia Minor, for example the Kumuk or Commagenians, and the Muski or Phrygians, came no doubt under the influence of this civilization, and imitated its monuments, while subject to or federated with the Hatti through Phrygia and Lydia. Roman 5 influences of this same Cappadocian civilization passed towards the west, and indeed before the Greek colonization of Asia Minor, a loosely knit Hatti empire may have stretched even to the Aegean. The Nymphaikara bell and Niobe sculptures near Smyrna are probably memorials of that extension. Certainly, some inland Anatolian power seems to have kept Aegean settlers and culture away from the Ionian coast during the Bronze Age, and that power was in all likelihood the Hatti kingdom of Cappadocia, owing perhaps to Assyrian aggression. This power seems to have begun to suffer decay about 1000 B. Roman 100, and thereafter to have shrunk inwards, leaving the coasts open. The powers of Phrygia and Lydia rose successively out of its ruins, and continued to offer westward passage to influences of Mesopotamian culture, till well into historic times. The Greeks came too late to Asia to have had any contact with Hatti power, obscured from their view by the intermediate and secondary state of Phrygia. Their earliest writers regarded the latter as the seat of the oldest and most godlike of mankind. Only one Greek author, Herodotus, alludes to the prehistoric Cappadocian power, and only at the latest moment of its long decline. At the same time, some of the Greek legends seem to show that peoples with whom the Greeks came into early contact had vivid memories of the Hatti. Such are the Amazon stories, whose local range was very extensive, and the myths of Memnon and Pelops. Real reference of these stories, however, was forgotten, and it has been reserved to our own generation to rediscover the records of a power and a civilization which once dominated Asia Minor and North Syria, and occupied all the continental roads of communication between the east and the west of the ancient world. the credit of having been the first to divine this importance of the Hittites should always be ascribed to Sais. The history of the Hatti and their civilization then would appear to have been very briefly this: they belonged to an ethnic scattered widely over eastern Asia Minor and Syria at an early period. Kati invaded Akkad about 1800 BC 100 in the reign of Samsudatana, but they first formed a strong state in Cappadocia. Late in the 16th century, BC 100 Subbaluliuma became their first great king, though he had at least one dynastic predecessor. Of the name of Hattusil, the Hatti now pushed southwards in force, overcame the kingdom of Mitanni, and proceeded partly to occupy and partly to make tributary both North Syria and western Mesopotamia, where some of their congeners were already settled. They came early into collision with Egypt, and at the height of their power under Hattusil II, fought the Battle of Kadesh with Ramesses II on at least equal terms both now and previously. The diplomatic correspondence of the Hatti monarchs shows that they treated on terms of practical equality with both the Babylonian and the Egyptian courts, and that they waged constant wars in Syria, mainly with the Amorite tribes at this time. The Hatti Empire or Confederacy probably included on the west both Phrygia and Lydia. The Boghaz-Qi correspondence ceases to be important with the generation following Hattusil II, and in the Assyrian records, which begin about a couple of centuries later, we find Carchemish the chief Hatti city, and En Syria, called the Hattaland. It is possible, therefore, that a change of imperial center took place after the Hatti had ceased to fear Egypt in North Syria. If so, the continuation of Hittite history will have to be sought among the remains at Jerablus and other Middle Euphratean sites rather than in those at Boghaz-Qi. The establishment of the Hatti at Carchemish not only made them a commercial people and probably sapped their highland vigor, but also brought them into closer proximity to the rising North Semitic power of Assyria, whose advent had been regarded with apprehension by Hattusil II. Above one of his successors, Arnon, to late 13th century, was already feeling the effect of Assyrian pressure, and with the accession of Tiglath-Pileser I about a century later, a long but often interrupted series of Assyrian efforts to break up the Hatti power began. A succession of Ninevite armies raided North Syria and even Southeast Asia Minor, and gradually reduced the Hatti, but the resistance of the latter was sturdy, and prolonged. They remained the strongest power in Syria and Eastern Asia Minor till well into the first millennium BC 100, and their Syrian seat was not lost finally till after the great extension of Assyrian power, which took place in the latter part of the 9th century. What had been happening to their Cappadocian province meanwhile, we do not yet know, but the presence of Phrygian inscriptions at Uyuk and Tyana, ancient seats of their power, suggests that the client monarchy in the Sangarius Valley shook itself free during the early part of the Hittite struggle with Assyria, and in the day of Hatti weakness extended its dominion over the home territory of its former suzerain. White Syrians, however, were still in Cappadocia even after the Cimmerians had destroyed the Phrygian monarchy, allowing Lydia to become independent under the Mermnad dynasty. Croesus found them centered at Tyria in the 6th century, and dealt them a final blow, but much of their secular or religious custom lived on to be recorded by Greek writers, and regarded by modern scholars as typically Anatolian. Bibliography. General summaries. Roman 50 Messerschmitt, The Hittites' Ancient East Series, Roman 6 1903. A. H. Sayce, The Hittites' Bypaths of Biblical Knowledge Series, Roman 12 2nd ed. 1892. G. Parrott and Roman 100 Chippies, History of Art in Sardinia, Judea, Syria, and Asia Minor and Transvaal, Roman 2, 1890. Roman 50, L'Enchère de la Race et de la Langue des Hettines, 1891. P. Jensen Hittiter und Armenier, 1898. Roman 1000 Jastrow, Final Chapter. In H. Roman 5, Hilprecht Exploration in Bible Lands, 1903. W. Wright, Empire of the Hittites, 1884. F. Hamel Heditor und Scythen, 1898. Roman 500 G. Hogarth Gonia, and the East, 1909. W. Max Muller, Assyrian und Europa Chap. Roman 251,893. See also Authorities for Egyptian and Assyrian History. Inscriptions. Roman 50 Messerschmitt Corpus, Insker, Hedeticarum Zeich, Roman 500. Roman 500 Morgenland Gesellschaft, 1900-1902, 1906, Roman 100. And Bemerkungen, zu Roman 500 Heth in Schriffen Mittelroman 500 Vorder Ratiat. Gesellschaft, 1898. P. Jensen Grundlagen für eine Entzifferung der Hat oder Silicischen Inschriffen Zeicher Roman 500 Morgenland Gesellschaft, 1894, F. E. Peiser die Hedetischen, Inschriffen 1892, a H. Sayce decipherment of the Hittite inscriptions Praxoche of Bible Archaeology 1903, and Hittite inscriptions, translated and annotated Ibid, 1905-1907, J. Menant Eduds Hetines Recueil de Travaux rel et la Philologie Roman 100, and Mem de Elicad Insker Vol Roman 340 1890, J. Halevy, in Revue Semitique Vol Roman 1, also divers articles by a H. Sayce F. Hamel, and others in Proc and Trans, Soch Bible Arch since 1876, and in Recueil de Travaux Roman 100 since its beginning. Exploration G. Parrot and E. Guillaume Exploration, Arch de la Galatie Roman 10,018,621,872, E. Chanter Mission and Cappadocie, 1898, Sir W. Roman 1000 Ramsay Siro, Cappadocian Monuments, in Athen Mittelungen 1889 with Roman 500 G. Hogarth Pre-Hellenic Monuments of Cappadocia, in Recueil de Travaux Roman 10,018,921,895, and with Miss Gertrude Bell, The 1001 Churches 1909 Roman 100 Human, and O. Puchstein Reisen in Nord Syrian Roman 1,001,890, J. Garstang in Annals of Archaeology and Anthropology, Roman 11,908, and following numbers reports on excavations at Singerli, in Burl 540 Philal Wachenschrift, 1891 pp 803-951, and F. von Luschen and others. Ausgrabungen in Senskili in Middle Orient Sammlungen, Berlin Museum, 1893 ff. And on excavations at Boghaus Q. H. Winkler in Orient Literaturzeitung, Berlin 1907, Middle Orient Gesellschaft Deck 1907. See also S. Roman 5 Tyria. Roman 500 GH. One first described by the Turk Haji Khalifa in the 17th century, first seen by the Swedish traveler Otter in 1736, and first published in 1840 in Ritter's Erdkund Roman 3, after a drawing by Major Fischer made in 1837. 2. The Niobe statue near Manassa was not definitely known for Hittite till 1882, when G. Dennis detected pictographs near it. 3. The pseudo-Sesosters of Herodotus already demonstrated non-Egyptian by Rosellini. The second figure was unknown, till found by Dr. Beddoe in 1856. 4. 5 intramural graves were explored at Singerli, but whether of the Hittite or of the Assyrian occupation is doubtful. 5. The Assyrian records, as well as the Egyptian, distinguish many peoples in both areas from the Quetta Kadi, and the most we can infer from these records is that there was an occasional league formed under the Hittites, not any imperial subjection, or even a continuous federation. 6. Pseudo-Hethitisch Kunst, Berlin 1890. Hidorf Jacques Ignace 17,921,867, French architect, was born at Cologne on the 20th of August 1792. After serving an apprenticeship to a mason in his native town, he went in 1810 to Paris and studied for some years at the Academy of Fine Arts, where he was a favorite pupil of Belanger, the government architect, who in 1814 appointed him his principal inspector. Succeeding Belanger as government architect in 1818, he designed many important public and private buildings in Paris and also in the south of France from 1819 to 1830, in collaboration with Lecointe. He directed the royal fêtes and ceremonials. After making architectural tour in Germany, England, Italy, and Sicily, he published the result of his observations in the latter country in the work Architecture Antique de la Sicile, 3 vols, 18,261,830, new edition, 18,661,867, and also in Architecture Moderne de la Sicile, 18,261,835. One of his important discoveries was that color had been made use of in ancient Greek architecture, a subject which he especially discussed in Architecture Polychrome chez les Grecs 1830, and in Restitution du Temple d Empédocle, a Selenut 1851. And in accordance with the doctrines enunciated in these works, he was in the habit of making color an important feature in most of his architectural designs. His principal building is the Church of St. Vincent de Paul in the Basilica style, which was constructed between 1830 and 1844. He also designed the 2 fountains in the Place de la Concorde, the Circus of the Empress, the Rotunda of the Panoramas, many cafes and restaurants of the Champs, Élysées the houses, forming the circle round the Arc de Triomphe de l'Étoile, besides many embellishments of the Bois de Boulogne, and other places in 1833. He was elected a member of the Academy of Fine Arts. He died in Paris on the 25th of March, 1867. Hitzecker, a town of Germany in the Prussian province of Hanover, at the influx of the Jietsee into the Elbe 33 Roman 1000 NE of Lüneburg, by the railway to Wittenberg-Pop, 1905–1106. It has an evangelical church and an old castle and numerous medieval remains. There are chalybeate springs and a hydropathic establishment in the town. The famous library now in Wolfenbüttel was originally founded here by Augustus Duke of Brunswick Roman 500 and was removed to its present habitation in 1643. Hitzig Ferdinand, 18,071,875, German biblical critic, was born at Heungen-Baden, where his father was a pastor. On the 23rd of June, 1807, he studied theology at Heidelberg under H.E.G. Paulus, at Halle under Wilhelm Gesenius, and at Göttingen under Ewald. Returning to Heidelberg, he became private docent in theology in 1829, and in 1831 published his Begriff der Kritik am Alten Testament, Praktische Erörterung, a study of Old Testament criticism, in which he explained the critical principles of the grammatico-historical school, and his Des Propheten Jonas Orakel über Moab, an exposition of the 15th and 16th chapters of the book of Isaiah, attributed by him to the prophet Jonah mentioned in 2 Kings Roman 14. In 1833, he was called to the University of Zurich as professor ordinarius of theology. His next work was a commentary on Isaiah, with a translation Übersetzung, Auslegung des Propheten Jesajas, which he dedicated to Heinrich Ewald, and which Hermann Hupfeld, 17,961,866, well known as a commentator on the Psalms, 18,551,861, pronounced to be his best exegetical work at Zurich. He labored for a period of 28 years, during which, besides commentaries on the Psalms, 18,351,836, second ed., 18,631,865, the Minor Prophets, 1838 third ed., 1863, Jeremiah, 1841 second ed., 1866, Ezekiel, 1847, Daniel, 1850, Ecclesiastes, 1847, Canticles, 1855, and Proverbs, 1858. He published a monograph, Über Johannes Markus Sen, Schriffen, 1843, in which he maintained the chronological priority of the second gospel, and sought to prove that the Apocalypse was written by the same author. He also published various treatises of archaeological interest, of which the most important are Die Erfindung des Alphabets, 1840, Urgeschichte U Mythologie der Philister, 1845, and Die Grabschrift des Eschmanezar, after the death of Friedrich Umbrate, 17,951,860, one of the founders of the well-known Studien und Kritiken. He was called in 1861 to succeed him as professor of theology at Heidelberg. Here, he wrote his Geschichte des Volks Israel, 18,691,870, in 2 parts, extending respectively to the end of the Persian domination and to the fall of Masada A. Roman 500, as well as a work on the Pauline epistles zur Kritik Paulinischer Brief, 1870, on the Moabite stone Die Inschrift des Mesha, 1870, and on Assyrian Sprach U Sprachen Assyrians, 1871, besides revising the commentary on Job by Ludwig Herzl, 18,011,841, which was first published in 1839. He was also a contributor to the Monatsschrift des Wissenschaftlichen Verein's in Zurich, the Zeitschrift der Deutschen Morgenländischen Gesellschaft, the Theologische Studien U Kritiken Eduard Zeller's Theologische Jahrbucher, and Adolf Hilgenfeld's Zeitschrift für Wissenschaftliche Theologie. Hitzig died at Heidelberg on the 22nd of January, 1875. As a Hebrew philologist, he holds high rank, and as a constructive critic, he is remarkable for acuteness and sagacity. As a historian, however, some of his speculations have been considered fanciful. He places the cradle of the Israelites in the south of Arabia, and like many other critics, makes the historical times begin only with Moses F. Lichtenberger History of German Theology, p. 569. His lectures on biblical theology Vorlesungen über biblische Theologie U Messianische Weisungen were published in 1880 after his death, along with a portrait and biographical sketch by his pupil J. J. Neuker B. 1840 Professor of Theology, at Heidelberg. C. Heinrich Steiner, Ferdinand Hitzig, 1882, and Adolf Kampfhausen's article in Herzog Hoch's Real Encyclopaedia. Hyangnu, a people who about the end of the 3rd century BC Roman 100, formed, according to Chinese records, a powerful empire from the Great Wall of China to the Caspian. Their ethnical affinities have been much discussed, but it is most probable that they were of the Turkey stock, as were the Huns, their later Western representatives. They are the first Turkish people mentioned by the Chinese. A theory, which seems plausible, is that which assumes them to have been a heterogeneous collection of Mongol Tungus Turkey, and perhaps even Finnish hordes under a Mongol military caste, though the Mongolo-Tungus element probably predominated towards the close of the 1st century of the Christian era. The Hyangnu Empire broke up. Their subsequent history is obscure. Some of them seem to have gone westward and settled on the Ural River. These, De Geek suggests, were the ancestors of the Huns, and many ethnologists hold that the Hyangnu were the ancestors of the modern Turks. See Journal Anthropological Institute for 1874, Sir H. H. Howarth History of the Mongols, 18,761,880, 6th Congress of Orientalists, Leiden, 1883. Acts Part Roman 4 pp. 177,195. De Geek's Histoire générale des Huns, des Turks, des Mongols, et des autres Tartars occidentaux, 17,560,1758. Hivites, an ancient tribe of Palestine driven out by the invading Israelites in Josh Roman 9 Roman 11. They are connected with Gibon. The meaning of the name is uncertain. Wellhausen derives it from Eve or serpent, in which case the Hivites were originally the snake clan. Others explain it from the Arabic Hay family, as meaning dwellers in Bedouin encampments. See Palestine Jews. During an ancient town of Denmark, capital of the Amt county of its name, in the northern insular part of the peninsula of Jutland Pop, 1901-79-01. It lies 7 Roman 1000 inland from the shore of Jammer Bay. A stretch of coast, notoriously dangerous to shipping on the coast, is Landstrup, a favored seaside resort in this neighborhood, as well as to the southeast of Joring. Slight elevations are seen deserving the name of hills in this lowlying district. Joring is on the northern railway of Jutland, which here turns eastward to the Kattegat part of Frederikshavn. 23 Roman 1000, a harbor of refuge. Campti, long called Kantagi by the Burmese and Bor Campti by the peoples on the Assam side, a collection of 7,541 Shan states subordinate to Burma, but at present beyond the administrative border. Estimated area 900 sq Roman 1000, estimated pop 11,000. It lies between 27 and 28 n, and 97 and 98 e, and is bordered by the Mismai country on the n, by the Patkai Range on the w, by the Hukong Valley on the s and e, and indeed all round by various Chingpa or Kachin communities. The country is little known. It was visited by T.T. Cooper, the Chinese traveler and political agent at Bamo, where he was murdered by General Woodthorpe and Colonel MacGregor in 1884, by Mr. Errol Grey in the following year, and by Prince Henry of Orleans in 1895. All of these, however, limited their explorations to the valley of the Malika. The western branch of the Irrawaddy River Campti has shrunk very much from its old size. It was no doubt the northernmost province of the Shan Kingdom, founded at Magong by Sam Longpa, the brother of the ruler of Kambosa. When that empire had reached its greatest extension, the eruption of Kachins or Chingpa from the north has now completely hemmed the state. In Prince Henry of Orleans described it as a splendid territory, fertile in soil and abundant in water, where tropical and temperate culture flourish side by side, and the inhabitants are protected on 3 fronts by mountains. According to him, the Kietsi, the people of the hills between the Irrawaddy and the Salween, call it the Kingdom of Mome. Lothar, king of Kent, succeeded his brother Ecgbert in 673, and appears for a time to have reigned jointly with his nephew Edric, son of Ecgbert. As a code of laws still extant was issued under both names, neither is mentioned in the account of the invasion of Thelred in 676. In 685, Edric, who seems to have quarreled with Lothar, went into exile and led the South Saxons against him. Lothar was defeated and died of his wounds. See Bede Hist Eckel Plummer, Roman 4 1726, Roman 5 Saxon Chronicle Earl, and Plummer saw 685, Schmid Jessetzi, pp 10, Sqq Thorpe Ancient Laws Roman 1 Sqq. Hoaxin or Watsin, a bird of tropical South America, thought by Buffon to be that indicated by Hernandez, or Fernandez, under these names the Opisthocomus hosen, or O. cristatus of modern ornithologists, a very curious and remarkable form, which has long exercised the ingenuity of classifiers placed by Buffon among his Hawkos curassows, and then by P. Roman 50S. Muller and J. F. G. Mellon in the Linnean genus Phasianus. Some of its many peculiarities were recognized by J. K. W. Eliger in 1811 as sufficient to establish it as a distinct genus Opisthocomus, but various positions were assigned to it by subsequent systematic authors. L. Hermanier was the first to give any account of its anatomy. Comps Rendus, 1837 Roman 5. And from his time, our knowledge of it has been successively increased by Johannes Müller Burr Akad Wissensch, Berlin 1841 p. 177, de Ville. Rev et Mag de Zoologie, 1852 p. 217 Gervais Castelnau, Ext Emerique du Sud Zoologie Anatomie p. 66, Huxley Proc Zool Society, 1868 p. 304, Perrin Trans Zool Society Roman 9 p. 353, and a H. Gerard Proc Zool Society, 1879 p. 109, after a minute description of the skeleton of Opisthocomus with the especial object of determining its affinities, Huxley declared that it resembles the ordinary gallinaceous birds and pigeons more than it does any others, and that when it diverges from them, it is either sui generis or approaches the Musophagidae. He accordingly regarded it as the type and sole member of a group named by him Heteromorphae, which sprang from the great carinate stem, later than the Tenamomorphae, Turnicomorphae, or Charadriomorphae, but before the Peristeromorphae, Pteroclomorphae, or Electoromorphae. This conclusion is substantially the same as that at which H. Gerard subsequently arrived after closely examining and dissecting specimens preserved in spirit, but the latter has gone further and endeavored to trace more particularly the descent of this peculiar form, and some others remarking that the ancestor of Opisthocomus must have left the parent stem very shortly before the true Gallinae first appeared, and at about the same time as the independent pedigree of the Cuculidae and Musophagidae, common said these two groups being, he believed, very closely related, and Opisthocomus serving to fill the gap between them. The first thing that strikes the observer of its skeleton is the extraordinary structure of the sternal apparatus, which is wholly unlike that of any other bird known. The keel is only developed on the posterior part of the sternum, the forepart being as it were cut away, while the short furcula at its symphysis meets the manubrium, with which it is firmly consolidated by means of a prolonged and straight hypocladium, and anteriorly ossifies with the coracoids. This unique arrangement seems to be correlated with the enormously capacious crop, which rests upon the furcula and forepart of the sternum, and is also received in a cavity formed on the surface of each of the great pectoral muscles. Furthermore, this crop is extremely muscular, so as more to resemble a gizzard, and consists of two portions divided by a partial constriction, after a fashion of which no other example is known among birds. The true gizzard is greatly reduced. Hoaxin. The hoaxin appears to be about the size of a small pheasant, but is really a much smaller bird. The beak is strong, curiously denticulated along the margin of the maxilla near the base, and is beset by diverging bristles. The eyes, placed in the middle of a patch of bare skin, are furnished with bristly lashes resembling those of hornbills, and some few other birds. The head bears a long pendant crest of loose yellowish feathers. The body is olive-colored, varied with white above and beneath, is of a dull bay. The wings are short and rounded. The tail is long and tipped with yellow. The legs are rather short, the feet stout, the tarsi reticulated, and the toes scutulated, the claws long and slightly curved. According to all who have observed the habits of this bird, it lives in bands on the lower trees and bushes bordering the streams and lagoons, feeding on leaves and various wild fruits, especially, says H. W. Bates, naturalist on the river Amazons, Roman 1, those of a species of Psidium, and it is also credited with eating those of an Arum caladium arborescens which grows plentifully in its haunts. Its voice is a harsh, grating hiss, continues the same traveler, and it makes the noise when alarmed, all the individuals sibilating as they fly heavily away from tree to tree when disturbed by passing canoes. It exhales a very strong odor, wherefore it is known in British Guiana as the stinkbird, compared by Bates to musk combined with wet hides, and by de Ville to that of a cowhouse. The species is said to be polygamous. The nest is built on trees of sticks placed above one another, and softer materials atop. Therein the hen lays her eggs to the number of 3 or 4 of a dull yellowish white, somewhat profusely marked with reddish blotches and spots, so as to resemble those of some of the Rallidae Proxul Society, 1867 PL Roman 15, Fig 7p 164. The young are covered only with very scanty hair like down, and have well-developed claws on the first and second fingers of the wing, which they use 542 in clambering about the twigs in a quadrupedal manner. If placed in the water they swim, and dive well, although the adults seem to be not at all aquatic. A.N. Hoadley Benjamin 16,761,761, English divine, was born at Westerham, Kent, on the 14th of November 1676. In 1691, he entered Catharine Hall, Cambridge, where he graduated Roman 1000 A, and was for 2 years tutor, after which he held from 1701 to 1711 the lectureship of St. Mildred in the Poultry, and along with it from 1704 the rectory of St. Peter's Power, London. His first important appearance as a controversialist was against Edmund Calamy the Younger, in reference to conformity 17,030,1707, and after this he came into conflict with Francis Atterbury, first on the interpretation of certain texts, and then on the whole Anglican doctrine of non-resistance. His principal treatises on this subject were the Measures of Submission to the Civil Magistrate and the Origin and Institution of Civil Government discussed, and his part in the discussion was so much appreciated by the Commons that in 1709 they presented an address to the Queen praying her to bestow some dignity in the Church on Mr. Hoadley for his eminent services both to Church and State. The Queen returned a favorable answer, but the dignity was not conferred in 1710. He was presented by a private patron to the rectory of Streatham in Surrey. In 1715, he was appointed chaplain to the King, and the same year, he obtained the bishopric of Bangor. He held the see for 6 years, but never visited the diocese. In 1716, in reply to George Hick's Curoman 5, he published a preservative against the principles and practices of non-jurors in Church and State, and in the following year preached before the King his famous sermon on the Kingdom of Christ, which was immediately published by royal command. These works were attacks on the divine authority of kings and of the clergy, but as the sermon dealt more specifically and distinctly with the power of the Church, its publication caused an ecclesiastical ferment which in certain aspects has no parallel in religious history. It was at once resolved to proceed against him in convocation, but this was prevented by the King proroguing the Assembly, a step which had consequences of vital bearing on the history of the Church of England, since, from that period the great Anglican Council ceased to transact business of a more than formal nature. The restrained sentiments of the Council in regard to Hoadley found expression in a war of pamphlets known as the Bangorian controversy, which partly from a want of clearness in the statements of Hoadley, partly from the disingenuousness of his opponents, and the confusion resulting from exasperated feelings, developed into an intricate and bewildering maze of side discussions, in which the main issues of the dispute were concealed almost beyond the possibility of discovery. But however vague and uncertain might be the meaning of Hoadley in regard to several of the important bearings of the questions around which he aroused discussion, he was explicit in denying the power of the Church over the conscience and its right to determine the condition of men in relation to the favor of God. The most able of his opponents was William Law. Others were Andrew Snape, Provost of Eton, and Thomas Sherlock, Dean of Chichester. So exercised was the mind of the religious world over the dispute that in July 1717 as many as 7 to 4 pamphlets made their appearance, and at one period the crisis became so serious that the business of London was for some days virtually at a standstill. Hoadley, being not unskilled in the art of flattery, was translated in 1721 to the See of Hereford, in 1723 to Salisbury, and in 1734 to Winchester. He died at his palace at Chelsea on the 17th of April 1761. His controversial writings are vigorous if prolix, and his theological essays have little merit. He must have been a much hated man, for his latitudinarianism offended the High Church party, and his rationalism the other sections. He was an intimate friend of Dr. Samuel Clarke, of whom he wrote a life. Hoadley's brother John Hoadley 16,780,1746 was Archbishop of Dublin from 1730 to 1742, and Archbishop of Armagh from the latter date, until his death on the 19th of July 1746. In early life, The archbishop was very intimate with Gilbert Burnet, then Bishop of Salisbury, and in later life, he was a prominent figure in Irish politics. The works of Benjamin Hoadley were collected and published by his son John in 3 vols 1773. To the first volume was prefixed the article Hoadley from the supplement to the Biographia Britannica. See also Roman 50 Stephen English Thought in the 18th century. Hoare Samuel 17,780, 1856, American lawyer, was born in Lincoln, Massachusetts, on the 18th of May 1778. He was the son of Samuel Hoare, an officer in the American Army during the War of Independence for many years, a member of the Massachusetts General Court and a member in 18,201,821 of the State Constitutional Convention. The son graduated at Harvard in 1802, was admitted to the Massachusetts bar in 1805, and began practice at Concord. His success in his profession was immediate, and for a half-century, he was one of the leading lawyers of Massachusetts. He was in early life a Federalist, and was later an ardent Whig in politics. He was a member of the state Senate in 1825, 1832, and 1833, and of the National House of Representatives in 18,351,837, during which time he made a notable speech in favor of the constitutional right of Congress to abolish slavery in the District of Columbia in November 1844, having retired from active legal practice some years before he went to Charleston S. Roman 100. At the request of Governor George Nixon Briggs, 17,961,861, to test in the courts of South Carolina the constitutionality of the state law, which provided that it shall not be lawful for any free Negro or person of color to come into this state on board any vessel as a cook, steward, or mariner, or in any other employment, and that such free Negroes should be seized and locked up until the vessels on which they had come were ready for sea, when they should be returned to such vessels. His visit aroused great excitement. He was threatened with personal injury. The state legislature passed resolutions calling for his expulsion, and he was compelled to leave early in December in 1848. He was prominent in the Free Soil movement in Massachusetts, and subsequently assisted in the organization of the Republican Party in 1850. He served in the Massachusetts House of Representatives. He married a daughter of Roger Sherman of Connecticut. He died at Concord, Massachusetts, on the 2nd of November, 1856. See a memoir by his son G. F. Hoare in Memorial Biographies of the New England Historic Genealogical Society, Vol. Roman 3, Boston, 1883. The Estimate by R. W. Emerson in Lectures and Biographical Sketches, Boston, 1903. And Samuel Hoare's Expulsion from Charleston Old South Leaflets, Vol. Roman 6, No. 140. His son Ebenezer Rockwood Hoare, 18,161,895, was born at Concord, Massachusetts, on the 21st of February, 1816. He graduated at Harvard in 1835, and at the Harvard Law School in 1839, and was admitted to the Massachusetts bar in 1840 from 1849 to 1855. He was a judge of the Massachusetts Court of Common Pleas from 1859 to 1869, a judge of the State Supreme Court, and in 18,691,870, Attorney General of the United States in the cabinet of President Grant, and in that position, fought unmerited machine appointments to offices in the civil service, until at the pressure of the machine Grant asked for his resignation from the cabinet. The Senate had already shown its disapproval of Hoare's policy of civil service reform by its failure in 1870 to confirm the president's nomination of Hoare as Associate Justice of the Supreme Court in 1871. He was a member of the Joint High Commission, which drew up the Treaty of Washington in 1872. He was a presidential elector on the Republican ticket, and in 18,730,1875 was a representative in Congress. He was a member of the Board of Overseers of Harvard University from 1868 to 1880, and from 1881 to 1887, and was president of the board in 18,780,1880, and in 18,811,887. He was also prominent in the affairs of the Unitarian Church. He was a man of high character and brilliant wit. He died at Concord on the 31st of January, 1895. Another son, George Frisbee Hoare, 18,261,904, was born in Concord, Massachusetts, on the 29th of August 1826. He graduated at Harvard in 1846, and at the Harvard Law School in 1849. He settled in the practice of law in Worcester, Massachusetts, where in 1852 he became a partner of Emery Washburn, 18,001,877. In 1852, he was elected as a Free Soiler to the 543 Massachusetts House of Representatives, and during his single term of service, became the leader of his party in that body. He was active in the organization of the Republican Party in Massachusetts, and in 1857 was elected to the state Senate, but declined a re-election. During 18,561,857, he was active in behalf of the Free State cause in Kansas. He was a member of the National House of Representatives from 1869 until 1877, and in this body took high rank as a ready debater and a conscientious committee worker. He was prominent as a defender and supporter of the Freedmen's Bureau, took a leading part in the later Reconstruction legislation and in the investigation of the Credit Mobilier scandal, and in 1876 was one of the House managers of the impeachment of General W. W. Belknap, Grant's Secretary of War. In 1877, he was a member of the Electoral Commission, which settled the disputed Hayes-Tilden election from 1877 until his death. He was a member of the United States Senate in the Senate almost from the start. He took rank as one of the most influential leaders of the Republican Party. He was a member from 1882 until his death of the important Judiciary Committee of which he was chairman in 18,911,893 and in 18,951,900. For his most important piece of legislation was the Presidential Succession Act of 1886. He was a delegate to every Republican National Convention from 1876 to 1904, and presided over that at Chicago in 1880. He was a conservative by birth and training, and although he did not leave his party, he disagreed with its policy in regard to the Philippines and spoke and voted against the ratification of the Spanish Treaty. He was regent of the Smithsonian Institution in 18,801,881, and long served as an overseer of Harvard University, 18,961,904, and as president of its Alumni Association. He was also president of the American Historical Association, 18,940,1895, and of the American Antiquarian Society, 18,840,1887. Like his brother, he was a leading Unitarian, and was president of its National Conference from 1894 to 1902. He died at Worcester, Massachusetts, on the 30th of September 1904. A memorial statue has been erected there. See his Recollections of 70 Years, New York, 1903. Horser Richard Colt Bart, 17,580,1838, English antiquary, was the eldest son of Richard Hoare, who was created a baronet in 1786, and was born on the 9th of December 1758. He was descended from Sir Richard Hoare, 16,480,1718, Lord Mayor of London, the founder of the family banking business. An ample allowance from his grandfather Henry Hoare enabled him to pursue the archaeological studies for which he had already shown an inclination in 1783. He married Hester, daughter of William Henry Lord Lyttelton, and after her death in 1785, he paid a prolonged visit to France, Italy, and Switzerland. He succeeded to the baronetcy in 1787, and in 1788 made a second continental tour, the record of his travels appearing in 1819 under the title A Classical Tour Through Italy and Sicily, A Journey Through Wales, was followed by a translation of the Itinerarium Cambrii, and of the Descriptio Cambrii of Giraldus Cambrensis Hoare, adding notes, and a Life of Giraldus to the translation. This was first published in 1804, and has been revised by T. Wright, London, 1863. Sir Richard died at Stourhead, Wiltshire, on the 19th of May, 1838, being succeeded in the baronetcy by his half-brother Henry Hugh Hoare. Hoare's most important work was his Ancient History of North and South Wiltshire, 18,121,819. He also did some work on the large history of modern Wiltshire, 18,221,844. For notices of him and a list of his works, many of which were printed privately, see The Gentleman's Magazine for July 1838, and the Dict Nat Biog Vol Roman 271,891, See also Ehore History of the Hoare Family 1883. Hobart Garrett Augustus 18,440,1899, Vice President of the United States 18,971,899, was born at Long Branch, NJ on the 3rd of June 1844. He graduated at Rutgers College in 1863, was admitted to the bar in 1869, practiced law at Paterson, NJ, and rose to prominence in the state. He was long conspicuous in the state Republican organization, was chairman of the New Jersey State Republican Committee from 1880 to 1890, became a member in 1884 of the Republican National Committee, and was the delegate at large from New Jersey to 5 successive Republican national nominating conventions. He served in the New Jersey Assembly in 18,731,874, and in the New Jersey Senate in 18,771,882, and was Speaker of the Assembly in 1874, and President of the Senate in 1881 and 1882. He was also prominent and successful in business, and accumulated a large fortune. He accepted the nomination as Vice President in 1896 on the ticket with President McKinley, and was elected. But while still in office, he died at Paterson, NJ on the 21st of November 1899. See the Life, New York 1910, by David Magee. Hobart John Henry 17,751,830, American Protestant Episcopal Bishop, was born in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, on the 14th of September 1775, being fifth in direct descent from Edmund Hobart, a founder of Hingham, Massachusetts. He was educated at the Philadelphia Latin School, the College of Philadelphia, now the University of Pennsylvania and Princeton, where he graduated in 1793. After studying theology under Bishop William White at Philadelphia, he was ordained deacon in 1798, and priest 2 years later. He was elected Assistant Bishop of New York with the right of succession in 1811, and was acting diocesan from that date. Because of the ill health of Bishop Benjamin Moore, whom he formally succeeded on the latter's death in February 1816, he was one of the founders of the General Theological Seminary, became its professor of pastoral theology in 1821. And as bishop was its governor in his zeal for the historic episcopacy. He published, in 1807, an apology for apostolic order, and its advocates a series of letters to Rev. John Roman 1000 Mason, who, in the Christian's magazine of which he was editor, had attacked the episcopacy in general, and in particular Hobart's collection of essays on the subject of episcopacy. 1806 Hobart's zeal for the General Seminary and the General Convention led him to oppose the plan of Philander Chase, Bishop of Ohio, for an episcopal seminary in that diocese. But the Ohio Seminary was made directly responsible to the House of Bishops, and Hobart approved the plan. His strong opposition to dissenting churches was nowhere so clearly shown as in a pamphlet published in 1816 to dissuade all Episcopalians from joining the American Bible Society, which he thought the Protestant Episcopal Church had not the numerical or the financial strength to control in 1818 to counterbalance the influence of the Bible Society, and especially of Scott's commentaries. He began to edit with selected notes the family Bible of the Society for promoting Christian knowledge. He delivered episcopal charges to the clergy of Connecticut and New York, entitled The Churchman 1819, and the High Churchman vindicated 1826, in which he accepted the name High Churchman and stated and explained his principles in distinction from the corruptions of the Church of Rome and from the errors of certain Protestant sects. He exerted himself greatly in building up his diocese, attempting to make an annual visit to every parish. His failing health led him to visit Europe in 18,231,825. Upon his return, he preached a characteristic sermon entitled The United States of America, compared with some European countries, particularly England, published 1826, in which, although there was some praise for the English Church, he so boldly criticized the establishment, state patronage, cabinet appointment of bishops, lax discipline, and the low requirements of theological education, as to rouse much hostility in England, where he had been highly praised for 2 volumes of sermons on the principal events and truths of redemption. 1824, he died at Auburn, New York on the 12th of September 1830. He was able, impetuous, frank, perfectly fearless in controversy, a speaker and preacher of much eloquence, a supporter of missions to the Oneida Indians in his diocese, and the compiler of the following devotional works: a companion for the Altar 1804 festivals, and Fasts 1804, a companion to the Book of Common Prayer 1805, and a Clergyman's Companion 1805. See Memorial of Bishop Hobart containing a memoir New York 1831, John McVicar The Early Life and Professional Years of Bishop Hobart New York 1834, and The Closing Years of Bishop Hobart New York 1836. Hobart Pasha Augustus Charles Hobart Hampton 18,221,886, English naval captain and Turkish admiral, was 544 born in Leicestershire on the 1st of April 1822, being the third son of the 6th Earl of Buckinghamshire in 1835. He entered the Royal Navy and served as a midshipman on the coast of Brazil in the suppression of the slave trade, displaying much gallantry in the operations. In 1855, he took part as captain of the driver in the Baltic expedition and was actively engaged at Bomersund and Abo in 1862. He retired from the Navy with the rank of post-captain, but his love of adventure led him during the American Civil War to take the command of a blockader runner. He had the good fortune to run the blockade 18 times, conveying war material to Charleston and returning with a cargo of cotton. In 1867, Hobart entered the Turkish service and was immediately nominated to the command of that fleet, with the rank of Bari Limassi Rear Admiral. In this capacity, he performed splendid service in helping to suppress the insurrection in Crete, and was rewarded by the Sultan with the title of Pasha. 1869. In 1874, Hobart, whose name had on representations made by Greece been removed from the British Navy list, was reinstated. His restoration did not, however, last long, for on the outbreak of the Russo-Turkish War, he again entered Turkish service, in command of the Turkish squadron. He completely dominated the Black Sea, blockading the ports of South Russia and the mouths of the Danube, and paralyzing the action of the Russian fleet. On the conclusion of peace, Hobart still remained in the Turkish service, and in 1880, one was appointed Mushir or Marshal, being the first Christian to hold that high office. His achievements as a blockader runner, his blockade of Crete, and his handling of the Turkish fleet against the torpedoed coasts of Russia showed him to be a daring, resourceful, and skillful commander, worthy to be ranked among the illustrious names of British naval heroes. He died at Milan on the 19th of June, 1886. See his Sketches of My Life, 1886, which must, however, be used with caution, since it contains many proved inaccuracies. Hobart, the capital of Tasmania, in the county of Buckingham on the southern coast of the island. It occupies a site of great beauty, standing on a series of low hills at the foot of Mount Wellington, a lofty peak 4166 ft, which is snowclad for many months in the year. The town fronts Sullivan's Cove, a picturesque bay opening into the estuary of the River Derwent, and is nearly square in form, laid out with wide streets, intersecting at right angles, the chief of which are served by electric tramways. It is the seat of the Anglican Bishop of Tasmania, and of the Roman Catholic Archbishop of Hobart. The Anglican Cathedral of St. David dates from 1873, though its foundations were laid as early as 1817. St. Mary's Roman Catholic Cathedral is a beautiful building, but perhaps the most notable ecclesiastical building in Hobart is the Great Baptist Tabernacle in Upper Elizabeth Street. The most prominent public buildings are the Houses of Parliament, to which an excellent library is attached, the Town Hall, a beautiful building of brown and white Tasmanian freestone in Italian style, the Museum and National Art Gallery, and the General Post Office 1904, with its lofty clocktower Government House, the residence of the Governor of Tasmania. A handsome castellated building stands in its domain on the banks of the Derwent to the north of the town. The botanical gardens adjoin of the parks and public gardens. The most extensive is the Queen's Domain, covering an area of about 700 acres, while the most central is Franklin Square, adorned with a statue of Sir John Franklin, the famous Arctic explorer, who was Governor of Tasmania from 1837 to 1843. The University of Tasmania, established in 1890 and opened in 1893, has its headquarters at Hobart. The town is celebrated for its invigorating climate, and its annual regatta on the Derwent attracts numerous visitors. The harbor is easy of access, well sheltered, and deep, with wharf accommodation for vessels of the largest tonnage. It is a regular port of call for several intercolonial lines from Sydney and Melbourne, and for lines from London to New Zealand. The exports of an average value of $850,000 annually consist mainly of fruit, hops, grain, timber, and wool. The industries comprise brewing, sawmilling, iron founding, flour milling, tanning, and the manufacture of pottery and woolen goods. Hobart is the center of a large fruit-growing district, the produce of which for the most part is exported to London and Sydney. The city was founded in 1804 and takes its name from Lord Hobart C. Buckinghamshire Earls, of then Secretary of State for the Colonies. It was created a municipality in 1853 and a city in 1857. And in 1881, its name was changed from Hobart Town to the present form. The chief suburbs are Newton, Sandy Bay, Wellington, Riston, Glenorchy, Bellarive, and Beltana. The population of the city proper in 1901 was 24,652, or including suburbs 34,182. Hobbema Meindert, Roman 1,001,709, the greatest landscape painter of the Dutch school after Ruysdael, lived at Amsterdam in the second half of the 17th century. The facts of his life are somewhat obscure. Nothing is more disappointing than to find that in Hobbema's case chronology and sign pictures substantially contradict each other. According to the latter, his practice lasted from 1650 to 1689. According to the former, his birth occurred in 1638, his death as late as 1709. If the masterpiece formerly in the Bredel collection called A Wooded Stream honestly bears the date of 1650, or the Cottages Under Trees of the Ford collection the date of 1652, the painter of these canvases cannot be Hobbema, whose birth took place in 1638, unless indeed we admit that Hobbema painted some of his finest works at the age of 12 or 14. For a considerable period, it was profitable to pass Hobbema's as Ruysdael's, and the name of the lesser master was probably erased from several of his productions. When Hobbema's talent was recognized, the contrary process was followed, and in this way, the name and perhaps fictitious dates reappeared by fraud. An experienced eye will note the differences which occur in Hobbema's signatures in such well-known examples as adorn the galleries of London and Rotterdam, or the Grosvenor and Van der Hoop collections. Meanwhile, we must be content to know that if the question of dates could be brought into accordance with records and chronology, the facts of Hobbema's life would be as follows. Meindert Hobbema was married at the age of 30 to Eeltije Vink of Gorkum in the Oude Kerk, or Old Church at Amsterdam, on the 2nd of November 1668. Witnesses to the marriage were the bride's brother Cornelius Vink and Jacob Ruysdael. We might suppose from this that Hobbema and Ruysdael, the two great masters of landscape, were united at this time by ties of friendship, and accept the belief that the former was the pupil of the latter. Yet even this is denied to us, since records tell us that there were two Jacob Ruysdael's cousins and contemporaries at Amsterdam in the middle of the 17th century, a framemaker, the son of Solomon, the other a painter, the son of Isaac Ruysdael. Of Hobbema's marriage there came, between 1668 and 1673, 4 children. In 1704, Eeltije died and was buried in the pauper section of the Leiden Cemetery at Amsterdam. Hobbema himself survived till December 1709, receiving burial on the 14th of that month in the pauper section of the Westerkerk Cemetery at Amsterdam. Husband and wife had lived during their lifetime in the Rozengracht, at no great distance from Rembrandt, who also dwelt there in his later and impoverished days. Rembrandt Hals, Jacob Ruysdael and Hobbema were in one respect alike. They all died in misery, insufficiently rewarded perhaps for their toil, imprudent perhaps in the use of the means derived from their labors. Posterity has recognized that Hobbema and Ruysdael together represent the final development of landscape art in Holland. Their style is so related that we cannot suppose the first to have been unconnected with the second. Still, their works differ in certain ways, and their character is generally so marked that we shall find little difficulty in distinguishing them, nor indeed shall we hesitate in separating those of Hobbema from the feebler productions of his imitators and predecessors. Isaac Ruysdael, Rondbouts, De Vries, Dekker, Luiten, Verbum, Du Bois, Van Kessel, Van der Hagen, even Philip de Koninck. In the exercise of his craft, Hobbema was patient beyond all conception. It is doubtful whether anyone ever so completely 545 mastered as he did the still life of woods and hedges or mills and pools, nor can we believe that he obtained this mastery otherwise than by constantly dwelling in the same neighborhood, say in Gelders, or on the Dutch Westphalian border, where day after day he might study the branching and foliage of trees and underwood, embowering cottages and mills under every variety of light, in every shade of transparency, in all changes produced by the seasons, though his landscapes are severely and moderately toned, generally in an olive key, and often attuned to a puritanical gray, or russet, they surprise us not only by the variety of their leafage, but by the finish of their detail, as well as the boldness of their touch with astonishing subtlety. Light is shown penetrating cloud and illuminating sometimes transiently, sometimes steadily different portions of the ground, shining through leaves upon other leaves, and multiplying in an endless way the transparency of the picture, if the chance be given him. He mirrors all these things in the still pool near a cottage, the reaches of a sluggish river, or the swirl of the stream that feeds a busy Roman 1099. The same spot will furnish him with several pictures. One mill gives him repeated opportunities of charming our eye, and this wonderful artist who is only second to Rysdale, because he had not Rysdale's versatility, and did not extend his study equally to downs and rocky eminences, or torrents and estuarishes, is the man who lived penuriously, died poor, and left no trace in the artistic annals of his country. It has been said that Hobbema did not paint his own figures, but transferred that duty to Adrian van de Velde Lingelbach, Barent Gale, and Abraham Stork. As to this much is conjecture. The best of Hobbema's dated pictures are those of the years 1663 to 1667, of the former several in the galleries of Brussels and St. Petersburg, and one in the Halford collection, are celebrated. Of 1665 fine specimens are at Grosvenor House, and the Wallace collection of 7 pieces in the National Gallery, including the Avenue at Middleharneys, which some assign to 1689, and the ruins of Breberode Castle too, are dated 1667. A sample of the last of these years is also in the Fitzwilliam Museum at Cambridge. Amongst the masterpieces in private hands in England may be noticed 2 landscapes in Buckingham Palace, 2 at Bridgewater House, and one belonging to Mr. Walter of Bearwood on the Continent, are a wooded landscape in the Berlin Gallery, a forest belonging to the Duchess of Sagan in Paris, and a glade in the Louvre. There are other fine Hobbemas in the Antwerp Museum, the Ehrenberg Gallery at Brussels, and the Belvedere at Vienna. J. A. Roman 100. Hobbes Thomas 15,880,1679, English philosopher, second son of Thomas Hobbes, was born at Westport, now part of Malmesbury, Wiltshire, on the 5th of April 1588. His father, vicar of Charlton and Westport, an illiterate and choleric man, quarrelled, it is said, with a brother clergyman at the church door, and was forced to decamp, leaving his 3 children to the care of an elder brother. Francis, a flourishing glover at Malmesbury. Thomas Hobbes was put to school at Westport Church at the age of 4, passed to the Malmesbury School at 8, and was taught again in Westport later at a private school, kept by a young man named Robert Latimer, fresh from Oxford, and a good Grecian. He had begun Latin and Greek early, and under Latimer made such progress as to be able to translate the Medea of Euripides into Latin iambic verse. Before he was 14, about the age of 15, he was sent to Oxford, and entered at Magdalen Hall during his residence. The first principal of Magdalen Hall, John Hussey, was succeeded by John Wilkinson, who ruled in the interest of the Calvinistic party in the university. Thus early was he brought into contact with the aggressive Puritan spirit. Apart from this, Hobbes owed little to his university training, which was based on the scholastic logic then prevalent. We have from himself a lively record of his student life, Vit Carm XP Roman 85, which, though penned in extreme old age, may be taken as trustworthy. He tells how, when he had slowly taken in the doctrine of logical figures and moods, he put it aside, and would prove things only in his own way, how he then heard about bodies as consisting of matter and form, as throwing off species of themselves for perception, and as moved by sympathies and antipathies with much else of a like sort, all beyond his comprehension, and how he therefore turned to his old books again, fed his mind on maps and charts of earth and sky, traced the sun in his path, followed Drake and Cavendish girdling the main, and gazed with delight upon pictured haunts of men and wonders of unknown lands. Very characteristic is the interest in men and things, and the disposition to cut through questions in the schools after a trenchant fashion of his own. He was little attracted by the scholastic learning, though it would be wrong to take his words as evidence of a precocious insight into its weakness. The truth probably is that he took no interest in studies which there was no risk in neglecting, and thought as little of rejecting as of accepting the traditional doctrines. He adds that he took his degree at the proper time, but in fact upon any computation, and from whatever cause, he remained at Magdalen Hall 5, instead of the required 4 years, not being admitted as bachelor till the 5th of February 1608. In the same year, Hobbes was recommended by Wilkinson as tutor to the son of William Cavendish, Baron of Hardwicke, afterwards second Earl of Devonshire, and thus began a lifelong connection with a great and powerful family twice. It was loosened at once for a short time after 20 years and again, for a longer period during the Civil War, but it never was broken. Hobbes spoke of the first years of his tutorship as the happiest of his life. Young Cavendish was hardly younger than Hobbes, and had been married a few months before at the instance of the king, to Christiana, the only daughter of Edward Lord Bruce of Kinloss. Though by reason of the bride's age, which was only 12 years, the pair had no establishment for some time, Hobbes was his companion rather than tutor before becoming secretary, and growing greatly attached to each other they were sent abroad together on the Grand Tour in 1610. During this journey, the duration of which cannot be precisely stated, Hobbes acquired some knowledge of French and Italian, and also made the important discovery that the scholastic philosophy which he had learned in Oxford was almost universally neglected in favor of the scientific and critical methods of Galileo, Kepler, and Montaigne. Unable at first to cope with their unfamiliar ideas, he determined to become a scholar, and until 1628 was engaged in a careful study of Greek and Latin authors, the outcome of which was his great translation of Thucydides. But translation of Thucydides, when he had finished his work, he kept it lying by him for years, being no longer so sure of finding appreciative readers. And when he did send it forth in 1628, he was fain to be content with the few and better sort. One that he was finally determined to publication by the political troubles of the year 1628 may be regarded as certain, not only from his own express declaration at a later time vit carm exp, but also from unmistakable hints in the account of the life and work of his author, prefixed to the translation on its appearance. This was the year of the petition of right extorted from the king in the Third Parliament. He had tried within 3 years of his accession, and in view of Hobbes' later activity, it is significant that he came forward just then at the mature age of 40 with his version of the story of the Athenian democracy. As the first production of his pen, nothing else is known of his doings 546, before 1628, except that through his connection with young Cavendish, he had relations with literary men of note like Ben Jonson, and also with Bacon and Lord Herbert of Cherbury. If he never had any sympathy with Herbert's intuitionalist principles in philosophy, he was no less eager, as he afterwards showed, than Herbert to rationalize in matters of religious doctrine, so that he may be called the second of the English deists, as Herbert has been called the first. With Bacon he was so intimate, Aubrey's Lives, pp. 222-602, that some writers have described him as a disciple. The facts that he used to walk with Bacon at Gorhambury, and would jot down with exceptional intelligence the eager thinker's sudden notions, and that he was employed to make the Latin version of some of the essays, prove nothing when weighed against his own disregard of all Bacon's principles, and the other evidence that the impulse to independent thinking came to him not from Bacon, and not till some time after Bacon's death in 1626. So far as we have any positive evidence, it was not before the year 1629 that Hobbes entered on philosophical inquiry. Meanwhile, a great change had been wrought in his circumstances. His friend and master, after about 2 years, philosophically inquiritor of the Earldom of Devonshire, died of the plague in June 1628, and the affairs of the family were so disordered financially that the widowed countess was left with the task of righting them. In the boyhood of the third Earl, Hobbes went on for a time living in the household, but his services were no longer in demand, and remaining inconsolable under his personal bereavement, he sought distraction in 1629 in another engagement, which took him abroad as tutor to the son of Sir Gervase Clifton, of an old Nottinghamshire family. This, his second sojourn abroad, appears to have been spent chiefly in Paris, and the one important fact recorded of it is that he then first began to look into Euclid. The engagement came to an end in 1631, when he was recalled to train the young Earl of Devonshire, now 13 years old, son of his previous pupil. In the course of the next 7 years, in Derbyshire and abroad, Hobbes took his pupil over rhetoric, logic, astronomy, and the principles of law, with other subjects. His mind was now full of the thought of motion in nature, and on the continent he sought out the philosophical speculators or scientific workers in Florence. In 1636, he saw Galileo, for whom he ever retained the warmest admiration, and spent 8 months in daily converse with the members of a scientific circle in Paris, held together by Marin Mersenne Curoman V. From that time, the winter of 16,361,637, he too, as he tells us was numbered among philosophers. His introduction to Euclid took place accidentally. In 1629, Aubrey's Lives p. 604 Euclid's manner of proof became the model for his own way of thinking upon all subjects. It is less easy to determine when he awoke to an interest in the physical doctrine of motion. The story told by himself Vit p. Roman 20 is that hearing the question asked what is sense, he fell to thinking off and on the subject till it suddenly occurred to him that if bodies and their internal parts were at rest, or were always in the same state of motion, there could be no distinction of anything, and consequently no sense. The cause of all things must therefore be sought in diversity of movements. Starting from this principle, he was driven to geometry for insight into the ground and modes of motion. The biographies we possess do not tell us where, or when this great change of interest occurred. Nothing is said, however, which contradicts a statement that on his third journey in Europe, he began to study the doctrine of motion, more seriously being interested in it before, and as he claims more than once Roman 50 W Roman 5 Yo Roman 7 to have explained light and sound by a mechanical hypothesis as far back as 1630, the inspiration may be assigned to the time of the second journey. But it was not till the third journey that the new interest became an overpowering passion, and the philosopher was on his way home, before he had advanced so far as to conceive the scheme of a system of thought, to the elaboration of which his life should henceforth be devoted. Hobbes was able to carry out his plan in some 20 years or more from the time of its conception, but the execution was so broken in upon by political events, and so complicated with other labors, that its stages can hardly be followed without some previous understanding of the relations of the parts of the scheme, as there is reason to believe they were sketched out from the beginning. His scheme was, first, to work out in a separate treatise De Corpore, a systematic doctrine of body showing how physical phenomena were universally explicable in terms of motion, as motion or mechanical action, was then through Galileo and others understood the theory of motion being applied in the light of mathematical science after quantity. The subject matter of mathematics had been duly considered in its place among the fundamental conceptions of philosophy, and a clear indication had been given at first starting of the logical ground and method of all philosophical inquiry. He would then single out man from the realm of nature, and in a treatise De Homine show what specific bodily motions were involved in the production of the peculiar phenomena of sensation and knowledge, as also of the affections and passions thence resulting, whereby man came into relation with man. Finally, he would consider in a crowning treatise, decide how men being naturally rivals or foes were moved to enter into the better relation of society, and demonstrate how this grand product of human wit must be regulated, if men were not to fall back into brutishness and misery. Thus, he proposed to unite in one coherent whole the separate phenomena of body, man, and the state. Hobbes came home in 1637 to a country seething with discontent. The reign of Thorough was collapsing, and the forces pent up since 1629 were soon to rend the fabric of the state. By these events, Hobbes was distracted from the orderly execution of his philosophically planned the short parliament. As he tells us at a later time, Yo Roman 4 was not dissolved before he had ready a little treatise in English, in which he sought to prove that the points of the royal prerogative which the members were determined to dispute before granting supplies were inseparably annexed to the sovereignty, which they did not then deny to be in the king now. It can be proved that at this time he had written not only his Human Nature, but also his De Corpore Politico, the two treatises, though published separately 10 years later, having been composed as parts of one work for, and there cannot be the least question that together they make the little treatise just mentioned. We are therefore to understand first that he wrote the earliest draft of his political theory some years before the outbreak of the Civil War, and secondly that this earliest draft was not written till, in accordance with his philosophical conception, he had established the grounds of polity in human nature. The first point is to be noted, because it has often been supposed that Hobbes' political doctrine took its peculiar complexion from his revulsion against the state of anarchy before his eyes, as he wrote during the progress of the Civil War. The second point must be maintained against his own, implied if not expressed statement some years later, when publishing his De Cive Roman 50 W Roman 2, that he wrote this third part of his system before he had been able to set down any finished representation of the fundamental doctrines which it presupposed in the beginning of 1640. Therefore, he had written out his doctrine of man, at least with almost as much elaboration as it ever received from him. In November 1640, the Long Parliament succeeded to the Short, and sent Laud and Strafford to the Tower, and Hobbes, who had become or thought he had become a marked man, by the circulation of his treatise, of which in Paris, though not printed many gentlemen had copies, hastened to Paris. The first of all that fled, he was now for the fourth and last time abroad, and did not return for 11 years apparently. He remained the greater part of the time in or about 547 Paris. He was welcomed back into the scientific coterie about Mersenne, and forthwith had the task assigned him of criticizing the Meditations of Descartes, which had been sent from Holland before publication to Mersenne, with the author's request for criticism from the most different points of view. Hobbes was soon ready with the remarks that were printed as third among the 6 later 7 sets of objections, appended with replies from Descartes to the Meditations, when published shortly afterwards, in 1641, reprinted in Roman 50, W. Roman 5274, about the same time. Also Mersenne sent to Descartes, as if they came from a friend in England, another set of objections, which Hobbes had to offer on various points in the scientific treatises, especially the dioptrics, appended by Descartes to his Discourse on Method, in 1637, to which Descartes replied, without suspecting the common authorship of the 2 sets. The result was to keep the 2 thinkers apart rather than bring them together. Hobbes was more eager to bring forward his own philosophical and physical ideas than careful to enter into the full meaning of another's thought. And Descartes was too jealous and too confident in his conclusions to bear with this kind of criticism. He was very curt in his replies to Hobbes' philosophical objections, and broke off all correspondence on the physical questions, writing privately to Mersenne that he had grave doubts of the Englishman's good faith in drawing him into controversy. Roman 50, W. Roman 5307. Meanwhile Hobbes had his thoughts too full of the political theory, which the events of the last years had ripened within him, to settle even in Paris to the orderly composition of his works, though connected in his own mind with his view of human nature, and of nature generally. The political theory, as he always declared, could stand by itself. Also, while he may have hoped at this time to be able to add much, though he never did, to the sketch of his doctrine of man, contained in the unpublished little treatise, he might extend, but could hardly otherwise modify the sketch he had there given of his carefully articulated theory of body politic. Possibly indeed before that sketch was written, early in 1640, he may, under pressure of the political excitement, have advanced no small way in the actual composition of the treatise de Cive, the 3rd section of his projected system. In any case, it was upon this section before the others that he set to work in Paris, and before the end of 1641, the book, as we know from the date of the dedication, November 1, was finished. Though it was forthwith printed in the course of the year 1642, he was content to circulate a limited number of copies privately, 5, and when he found his work received with applause, it was praised even by Descartes. He seems to have taken this recognition of his philosophical achievement as an additional reason for deferring publication till the earlier works of the system were completed. Accordingly, for the next 3 or 4 years, he remained steadily at work, and nothing appeared from him in public except a short treatise on optics, Tractatus Opticus, Roman 50, W. Roman 5248, included in the collection of scientific tracts, published by Mersenne, under the title Cogitata Physico-Mathematica, in 1644, and a highly compressed statement of his psychological application of the doctrine of motion, Roman 50, W. Roman 5318, incorporated with Mersenne's Ballistica, published in the same year. Thus or otherwise, he had become sufficiently known by 1645 to be chosen as a referee with Descartes, Roberval, and others in the famous controversy between John Pell Curoman 5 and the Dane Longomontanus Curoman 5 over that problem of the squaring of the circle, which was seen later on to have such a fatal charm for himself. But though about this time he had got ready all or most of the materials for his fundamental work on body, not even now was he able to make way with its composition, and when he returned to it after a number of years, he returned a different man. The Civil War had broken out in 1642, and the Royalist cause began to decline from the time of the defeat at Marston Moor in the middle of 1644. Then commenced an exodus of the king's friends. Newcastle himself, who was a cousin of Hobbes' late patron and to whom he dedicated the little treatise of 1640, found his way to Paris, and was followed by a stream of fugitives, many of whom were known to Hobbes. The sight of these exiles made the political interest once more predominant in Hobbes, and before long, the revived feeling issued in the formation of a new and important design. It first showed itself in the publication of the Decisive, of which the fame, but only the fame, had extended beyond the inner circle of friends and critics who had copies of the original impression. Hobbes now entrusted it early in 1646 to his admirer, the Frenchman Samuel de Sorbière, by whom it was seen through the Elsevier press at Amsterdam in 1647, having previously inserted a number of notes in reply to objections, and also a striking preface, in the course of which he explained its relation to the other parts of the system, not yet forthcoming, and the political occasion of its having been composed, and being now published before them. So hopeless meanwhile was he growing of being able to return home that later on in the year, he was on the point of leaving Paris to take up his abode in the south with a French friend, when he was engaged by the month as mathematical instructor to the young Prince of Wales, who had come over from Jersey about the month of July. This Leviathan engagement lasted nominally from 1646 to 1648, when Charles went to Holland, thus thrown more than ever into the company of the exiled royalists. It was then, if not earlier, that he conceived his new design of bringing all his powers of thought and expression to bear upon the production of an English book that should set forth his whole theory of civil government in relation to the political crisis resulting from the war. The Decisive, presently to be published, was written in Latin for the learned, and gave the political theory without its foundation in human nature. The unpublished treatise of 1640 contained all or nearly all that he had to tell concerning human nature, but was written before the terrible events of the last years had disclosed how men might still be urged by their antisocial passions back into the abyss of anarchy. There was need of an exposition at once comprehensive, incisive, and popular. The state, it now seemed to Hobbes, might be regarded as a great artificial man, or monster Leviathan, composed of men with a life that might be traced from its generation through human reason under pressure of human needs, to its dissolution through civil strife, proceeding from human passions. This, we may suppose, was the presiding conception from the first, but the design may have been variously modified in the 3 or 4 years of its execution before the end, in 16,501,651. It is plain that he wrote in direct reference to the greatly changed aspect of affairs in England, the king being dead, and the royalist cause appearing to be hopelessly lost. He did not scruple, in closing the work with a general review and conclusion, to raise the question of the subject's right to change allegiance, when a former sovereign's power to protect was irrecoverably gone. Also, he took advantage of the rule of the Commonwealth to indulge much more freely than he might have otherwise dared in rationalistic criticism of religious doctrines, while amid the turmoil of sects, he could the more forcibly urge that the preservation of social order, when again firmly restored, must depend on the assumption by the civil power of the right 548 to wield all sanctions, supernatural as well as natural, against the pretensions of any clergy, Catholic, Anglican, or Presbyterian, to the exercise of an imperium in imperio. We know the Leviathan only as it finally emerged from Hobbes' pen. During the years of its composition, he remained in or near Paris at first, in attendance on his royal pupil, with whom he became a great favorite. In 1647, Hobbes was overtaken by a serious illness, which disabled him for 6 months. Mersenne begged him not to die outside the Roman Catholic Church, but Hobbes said that he had already considered the matter sufficiently, and afterwards took the sacrament according to the rites of the Church of England. On recovering from this illness, which nearly proved fatal, he resumed his literary task, and carried it steadily forward to completion by the year 1650, having also within the same time translated into English, with characteristic force of expression, his Latin treatise. Otherwise, the only thing known from 1 or 2 letters of his life in those years is that from the year 1648, he had begun to think of returning home. He was then 60, and might well be weary of exile, when 1650 came, as if to prepare the way for the reception of his magnum opus. He allowed the publication of his earliest treatise, divided into 2 separate small volumes, Human Nature, or the Fundamental Elements of Policy, Io Roman 476, and De Corpore Politico, or the Elements of Law, Moral, and Politic, pp. 772,288, in 16,519. He published his translation of the Decisive under the title of Philosophical Rudiments Concerning Government and Society, Io Roman II. Meanwhile, the printing of the greater work was proceeding, and finally it appeared about the middle of the same year, 1651, under the title of Leviathan, or the matter, form, and power of a Commonwealth Ecclesiastical and Civil U, Roman III, with a quaint frontispiece in which from behind hills overlooking a fair landscape of town and country, there towered the body above the waist of a crowned giant made up of tiny figures of human beings, and bearing sword and crosier in the two hands it appeared, and soon its author was more lauded and decried than any other thinker of his time. But the first effect of its publication was to sever his connection with the exiled royalist party, and to throw him for protection on the revolutionary government. No sooner did copies of the book reach Paris than he found himself shunned by his former associates, and though he was himself so little conscious of disloyalty, that he was forward to present a manuscript copy, engrossed in vellum, in a marvelous fair hand, to the young King of the Scots, who after the defeat at Worcester, escaped to Paris about the end of October. He was denied the royal presence when he sought it shortly afterwards straightway. Then he saw himself exposed to a double peril. The exiles had among them desperadoes, who could slay, and besides exciting the enmity of the Anglican clergy about the king, who bitterly resented the secularist spirit of his book. He had compromised himself with the French authorities by his elaborate attack on the papal system. In the circumstances, no resource was left him but secret flight, traveling with what speed he could in the depths of a severe winter. And under the effects of a recent second illness, he managed to reach London, where, sending in his submission to the Council of State, he was allowed to subside into private life. Though Hobbes came back after his 11 years' absence, without having as yet publicly proved his title to rank with the natural philosophers of the age, he was sufficiently conscious of what he had been able to achieve in Leviathan, and it was returned to London in no humble mood that he now, at the age of 64, turned to complete the fundamental treatise of his philosophical system. Neither those whom his masterpiece soon roused to enthusiasm, nor those whom it moved to indignation, were likely to be indifferent to anything he should now write, whether it lay near to or far from the region of practice, taking up his abode in Fetter Lane, London, on his return, and continuing to reside there for the sake of intellectual society, even after renewing his old ties with the Earl of Devonshire, who lived in the country. Till the Restoration he worked so steadily as to be printing the De Corpore in the year 1654, circumstances of which more presently, however, kept the book back till the following year, and meanwhile the readers of Leviathan had a different excitement. In 1654, a small treatise of liberty and necessity, Yeo Roman 4278 controversy, with Bramhall issued from the press, claiming to be an answer to a discourse on the same subject by Bishop Bramhall of Londonderry, afterwards Archbishop of Armagh, Roman 500, addressed by Hobbes to the Marquis of Newcastle. It had grown out of an oral discussion between Hobbes and Bramhall in the Marquis' presence at Paris in 1646. Bramhall, a strong Arminian, had afterwards written down his views and sent them to Newcastle to be answered in this form by Hobbes. Hobbes duly replied, but not for publication, because he thought the subject a delicate one. But it happened that Hobbes had allowed a French acquaintance to have a private translation of his reply made by a young Englishman, who secretly took a copy of the original for himself, and now it was this unnamed purloiner who, in 1654, when Hobbes had become famous, and feared, gave it to the world of his own motion, with an extravagantly laudatory epistle to the reader in its front upon Hobbes himself. The publication came as a surprise, but after his plain speaking in Leviathan, there was nothing in the piece that he need scruple to have made known, and he seems to have condoned the act. On the other hand, Bramhall, supposing Hobbes privy to the publication, resented the manner of it, especially as no mention was made of his rejoinder. Accordingly, in 1655, he printed everything that had passed between them under the title of a defense of the true liberty of human actions, from antecedent or extrinsic necessity, with loud complaint against the treatment he had received, and the promise added that in default of others, he himself would stand forward to expose the deadly principles of Leviathan. About this time, Hobbes had begun to be hard-pressed by other foes, and being never more sure of himself than upon the question of the will, he appears to have welcomed the opportunity thus given him of showing his strength. By 1656, he was ready with his questions concerning liberty, necessity, and chance, Yeo Roman 5, in which he replied with astonishing force to the bishop's rejoinder point by point, besides explaining the occasion and circumstances of the whole debate, and reproducing, as Bramhall had done all the pieces from the beginning as perhaps the first clear exposition and defense of the psychological doctrine of determinism. Hobbes' own two pieces must ever retain a classical importance in the history of the free will controversy, while Bramhall's are still worth study as specimens of scholastic fence. The bishop, it should be added, returned to the charge in 1658 with ponderous castigations of Mr. Hobbes' animadversions, and also made good his previous threat in a bulky 549 appendix, entitled The Catching of Leviathan. The great whale Hobbes never took any notice of the castigations, but 10 years later replied to the charges of atheism Roman 100 made in the non-political part of the appendix, of which he says, he then heard for the first time Eo Roman 4380, for this answer was first published after Hobbes' death. We may now follow out the more troublesome conflict, or rather series of conflicts, in which Hobbes became entangled from the time of publishing his De Corpore in 1655, and which checkered all his remaining years in Leviathan. He had controversy with Wallis, and Ward vehemently assailed the system of the universities, as originally founded for the support of the papal against the civil authority, and as still working social mischief by adherence to the old learning. The attack was duly noted at Oxford, where under the Commonwealth, new spirit of scientific activity had begun to stir in 1654, Seth, Ward 16,171,689, the Savilian professor of astronomy, replying in his Vindici Academiarum to some other assaults, especially against John Webster's examen of academies on the academic system, retorted upon Hobbes that so far from the universities being now what he had known them in his youth, he would find his geometrical pieces, when they appeared better understood there, than he should like. This was said in reference to the boasts, in which Hobbes seems to have been freely indulging of having squared the circle and accomplished other such feats, and when a year later the De Corpore Roman 50 W Roman 1 finally appeared, it was seen how the thrust had gone home in the chapter 20 of that work, where Hobbes dealt with the famous problem whose solution he thought he had found. There were left expressions against Vindex Ward at a time when the solutions still seemed to him good, but the solutions themselves as printed were allowed to be all in different ways halting, as he naively confessed he had discovered only when he had been driven by the insults of malevolent men to examine them more closely with the help of his friends. A strange conclusion this, and reached by a path not less strange, as was now to be disclosed by a relentless Handward's colleague, the more famous John Wallis, Q Roman 5 Savilian professor of geometry from 1649, had been privy to the challenge thrown out in 1654, and it was arranged that they should critically dispose of the De Corpore between them. Ward was to occupy himself with the philosophical and physical sections, which he did in leisurely fashion, bringing out his criticism in the course of next year in Th. Hobbii Philosophium Exercitatio Epistolica. Wallis was to confine himself to the mathematical chapters, and set to work at once, with characteristic energy. Obtaining an unbound copy of the De Corpore, he saw by the mutilated appearance of the sheets that Hobbes had repeatedly altered his demonstrations, before he issued them at last in their actual form grotesque, as it was rather than delay the book longer. Obtaining also a copy of the work as it had been printed before Hobbes had any doubt of the validity of his solutions, Wallis was able to track his whole course from the time of Ward's provocation, his passage from exultation to doubt, from doubt to confessed impotence, yet still without abandoning the old assumption of confident strength, and all his turnings and windings were now laid bare in one of the most trenchant pieces of controversial writing ever penned. Wallis Elenchus Geometriae Hobbianae, published in 1655, about 3 months after the De Corpore, contained also an elaborate criticism of Hobbes' whole attempt to relay the foundations of mathematical science in its place within the general body of reason knowledge, a criticism which, if it failed to allow for the merit of the conception, exposed only too effectually the utter inadequacy of the result. Taking up mathematics when not only his mind was already formed, but his thoughts were crystallizing into a philosophical system, Hobbes had in fact never put himself to school and sought to work up gradually to the best knowledge of the time, but had been more anxious from the first to become himself an innovator with whatever insufficient means. The consequence was that, when not spending himself in vain attempts to solve the impossible problems that have always waylaid the fancy of self-sufficient beginners, he took an interest only in the elements of geometry, and never had any notion of the full scope of mathematical science undergoing as it then was, and not least at the hands of Wallis, the extraordinary development which made it before the end of the century, the potent instrument of physical discovery, which it became in the hands of Newton. He was even unable in dealing with the elementary conceptions of geometry to work out with any consistency the few original thoughts he had, and thus became the easy sport of Wallis at his advanced age, however. And with the sense he had of his powers, he was not likely to be brought to a better mind by so insulting an opponent. He did, indeed, before allowing an English translation of the De Corpore Roman one to appear in 1656, take care to remove some of the worst mistakes exposed by Wallis, and while leaving out all the references to Vindex, now profess to make an altered form a series of mere attempts at quadrature. But he was far from yielding the ground to the enemy with the translation. In the spring of 1656, he had ready 6 lessons to the professors of mathematics, one of geometry, the other of astronomy, in the University of Oxford U. Romans 73:56, in which, after reasserting his view of the principles of geometry, in opposition to Euclid's, he proceeded to repel Wallis' objections with no lack of dialectical skill, and with an unreserve equal to Wallis' own. He did not scruple in the ardor of conflict even to maintain positions that he had resigned in the translation, and he was not afraid to assume the offensive by a counter-criticism of 3 of Wallis' works, then published. When he had thus disposed of the paralogisms of his more formidable antagonist in the first 5 lessons, he ended with a lesson on manners to the 2 professors together, and set himself gravely at the close to show that he too could be abusive in this particular part of his task. It must be allowed, he succeeded very well. His criticism of Wallis' works, especially the great treatise Arithmetica Infinitorum, 1655, only showed how little able he was to enter into the meaning of the modern analysis. Wallis, on his side, was not less ready to keep up the game in English than he had been to begin it in Latin. Swift as before to strike in 3 months' time, he had deftly turned his own word against the wood-master by administering due correction for Mr. Hobbes, or school discipline, for not saying his lessons right in a piece that differed from the Elenchus, only in being more biting and unrestrained. Having an easy task in defending himself against Hobbes' trivial criticism, he seized the opportunity given him by the English translation of the De Corpore to track Hobbes again step by step over the whole course, and now to confront him with his incredible inconsistencies, multiplied by every new utterance. But it was no longer a fight over mathematical questions, only Wallis, having been betrayed originally by his fatal cleverness into the pettiest carping at words, Hobbes had retorted in kind, and then it became a high duty in the other to defend his Latin with great parade of learning, and give fresh provocation. One of Wallis' rough sallies in this kind suggested to Hobbes the title of the next rejoinder, with which in 1657 he sought to close the unseemly wrangle, arguing in the lessons that a mathematical point must have quantity, though this were not reckoned. He had explained the Greek word used for a point to mean a visible mark made with a hot iron, whereupon he was charged by Wallis with gross ignorance for confounding, and hence the title of his new piece, or Marks, of the absurd geometry, rural language, Scottish church politics and barbarisms of John Wallis, professor of geometry and doctor of divinity U. Romans 7400. He now attacked more in detail, but not more happily than before, Wallis' great work, while hardly attempting any further defense of his own positions. Also he repelled with some force and dignity the insults that had been heaped upon him, and fought the verbal points, but could not leave the field without making political insinuations against his adversary quite irrelevant in themselves, and only noteworthy as evidence of his own resignation to Cromwell's rule. The thrusts were easily and nimbly parried by Wallis in a reply Hobbiani Puncti, Dispunctio 1657, occupied mainly with the verbal questions. Irritating as it was, it did not avail to shake Hobbes' determination to remain silent, and thus at last there was peace for it. Before the strife flamed up again, Hobbes had published in 1658 the outstanding section of his philosophical system, and thus completed, after a fashion, the scheme he had planned more than 20 years before. So far as the treatise De Homine Roman 50 W Roman 232 was concerned, the completion was more in name than in fact. It consisted for the most part of an elaborate theory of vision, which, though very creditable to Hobbes' scientific insight, was out of place, or at least out of proportion, in a philosophical consideration of human nature. Generally, the remainder of the treatise dealing cursorily with some of the topics more fully treated in the human nature, and the Leviathan has all the appearance of having been tagged in haste to the optical chapters composed years before as 550 makeshift for the proper transition, required in the system from questions of body natural to questions of body politic. Hobbes had in fact spent himself in his earlier constructive efforts, and at the age of 70, having nothing to add to his doctrine of man, as it was already in one form or another before the world was content with anything that might stand for the fulfillment of his philosophical purpose, but he had still in him more than 20 years of vigorous vitality, and not conscious to himself of any shortcoming, looked forward now. His hands were free to doing battle for his doctrines, rather than remain quiet on finding no notice taken of his latest production. He would himself force on a new conflict, with the enemy Wallis having meanwhile published other works, and especially a comprehensive treatise on the general principles of Calculus Mathematicus Universalis, 1657, he might take this occasion of exposing afresh the newfangled methods of mathematical analysis, and reasserting his own earlier positions accordingly. By the spring of 1660, he had managed to put his criticism and assertions into 5 dialogues under the title Examinatio et Emendatio Mathematici Hodierni, qualis explicatur in libris Johannes Wallisae, with a 6th dialogue, so-called, consisting almost entirely of 70 or more propositions on the circle and cycloid. Wallis, however, would not take the bait. Hobbes then tried another tack next year, having solved, as he thought, another ancient crux, the duplication of the cube. He had his solution brought out anonymously at Paris in French, so as to put Wallis and other critics off the scent, and extort a judgment that might be withheld from a work of his. The artifice was successful, and no sooner had Wallis publicly refuted the solution than Hobbes claimed the credit of it, and went more wonderfully than ever astray in its defense. He presently republished it in modified form, with his remarks at the end of a new Latin dialogue, which he had meanwhile written, in defense of another part of his philosophical doctrine. This was the Dialogus Physicus Sive de Natura Eris, Roman 50 W Roman 4296, fulminated in 1661 against Boyle and other friends of Wallis who, as he fancied under the influence of that malevolent spirit, were now in London, after the Restoration, forming themselves into a society, incorporated as the Royal Society, in 1662, for experimental research to the exclusion of himself personally, and in direct contravention of the method of physical inquiry, enjoined in the De Corpore. All the laborious manipulation recorded in Boyle's new experiments touching the spring of the air 1660, which Hobbes chose, without the least warrant to take, as the manifesto of the new academicians, seemed to him only to confirm the conclusions he had reasoned out years before from speculative principles, and he warned them that if they were not content to begin where he had left off, their work would come to naught. To as much of this diatribe as concerned himself, Boyle quickly replied with force and dignity, but it was from Hobbes' old enemy that retribution came in the scathing satire Hobbius Hutantimurominos, 1662. Wallis, who had deftly steered his course amid all the political changes of the previous years, managing ever to be on the side of the ruling power, was now apparently stung to fury by a wanton allusion in Hobbes' latest dialogue to a passage of his former life, his deciphering for the Parliament the king's papers taken at Naseby, whereof he had once boasted, but after the Restoration could not speak or hear. Too little the revenge he took was crushing, professing to be roused by the attack on his friend Boyle when he had scorned to lift a finger in defense of himself against the earlier dialogues. He tore them all to shreds with an art of which no general description can give an idea. He got, however, upon more dangerous ground, when passing wholly by the political insinuation against himself, he roundly charged Hobbes with having written Leviathan in support of Oliver's title, and deserted his royal master in distress. Hobbes seems to have been fairly bewildered by the rush and whirl of sarcasm with which Wallis drove him anew from every mathematical position he had ever taken up, and did not venture forth into the field of scientific controversy again for some years, when he had once followed up the physical dialogue of 1661 by 7 shorter ones, with the inevitable appendix entitled Problemata Physica Una, cum magnitudine circuli Roman 50 W Roman 40 384, in 1662. But all the more eagerly did he take advantage of Wallis' loose calumny to strike, where he felt himself safe, his answer to the personal charges, took the form of a letter about himself in the third person, addressed to Wallis in 1662, under the title of Considerations upon the Reputation, Loyalty, Manners, and Religion of Thomas Hobbes U. Roman 4440 in this piece, which is of great biographical value. He told his own and Wallis little stories during the time of the late rebellion, with such effect that Wallis, like a wise man, attempted no further reply. Thus ended the second bout. After a time, Hobbes took heart again, and began a third period of controversial activity, which did not end on his side, till his 90th year. Little need be added to the simple catalogue of the untiring old man's labors in this last stage of his life. The first piece, published in 1666, De Principiis et Ratiocination Geometrarum, Roman 50, W. Roman 4484, was designed, as the subtitle declared, to lower the pride of geometrical professors, by showing that there was no less uncertainty and error in their works than in those of physical or ethical writers. Wallis replied shortly, in the Philosophical Transactions, August 1666. 3 years later, he brought his three great achievements together in compendious form: Quadratura, Circuli, Cubatio, Sphaeri, Duplicatio, Cubi, and as soon as they were once more refuted by Wallis, reprinted them, with an answer to the objections, in compliment to the Grand Duke of Tuscany, who paid him attentions on a visit to England, in 1669, Roman 50, W. Roman 40, 522. Wallis, who had promised to leave him alone henceforward, refuted him again before the year was out. In 1671, he worked up his propositions over again, in Rostum Geometricum, Roman 50, W. Roman 550, as a fragrant offering to the geometrical reader, appending a criticism censura, brevis pp. 5088, on the first part of Wallis' treatise De Motu, published in 1669. Also, he sent 3 papers to the Royal Society on selected points, treated very briefly, and when Wallis, still not weary of confuting, shortly replied, published them separately with triumphant considerations on Dr. Wallis' answer to them, U. Roman 74:48. Next year, 1672, having now, as he believed, established himself with the Royal Society, he proceeded to complete the discomfiture of Wallis by a public address to the Society on all the points at issue between them, from the beginning Lux Mathematica excusa collisionibus Johannes Wallisae et Tommi Hobbisae, Roman 50, W. Roman 5150, the light, as the author R. Rosti Repertor added, being here increased by many very brilliant rays. Wallis replied in the Transactions, and then finally held his hand. Hobbes' energy was not yet exhausted. In 1674, at the age of 86, he published his Principia et Problemata aliquot Geometrica ante desperata nunc, Breviator explicata et demonstrata, Roman 50, W. Roman 52, 14, containing in the chapters dealing with questions of principle not a few striking observations, which ought not to be overlooked in the study of his philosophy. His last piece of all Decameron Physiologicum, U. Roman 7180, in 1678, was a new set of dialogues on physical questions, most of which he had treated in a similar fashion before, but now, in dealing with gravitation, he was able to fire a parting shot at Wallis, and one more demonstration of the equality of a straight line to the arc of a circle thrown in at the end, appropriately closed the strangest warfare in which perverse thinker ever engaged. We must now turn back to trace the fortunes of Hobbes and his other doings in the last 20 years of his life. All these controversial writings on mathematics and physics represent but one half of his activity after the age of later yearseventy, though as regards the other half, it is not possible, for a reason that will be seen, to say as definitely in what order the works belonging to the period were produced. From the time of the Restoration, he acquired a new prominence in the public eye. No year had passed since the appearance of Leviathan without some indignant protest against the influence which its trenchant doctrine was calculated to produce upon minds longing above everything for civil repose. But after the Restoration, Hobbesism became a fashionable creed, which it was the duty of every lover of true morality and religion to denounce. 2 or 3 days after Charles' arrival in London, Hobbes drew in the street the notice of his former pupil, and was at once received into favor. The young king, if he had ever himself resented the apparent disloyalty of the conclusion of Leviathan, had not retained the feeling long, and could appreciate the principles of the great book when the application of them happened as now to be turned in his own favor. He had besides a relish for Hobbes' wit, as he used to say, here comes the bear to be baited, and did not like the old man the less because his presence at court scandalized the bishops, or the prim virtue of Chancellor Hyde. He even went the length of bestowing on Hobbes, but not always paying a pension of 100, and had his portrait hung up in the royal 551 closet. These marks of favor, naturally, did not lessen Hobbes' self-esteem, and perhaps they explain in his later writings a certain slavishness toward the regal authority which is wholly absent from his rational demonstration of absolutism in the earlier works. At all events, Hobbes was satisfied with the rule of a king, who had appreciated the author of Leviathan, and protected him when after a time protection, in a very real sense, became necessary. His eagerness to defend himself against Wallace' imputation of disloyalty, and his apologetic dedication of the Problemata Physica to the king, are evidence of the hostility with which he was being pressed as early as 1662, but it was not till 1666 that he felt himself seriously in danger. In that year, the Great Fire of London following on the Great Plague roused the superstitious fears of the people, and the House of Commons embodied the general feeling. In a bill against atheism and profaneness on the 17th of October, it was ordered that the committee to which the bill was referred should be empowered to receive information touching such books as tend to atheism, blasphemy, and profaneness, or against the essence and attributes of God, and in particular the book published in the name of one White, and the book of Mr. Hobbes called the Leviathan, and to report the matter with their opinion to the House. Hobbes, then verging upon 80, was terrified at the prospect of being treated as a heretic, and proceeded to burn such of his papers as he thought might compromise him. At the same time, he set himself with a very characteristic determination to inquire into the actual state of the law of heresy. The results of his investigation were first announced in 3 short dialogues, added in place of the old Review and Conclusion, for which the day had passed, as an appendix to his Latin translation of Leviathan Roman 50 W Roman 3, included with the general collection of his works published at Amsterdam in 1668. In this appendix, as also in the posthumous tract published in 1680, an historical narration concerning heresy, and the punishment thereof U Roman 4408. He aimed at showing that since the High Court of Commission had been put down, there remained no court of heresy at all to which he was amenable, and that even when it stood, nothing was to be declared heresy but what was at variance with the Nicene Creed, as he maintained the doctrine of Leviathan was not. The only consequence that came of the parliamentary scare was that Hobbes could never afterwards get permission to print anything on subjects relating to human conduct. The collected edition of his Latin works, in 2 quarto volumes, appeared at Amsterdam in 1668, because he could not obtain the censor's license for its publication at London, Oxford, or Cambridge. Other writings, which he had finished, or on which he must have been engaged about this time, were not made public till after his death, the king apparently having made it the price of his protection that no fresh provocation should be offered to the popular sentiment. The most important of the works composed towards 1670, and thus kept back, is the extremely spirited dialogue, to which he gave the title Behemoth, the history of the causes of the civil wars of England, and of the counsels and artifices by which they were carried on from the year 1640 to the year 1660, to the same period. Probably belongs the unfinished dialogue between a philosopher and a student of the common laws of England U Roman 6160, a trenchant criticism of the constitutional theory of English government, as upheld by Coke. Aubrey takes credit for having tried to induce Hobbes to write upon the subject in 1664 by presenting him with a copy of Bacon's Elements of the Laws of England, and though the attempt was then unsuccessful, Hobbes later on took to studying the statute book with Coke. Upon Littleton, one other posthumous production also besides the tract on heresy before mentioned, may be referred to this, if not as Aubrey suggests in earlier Timeth 2000, an odd elegiac verses in which he gave his view of ecclesiastical encroachment on the civil power. The quaint verses disposed in his now favorite dialogiform were first published 9 years after his death, under the title Historia Ecclesiastica, Roman 50 W Roman 5408, with a preface by Thomas Reimer. For some time, Hobbes was not even allowed to utter a word of protest, whatever might be the occasion that his enemies took to triumph over him. In 1669, an unworthy follower, Daniel Scargill, by name a fellow of Corpus Christi College, Cambridge, had to recant publicly and confess that his evil life had been the result of Hobbes' doctrines. In 1674, John Fell, the dean of Christ Church, who bore the charges of the Latin translation of Anthony Wood's History and Antiquities of the University of Oxford 1670, struck out all the complimentary epithets in the account of his life, and substituted very different ones. But this time, the king did suffer him to defend himself by publishing a dignified letter vit oct pp Roman 47 Roman 50, to which Fell replied by adding to the translation, when it appeared a note full of the grossest insults. And amid all his troubles Hobbes was not without his consolations. No Englishman of that day stood in the same repute abroad, and foreigners noble or learned who came to England never forgot to pay their respects to the old man, whose vigor and freshness of intellect no progress of the years seemed able to quench. Among these was the Grand Duke of Tuscany Ferdinand Roman II, who took away some works and a portrait to adorn the Medicean library. His pastimes in the latest years were as singular as his labors. The autobiography in Latin verse, with its playful humor, occasional pathos, and sublime self-complacency, was thrown off at the age of 84. At 85 in the year 1673, he sent forth a translation of 4 books of the Odyssey Roman 9 Roman 12 in rugged, but not seldom happily turned English rhymes, and when he found this voyage of Ulysses eagerly received, he had ready by 1675 a complete translation of both Iliad and Odyssey, Roman 10, prefaced by a lively dissertation concerning the virtues of an heroic poem, showing his unabated interest in questions of literary style. After 1675, he passed his time at his patron's seats in Derbyshire, occupied to the last with intellectual work in the early morning, and in the afternoon hours, which it had long been his habit to devote to thinking, and to writing. Even as late as August 1679, he was promising his publisher somewhat to print in English. The end came very soon. Afterwards, a suppression of urine in October, in spite of which he insisted upon being conveyed with the family from Chatsworth to Hardwicke Hall, towards the end of November, was followed by a paralytic stroke, under which he sank on the 4th of December in his 90th year. He lies buried in the neighboring church of Alt Hucknall. He was tall and erect in figure, and lived on the whole a temperate life, though he used to say that he had been drunk about 100 times. His favorite exercise was tennis, which he played regularly, even after the age of personal characteristic 70. Socially, he was genial and courteous, though in argument, he occasionally lost his temper. As a friend, he was generous and loyal, intellectually bold in the extreme. He was curiously timid in ordinary life, and is said to have had a horror of ghosts. He read little, and often boasted that he would have known as little as other men if he had read as much. He appears to have had an illegitimate daughter, for whom he made generous provision in the National Portrait Gallery. There is a portrait of him by J. Roman 1000 Wright, and 2 others are in the possession of the Royal Society. As already suggested, it cannot be allowed that Hobbes falls into any regular succession from Bacon. Neither can it be said that he handed on the torch to Locke. He was the one English thinker of the first rank in the long period place in English thought of 2 generations separating Locke from Bacon. But save in the chronological sense, there is no true relation of succession among the 3. It would be difficult even to prove any ground of affinity among them, beyond a disposition to take sense. As a prime factor in the account of subjective experience, their common interest in physical science was shared 552 equally by rationalist thinkers of the Cartesian school, and was indeed begotten of the time backwards. Hobbes' relations are rather with Galileo and the other inquirers, who from the beginning of the 17th century occupied themselves with the physical world in the manner that has come later to be distinguished by the name of science in opposition to philosophy. But even more than in nature, Hobbes was interested in the phenomena of social life, presenting themselves so impressively in an age of political revolution. So it came to pass that while he was unable, by reason of imperfect training and too tardy development, with all his pains, to make any contribution to physical science, or to mathematics as instrumental in physical research, he attempted a task which no other adherent of the new mechanical philosophy conceived nothing less than such a universal construction of human knowledge as would bring society and man, at once the matter and maker of society, within the same principles of scientific explanation as were found applicable to the world of nature. The construction was of course utterly premature, even supposing it were inherently possible, but it is Hobbes' distinction in his century to have conceived it, and he is thereby lifted from among the scientific workers with whom he associated to the rank of those philosophical thinkers who have sought to order the whole domain of human knowledge. The effects of his philosophical endeavor may be traced on a variety of lines upon every subject that came within the sweep of his system, Except mathematics and physics, his thoughts have been productive of thought. When the first storm of opposition from smaller men had begun to die down, thinkers of real weight, beginning with Cumberland and Cudworth, were moved by their aversion to his analysis of the moral nature of man to probe anew the question of the natural springs and the rational grounds of human action, and thus it may be said that Hobbes gave the first impulse to the whole of that movement of ethical speculation that in modern times has been carried on with such remarkable continuity in England. In politics, the revulsion from his particular conclusions did not prevent the more clear-sighted of his opponents from recognizing the force of his supreme demonstration of the practical irresponsibility of the sovereign power wherever seated in the state. And when in a later age the foundations of a positive theory of legislation were laid in England, the school of Bentham James Mill Grote Molesworth brought again into general notice the writings of the great publicist of the 17th century, who, however he might by the force of temperament himself prefer the rule of one, based his whole political system upon a rational regard to the common weal. Finally, the psychology of Hobbes, though too undeveloped to guide the thoughts, or even perhaps arrest the attention of Locke when essaying the scientific analysis of knowledge, came in course of time chiefly through James Mill, to be connected with the theory of associationism developed from within the school of Locke in different ways by Hartley and Hume. Nor is it surprising that the later associationists, finding their principle more distinctly formulated in the earlier thinker, should sometimes have been betrayed into affiliating themselves to Hobbes rather than to Locke for his ethical theories. See Ethics. Sufficient information is given in the Vidi Hobbiani Octarium Roman 50 W Roman 1 P Roman 65 FF concerning the frequent early editions of Hobbes' separate works, and also concerning the works of those who wrote against him to the end of the 17th century. In the 18th century, after Clarke's Boyle lectures of 17,040,1705, the opposition was less express. In 1750, the moral and political works were collected with Life Roman 100 by Dr. Campbell, in a folio edition, including In Order Human Nature de Corpore Politica, Leviathan answer to Bramhall's catching of the Leviathan narration, concerning heresy of liberty and necessity, Behemoth Dialogue, of the Common Laws, the introduction to the Thucydides letter to Davenant, and two others, the preface to the Homer de Mirabilibus Pexi with English translation, Considerations on the Reputation of Th in 1812, The Human Nature, and the Liberty and Necessity, with supplementary extracts from the Questions of 1656, were reprinted in a small edition of 250 copies with a meritorious memoir based on Campbell and dedication to Horne, took by Philip Mallet. Molesworth's edition, 18,390,1845, dedicated to Grote, has been referred to in a former note of translations, may be mentioned Les Elements philosophiques du Citoyen 1649, and Le Corps politique 1652, both by S. de Sorbière, conjoined with Le Trait de la Nature Humaine by D. Halbach in 1787, under the general title Les Œuvres philosophiques et politiques de Thomas Hobbes, a translation of the first section Computatio Sive Logica of the De Corpore included by de Stutt de Tracy with his Elements d'Ideologie 1804, a translation of Leviathan into Dutch in 1678, and another anonymous into German des Engländers, Thomas Hobbes' Leviathan oder der Kirchlich und Bürgerlich Statthalle, 1794, 2 vols. Translation of the De Sive by J. H. Roman 5 Kirchmann T. Hobbes of Handlung, Über den Bürger Roman 100 Leipzig, 1873. Important later editions are those of Ferdinand Tunne's Behemoth 1889, on which see Croom Robertson's Philosophical Remains, 1894 p. 451, Elements of Law 1889. Biographical and critical works. There are 3 accounts of Hobbes' life, first published together in 1681, 2 years after his death, by R.B. Richard Blackburn, a friend of Hobbes' admirer John Aubrey, and reprinted with complimentary verses by Cowley and others at the beginning of Sir W. Molesworth's collection of the Latin works, 1 Th. Malmus Vita pp. Roman 13, Roman 21, written by Hobbes himself, or as also reported by T. Reimer at his dictation. 2 Vidi Hobbiani Octarium, pp. Roman 22, Roman 80, turned into Latin from Aubrey's English. 3 Th. Malmus, Vita Carmine Expressa, pp. Roman 81, Roman 99, written by Hobbes at the age of 84, first published by itself in 1680, The Life of Mr. Th. of Malmesbury, printed among the lives of eminent men in 1813, from Aubrey's papers, in the Bodleian Roman 100 vol Roman 2 pt Roman 2 pp. 593,630. 7. Contains some interesting particulars not found in the Octarium. All that is of any importance for Hobbes' life is contained in G. Croom Robertson's Hobbes, 1886 in Blackwood's Philosophical Classics, and Sir Leslie Stephen's Hobbes, 1904, in the English Men of Letters series, both of which deal fully with his philosophy. Also see F. Tunny's Hobbes Leben, Unlayer 1896, Hobbes Anelchten 1904 Fall G. Zart Einfluss der englischen Philosophie. Seit Bacon auf die Deutsche Philosophie, des 1810 Jar Berlin 1880, 1 G. Brandt Thomas Hobbes Grundlinien seiner Philosophie, 1895, G. Lyon La Philos de Hobbes 1893, J. Roman 1000 Robertson, Pioneer Humanists 1907 J. Rickaby Free Will and Four English Philosophers 1906 pp 172, J. Watson Hedonistic Theories, 1895, W. Graham English Political Philosophy, From Hobbes to Maine 1899, W. J. H. Campion Outlines of Lectures on Political Science 1895. G. Roman 100 R. Roman 10. 1. The translation under the title 8 Books of the Peloponnesian War, written by Thucydides, the son of Alarus, interpreted with faith and diligence, immediately out of the Greek, by Thomas Hobbes, secretary to the late Earl of Devonshire, appeared in 1628 or 1629, after the death of the Earl, to whom touching reference is made. In the dedication, it reappeared in 1634, with the date of the dedication altered, as if then newly written, though Hobbes claims to have performed his work with much more diligence than elegance. His version is remarkable as a piece of English writing, but is by no means accurate. It fills vols Roman 8 and Roman 9 in Molesworth's collection 11 vols, including Index vol of Hobbes English works, London Bone 18,390, 1840, 5. The volumes of this collection will here be cited as E. W. Molesworth's collection of the Latin Opera Philosophica, 5 vols 18,390, 1840, 5. Will be cited as Roman 50, W. the 500, and odd Latin hexameters, under the title De Mirabilibus Pexe Roman 50 W. Roman 5340, giving an account of a short excursion from Chatsworth to View. The 7 Wonders of the Derbyshire Peak were written before 1628, in 1626 or 1627. Though not published till 1636, it was a New Year's present to his patron, who gave him 5 in return. A later edition, in 1678, included an English version by another hand. 2. Hobbes in minor works dealing with physical questions, Roman 50 W. Roman 4 U. Roman 7, makes 2 incidental references to Bacon's writings, but never mentions Bacon, as he mentions Galileo, Kepler, Harvey, and others. De corpore ep. Dead among the lights of the century, the word induction, which occurs in only 3 or 4 passages throughout all his works, and these again minor ones, is never used by him, with the faintest reminiscence of the import assigned to it by Bacon. And as will be seen, he had nothing but scorn for experimental work in physics. 3. The Free English Abstract of Aristotle's Rhetoric, published in 1681, after Hobbes' death, as the whole art of rhetoric U. Roman 65:10, corresponds with a Latin version, dictated to his young pupil, among Hobbes' papers, preserved at Hardwick, where he died. There remains the boy's dictation book, interspersed with headings examples, Roman 100, in Hobbes' hand. 4. Among the Hardwick papers, there is preserved a MS copy of the work under the title Elements of Law Naturale and Politique, with the dedication to the Earl of Newcastle written in Hobbes' own hand, and dated May 9, 1640. This dedication was prefixed to the first 13 chapters of the work, when printed by themselves under the title Human Nature, in 1650. 5. The book, of which the copies are rare, one in Dr. Williams' library in London, and one in the Bodleian, was printed in quarto size Paris, 1642, with a pictorial title page, not afterwards reproduced, of scenes and figures, illustrating its 3 divisions. Libertas Imperium Religio, the title Elementorum Philosophiae Sectio Tertia Decisive, expresses its relation to the unwritten sections, which also comes out in 1 or 2 back references in the text. 6. LW Roman 2134, in this first public edition. 12 Mo. The title was changed to Elementa Philosophica, decisive. The references in the text to the previous sections being omitted the date of the dedication to the young Earl of Devonshire, was altered from 1641 to 1646. 7 described as nobiles Languedocianus in vit doubtless, the same with the Dominus Verjusius nobiles, Aquitanus, to whom was dedicated the Exam et Amend Math Hod Roman 50 W Roman 4, in 1660 Du Vertus, was one of Hobbes' profoundest admirers, and most frequent correspondence in later years. There are many of his letters among Hobbes' papers at Hardwick. 8. The human nature corresponds with Roman 200 Roman 1 Roman 13 of the first part of the original treatise. The remaining 6 chapters of the part stand now as part Roman 1 of the De Corpore Politico part, Roman 2 of the Roman 500 Roman 100 p, corresponds with the original second part of the whole work. 9. At the beginning of this year he wrote and published in Paris a letter on the nature and conditions of poetry chiefly epic, in answer to an appeal to his judgment made in the preface to Sir W. Davenant's heroic poem Gondibert, Eo Roman 4458. The letter is dated Jan 10, 1650, 16501. This presentation copy so described by Clarendon's survey of the Leviathan 1676 p8 is doubtless the beautifully written and finely bound MS now to be found in the British Museum, Egerton MSS, 1910. During all the time he was abroad, he had continued to receive from his patron a yearly pension of 80, and they remained in steady correspondence. The Earl, having sided with the king in 1642, was declared unfit to sit in the House of Peers, and though by submission to Parliament, he recovered his estates when they were sequestered later on, he did not sit again till 1660. Among Hobbes' friends at this time are specially mentioned John Selden and William Harvey, who left him a legacy of 10, according to Aubrey. Selden left him an equal bequest. But this seems to be a mistake. Harvey, not Bacon, is the only Englishman he mentions in the dedicatory epistle, prefixed to the De Corpore, among the founders before himself of the new natural philosophy. The treatise bore the date Ron Og 2016-52, but it should have been 1646, as afterwards explained by Hobbes himself, Eo Roman 5. The Vit Oct refers to 1676, a letter to William Duke of Newcastle on the controversy about liberty and necessity, held with Benjamin Laney, Bishop of Ely, in that year. There did appear a confused little tract written by Laney against Hobbes, concluding statement of his own opinion, in the Liberty and Necessity of 1654-1646, but I can find no trace of any further writing by Hobbes on the subject. G. Croom, Robertson, Hobbes p. 202. This translation concerning body, though not made by Hobbes, was revised by him, but it is far from accurate, and not seldom at critical places. For example, Roman 100 Roman 6, 2, quite misleading philosophical citations from the De Corpore should always be made in the original Latin. Molesworth reprints the Latin not from the first edition of 1655, but from the modified edition of 1668, modified in the mathematical chapters in general, not exact keeping with the English edition of 1656. The Vindex episode referred to in the 6 lessons becomes intelligible only by going beyond Molesworth to the original Latin edition of 1655. They were composed originally in a somewhat different and rather more extended form as the second part of an English treatise on optics completed by the year 1646, of this treatise preserved in Harleian MSS 3360 Molesworth, otherwise prints the dedication to the Marquis of Newcastle, and the concluding paragraphs Eo Roman 7471. LW Roman 4232, the propositions on the circle 4-6 in number shattered by Wallis in 1662, were omitted by Hobbes when he republished the dialogues in 1668, in the collected edition of his Latin works, from which Molesworth reprints in the part, omitted at p. 154 of the original edition. Hobbes refers to his first introduction to Euclid in a way that confirms the story in Aubrey quoted in an earlier paragraph. Remaining at Oxford, Wallis in fact took no active part in the constitution of the new society, but he had been from 1645, one of the originators of an earlier association in London. Thus continued or revived, this earlier society had been continued also at Oxford after the year 1649, when Wallis and others of its members received appointments there. The Problemata Physica was at the same time put into English with some changes and omission of part of the mathematical appendix, and presented to the king to whom the work was dedicated in a remarkable letter, apologizing for Leviathan in its English form as 7 philosophical problems and 2 propositions of geometry, U Roman 768. The work was first published in 1682, after Hobbes' death. Wallace pieces were excluded from the collected edition of his works, 16,930,1697, and have become extremely rare. The De Medio Animarum statue of Thomas White, a heterodox Catholic priest, who contested the natural immortality of the soul White, who died 1676, and Hobbes were friends. E.W. Romans 64:18, though Behemoth was kept back at the king's express desire, it saw the light, without Hobbes' leave, in 1679 before his death. Hobby, a small horse probably from early quotations of Irish breed, trained to an easy gait, so that riding was not fatiguing the common use of the word, is for a favorite pursuit or occupation with the idea, either of excessive devotion, or of absence of ulterior motive, or of profit. Roman 100 outside the occupation itself. This use is probably not derived from the easy ambling gait of the Irish hobby, but from the hobby horse, the mock horse of the old Morristances made of a painted wooden horse's head and tail with a framework casing for an actor's body, his legs being covered by a cloth made to represent the housings of the medieval tilting horse. A hobby or hobby horse is thus a toy, a diversion. The ofr hobben, or hobi mod obben, and idle ubina are probably adaptations of the English, according to the New English Dictionary. The ofr hober, to move, which is often taken to be the origin of all these words, is the source of a use of hobby, for a small kind of falcon falco subbuteo used in hawking. Hobhouse Arthur Hobhouse, 1st Baron 18,191,904, English judge, 4th son of Henry Hobhouse, permanent Under-Secretary of State in the Home Office, was born at Hadspin, Somerset, on the 10th of November 1819. Educated at Eton and Balliol, he was called to the bar at Lincoln's Inn in 1845, and rapidly acquired a large practice as a conveyancer and equity draftsman. He became Q Roman 100 in 1862, and practiced in the Rolls Court, retiring in 1866. He was an active member of the Charity Commission and urged the appropriation of pious bequests to educational and other purposes. In 1872, he began a 5-year term of service as legal member of the Council of the Governor-General of India, his services being acknowledged by a K Roman 100 S Roman 1, and in 1881 he was appointed a member of the Judicial Committee of the Privy Council, on which he served for 20 years. He was made a peer in 1885, and consistently supported the Liberal Party in the House of Lords. He died on the 6th of December 1904, leaving no heir to the barony. His papers, read before the Social Science Association on the subject of property, were collected in 1880 under the title of The Dead Hand. Hoboken, a small town of Belgium on the right bank of the Scheldt, about 4 Roman 1000 above Antwerp. It is only important on account of the shipbuilding yard, which the Cockerill firm of Sering has established at Hoboken. Many wealthy Antwerp 553 merchants have villas here, and it is the headquarters of several of the leading rowing clubs on the Scheldt. Pop. 1904, 12,816. Hoboken, a city of Hudson County, New Jersey, USA, on the Hudson River, adjoining Jersey City on the S and W, and opposite New York City, with which it is connected by ferries and by 2 subway lines through tunnels under the river. Pop. 1890, 40, 3,640, 8, 1950, 9,364, of whom 21,380 were foreign-born, 10,843, being natives of Germany. 1910 census, 70,324. Of the total population, in 1940, 8,349 had either one or both parents foreign-born. German being the principal racial element, the city is served by the West Shore, and the Delaware-Lackawanna Western Railways being the eastern terminus of the latter, and is connected by electric railway with the neighboring cities of northeastern New Jersey. In Hoboken are the piers of the North German, Lloyd the Hamburg, American the Netherlands, American the Scandinavian, and the Phoenix steamship lines. Hoboken occupies a little more than 1 sq Roman 1000, and lies near the foot of the New Jersey Palisades, which rise both on the W and N, to a height of nearly 200 ft. Much of its surface has had to be filled in to raise it above high tide, but Castle Point in the NE rises from the generally low level, about 100 ft. On this point are the residence and private estate of the founder of the city John Stevens, 17,491,838 Hudson Park, and facing it, the Stevens Institute of Technology, an excellent school of mechanical engineering, endowed by Edwin A. Stevens, 17,951,868, son of John Stevens, opened in 1871, and having in 19,091,910 34 instructors and 390 students. The institute owes much to its first president Henry Morton, 18,361,902, a distinguished scientist whose aim was to offer a course of instruction in which theory and practice were carefully balanced and thoroughly combined, and who gave to the institute sums aggregating 175,000. C. Morton Memorial History of Stevens Institute, ed. by Furman, 1905. In connection with the institute, there is a preparatory department, the Stevens School, 1870. The city maintains a teacher's training school. Among the city's prominent buildings are the Delaware-Lackawanna Western Station, the Hoboken Academy, 1860, founded by German Americans, and the public library. The city has an extensive coal trade and numerous manufactures, among which are lead pencils, leather goods, silk goods, wallpaper, and caskets. The value of the manufactured product increased from $7,151,391 in 1890 to $12,092,872 in 1900 or 69. The factory product in 1905 was valued at $14,077,305, an increase of 34 over that for 1900. The site of Hoboken, originally Hobokenhicking, the place of the tobacco pipe, was occupied about 1640 as a Dutch farm, but in 1643, the stock and all the buildings except a brewhouse were destroyed by the Indians. In 1711, title to the place was acquired by Samuel Bayard, a New York merchant, who built on Castle Point his summer residence. During the War of Independence, his descendant William Bayard was a Loyalist, and his home was burned, and his estate confiscated in 1784. The property was purchased by John Stevens, the inventor, who in 1804 laid it out as a town for the next 35 years. Its Elysian Fields, where a famous pleasure resort of New York City, Hoboken, was incorporated as a town in 1849, and as a city in 1855. On the 30th of June 1900, the wharves of the North German Lloyd Steamship Company and 3 of its ocean liners were almost completely destroyed by a fire which caused a loss of more than 200 lives and over 5 million. Hobson's choice Roman I, this or nothing, an expression that arose from the fact that the Cambridge London carrier, Thomas Hobson, 15,440,1630, refused, when letting his horses on hire, to allow any animal to leave the stable out of its turn. Among other bequests made by Hobson and commemorated by Milton, was a conduit for the Cambridge marketplace, for which he provided the perpetual maintenance. See Spectator, No. 509, 14th of October, 1712. Hobie Sir Thomas, 15,301,566, English diplomatist and translator, son of William Hobie of Leominster, was born in 1530. He entered St. John's College, Cambridge, in 1545. But in 1547, he went to Strasbourg, where he was the guest of Martin Bucer, whose Gratulation unto the Church of England for the restitution of Christ's religion he translated into English. He then proceeded to Italy, visiting Padua and Venice, Florence, and Siena, and in May 1550, he had settled at Rome when he was summoned by his half-brother Sir Philip Hobie, 15,051,558, then ambassador at the Emperor's court to Augsburg. The brothers returned to England at the end of the year, and Thomas attached himself to the service of the Marquis of Northampton, whom he accompanied to France on an embassy to arrange a marriage between Edward Roman VI and the Princess Elizabeth. Shortly after he returned to England, he started once more for Paris, and in 1552, he was engaged on his translation of the Courtier of Count Baldassare Castillo. His work was probably completed in 1554, and the freedom of the allusions to the Roman Church probably accounts for the fact that it was withheld from publication until 1561. The Cortigiano of Baldassare Castiglione, which Dr. Johnson called the best book that ever was written upon good breeding, is a book as entirely typical of the Italian Renaissance as Machiavelli's Prince in Another Direction. It exercised an immense influence on the standards of chivalry throughout Europe and was long the recognized authority for the education of a nobleman. The accession of Mary made it desirable for the Hobys to remain abroad, and they were in Italy until the end of 1555. Thomas Hoby married in 1558 Elizabeth, the learned daughter of Sir Anthony Cook, who wrote a Latin epitaph on her husband. He was knighted in 1566 by Elizabeth and was sent to France as English ambassador. He died on the 13th of July in the same year in Paris and was buried in Bisham Church. His son Sir Edward Hoby, 15,601,617, enjoyed Elizabeth's favor, and he was employed on various confidential missions. He was constable of Queenborough Castle, Kent, where he died on the 1st of March 1617. He took part in the religious controversies of the time, publishing many pamphlets against Theophilus Higgins and John Flood or Floyd. He translated from the French of Matthew Coignat Politique Discourses on Truth and Lying 1586. The authority for Thomas Hoby's biography is a MS book of the travail and life of me Thomas Hoby, with diverse things worth the noting. This was edited for the Royal Historical Society by Edgar Powell. In 1902, Hoby's translation of the Courtier was edited 1900 by Professor Walter Raleigh for the Tudor Translation Series. Hoch Lazare 17,680,1797, French general, was born of poor parents near Versailles on the 24th of June 1768. At 16 years of age, he enlisted as a private soldier in the Gardes Francaises. He spent his entire leisure in earning extra pay by civil work, his object being to provide himself with books, and this love of study, which was combined with a strong sense of duty and personal courage, soon led to his promotion. When the Gardes Francaises were broken up in 1789, he was a corporal, and thereafter he served in various line regiments up to the time of his receiving a commission in 1792 in the defense of Thionville. In that year, Hoch earned further promotion, and he served with credit in the operations of 17,921,793 on the northern frontier of France at the Battle of Neerwinden. He was aide-de-camp to General Le Venour, and when Dumouriez deserted to the Austrians, Hoch, along with Le Venour and others, fell under suspicion of treason. But after being kept under arrest and unemployed for some months, he took part in the defense of Dunkirk, and in the same year 1793, he was promoted successively chef de brigade, general of brigade, and general of division. In October 1793, he was provisionally appointed to command the army of the Moselle, and within a few weeks, he was in the field at the head of his army in Lorraine. His first battle was that of Kaiserslautern 28th-30th of November against Prussians. The French were defeated, but even in the midst of the terror, the Committee of Public Safety continued. Hoch in his command pertinacity and fiery energy in their eyes outweighed everything else, and Hoch soon showed that he possessed these qualities. On the 22nd of December, he stormed the lines of Froschwiller, and the representatives of the convention with his army at once added the Army of the Rhine to his sphere of command. On the 26th of December, the French 554 carried by assault the famous lines of Weissenberg, and Hoch pursued his success, sweeping the enemy before him to the Middle Rhine in 4 days. He then put his troops into winter quarters before the following campaign opened. He married Anne Adelaide de Chaux at Thionville March 11, 1794, but 10 days later, he was suddenly arrested, charges of treason having been preferred by Pichegru, the displaced commander of the Army of the Rhine, and by his friends. Hoch escaped execution, however, though imprisoned in Paris until the fall of Robespierre. Shortly after his release, he was appointed to command against the Vendeans. 21st of August 1794, he completed the work of his predecessors in a few months by the Peace of John, 15th of February 1795. But soon afterwards the war was renewed by the Royalists. Hoch showed himself equal to the crisis and inflicted a crushing blow on the Royalist cause by defeating and capturing de Sombreuil's expedition at Quiberon and Penthiever, 16th-21st of July, 1795. Thereafter, by means of mobile columns, which he kept under good discipline, he succeeded before the summer of 1796 in pacifying the whole of the West, which had for more than 3 years been the scene of a pitiless civil war. After this, he was appointed to organize and command the troops destined for the invasion of Ireland, and he started on this enterprise in December 1796. A tempest, however, separated Hoch from the expedition, and after various adventures, the whole fleet returned to Brest without having effected its purpose. Hoch was at once transferred to the Rhine frontier, where he defeated the Austrians at Neuilly, April, though operations were soon afterwards brought to an end by the preliminaries of Leoben later. In 1797, he was Minister of War for a short period, but in this position he was surrounded by obscure political intrigues and finding himself the dupe of Barras and technically guilty of violating the Constitution, he quickly laid down his office, returning to his command on the Rhine frontier. But his health grew rapidly worse, and he died at Wetzlar on the 19th of September 1797 of consumption. The belief was widely spread that he had been poisoned, but the suspicion seems to have been without foundation. He was buried by the side of his friend Marceau, in a fort on the Rhine amidst the mourning, not only of his army, but of all France. See Private Notions historiques sur la vie morale politique, et militaire du Général Hoche Strasbourg, 1798. Donuologue du Général Hoche, 1798, delivered on behalf of the Institut at Hoche's funeral. Roussillon, Vie de Lazare, Hoche Général des Armées de la République. Francaise, Paris, 1798. This work was printed at the public expense and distributed to the schools. Dabroca, Eloge funèbre du Général Hoche, Paris, 1800. Vie et pensies du Général Hoche, Bern, Champrobert, Notice historique sur Lazare Hoche, le pacificateur de la Vendée, Paris, 1840. Douauril, Histoire de Lazare Hoche, Paris, 1844. Desprez Lazare Hoche d'après sa correspondance, Paris, 1858. New ed. 1880. Bourgogne essai sur la vie de Lazare Hoche, 1852. E. de Bonachos, Lazare Hoche, 1867. H. Martin Hoche et Bonaparte, 1875. Dudemple vie politique et militaire du Général Hoche, 1879. Escott Hoche and Erland, 1888. Cuneo di Ornano Hoche, 1892. Achuque Hoche et la lutte pour l'Alsace, a volume of this author's series on the campaigns of the Revolution, 1893. E. Cherevert le Général Hoche, 1893. Adure Hoche et Marceau, 1885. Hochheim, a town of Germany in the Prussian province of Hesse-Nassau, situated on an elevation not far from the right bank of the Main, 3 Roman 1000 above its influx into the Rhine, and 3 Roman 1000 E of Mainz, by the railway from Kassel to Frankfurt am Main. Pop. 1905 3779. It has an evangelical and a Roman Catholic church, and carries on an extensive trade in wine, the English word hock, the generic term for Rhine wine, being derived from its name. Hochheim is mentioned in the chronicles as early as the 7th century. It is also memorable as the scene of a victory gained here on the 7th of November 1813 by the Austrians over the French. See Schuler-Geschichte der Stadt Hochheim am Main, Hochheim, 1888. Hoch, a town of Germany in the Prussian province of Hesse-Nassau, on the Main, 6 Roman 1000 by rail W of Frankfurt am Main. Pop. 1905 14121. It is a busy industrial town, with large dyeworks and manufactures of machinery. Snuff, tobacco, waxcloth, gelatine, furniture, and biscuits brewing is carried on, and there is a considerable river trade. The Roman Catholic Church of St. Justinus is a fine basilica, originally built in the 9th century. It has been restored several times, and a Gothic choir was added in the 15th century. The town has also an evangelical church and a synagogue, and a statue of Bismarck by Eloi Mayer Hocht belonged formerly to the electors of Mainz, who had a palace here. This was destroyed in 1634, with the exception of one fine tower, which still remains. In 1622, Christian Duke of Brunswick was defeated here by Count Tilly, and in 1795, the Austrians gained a victory here over the French. Hocht is also the name of a small town in Hesse. This has some manufactures, and was formerly the seat of a Benedictine monastery. Hochstedt, a town of Bavaria, Germany in the district of Swabia, on the left bank of the Danube, 34 Roman 1000 Ne of Ulm, by rail. Pop. 1905 2305. It has 3 Roman Catholic churches, a castle flanked by walls and towers, and some small industries, including malting and brewing. Hochstedt, which came into the possession of Bavaria in 1266, has been a place of battles here. Frederick of Hohenstaufen, vicegerent of the empire for Henry Roman IV, was defeated by Henry's rival Hermann of Luxembourg in 1081. In 1703, the imperialists were routed here by Marshal Villars in command of the French. In August 1704, Marlborough and Prince Eugene defeated the French and Bavarians commanded by Max Emanuel, the Elector of Bavaria, and Marshal Tallard, this battle being usually known as that of Blenheim. And in June 1800, an engagement took place here between the Austrians and the French. There is another small town in Bavaria named Hochstedt. Pop. 2000. This is on the river Aisch, not far from Bamberg. to which bishopric belonged from 1157 to 1802, when it was ceded to Bavaria. Hochstetter Ferdinand Christian von Baron 18,290,1884, Austrian geologist, was born at Esslingen-Württemberg on the 30th of April 1829. He was the son of Christian Ferdinand Hochstetter, 17,871,860, a clergyman and professor at Brunn, who was also a botanist and mineralogist, having received his early education at the Evangelical Seminary at Maulbronn. He proceeded to the University of Tübingen, there under F.A. Quenstedt. The interest he already felt in geology became permanently fixed, and there he obtained his doctor's degree and a traveling scholarship in 1852. He joined the staff of the Imperial Geological Survey of Austria and was engaged until 1856 in parts of Bohemia, especially in the Bomerwald and in the Fichtel and Karlsbad Mountains. His excellent reports established his reputation. Thus he came to be chosen as geologist to the Novara expedition, 18,571,859, and made numerous valuable observations in the voyage round the world in 1859. He was engaged by the government of New Zealand to make a rapid geological survey of the islands on his return. He was appointed in 1860 professor of mineralogy and geology at the Imperial Polytechnic Institute in Vienna, and in 1876 he was made superintendent of the Imperial Natural History Museum. In these later years, he explored portions of Turkey and eastern Russia, and he published papers on a variety of geological, paleontological, and mineralogical subjects. He died at Vienna on the 18th of July, 1884. Publications: Karlsbad sen Geognostischen Verhältnis und sen Quellen, 1858, New Zealand 1863, Geological and Topographical Atlas of New Zealand 1864, Leitfaden der Mineralogie und Geologie, with a Bishing, 1876 ed. 8, 1890. Hockey possibly derived from the hooked stick with which it is played, cf. OFR hockey shepherd's crook, a game played with a ball, or some similar object by two opposing sides, using hooked or bent sticks, with which each side attempts to drive it into the other's goal in one or more of its variations. Hockey was known to most North peoples in both Europe and Asia, and the Romans possessed a game of similar nature. It was played indiscriminately on the frozen ground, or the ice in winter in Scotland. It was called shinty and in Ireland hurley, and was usually played on the hard sandy seashore 555, with numerous players on each side. The rules were simple, and the play very rough. Modern hockey, properly so called, is played during the cold season on the hard turf, and owes its recent vogue to the formation of the Men's Hockey Association in England in 1875. The rules drawn up by the Wimbledon Club in 1883 still obtain in all essentials. Since 1895, international matches at hockey have been played annually between England, Scotland, Ireland, and Wales, and in 1907, a match was played between England and France, won by England by 14-0 in 1890. Divisional association matches, North-South West Midlands, and inter-university matches, Oxford and Cambridge, were inaugurated, and have since been played annually. County matches are also now regularly played in England. 26 counties competing in 1907. Of other hockey clubs playing regular matches in 1907, there were 81 in the London district and 59 in the provinces. Diagram of hockey field. G goal. RB right back. LB left back. RH right half. CH center half. LH left half. RW right wing. RY inside right. CF center forward. LE inside left. LW left wing. The game is played by teams of 11 players on a ground 100 ids long and 50 to 60 ids wide. The goals are in the center of each end line and consist of two uprights 7 ft high surmounted by a horizontal bar enclosing a space 12 ft wide in front of each. Goal is a space enclosed by a curved line, its greatest diameter from the goal line being 15 ft, called the striking circle. The positions of the players on each side may be seen on the accompanying diagram. 2. Umpires 1 on each side of the central line officiate. The ball is an ordinary cricket ball painted white. The stick has a hardwood curved head and a handle of cork or wrapped cane. It must not exceed 2 in diameter, nor 28 Oz in weight at the start of the game, which consists of two 30 or 35-minute periods. The two center forwards bully off the ball in the middle of the field. in bullying off each center, must strike the ground on his own side of the ball 3 times with his stick, and strike his opponent's stick 3 times alternately after, which either may strike the ball each side, then endeavors by means of striking passing and dribbling to drive the ball into its opponent's goal. A player is offside if he is nearer the enemy's goal than one of his own side who strikes the ball, and he may not strike the ball himself until it has been touched by one of the opposing side. The ball may be caught but not held or stopped by any part of the body, but may not be picked up, carried, kicked, thrown, or knocked, except with the stick an opponent's stick. May be hooked but not an opponent's person, which may not be obstructed in any way. No left-handed play is allowed. Penalties for infringing rules are of 2 classes: free hits and penalty bullies, to be taken where the foul occurred for flagrant fouls. Penalty goals may also be awarded. A corner occurs when the ball goes behind the goal line, but not into goal if it is hit by the attacking side, or unintentionally, by the defenders. It must be brought out 25 ids, in a direction at right angles to the goal, from the point where it crossed the line and there bullied. But if the ball is driven from within the 25 yd line unintentionally behind the goal line by the defenders, a member of the attacking side is given a free hit from a point within 3 ids of a corner. Flag the members of the defending side remaining behind their goal line if the ball is hit intentionally behind the goal line by the attacking side. The free hit is taken from the point where the ball went over. No goal can be scored from a free hit directly. Ice hockey, or bandy to give it its original name, is far more popular than ordinary hockey in countries where there is much ice. In fact, in America, hockey means ice hockey, while the land game is called field hockey. Ice hockey, in its simplest form of driving a ball across a given limit with a stick or club, has been played for centuries in Northern Europe, attaining its greatest popularity in the Low Countries, and there are many 16th and 17th century paintings extant which represent games of bandy, the players using an implement formed much like a golf club. In England, bandy is controlled by the National Bandy Association. A team consists of 11 players wearing skates, and the proper space for play is 200 ids by 100 ids. In extent, the ball is of solid India rubber between 214 and 234 in diameter. The bandies are 2 in diameter and about 4 ft long. The goals placed in the center of each goal line consist of 2 upright posts 7 ft high and 12 ft apart, connected by a lath. A match is begun by the referee throwing up the ball in the center of the field, after which it must not be touched other than with the bandy, until a goal is scored or the ball passes the boundaries of the course, in which case it is hit into the field in any direction, excepting forward from the point where it went out by the player who touched it last. If the ball is hit across the goal line, but not into a goal, it is hit out by one of the defenders from the point where it went over the opponents, not being allowed to approach nearer than 25 ids from the goal line while the hit is made. Hockey stick. In America, the development of the modern game is due to the Victoria Hockey Club and McGill University, Montreal, about 1881. The secretary of the former club made the first efforts towards drawing up a recognized code of laws, and for some time afterwards playing rules were agreed upon from time to time. Whenever an important match was played, the chief teams being, besides those already mentioned, the Ottawa, Quebec Crystal, and Montreal hockey clubs, the first general tournament taking place in 1884. 3 years later, the Amateur Hockey Association of Canada was formed, and a definite code of rules drawn up soon afterwards, in consequence of exhibitions given by the best Canadian teams in some of the larger cities of the United States. The new game was taken up by American schools, colleges, and athletic clubs, and became nearly as popular in the northern states as in the Dominion. The rules differ widely from those of English bandy. The rink must be at least 112 ft long by 58 ft wide, and 7 players form a side. The goals are 6 ft wide and 4 ft high, and are provided with goal nets instead of the English painted cricket ball. A puck is used made of vulcanized rubber in the form of a draftstone 1 in thick and 3 in diameter. The sticks are made of 1 piece of hard wood and may not be more than 3 in wide at any part. The game is played for 2 half-hour or 20-minute periods with an intermission of 10 minutes at the beginning of a match. And also when a goal has been made, the puck is faced Roman 1e. It is placed in the middle of the rink between the sticks of the 2 left centers, and the referee calls play. Whichever side then secures the ball endeavors by means of passing and dribbling to get the puck into a position from which a goal may be shot. The puck may be stopped by any part of the person but not carried or knocked, except with the stick. No stick may be raised above the shoulder, except when actually striking the puck when the puck is driven off the rink, or behind the goal or a foul has been made behind the goal, it is faced 5 ids inside the rink. The goalkeeper must maintain a standing position. There are a number of hockey organizations in America, all under the jurisdiction of the American Amateur Hockey League in the United States and the Canadian Amateur Athletic League in Canada. Ice polo, a winter sport similar to ice hockey, is almost exclusively played in the New England states. A rubber-covered ball is used, and the stick is heavier than that used in ice hockey. The radical difference between the two games is that in ice polo there is no strict offside rule, so that passes and shots at goal may come from any and often the most unexpected direction. 5 men constitute a team: a goaltend, a halfback, a center, and 2 rushers. The rushers must be rapid skaters, adepts in dribbling and passing, and good goal shots. The center supports the rushers, passing the ball to them or trying for goal himself. The halfback is the first defense, and the goaltend the last. The rink is 150 ft long. Ring hockey may be played on the floor of any gymnasium or large room by teams of 6 comprising a goalkeeper, a quarter 556 forwards, and a center. The goals consist of 2 uprights 3 ft high and 4 ft apart. The ring, which takes the place of the ball or puck, is made of flexible rubber and is 5 in diameter with a 3 in opening through the center. It weighs between 12 and 16 oz. The stick is a wand of light but tough wood between 36 and 40 in long, about 34 in diameter, provided with a 5 in guard, 20 in from the lower end. The method of shooting is to insert the end of the stick in the hole of the ring and drive it towards the goal. A goal shot from the field counts 1 point, a goal from a foul 12 point. When a foul is called by the referee, a player of the opposing side is allowed a free shot for goal from any point on the quarter line. Roller polo, played extensively during the winter months in the United States, is practically ice polo adapted to the floors of gymnasiums and hauls the players 5 on a side, wearing roller skates. The first professional league was organized in 1883. Hocktide, an ancient general holiday in England, celebrated on the second Monday and Tuesday after Easter Sunday. Hock Tuesday was an important term, day rents being then payable for with Michaelmas. It divided the rural year into its winter and summer halves. The derivation of the word is disputed. Any analogy with jur hock high being generally denied. No trace of the word is found in Old English. And hockday, its earliest use in composition, appears first in the 12th century. The characteristic pastime of hocktide was called binding on Monday, the women on Tuesday. The men stopped all passers of the opposite sex and bound them with ropes till they bought their release with a small payment, or a rope was stretched across the highroads, and the passers were obliged to pay toll. The money thus collected seems to have gone towards parish expenses. Many entries are found in parish registers under hocktide money. The hocktide celebration became obsolete in the beginning of the 18th century. At Coventry, there was a play called the Old Coventry Play of Hock Tuesday. This suppressed at the Reformation owing to the incidental disorder, and revived as part of the festivities on Queen Elizabeth's visit to Kenilworth in July 1575, depicted the struggle between Saxons and Danes, and has given color to the suggestion that hocktide was originally a commemoration of the massacre of the Danes on St. Brice's Day, the 13th of November A Roman 500, or of the rejoicings at the death of Hardicanute on the 8th of June 1042, and the expulsion of the Danes, but the dates of these anniversaries do not bear this out. Hocus, a shortened form of hocus pocus, used in the 17th century, in the sense of to play a trick on anyone, to hoax, which is generally taken to be a derivative hocus pocus, appears to have been a mock Latin expression, first used as the name of a juggler or conjurer. Thus in a Dye's Candle in the Dark 1655, quoted in the New English Dictionary, I will speak of one man that went about in King James his time, who called himself the King's Majesty's most excellent hocus pocus, and so was called, because that at the playing of every trick, he used to say hocus pocus tauntus talentus vade celeritor jubeo, a dark composure of words to blind the eyes of the beholders to make his trick pass the more currently, without discovery. Tillotson's Guest Sermons Roman 26, that the phrase was a corruption of hoc est corpus, and alluded to the words of the Eucharist, in ridiculous imitation of the priests of the Church of Rome, in their trick of transubstantiation, has frequently been accepted as a serious derivation, but has no foundation a connection with a supposed demon of Scandinavian mythology called Ochus Bacchus, is equally unwarranted hocus, is used as a verb meaning to drug stupefy with opium Roman 100 for a criminal purpose. This use dates from the beginning of the 19th century. Hodden, a word of unknown origin, a coarse kind of cloth made of undyed wool, formerly much worn by the peasantry of Scotland. It was usually made on small handlooms, by the peasants themselves grey. Hodden was made by mixing black and white fleeces together, in the proportion of 1 to 12 when weaving. Hoddesdon, an urban district in the Hertford parliamentary division of Hertfordshire, England, near the River Lee 17 Roman 1000 n, from London, by the Great Eastern Railway Broxbourne and Hoddesdon Station, on the Cambridge Line Pop, 1901-47. 11. This is the northernmost of a series of populous townships, extending from the suburbs of London, along the Lee Valley, as far as its junction with the Stort, which is close to Hoddesdon. They are in the main residential. Hoddesdon was a famous coaching station on the Old North Road, and the Bull posting house is mentioned in Matthew Prior's Down Hall. The Lee has been a favorite resort of anglers, mainly for coarsefish, in this part, from the time of Isaac Walton, in whose book Hoddesdon is specifically named the Church of St. Augustine Broxbourne, is a fine example of perpendicular work, and contains interesting monuments, including an altar tomb, with enameled brasses of 1473. Hoddesdon probably covers the site of a Romano-British village. Hodda Hodeidah Haydua, a town in Arabia situated on the Red Sea coast, 1448 n. and 4257 e. It lies on a beach of muddy sand, exposed to the southerly and westerly wine steamers, anchor more than a mile from shore, and merchandise has to be transshipped by means of sambucks or native boats. But Hodda has become the chief center of the maritime trade of Turkish Yemen and has superseded Makkah as the great port of export of South Arabian coffee. The town is composed of stone-built houses of several stories and is surrounded, except on the sea face, by a fortified enceinte. The population is estimated at 33,000 and contains, besides the Arab inhabitants and the Turkish officials and garrison, a considerable foreign element, Greeks, Indians, and African traders from the opposite coast. There are consulates of Great Britain, United States, France, Germany, Italy, and Greece. The steam tonnage entering and clearing the port in 1904 amounted to 78,700 tons. The highest hitherto recorded regular services are maintained with Aden and with Suez, Maswa, and the other Red Sea ports. Large dhows bring dates from the Persian Gulf, and occasional steamers from Bombay call on their way to Jeddah with cargoes of grain. The imports, for 1904, amounted in value to 467,000. The chief items being piece goods, food, grains, and sugar. The exports amounted to 451,000, including coffee valued at 229,000. Hodening, an ancient Christmas custom, still surviving in Wales, Kent, Lancashire, and elsewhere. A horse's skull, or a wooden imitation on a pole, is carried round by a party of youths, one of whom conceals himself under a white cloth to simulate the horse's body, holding a lighted candle in the skull. They make a house-to-house visitation, begging gratuities. The penitential of Archbishop Theodore, Roman 500, speaks of any who on the calends of January clothe themselves with the skins of cattle and carry heads of animals. This, coupled with the fact that among the primitive Scandinavians, the horse was often the sacrifice made at the winter solstice to Odin for success in battle, has been thought to justify the theory that hodening is a corruption of odining. Hodge Charles, 17,971,878, American theologian, was born in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, on the 28th of December, 1797. He graduated at the College of New Jersey, now Princeton, in 1815, and in 1819 at the Princeton Theological Seminary, where he became an instructor in 1820 and the first professor of Oriental and Biblical Literature in 1822. Meanwhile, in 1821, he had been ordained as a Presbyterian minister from 1826 to 1828. He studied under de Sacy in Paris, under Jacinius and Tholuck in Halle, and under Hengstenberg, Neander, and Humboldt in Berlin. In 1840, he was transferred to the chair of exegetical and didactic theology, to which subjects that of polemic theology was added in 1854, and this office he held until his death in 1825. He established the Quarterly Biblical Repertory, the title of which was changed to Biblical Repertory and Theological Review in 1830, and to Biblical Repertory and Princeton Review in 1837. With it in 1840 was merged the Literary and Theological Review of New York, and in 1872, the American Presbyterian Review of New York, the title becoming Presbyterian Quarterly, and Princeton Review in 1872, and Princeton Review in 1877. He secured for it the position of theological organ of the Old School Division of the Presbyterian Church, and continued its principal editor and contributor until 1868, when the Rev. Lyman H. Atwater became his colleague. His more important essays were republished under the titles Essays and Reviews 5,571,857, Princeton Theological Essays and Discussions in Church Polity, 1878. He was moderator of the General Assembly OS in 1846, a member of the Committee to Revise the Book of Discipline of the Presbyterian Church in 1858, and president of the Presbyterian Board of Foreign Missions in 18,680,1870, the 24th of April 1872, the 50th anniversary of his election to his professorship was observed in Princeton as his jubilee by between 400 and 500 representatives of his 2,700 pupils, and 50,000 was raised for the endowment of his chair. He died at Princeton on the 19th of June, 1878. Hodge was one of the greatest of American theologians. Besides his articles in the Princeton Review, he published a commentary on the Epistle to the Romans 1835, abridged 1836 rewritten, and enlarged 1864, new ed. 1886, Constitutional History of the Presbyterian Church in the United States, 2 vols 18,391,840, The Way of Life, 1841, Commentaries on Ephesians, 1856, 1 Corinthians, 1857, 2 Corinthians 1859, Systematic Theology, 3 vols 2200 pp. 18,711,873, probably the best of all modern expositions of Calvinistic dogmatic, and What is Darwinism, 1874, in which he opposed atheistic evolutionism after his death. A volume of conference papers, 1879, was published. His life by his son was published in 1880. His son Archibald Alexander Hodge, 18,230,1886, also famous as a Presbyterian theologian, was born at Princeton on the 18th of July, 1823. He graduated at the College of New Jersey in 1841, and at the Princeton Theological Seminary in 1846, and was ordained in 1847. From 1847 to 1850, he was a missionary at Allahabad, India, and was then pastor of churches successively at Lower West Nottingham, Maryland, 18,511,855, at Fredericksburg, Virginia, 18,551,861, and at Wilkes-Barre, Pennsylvania, 18,611,864. From 1864 to 1877, he was professor of didactic and polemical theology in the Allegheny Theological Seminary at Allegheny, Pennsylvania, where he was also from 1866 to 1877, pastor of the North Church Presbyterian. In 1878, he succeeded his father as professor of didactic theology at the Princeton Seminary. He died on the 11th of November, 1886. Besides writing the biography of his father, he was the author of Outlines of Theology, 1860, New ed. 1875, enlarged 1879, The Atonement, 1867, Exposition of the Confession of Faith, 1869, and Popular Lectures on Theological Themes, 1887. See Roman 100a Salmons Charles, and A Hodge, New York, 1888. Hodgkin Thomas, 1831, British historian, son of John Hodgkin, 18,001,875. Barrister, was born in London on the 29th of July, 1830, having been educated as a member of the Society of Friends, and taken the degree of B.A. at London University. He became a partner in the banking house of Hodgkin Barnett, Co. Newcastle and Tyne, a firm afterwards amalgamated with Lloyd's Bank. While continuing in business as a banker, Hodgkin devoted a good deal of time to historical study, and soon became a leading authority on the history of the early Middle Ages, his books being indispensable to all students of this period. His chief works are Italy and Her Invaders, 8 vols, Oxford, 18,801,899, The Dynasty of Theodosius, Oxford, 1889, Theodoric, The Goth, London, 1891, and an introduction to the letters of Cassiodorus, London 1886. He also wrote a life of Charles, the Great, London 1897, life of George Fox, Boston 1896, and the opening volume of Longman's Political History of England, London 1906. Hodgkinson Eaton 17,890,1861, English engineer, the son of a farmer, was born at Anderton near Northwich, Cheshire, on the 26th of February 1789. After attending school at Northwich, he began to help his widowed mother on the farm, but to escape from that uncongenial occupation, he persuaded her in 1811 to remove to Manchester and start a pawnbroking business there. He made the acquaintance of John Dalton and began those inquiries into the strength of materials, which formed the work of his life. He was associated with Sir William Fairbairn in an important series of experiments on cast iron, and his help was sought by Robert Stephenson in regard to the forms and dimensions of the tubes for the Britannia Bridge, a paper which he communicated to the Royal Society on experimental researches on the strength of pillars of cast iron and other materials in 1840, gained him a Royal Medal in 1841, and he was also elected a Fellow in 1847. He was appointed Professor of the Mechanical Principles of Engineering in University College London, and at the same time he was employed as a member of the Royal Commission, appointed to inquire into the application of iron to railway structures in 1848. He was chosen president of the Manchester Philosophical Society, of which he had been a member since 1826, and to which both previously and subsequently he contributed many of the more important results of his discoveries for several years. He took an active part in the discussions of the Institution of Civil Engineers, of which he was elected an honorary member in 1851. He died at Eaglesfield House, near Manchester, on the 18th of June, 1861. Hodgson Brian Houghton, 18,001,894, English administrator, ethnologist, and naturalist, was born at Lower Beach, Prestbury, Cheshire, on the 1st of February 1800. His father Brian Hodgson came of a family of country gentlemen, and his mother was a daughter of William Houghton of Manchester. In 1816, he obtained an East Indian writership. After passing through the usual course at Haileybury, he went out to India in 1818, and after a brief service at Kumon as assistant commissioner, was in 1820 appointed assistant to the resident at Kathmandu, the capital of Nepal. In 1823, he obtained an undersecretaryship in the Foreign Department at Calcutta, but his health failed, and in 1824 he returned to Nepal, to which the whole of his life, whether in or out of India, may be said to have been thenceforth given. He devoted himself particularly to the collection of Sanskrit MSS relating to Buddhism, and hardly less so to the natural history and antiquities of the country, and by 1839 had contributed 89 papers to the Transactions of the Asiatic Society of Bengal. His investigations of the ethnology of the aboriginal tribes were especially important. In 1833, he became resident in Nepal and passed many stormy years in conflict with the cruel and faithless court to which he was accredited. He succeeded, nevertheless, in concluding a satisfactory treaty in 1839. But in 1842, his policy, which involved an imperious attitude towards the native government, was upset by the interference of Lord Ellenborough, but just arrived in India, and not unnaturally anxious to avoid trouble in Nepal during the conflict in Afghanistan, Hodgson took upon himself to disobey his instructions, a breach of discipline, justified to his own mind by his superior knowledge of the situation, but which the Governor-General could hardly be expected to overlook. He was nevertheless continued in office for a time, but was recalled in 1843, and resigned the service in 1845. He returned to India and settled at Darjeeling, where he devoted himself entirely to his favorite pursuits, becoming the greatest authority on the Buddhist religion. And on the flora of the Himalayas, it was he who early suggested the recruiting of Gurkhas for the Indian Army, and who influenced Sir Jung Bahadur to lend his assistance to the British during the mutiny in 1857. In 1858, he returned to England and lived successively in Cheshire and Gloucestershire, occupied with his studies to the last. He died at his seat at Alderley Grange in the Cotswold Hills on the 23rd of May, 1894. No man has done so much to throw light on Buddhism as it exists in Nepal, and his collections of Sanskrit manuscripts, presented to the East India Office, and of natural history, presented to the British Museum, are unique as gatherings from a single country. He wrote altogether 184 philological and ethnological, and 127 scientific papers, as well as some valuable pamphlets on native education, in which he took great interest. His principal work, Illustrations of the Literature and Religion of Buddhists, 1841, was republished, with the most important of his other writings, in 18,721,880. His life was written by Sir W. W. Hunter in 1896. Hódmezővásárhely, a town of Hungary in the county of Székelyföld, 135 Roman 1000 SC of Budapest, by rail pop, 1960,824, of which about two-thirds are Protestants. The town, situated on Lake Hod, not far from the right bank of the Tisza, has a modern aspect. The soil of the surrounding country, of which 383 SQ Roman 1000 belong to the municipality, is exceedingly fertile, the chief products being wheat, mancorn, barley, oats, millet, maize, and various descriptions of fruit, especially melons. Extensive vineyards, yielding large quantities of both white and red grapes, skirt the town, and the horned cattle and horses of Hódmezővásárhely have a good reputation. Sheep and pigs are also extensively reared. The commune is protected from inundations of the Tisza by an enormous dike, but the town nevertheless sometimes suffers considerable damage during the spring floods. Hodograph gr away, and to write a curve of which the radius vector is proportional to the velocity of a moving particle, it appears to have been used by James Bradley, but for its practical development, we are mainly indebted to Sir William Rowan Hamilton, who published an account of it in the Proceedings of the Royal Irish Academy, 1846. If a point be in motion in any orbit, and with any velocity, and if at each instant a line be drawn from a fixed point parallel and equal to the velocity of the moving point, at that instant, the extremities of these lines will lie on a curve called the hodograph. Let pp1, p2 be the path of the moving point, and let ot1, ot2 be drawn from the fixed point O parallel and equal to the velocities at p, p1, p2, respectively. Then the locus of t is the hodograph of the orbits described by PC figure. From this definition, we have the following important fundamental property, which belongs to all hodographs, viz. That at any point, the tangent to the hodograph is parallel to the direction, and the velocity in the hodograph equal to the magnitude of the resultant acceleration at the corresponding point of the orbit. This will be evident if we consider that since radii vectors of the hodograph represent velocities in the orbit, the elementary arc between two consecutive radii vectors of the hodograph represents the velocity, which must be compounded with the velocity of the moving point at the beginning of any short interval of time, to get the velocity at the end of that interval, that is to say, represents the change of velocity for that interval. Hence, the elementary arc divided by the element of time is the rate of change of velocity of the moving point, or in other words, the velocity in the hodograph is the acceleration in the orbit. Analytically, thus Thomson and Tate, Nat, Phil, let xyz be the coordinates of p in the orbit, those of the corresponding point t in the hodograph, then dx dy dz, dt dt dt. Therefore, d dy d, dx dt2, deta 2 deta z dt2. Also, if s be the arc of the hodograph, dsv d2 d2 d2, dt 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 dt, d2x2 dy2 deta z2, dt2 dt2 dt2. Equation 1 shows that the tangent to the hodograph is parallel to the line of resultant acceleration, and 2, that the velocity in the hodograph is equal to the acceleration. Every orbit must clearly have a hodograph, and conversely every hodograph a corresponding orbit, and theoretically speaking it is possible to deduce the one from the other, having given the other circumstances of the motion. For applications of the hodograph to the solution of kinematical problems, see Mechanics. Hodson William Stephen Raikes, 18,211,858, known as Hodson of Hodson's Horse, British leader of light cavalry, during the Indian Mutiny, third son of the Rev. George Hodson, afterwards Archdeacon of Stafford and Canon of Lichfield, was born on the 19th of March, 1821, at Maysmore Court near Gloucester. He was educated at Rugby and Cambridge, and accepted a cadetship in the Indian Army at the advanced age for those days of 23. Joining the 2nd Bengal Grenadiers, he went through the First Sikh War, and was present at the battles of Mudki Ferozshah and Sabrayan. In one of his letters home at this period, he calls the campaign a tissue of mismanagement, blunders, errors, ignorance and arrogance, and outspoken criticism, such as this brought him many bitter enemies throughout his career, who made the most of undeniable faults of character. In 1847, through the influence of Sir Henry Lawrence, he was appointed adjutant of the Corps of Guides, and in 1852 was promoted to the command of the Guides with the civil charge of usufruct, but his brusque and haughty demeanor to his equals made him many enemies. In 1855, two separate charges were brought against him. The first was that he had arbitrarily imprisoned a Pathan chief named Qadar Khan on suspicion of being concerned in the murder of Colonel Mackeson. The man was acquitted, and Lord Dalhousie removed Hodson from his civil functions and remanded him to his regiment on account of his lack of judgment. The second charge was more serious, amounting to an accusation of malversation in the funds of his regiment. He was tried by a court of inquiry who found that his conduct to natives had been unjustifiable and oppressive, that he had used abusive language to his native officers and personal violence to his men, and that his system of accounts was calculated to screen peculation and fraud. Subsequently, another inquiry was carried out by Major Raynell Taylor, which dealt simply with Hodson's accounts, and found them to be an honest and correct record irregularly kept. At this time the Guides were split up into numerous detachments, and there was a system of advances, which made the accounts very complicated. The verdicts of the two inquiries may be set against each other, and this particular charge declared not proven. It is possible that Hodson was careless and extravagant in money matters, rather than actually dishonest, but there were several similar charges against him. During a tour through Kashmir with Sir Henry Lawrence, he kept the purse, and Sir Henry could never obtain an account from him. Subsequently, Sir George Lawrence accused him of embezzling the funds of the Lawrence Asylum at Cassoley, while Sir Neville Chamberlain, in a published letter, says of the third brother Lord Lawrence, "I am bound to say that Lord Lawrence had no opinion of Hodson's integrity in money matters. He has often discussed Hodson's character in talking to me, and it was to him a regret that a man possessing so many fine gifts should have been wanting in a moral quality, which made him untrustworthy." Finally, on one occasion, Hodson spent 500 of the pay due to Lieutenant Godby, and under threat of exposure, was obliged to borrow the money from a native banker through one of his officers named Bisharat Ali. It was just at the time when Hodson's career seemed ruined that the Indian Mutiny broke out, and he obtained the opportunity of rehabilitating himself at the very outset of the campaign. He made his name by riding with dispatches from General Anson at Karnal to Meerut and back again, a distance of 152 Roman 1,000, in all in 7 to 2 hours through a country swarming with the rebel cavalry. This feat so pleased the commander-in-chief that he empowered him to raise a regiment of 2,000 irregular horse, which became known to fame as Hodson's Horse, and placed him at the head of the intelligence department. In his double role of cavalry leader and intelligence officer, Hodson played a large part in the reduction of Delhi, and consequently in saving India for the British Empire. He was the finest swordsman in the army, and possessed that daring recklessness which is the most useful quality of leadership against Asiatics. In explanation of the fact that he never received the Victoria Cross, it was said of him that it was because he earned it every day of his life, but he also had the defects of his qualities, and could display on occasion a certain cruelty and callousness of disposition. Reference has already been made to Bisharat Ali, who had lent Hodson money during the siege of Delhi. Another native, said to be an enemy of Bisharat Ali's, informed Hodson that he had turned rebel 559 and had just reached Kirkauda, a village near Delhi. Hodson thereupon took out a body of his sowars, attacked the village, and shot Bisharat Ali and several of his relatives. General Crawford Chamberlain states that this was Hodson's way of wiping out the dead. Again, after the fall of Delhi, Hodson obtained from General Wilson permission to ride out with 50 horsemen to Humayun's tomb 6 Roman 1,000 out of Delhi, and bring in Bahadur Shah, the last of the Mughals. This he did with safety, in the face of a large and threatening crowd, and thus dealt the mutineers a heavy blow. On the following day, with 100 horsemen, he went out to the same tomb, and obtained the unconditional surrender of the 3 princes, who had been left behind on the previous occasion. A crowd of 6,000 persons gathered, and Hodson with marvelous coolness ordered them to disarm, which they proceeded to do. He sent the princes on with an escort of 10 men, while with the remaining 90, he collected the arms of the crowd. On galloping after the princes, he found the crowd once more pressing on the escort, and threatening an attack, and fearing that he would be unable to bring his prisoners into Delhi, he shot them with his own hand. This is the most bitterly criticized action in his career, but no one but the man on the spot can judge how it is necessary to handle a crowd. And in addition, one of the prince's Abu Bakr heir apparent to the throne had made himself notorious for cutting off the arms and legs of English children and pouring the blood into their mothers' mouths. Considering the circumstances of the moment, Hodson's act at the worst was one of irregular justice. A more unpleasant side to the question is that he gave the king safe conduct, which was afterwards seen by Sir Donald Stewart before he left the palace and presumably for a bribe, and he took an armlet and rings from the bodies of the princes he was freely accused of looting at the time. And though this charge, like that of peculation, is matter for controversy, it is very strongly supported. General Pelham said that he saw loot in Hodson's boxes when he accompanied him from Fatehgarh to take part in the siege of Lucknow, and Sir Henry Dolly said that he found loads of loot in Hodson's boxes after his death, and also a file of documents relating to the guide's case which had been stolen from him, and of which Hodson denied all knowledge. On the other hand, the Rev. G. Hodson states in his book that he obtained the inventory of his brother's possessions made by the Committee of Adjustment, and it contained no articles of loot, and Sir Charles Gough, president of the committee, confirmed this evidence. This statement is totally incompatible with Sir Henry Dolly's, and is only one of many contradictions in the case. Sir Henry Norman stated that, to his personal knowledge, Hodson remitted several £1,000 to Calcutta, which could only have been obtained by looting. On the other hand, again, Hodson died a poor man. His effects were sold for 170. His widow was dependent on charity for her passage home, was given apartments by the Queen at Hampton Court, and left only 400 at her death. Hodson was killed on the 11th of March 1858 in the attack on the Begum Kodi at Lucknow. He had just arrived on the spot and met a man going to fetch powder to blow in a door. Instead, Hodson, with his usual recklessness, rushed into the doorway and was shot on the hole. It can hardly be doubted that he was somewhat unscrupulous in his private character, but he was a splendid soldier and rendered inestimable services to the empire. The controversy relating to Hodson's moral character is very complicated and unpleasant. Upon Hodson's side, see Rev. G. Hodson of Hodson's Horse, 1883, and Roman 50 J. Trotter, a leader of Light Horse, 1901. Against him, R. Bosworth Smith, Life of Lord Lawrence. Appendix to the 6th edition of 1885. T. R. E. Holmes, History of the Indian Mutiny. Appendix N. to the 5th edition of 1898, and Four Famous Soldiers, by the same author, 1889. And General Sir Crawford Chamberlain remarks on Captain Trotter's biography of Major W. S. R. Hodson, 1901. Hodie Humphrey, 16,591,707, English divine, was born at Odcombe in Somersetshire in 1659. In 1676, he entered Wadham College, Oxford, of which he became Fellow in 1685. In 1684, he published Contra Historiam Aristi de Romans 70 Interpretibus Dissertatio, in which he showed that the so-called Letter of Aristias, containing an account of the production of the Septuagint, was the late forgery of a Hellenist Jew, originally circulated to lend authority to that version. The dissertation was generally regarded as conclusive, although Isaac Vossius published an angry and scurrilous reply to it in the appendix to his edition of Pomponius Mela. In 1689, Hodie wrote the Prolegomena to the Greek Chronicle of John Malalas, published at Oxford in 1691. The following year he became chaplain to Edward Stillingfleet, Bishop of Worcester, and for his support of the ruling party in a controversy with Henry Dodwell regarding the non-juring bishops, he was appointed chaplain to Archbishop Tillotson, an office which he continued to hold under Tennyson. In 1698, he was appointed Regius Professor of Greek at Oxford, and in 1704 was made Archdeacon of Oxford. In 1701, he published a history of English councils and convocations, and in 1703, in 4 volumes De Bibliorum Textis Originalibus, in which he included a revision of his work on the Septuagint, and published a reply to Vossius. He died on the 20th of January, 1707. A work De Grisis Illustribus, which he left in manuscript, was published in 1742 by Samuel Jebb, who prefixed to it a Latin life of the author. Ho Richard March, 18,121,886, American inventor, was born in New York City on the 12th of September 1812. He was the son of Robert Ho, 17,840,1833, an English-born American mechanic, who with his brother-in-law Peter and Matthew Smith established in New York City a manufactory of printing presses and used steam to run his machinery. Richard entered his father's manufactory at the age of 15 and became head of the firm Robert Hoe Company. On his father's death, he had considerable inventive genius and set himself to secure greater speed for printing presses. He discarded the old flatbed model and placed the type on a revolving cylinder, a model later developed into the well-known Hoe rotary or lightning press patented in 1846, and further improved under the name of the Hoe Web Perfecting Press. C. Printing. He died in Florence, Italy on the 7th of June, 1886. See A Short History of the Printing Press, New York 1902, by his nephew Robert Hoe 18,391,909, who was responsible for further improvements in printing and was an indefatigable worker in support of the New York Metropolitan Museum. Hoe through Fr. How from Ohg How Mod Jur, Ha. The root is seen in hew to cut cleave. The word must be distinguished from Hoe promontory tongue of land, seen in place names. For example, Mortho Luton, who the Hoe at Plymouth Roman 100. This is the same as Northern English hewg, and is connected with hang, an agricultural and gardening implement used for extirpating weeds, for stirring the surface soil in order to break the capillary channels, and so prevent the evaporation of moisture, for singling out turnips and other root crops. In similar purposes, among common forms of hoe are the ordinary garden hoe numbered 1 in Fig. 1, which consists of a flat blade set transversely in a long wooden handle, the Dutch or thrust hoe 2, which has the blade set into the handle after the fashion of a spade, and the Swanneck hoe 3, the best manual hoe for agricultural purposes, which has a long curved neck to attach the blade to the handle. The soil falls back over this blocking, is thus avoided, and a longer stroke obtained. Several types of horse-drawn hoe capable of working 1 or more rows at a time are used among root and grain crops. The illustrations show 2 forms of the implement, the blades of which differ in shape from those of the garden hoe. Fig. 2 is in ordinary use for hoeing between 2 lines of beans or turnips or other roots. Fig. 3 560 is adapted for the narrow rows of grain crops, and is also convertible into a root hoe in the lever hoe, which is largely used in grain crops. The blades may be raised and lowered by means of a lever. The horse-drawn hoe is steered by means of handles in the rear, but its successful working depends on accurate drilling of the seed, because unless the rows are parallel, the roots of the plants are liable to be cut, and the foliage injured. Thus Jethro Tull's 17th century, with whose name the beginning of the practice of horse hoeing is principally connected, used the drill, which he invented as an essential adjunct in the so-called horse hoeing husbandry. See agriculture. Fig. 1 3 forms of manual hoe. Fig. 2 Martin's 1-row horse hoe. Fig. 3 Martin's general-purpose steerage horse hoe. Hoefnagel Joris 15,451,601, Dutch painter and engraver, the son of a diamond merchant, was born at Antwerp. He traveled abroad making drawings from archaeological subjects, and was a pupil of Jan Ball at Mechlin. He was afterwards patronized by the Elector of Bavaria at Munich, where he stayed 8 years, and by the Emperor Rudolf at Prague. He died at Vienna. In 1601, he is famous for his miniature work, especially on a missal in the Imperial Library at Vienna. He painted animals and plants to illustrate works on natural history, and his engravings, especially for bronze civitates Orbis Terrarum, 1572, and Ortelius Theatrum Orbis Terrarum, 1570, give him an interesting place among early topographical draftsmen. Hoffetown of Germany in the Bavarian province of Upper Franconia, beautifully situated on the Zolla on the northeastern spurs of the Fichtelgebirge, 103 Roman 1000 SW of Leipzig, on the main line of railway to Regensburg, and Munich Pop 1880, 522,257 19, 536,348. It has 1 Roman Catholic and 3 Protestant churches, among the latter that of St. Michael, which was restored in 1884, a town hall of 1563, a gymnasium with an extensive library, a commercial school, and a hospital founded in 1262. It is the seat of various flourishing industries, notably woolen cotton and jute spinning, jute weaving, and the manufacture of cotton and half-woolen fabrics. It has also dyeworks, flour mills, sawmills, breweries, ironworks, and manufactures of machinery, iron and tin, wares, chemicals, and sugar. In the neighborhood there are large marble quarries and extensive iron mines. Hof, originally called Regnitzhof, was built about 1080. It was held for some time by the Dukes of Marin, and was sold in 1373 to the Burgraves of Nuremberg, the cloth manufacture introduced into it in the 15th century, and the manufacture of veils begun in the 16th century, greatly promoted its prosperity, but it suffered severely in the Albertine and Hussite Wars, as well as in the 30 Years' War in 1792. It came into the possession of Prussia in 1806, it fell to France, and in 1810, it was incorporated with Bavaria in 1823. The greater part of the town was destroyed by fire. See Ernstgeschichte und Beschreibung des Bezirks und der Stadt, Hof 1866 Tillmann die Stadt, Hof und Ihre Umgebung Hof 1899, and Roman 100 Mayer Quellen zur Geschichte der Stadt, Hof 18,940, 1896. Hofer Andreas 17,671,810, Tyrolese patriot, was born on the 22nd of November 1767, at St. Leonhard in the Passir Valley. There his father kept an inn known as Sand which Hofer inherited, and on that account he was popularly known as the Sandworth. In addition to this, he carried on a trade in wine and horses with the north of Italy, acquiring a high reputation for intelligence and honesty in the wars against the French, from 1796 to 1805. He took part first as a sharpshooter and afterwards as a captain of militia. By the Treaty of Pressburg 1805, Tyrol was transferred from Austria to Bavaria, and Hofer, who was almost fanatically devoted to the Austrian house, became conspicuous as a leader of the agitation against Bavarian rule. In 1808, he formed one of a deputation who went to Vienna at the invitation of the Archduke John to concert a rising, and when in April 1809, the Tyrolese rose in arms, Hofer was chosen commander of the contingent from his native valley and inflicted an overwhelming defeat on the Bavarians at Sturzing April 11. This victory, which resulted in the temporary reoccupation of Innsbruck by the Austrians, made Hofer the most conspicuous of the insurgent leaders. The rapid advance of Napoleon, indeed, and the defeat of the main Austrian army under the Archduke Charles once more exposed Tyrol to the French and Bavarians, who reoccupied Innsbruck. The withdrawal of the bulk of the troops, however, gave the Tyrolese their chance again. After two battles fought on the Eiselberg, May 25 and 29, the Bavarians were again forced to evacuate the country, and Hofer entered Innsbruck in triumph. An autograph letter of the Emperor Francis, May 29, assured him that no peace would be concluded, by which Tyrol would again be separated from the Austrian monarchy, and Hofer, believing his work accomplished, returned to his home. Then came the news of the Armistice of Znaim, July 12, by which Tyrol and Vorarlberg were surrendered by Austria unconditionally and given up to the vengeance of the French. The country was now again invaded by 40,000 French and Bavarian troops, and Innsbruck fell, but the Tyrolese once more organized resistance to the French atheists and Freemasons, and after a temporary hesitation, Hofer, whose head a price had been placed, threw himself into the movement on the 13th of August. In another battle on the Eiselberg, the French under Marshal Lefebvre were routed by the Tyrolese peasants, and Hofer once more entered Innsbruck, which he had some difficulty in saving from sack. Hofer was now elected Oberkommandant of Tyrol, took up his quarters in the Hofburg at Innsbruck, and for 2 months ruled the country in the emperor's name. He preserved the habits of a simple peasant, and his administration was characterized in part by the peasant's shrewd common sense, but yet more by a pious solicitude for the minutest details of faith and morals. On the 29th of September, Hofer received from the emperor a chain and medal of honor, which encouraged him in the belief that Austria did not intend again to desert him. The news of the conclusion of the Treaty of Schönbrunn, October 14, by which Tyrol was again ceded to Bavaria, came upon him as an overwhelming surprise. The French in overpowering force at once pushed into the country, and an amnesty having been stipulated in the treaty, Hofer and his companions, after some hesitation, gave in their submission on the 12th of November. However, 561, urged on by the hotter heads among the peasant leaders, and deceived by false reports of Austrian victories, Hofer again issued a proclamation calling the mountaineers to arms. The summons met with little response. The enemy advanced in irresistible force, and Hofer, a price once more set on his head, had to take refuge in the mountains. His hiding place was betrayed by one of his neighbors named Joseph Raffel, and on the 27th of January 1810, he was captured by Italian troops and sent in chains to Mantua. There he was tried by court-martial, and on the 20th of February was shot 24 hours after his condemnation. This crime, which was believed to be due to Napoleon's direct orders, caused an immense sensation throughout Germany and did much to inflame popular sentiment against the French at the court of Austria too, which was accused of having cynically sacrificed the hero. It produced a painful impression on Metternich when he visited Paris on the occasion of the marriage of the Archduchess Marie-Louise to Napoleon, was charged to remonstrate with the Emperor. Napoleon expressed his regret, stating that the execution had been carried out against his wishes, having been hurried on by the zeal of his generals. In 1823, Hofer's remains were removed from Mantua to Innsbruck, where they were interred in the Franciscan church. And in 1834, marble statue was erected over his tomb. In 1893, a bronze statue of him was also set up on the Eiselberg. At Marin, his patriotic deeds of heroism are the subject of a festival play celebrated annually in the open air. In 1818, the patent of nobility bestowed upon him by the Austrian emperor in 1809 was conferred upon his family. Sie leben und Tate des ehemaligen Tiroler Insurgent-Chefs, Ander Hofer, Berlin 1810, Ander Hofer und die Tiroler Insurrection, Im Jahr 1809, Munich 1811, Hormier Geschichte, Ander Hofer Sandworths auf Passier, Leipzig 1845, B. Weber des Thal Passier und Sen, Bewohner mit besonderer Rücksicht auf Andreas Hofer und des Jahr 1809, Innsbruck 1851, Rap Tirol Im Jahr 1809, Innsbruck 1852, Weidinger, Andreas Hofer und Sen Kampfgenossen, 3rd ed. Leipzig 1861, Heigl Andreas Hofer, Munich 1874, Stampfer Sandwart Andreas Hofer, Freiburg 1874, Schmalz Andreas Hofer und Sen Kampfgenossen, Innsbruck 1900. His history has supplied the materials for tragedies to be Auerbach and Immermann, and for numerous ballads, of which some remain very popular in Germany. See Frank Andreas Hofer Im Lied, Innsbruck 1884. Hofting Harald, 1843, Danish philosopher, was born and educated in Copenhagen. He became a schoolmaster and ultimately in 1883 professor in the University of Copenhagen. He was much influenced by Søren Kierkegaard in the early development of his thought, but later became a positivist, retaining, however, and combining with it the spirit and method of practical psychology and the critical school. His best-known work is perhaps his Den Nye Philosophies History, 1894, translated into English from the German edition, 1895, by B. E. Mayer as History of Modern Philosophy, 2 vols 1900, a work intended by him to supplement and correct that of Hans Brochner, to whom it is dedicated. His Psychology, The Problems of Philosophy, 1905, and Philosophy of Religion, 1906, also have appeared in English. Among Hofting's other writings, practically all of which have been translated into German, are Den Engelsk Philosophie, I Vortid 1874, Edik 1876, ed. 1879, Psychologie, I Omrids på Grundlag of Erfaring, ed. 1892, Psychologisk Undersøgelser 1889, Charles Darwin 1889, Kontinuit, I Kants Filosofisk Udviklingsgang 1893, Det Psychologisk Grundlag for Logiskdom 1899, Raus, und Sen Philosophy 1901, Minder Arbeider 1899. Hoffmann August Heinrich 17,980, 1874, known as Hoffmann von Fallersleben, German poet, philologist, and historian of literature, was born at Fallersleben in the Duchy of Lumberg, Hanover, on the 2nd of April 1798. The son of the mayor of the town, he was educated at the classical schools of Helmstedt and Brunswick and afterwards at the universities of Göttingen and Bonn. His original intention was to study theology, but he soon devoted himself entirely to literature. In 1823, he was appointed custodian of the university library at Breslau, a post which he held till 1838. He was also extraordinary professor of the German language and literature at that university in 1830 and ordinary professor in 1835. But he was deprived of his chair in 1842 in consequence of his unpolitished leader 18,401,840, which gave much offense to the authorities in Prussia. He then traveled in Germany, Switzerland, and Italy, and lived for 2 or 3 years in Mecklenburg, of which he became a naturalized citizen after the Revolution of 1848. He was enabled to return to Prussia, where he was restored to his rights, and received the Wardegeld salary attached to a promised office not yet vacant. He married in 1849, and during the next 10 years lived first in Bingerbruck, afterwards in Neuwied, and then in Weimar where together with Oskar Schade 18,261,906, he edited the Weimarisch Jahrbuch 18,540,1857. In 1860, he was appointed librarian to the Duke of Radiber at the monasterial castle of Corvey near Hochster on the Weser, where he died on the 19th of January, 1874. Fallersleben was one of the best popular poets of modern Germany in politics. He ardently sympathized with the progressive tendencies of his time, and he was among the earliest and most effective of the political poets who prepared the way for the outbreak of 1848. As a poet, however, he acquired distinction chiefly by the ease, simplicity, and grace with which he gave expression to the passions and aspirations of daily life. Although he had not been scientifically trained in music, he composed melodies for many of his songs, and a considerable number of them are sung by all classes in every part of Germany. Among the best known is the patriotic Deutschland über, Earls, composed in 1841 on the island of Heligoland, where a monument was erected in 1891 to his memory, subsequently destroyed. The best of his poetical writings is his Gedicht 1827 9th ed. Berlin 1887, but there is great merit also in his Alemannisch Lieder 1826, 5th ed. 1843, Soldatenlieder 1851, Soldatenleben 1852, Rheinleben 1865, and in his Funfzig, Kinderlieder 50 New Kinderlieder, and Alt un New Kinderlieder, his unpolitische Lieder Deutsch Lieder aus der Schweiz and Straflichter are not without poetical value, but they are mainly interesting in relation to the movements of the age in which they were written. As a student of ancient Teutonic literature, Hoffmann von Fallersleben ranks among the most persevering and cultivated of German scholars, some of the chief results of his labors being embodied in his Hohe Belgische Fundgruben für Geschichte deutscher Sprache, un Literatur Altdeutsch Blatter Spenden zur deutschen Literaturgeschichte, and Feinlinge. Among his editions of particular works may be named Reinecke Voss Monumenta Elnenensia and Theophilus die Deutsche Philologie. I.M. Grundriss, 1836, was at the time of its publication a valuable contribution to philological research, and historians of German literature still attach importance to his Geschichte des deutschen Kirchenlieds bis auf Luther 1832 3rd ed. 1861, Unser Volksstimmlichen Lieder 3rd ed. 1869, and Die deutschen Gesellschaftslieder des 16 und 17 Jahr 2nd ed. 1860, in 18,680,1870. Hoffmann published in 6 vols an autobiography Mein Leben Aufzeichnungen und Erinnerungen, an abbreviated ed. in 2 vols 1890. 4 his Gesammelte work were edited by H. Gerstenberg in 8 vols 18,911,890. 4 his Ostualt work by H. Benzmann 1905 4 vols. See also Brief von Hoffmann von Fallersleben und Moritz Haupten Ferdinand Wolf 1874, J. Roman 1000 Wagner, Hoffmann von Fallersleben 18,180,1868, 18,691,870, and R. von Gottschall Portraits, Unstudien vol Roman 5 1876. Hoffmann Ernst Theodor Wilhelm 17,761,822, German Romancierwriter, was born at Königsberg on the 24th of January 1776. For the name Wilhelm he himself substituted Amadeus in homage to Mozart. His parents lived unhappily together, and when the child was only 3, they separated. His bringing up was left to an uncle who had neither understanding nor sympathy for his dreamy and wayward temperament. Hoffmann showed more talent for music and drawing than for books. In 1792, when little over 16 years old, he entered the University of Königsberg with a view to preparing himself for a legal career. The chief features of interest in his student years were an intimate friendship for Theodor Gottlieb von Hippel, 17,751,843, nephew of the novelist Hippel, and an unhappy passion for a lady to whom he gave music lessons. The latter found its outlet not merely in music, but also in 2 novels, neither of which he was able to have published in the summer of 1795. He began his practical career as a jurist in Königsberg, but his mother's death and the complications in which his love affair threatened to involve him made him decide to leave his native town and continue his legal apprenticeship. 562 in Glogau in the autumn of 1798. He was transferred to Berlin, where the beginnings of the new Romantic movement were in the air. Music, however, had still the first place in his heart, and the Berlin Opera House was the chief center of his interests. In 1800, further promotion brought him to Posen, where he gave himself up entirely to the pleasures of the hour. Unfortunately, however, his brilliant powers of caricature brought him into ill odor, and instead of receiving the hoped-for preferment in Posen itself, he found himself virtually banished to the little town of Plosk on the Vistula. Before leaving Posen he married, and his domestic happiness alleviated to some extent the monotony of the 2 years' exile. His leisure was spent in literary studies and musical composition. In 1804, he was transferred to Warsaw, where through J. E. Hitzig, 17,801,849, he was introduced to Zacharias Werner, and began to take an interest in the later Romantic literature. Now, for the first time, he discovered how writers like Novalis Tieck, and especially Wackenroder, had spoken out of his own heart. But in spite of this literary stimulus, his leisure in Warsaw was mainly occupied by composition. He wrote music to Brentano's Lustige Musikant and Werner's Kreuz in der Ostsee, and also an opera Liebe und Eifersucht, based on Calderon's drama La Banda y la Flor. The arrival of the French in Warsaw and the consequent political changes put an end to Hoffmann's congenial life there, and a time of tribulation followed. A position which he obtained in 1808 as musical director of a new theatre in Bamberg availed him little, as within a very short time the theatre was bankrupt, and Hoffmann again reduced to destitution. But these misfortunes induced him to turn to literature in order to eke out the miserable livelihood he earned by composing and giving music lessons. The editor of the Allgemeine Musikalische Zeitung expressed his willingness to accept contributions from Hoffmann, and here appeared for the first time some of the musical sketches, which ultimately passed over into the Fantasiestück in Calott's Menhir. This work appeared in 4 volumes in 1814, and laid the foundation of his fame as a writer. Meanwhile, Hoffmann had again been for some time attached in the capacity of musical director to a theatrical company whose headquarters were at Dresden. In 1814, he gladly embraced the opportunity that was offered him of resuming his legal profession in Berlin, and 2 years later, he was appointed Counselor of the Court of Appeal Kammergericht. Hoffmann had the reputation of being an excellent jurist and a conscientious official. He had leisure for literary pursuits and was on the best of terms with the circle of romantic poets and novelists who gathered round Falk Chamisso and his old friend Hitzig. Unfortunately, however, the habits of intemperance, which in earlier years had thrown a shadow over his life, grew upon him, and his health was speedily undermined by the nights he spent in the winehouse in company unworthy of him. He was struck down by locomotor ataxy and died on the 24th of July, 1822. The Fantasiestück, which had been published with a commendatory preface by Jean Paul, were followed in 1816 by the gruesome novelto, some extent inspired by Louis Monck die Elixir des Teufels, and the even more gruesome and grotesque stories, which make up the Nachstück. 1817. 2 vols. The full range of Hoffmann's powers is first clearly displayed in the collection of stories, 4 vols. 18,191,821, Die Serapionsbrüder, this being the name of a small club of Hoffmann's more intimate literary friends. Die Serapionsbrüder includes not merely stories in which Hoffmann's love for the mysterious and the supernatural is to be seen, but novels in which he draws on his own early reminiscences. Rat Crispell Fermate finely outlined pictures of old German life, der Artischof Meister Martin der Kuffner, Unsen and vivid and picturesque incidents from Italian and French history. Doge und Dageresse, the story of Marino Faliero, and Des Fräulein von Scudery. The last-mentioned story is usually regarded as Hoffmann's masterpiece. 2 longer works also belong to Hoffmann's later years, and display to advantage his powers as a humorist. These are Klein Zasches, Jena Zinnober 1819, and Lebensansichten, des Katters, Mer Nebst Fragmentarischer Biography, des Kapellmeisters Johannes Kreisler, 18,211,822. Hoffmann is one of the master novelists of the Romantic movement in Germany. He combined with a humor that reminds us of Jean Paul the warm sympathy for the artist's standpoint towards life, which was enunciated by early Romantic leaders like Tieck and Wackenroder. But he was superior to all in the almost clairvoyant powers of his imagination. His works abound in grotesque and gruesome scenicin. This respect they mark a descent from the high ideals of the Romantic school. But the gruesome was only one outlet for Hoffmann's genius, and even here the secret of his power lay not in his choice of subjects, but in the wonderfully vivid and realistic presentation of them, every line he wrote leaves the impression behind it that it expresses something felt or experienced. Every scene, vision, or character he described seems to have been real and living to him. It is this realism, in the best sense of the word, that made him the great artist he was, and gave him so extraordinary a power over his contemporaries. The first collected edition of Hoffmann's works appeared in 10 volumes Ostwald, Schriffen, 18,271,828. To these his widow added 5 volumes in 1839, including the third edition of J. E. Hitzig's Aus Hoffmanns Leben und Nachlass, 1823. Other editions of his works appeared in 18,440,1845, 18,711,873, 18,790, 1,883, and most complete of all samplage work edited by E. Griesbach, in 15 vols 1900. There are many editions of selections, as well as cheap reprints of the more popular stories. All Hoffmann's important works except Kleinsaches and Kater Mur have been translated into English. The Devil's Elixir 1824, The Golden Pot by Carlyle in German Romance 1827, The Serapion Brethren by a Ewing 18,861,892 Roman 100. In France, Hoffmann was even more popular than in England. C.P.G. Thurau Hoffmann's Erzählungen in Frankreich 1896. An edition of his Oeuvres Complètes appeared in 12 vols in Paris in 1830. The best monograph on Hoffmann is by G. Ellinger et. A Hoffmann 1894 c. Also O. Klink Hoffmann's Leben und Werk vom Standpunkt eines Irenars 1903. And the exhaustive bibliography in Codex Grundrisse zur Geschichte der deutschen Dichtung 2nd ed. Vol. Roman, 8 pp. 468, ff. 1905. J.G.R. Hoffmann François Benoit 17,601,828, French dramatist and critic, was born at Nancy on the 11th of July 1760. He studied law at the University of Strasbourg, but a slight hesitation in his speech precluded success at the bar, and he entered a regiment on service in Corsica. He served, however, for a very short time, and returning to Nancy, he wrote some poems which brought him into notice at the little court of Luneville, over which the Marquise de Boufflers then presided. In 1784, he went to Paris, and 2 years later produced the opera Fetter. His opera Adrian, 1792, was objected to by the government on political grounds, and Hoffmann, who refused to make the changes proposed to him, ran considerable risk under the revolutionary government. His later operas, which were numerous, were produced at the Opéra Comique in 1807. He was invited by Etienne to contribute to the Journal de l'Empire. Afterwards, the Journal des Débats. Hoffmann's wide reading qualified him to write on all sorts of subjects, and he turned apparently with no difficulty from reviewing books on medicine to violent attacks on the Jesuits. His severe criticism of Chateaubriand's Martyrs led the author to make some changes in a later edition. He had the reputation of being an absolutely conscientious and incorruptible critic, and thus exercised wide influence. Hoffmann died in Paris on the 25th of April 1828. Among his numerous plays should be mentioned an excellent one-act comedy, Le Roman d'une Heure 1803, and an amusing one-act opera, Les Rendezvous Bourgeois. See Saint-Beuve Roman 1000 de Fellets, et la critique littéraire sous l'Empire, in Causerie du Lundi Vol. Roman, 1 Hoffmann Friedrich, 16,601,742, German physician, a member of a family that had been connected with medicine for 200 years before him, was born at Halle on the 19th of February 1660. At the gymnasium of his native town, he acquired that taste for and skill in mathematics, to which he attributed much of his after success. At the age of 18, he went to study medicine at Jena, whence in 1680, he passed to Erfurt in order to attend Caspar Kramer's lectures on chemistry. Next year, returning to Jena, he received his doctor's diploma, and after publishing a thesis was permitted to 563 teach constant study, then began to tell on his health, and in 1682, leaving his already numerous pupils, he proceeded to Minden in Westphalia to recruit himself at the request of a relative who held a high position in that town. After practicing at Minden for 2 years, Hoffmann made a journey to Holland and England, where he formed the acquaintance of many illustrious chemists and physicians. Towards the end of 1684, he returned to Minden, and during the next 3 years, he received many flattering appointments. In 1688, he removed to the more promising sphere of Halberstadt, with the title of physician to the Principality of Halberstadt and on the founding of Halle University in 1693, his reputation, which had been steadily increasing, procured for him the primarius chair of medicine, while at the same time he was charged with the responsible duty of framing the statutes for the new medical faculty he filled. Also the chair of natural philosophy, with the exception of 4 years 17,081,712, which he passed at Berlin, in the capacity of royal physician. Hoffmann spent the rest of his life at Halle, in instruction, practice and study interrupted now and again by visits to different courts of Germany where his services procured him honors, and rewards his fame became European. He was enrolled a member of many learned societies in different foreign countries, while in his own, he became privy councillor. He died at Halle on the 12th of November 1742. Of his numerous writings, a catalogue is to be found in Haller's Bibliotheca Medicinae Practicae. The chief is Medicina Rationalis, Systematica, undertaken at the age of 60, and published in 1730. It was translated into French in 1739 under the title of Medicine Racine de Hoffmann. A complete edition of Hoffmann's works, with a life of the author, was published at Geneva in 1740, to which supplements were added in 1753 and 1760. Editions appeared also at Venice in 1745, and at Naples in 1753 and 1793. See also Medicine. Hoffmann Johann Joseph, 18,051,878, German scholar, was born at Würzburg on the 16th of February 1805. After studying at Würzburg, he went on the stage in 1825, but owing to an accidental meeting with the German traveler Dr. Philipp Franz von Siebold, 17,961,866, in July 1830, his interest was diverted to Oriental philology from Siebold. He acquired the rudiments of Japanese, and in order to take advantage of the instructions of Kochingchang, a Chinese teacher whom Siebold had brought home with him, he made himself acquainted with Malay, the only language, except Chinese, which the Chinaman could understand in a few years. He was able to supply the translations for Siebold's Nippon, and the high character of his work soon attracted the attention of older scholars. Stanislas Julien invited him to Paris, and he would probably have accepted the invitation, as a disagreement had broken out between him and Siebold had not. Roman 1000 baud, the Dutch colonial minister, appointed him Japanese translator, with a salary of 1,800 florins 150. The Dutch authorities were slow in giving him further recognition, and he was too modest a man successfully to urge his claims. It was not till after he had received the offer of the professorship of Chinese in King's College London that the authorities made him professor at Leiden, and the king allowed him a yearly pension. In 1875, he was decorated with the Order of the Netherlands Lion, and in 1877, he was elected corresponding member of the Berlin Academy. He died at The Hague on the 23rd of January 1878. Hoffmann's chief work was his unfinished Japanese dictionary, begun in 1839, and afterwards continued by Roman 50 Serrurier. Unable at first to procure the necessary type, he set himself to the cutting of punches, and even when the proper founts were obtained, he had to act as his own compositor as far as Chinese and Japanese were concerned. His Japanese grammar, Japanisch Sprachlehr, was published in Dutch and English in 1867, and in English and German in 1876. Of his miscellaneous productions, it is enough to mention Japan's Besuch mit der Koreischen Halbinsel und mit Skyna in Nippon, Roman 7 Yo Sanfi Rock. L'art de lever les vers Asoy au Japan par Aokaki Murakuni, Paris, 1848, Die Halkund, in Japan, in Mitthil, Roman 500 Deutsch Gesellschaft für Nader und Volkerk Ostasiens, 18,730,1874, and Japanisch Studien, 1878. Hoffmann August Wilhelm von 18,180,1892, German chemist, was born at Gießen on the 8th of April 1818, not intending originally to devote himself to physical science. He first took up the study of law and philology at Göttingen, and the general culture he thus gained stood him in good stead when he turned to chemistry, the study of which he began under Liebig, when in 1845 a school of practical chemistry was started in London under the style of the Royal College of Chemistry. Hoffmann, largely through the influence of the Prince Consort, was appointed its first director. It was with some natural hesitation that he, then a private dozen at Bonn, accepted the position, which may well have seemed rather a precarious one, but the difficulty was removed by his appointment as extraordinary professor at Bonn with leave of absence for 2 years, so that he could resume his career in Germany if his English one proved unsatisfactory. Fortunately, the college was more or less successful owing, largely to his enthusiasm and energy, and many of the men who were trained there subsequently made their mark in chemical history. But in 1864 he returned to Bonn, and in the succeeding year he was selected to succeed E. Mitscherlich as professor of chemistry and director of the laboratory in Berlin University. In leaving England, of which he used to speak as his adopted country, Hoffmann was probably influenced by a combination of causes. The public support extended to the College of Chemistry had been dwindling for some years, and before he left, it had ceased to have an independent existence and had been absorbed into the School of Mines. This event he must have looked upon as a curtailment of its possibilities of usefulness. But in addition, there is only too much reason to suppose that he was disappointed at the general apathy with which his science was regarded in England. No man ever realized more fully than he how entirely dependent on the advance of scientific knowledge is the continuation of a country's material prosperity, and no single chemist ever exercised a greater or more direct influence upon industrial development in England. However, people cared for none of these things, and were blind to the commercial potentialities of scientific research. The college, to which Hoffmann devoted nearly 20 of the best years of his life, was starved the coulter industry which was really brought into existence by his work, and that of his pupils under his direction at that college, and which with a little intelligent forethought might have been retained in England, was allowed to slip into the hands of Germany, where it is now worth millions of pounds annually, and Hoffmann himself was compelled to return to his native land, to find due appreciation as one of the foremost chemists of his time. The rest of his life was spent in Berlin, and there he died on the 5th of May, 1892. That city possesses a permanent memorial to his name in Hoffmann House, the home of the German Chemical Society, of which he was the founder, which was formally opened in 1900. Appropriately enough, with an account of that great triumph of German chemical enterprise, the industrial manufacture of synthetical indigo. Hoffmann's work covered a wide range of organic chemistry, though with inorganic bodies he did but little. His first research carried out in Liebig's laboratory at Gießen was on coulter, and his investigation of the organic bases in Kolga's naphtha established the nature of aniline. This substance he used to refer to as his first love, and it was a love to which he remained faithful throughout his life. His perception of the analogy between it and ammonia led to his famous work on the amines and ammonium bases, and the allied organic phosphorus compounds, while his researches on rosanilin, which he first prepared in 1858, formed the first of a series of investigations on coloring matters, which only ended with quinoline red in 1887. But in addition to these and numberless other investigations, for which he was responsible, the influence he exercised through his pupils must also be taken into account as a teacher. Besides the power of accurately gauging the character and capabilities of those who studied under him, he had the faculty of infecting them with his own enthusiasm, and thus of stimulating them to put forward their best efforts in the lecture room. He laid great stress on the importance of experimental demonstrations, paying particular attention to their selection and arrangement, though since he 564 himself was a somewhat clumsy manipulator, their actual exhibition was generally entrusted to his assistants. He was the possessor of a clear and graceful, if somewhat florid style, which showed to special advantage in his numerous obituary notices, or encomiums collected and published in 3 volumes zur Erinnerung an Vorangegangene Freund 1888. He also excelled as a speaker, particularly at gatherings of an international character, for in addition to his native German, he could speak English, French, and Italian with fluency. See Memorial Lectures delivered before the Chemical Society, 18,930, 1900 London, 1901. Hoffmann Johann Christian Conrad von 18,101,877, Lutheran theologian and historian, was born on the 21st of December 1810 at Nuremberg and studied theology and history at the University of Erlangen in 1829. He went to Berlin, where Schleiermacher, Hengstenberg, Neander, Rank, and Romer were among his teachers. In 1833, he received an appointment to teach Hebrew and history in the Gymnasium of Erlangen. In 1835, He became repentant in 1838 private dozent, and in 1841, professor extraordinarius in the theological faculty at Erlangen. In 1842, he became professor ordinarius at Rostock, but in 1845, returned once more to Erlangen as the successor of Gottlieb Christoph Adolf von Harless, 18,061,879, founder of the Zeitschrift für Protestantismus und Kirche, of which Hoffmann became one of the editors in 1846, J. F. Hoffling, 18,021,853, and Gottfried Thomasius, 18,021,875. Being his collaborators, he was a conservative in theology, but an enthusiastic adherent of the Progressive Party in politics, and sat as member for Erlangen and Fürth in the Bavarian Second Chamber from 1863 to 1868. He died on the 20th of December, 1877. He wrote Die Siebzig Jahre des Jeremias u die Siebzig Jahrwochen des Daniel 1836, Geschichte des Aufruhrs in den Sevenen 1837, Lehrbuch der Weltgeschichte für Gymnasien 1839, which became a textbook in the Protestant gymnasia of Bavaria. Weisigung u Erfüllung im Alt u Neuen Testament, 18,411,844, 2nd ed., 18,571,860, Der Schriftbuches, 18,521,856, 2nd ed., 18,571,860. Die Heilige Schrift des Neuen Testaments, Zusammenhängend untersucht, 18,621,875, Schutzschriften 18,561,859, in which he defends himself against the charge of denying the atonement, and Theologische Ethik 1878. His most important works are the 5 last named in theology, as in ecclesiastical polity. Hoffmann was a Lutheran of an extreme type, although the strongly marked individuality of some of his opinions laid him open to repeated accusations of heterodoxy. He was the head of what has been called the Erlangen School, and in his day he was unquestionably the chief glory of the University of Erlangen-Lichtenberger. See the articles in Herzog Hoch's Real Encyclopaedia, and the Allgemeine Deutsche Biography, and C.F.F. Lichtenberger History of German Theology, in the 19th century, 1889, pp. 446,458. Hoffmann Melchior Roman 10,015,434, Anabaptist, was born at Hall in Swabia before 1500 Zur. Linden suggests 1498. His biographers usually give his surname as above in his printed works. It is Hoffmann in his manuscripts. Hoffmann, he was without scholarly training, and first appears as a furrier at Livland. Attracted by Luther's doctrine, he came forward as a lay preacher combining business travels with a religious mission, accompanied by Melchior Rink, also a skinner or furrier, and a religious enthusiast. He made his way to Sweden, joined by Bernard Knipperdalling. The party reached Stockholm in the autumn of 1524. Their fervid attacks on image worship led to their expulsion by way of Livonia. Hoffmann arrived at Dorpat in November 1524, but was driven thence in the following January, making his way to Riga, and thence to Wittenberg. He found favor with Luther. His letter of the 22nd of June, 1525, appears in a tract by Luther of that year. He was again at Dorpat in May 1526, later at Magdeburg. Returning to Wittenberg, he was coldly received. He wrote there his exposition of Daniel Roman 121,527. Repairing to Holstein, he got into the good graces of Frederick Roman I of Denmark, and was appointed by royal ordinance to preach the gospel at Kiel. He was extravagant in denunciation, and developed a Zwinglian view of the Eucharist. Luther was alarmed at a colloquy of preachers in Flensburg. 8th April 1529. Hoffmann, John Campanus, and others were put on their defense. Hoffmann maintained against the magic of the Lutherans that the function of the Eucharist, like that of preaching, is an appeal for spiritual union, with Christ refusing to retract. He was banished at Strasbourg, to which he now turned. He was well received 1529, till his Anabaptist development became apparent. He was in relations with Schwenkfeld and with Karlstadt, but assumed a prophetic role of his own, journeying to East Friesland 1530. He founded a community at Emden 1532, securing a large following of artisans, despite the warning of John Tripmaker, who prophesied for him 6 months in prison. He returned in the spring of 1533 to Strasbourg, where we hear of his wife and child he gathered from the Apocalypse. Vision of resurrections of apostolic Christianity, first under John Hus and now under himself. The year 1533 was to inaugurate the new era. Strasbourg was to be the seat of the New Jerusalem in May 1533. He and others were arrested under examination. He denied that he had made common cause with the Anabaptists, and claimed to be no prophet, a mere witness of the Most High, but refused the articles of faith proposed to him by the provincial synod. Hoffman and Klaus Frey, an Anabaptist, were detained in prison a measure due to the terror excited by the Munster episode of 15,331,530. For the synod, in 1539, made further effort to reclaim him. The last notice of his imprisonment is on the 19th of November 1543. He probably died soon after. Two of his publications with similar titles in 1530 are noteworthy as having influenced Menno Simons and David Joris Weissegung vsc Heiliger Gottlicher Geschrift and Prophecy oder Weissegung vsc, where Heiliger Gottlicher Schrift Bach treats him as an antitrinitarian on grounds which Wallace rightly deems inconclusive. With better reason, Tretschel includes him among pioneers of some of the positions of Servetus. His Christology was Valentinian. While all are elected to salvation, only the regenerate may receive baptism, and those who sin after regeneration sin against the Holy Ghost and cannot be saved. His followers were known as Hoffmannites or Melchiorites. C.G. Hermann Essay sur la vie et les écrits de Roman 1000 Hoffmann, 1852. F.O. zur Linden Roman 1000 Hoffmann, Ein Prophet der Wiedertaufer, 1885. H. Holtzmann, in Allgemeine Deutsche Biographie, 1880. Hegler, in Hoch's Enzyklopädie, 1900. Bach Hist Antitrin, 1776. Roman II Wallace Antitrin Biography, 1850. Roman III, App Roman III Tretschel Prot Antitrin, Vor F. Sausen, 1839. Roman I Barclay, Inner Life of Rel Societies, 1876. An alleged portrait from an engraving of 1608 is reproduced in the appendix to a Ross Pansabea, 1655. Ago. Hofmeister Wilhelm Friedrich Benedict, 18,240,1877, German botanist, was born at Leipzig on the 18th of May, 1824. He came of a family engaged in trade, and after being educated at the Realschule of Leipzig, he entered business as a music dealer. Much of his botanical work was done while he was so employed till in 1863 he was nominated without intermediate academic steps to the chair in Heidelberg. Thence he was transferred in 1872 to Tübingen in succession to H. von Mohl. His first work was on the distribution of the coniferæ in the Himalaya, but his attention was very soon devoted to studying the sexuality and origin of the embryo of phanerogams. His contributions on this subject extended from 1847 till 1860, and they finally settled the question of the origin of the embryo from an ovum, as against the prevalent polentube theory of Roman 1000. J. Schladen, for he showed that the polentube does not itself produce the embryo, but only stimulates the ovum already present in the ovule. He soon turned his attention to the embryology of bryophytes and pteridophytes, and gave continuous accounts of the germination of the spores and fertilization in Pilularia salvinia, Selaginella. Some of the main facts of the life of ferns and mosses were already known. These, together with his own wider observations, were worked into that great general pronouncement, published in 1851, under the title Vergleichende Untersuchungen der Keimung, Entfaltung und Fruchtbildung Koherer, Kryptogamen und der Samenbildung der Koniferen, 565. This work will always stand in the first rank of botanical books. It antedated the origin of species by 8 years, but contained facts and comparisons which could only become intelligible on some theory of descent, the plan of lifestory common to them, all involving 2 alternating generations, was demonstrated for liverworts, mosses, ferns, Equiseta, rhizocarps, Lycopodiaceae, and even gymnosperms with a completeness and certainty which must still surprise those who know the botanical literature of the author's time. The conclusions of Hofmeister remain in their broad outlines unshaken, but rather strengthened by latter details. In the light of the theory of descent, the common plan of life history in plants, apparently so diverse as those named, acquires a special significance. But it is one of the remarkable features of this great work that the writer himself does not theorize with an unerring insight. He points out his comparisons and states his homologies, but does not indulge in explanatory surmises. It is the typical work of an heroic age of plant morphology, from 1857 till 1862. Hofmeister wrote occasionally on physiological subjects, such as the ascent of sap and curvatures of growing parts, but it was in morphology that he found his natural sphere in 1861. In conjunction with other botanists, a plan was drawn up of a handbook of physiological botany, of which Hofmeister was to be editor. Though the original scheme was never completed, the editor himself contributed two notable parts: Die Lehre von der Pflanzenzelle, 1867, and Allgemeine Morphologie, der Gewächse, 1868. The former gives an excellent summary of the structure and relations of the vegetable cell as then known, but it did not greatly modify current views. The latter was notable for its refutation of the spiral theory of leaf arrangement in plants founded by Roman 100 F. Skimper, and a Braun Hofmeister transferred the discussion from the mere study of mature form to the observation of the development of the parts, and substituted for the spiral tendency a mechanical theory based upon the observed fact that new branchings appear over the widest gaps which exist between next older branchings of like nature. With this important work, Hofmeister's period of active production closed. He fell into ill health and retired from his academic duties some time before his death at Lindenau near Leipzig on the 12th of January, 1877. F.O.B. Hofmeyr Jan Hendrik 18,451,909, South African politician, was born at Cape Town on the 4th of July 1845. He was educated at the South African College, and at an early age turned his attention to politics. First as a journalist, he was editor of the Zuid Afrikaan, till its incorporation with Ons Land, and of the Zuid Afrikaans Tijdschrift. By birth, education, and sympathies, a typical Dutch Afrikander, he set himself to organize the political power of his fellow countrymen. This he did very effectively, and when in 1879 he entered the Cape Parliament as member for Stellenbosch, he became the real leader of the Dutch party. Yet he only held office for 6 months as minister, without portfolio in the Scanlan ministry. From May to November 1881, he held no subsequent official post in the colony, though he shared with Sir Thomas Upington and Sir Charles Mills the honor of representing the Cape at the Intercolonial Conference of 1887 here. He supported the proposal for entrusting the defense of Simon's Town to Cape Colony, leaving only the armament to be provided by the imperial government, opposed transoceanic penny postage, and moved a resolution in favor of an imperial customs union at the Colonial Conference of 1894 at Ottawa. He was again one of the Cape representatives in 1888, and in 1889 he was a member of the South African Customs Conference. His chief importance as a public man was, however, derived from his power over the Dutch in Cape Colony and his control of the Afrikander Bond in 1878. He had himself founded the Farmers' Association, and as the Cape farmers were almost entirely Dutch, the association became a center of Dutch influence. When the bond was formed in 1882 with purely political aims, Hofmeyr made haste to obtain control of it, and in 1883 amalgamated the Farmers' Association with it under his direction. The constitution of the bond was modified by the elimination of the provisions inconsistent with loyalty to the British Crown, but it remained an organization for obtaining the political supremacy of the Cape Dutch Sea. Cape Colony history. His control over the bond enabled him for many years, while free from the responsibilities of office, to make and unmake ministers at his will, and earned for him the name of Cabinet Maker of South Africa. Although officially the term Afrikander was explained by Hofmeyr to include white men of whatever race, yet in practice, the influence of the bond was always exerted in favor of the Dutch, and its power was drawn from the Dutch districts of Cape Colony. The sympathies of the bond were thus always strongly with the Transvaal, as the chief center of Dutch influence in South Africa, and Hofmeyr's position might in many respects be compared with that of Parnell at the head of the Irish Nationalist Party in Great Britain in the Bechuanaland difficulty of 1884. Hofmeyr threw all the influence of the bond into the scale in favor of the Transvaal. But in the course of the next few years, he began to drift away from President Kruger. He resented the reckless disregard of Cape interests involved in Kruger's fiscal policy. He feared that the Transvaal, after its sudden leap into prosperity upon the gold discoveries of 1886, might overshadow all other Dutch influences in South Africa. Above all, He was convinced, as he showed, by his action at the London Conference, that the protection of the British Navy was indispensable to South Africa, and he set his face against Kruger's intrigues with Germany and his avowed intention of acquiring an outlet to the sea in order to get into touch with foreign powers. In 1890, Hofmeyr joined forces with Cecil Rhodes, who became Premier of Cape Colony, with the support of the Bond. Hofmeyr's influence was a powerful factor in the conclusion of the Swaziland Convention of 1890, as well as in stopping the trek to Banyaland Rhodesia in 1891. A notable reversal of the policy he had pursued 7 years before, but the reactionary elements in the Bond grew alarmed at Rhodes' imperialism, and in 1895, Hofmeyr resigned his seat in Parliament, and the presidency of the Bond. Then came the Jameson Raid, and in its wake there rolled over South Africa a wave of Dutch and anti-British feeling such as had not been known since the days of Majuba. The proclamation issued by Sir Hercules Robinson disavowing Jameson was suggested by Hofmeyr, who helped to draw up its terms. Once more Hofmeyr became president of the Bond by an alteration of the provincial constitution. All power in the Cape branch of the Bond was vested in the hands of a vigilance committee of 3 of whom Hofmeyr and his brother were 2. As the recognized leader of the Cape Dutch, he protested against such abuses as the dynamite monopoly in the Transvaal, and urged Kruger, even at the 11th hour, to grant reasonable concessions, rather than plunge into a war that might involve Cape Africanderdom and the Transvaal in a common ruin. In July 1899, he journeyed to Pretoria and vainly supported the proposal of a satisfactory franchise law combined with a limited representation of the Uitlanders in the Volksraad, and in September, urged the Transvaal to accede to the proposed joint inquiry during the negotiations of 1899. And after the outbreak of war, the official organ of the Bond ons land was conspicuous for its anti-British attitude, and its violence forced Lord Roberts to suppress it in the Cape Colony district under martial law. Hofmeyr never associated himself publicly with the opinions expressed by ons land, but neither did he repudiate them. The tide of race sympathy among his Dutch supporters made his position one of great difficulty, and shortly after the outbreak of war, he withdrew to Europe and refused to act as a member of the Conciliation Committee, which came to England in 1901, in the interests of the Boer republics. Towards the close of the war, Hofmeyr returned to South Africa and organized the Bond forces for the general election held in Cape Colony at the beginning of 1904, which resulted in the defeat of the Bond party. Hofmeyr retained his ascendancy over the Cape Dutch, but now began to find himself somewhat out of sympathy with the larger outlook on South African 566 affairs taken by the younger leaders of the Boers in the Transvaal. During 1906, he gave offense to the extreme section of the Bond by some criticisms of the Taal and his use of English in public speeches at the general election in 1908. The Bond, still largely under his direction, gained a victory at the polls, but Hofmeyr himself was not a candidate in the renewed movement for the closer union of the South African colonies. He advocated federation, as opposed to unification, when however the unification proposals were ratified by the Cape Parliament. Hofmeyr procured his nomination as one of the Cape delegates to England in the summer of 1909 to submit the draft Act of Union to the imperial government. He attended the conferences with the officials of the Colonial Office for the preparation of the Draft Act, and after the bill had become law, went to Germany for a cure. He returned to London in October 1909, where he died on the 16th of that month. His body was taken to Cape Town for burial. Hofstede de Groot Petrus, 18,021,886, Dutch theologian, was born at Leer in East Friesland, Prussia on the 8th of October 1802, and was educated at the Gymnasium and University of Groningen. For 3 years, 18,261,829, he was pastor of the Reformed Church at Ulrum, and then entered his lifelong duties as professor of theology at Groningen, with his colleagues Roman 50 G. Perriot, J. F. Van Voort, and W. Moeling. He edited from 1837 to 1872 the Waarheid in Leeft in this review, and in his numerous books, he vigorously upheld the Orthodox faith against the Dutch modern theology movement. Many of his works were written in Latin, including Disputatio qua ep ad Hebreos cum Paulin Epistales, Comparator 1826, Institutions Historiae Ecclesiae 1835, Institutio Theologiae Naturalis 1842, Encyclopaedia Theologiae Christiani 1844. Others in Dutch were The Divine Education of Humanity Up to the Coming of Jesus Christ, 3 vols, 1846, The Nature of the Gospel Ministry, 1858, The Modern Theology of the Netherlands, 1869, The Old Catholic Movement, 1877. He became Professor Emeritus in 1872, and died at Groningen on the 5th of December, 1886. Hogarth William 16,971,764, the great English painter and pictorial satirist, was born at Bartholomew Close in London on the 10th of November 1697, and baptized on the 28th in the Church of St. Bartholomew. The Great. He had 2 younger sisters, Mary born in 1699, and Anne born in 1701. His father Richard Hogarth, who died in 1718, was a schoolmaster and literary hack who had come to the metropolis to seek that fortune which had been denied to him in his native Westmoreland. The son seems to have been early distinguished by a talent for drawing and an active perceptive faculty, rather than by any close attention to the learning, which he was soon shrewd enough to see had not made his parent prosper. Shows of all sorts gave me uncommon pleasure when an infant, he says, and mimicry common to all children was remarkable in me. My exercises when at school were more remarkable for the ornaments which adorned them than for the exercise itself. This being the case, it is no wonder that by his own desire he was apprenticed to a silverplate engraver, Mr. Ellis Gamble, at the sign of the Golden Angel in Cranbourne Street, or Alley, Leicester Fields. For this master he engraved a shop card, which is still extant. When his apprenticeship began is not recorded, but it must have been concluded before the beginning of 1720, for in April of that year he appears to have set up as engraver on his own account. His desires, however, were not limited to silverplate engraving. Engraving on copper was at 20 years of age my utmost ambition. For this he lacked the needful skill as a draftsman, and his account of the means which he took to supply this want, without too much interfering with his pleasure, is thoroughly characteristic, though it can scarcely be recommended. As an example, laying it down, he says, first as an axiom, that he who could by any means acquire and retain in his memory perfect ideas of the subjects he meant to draw, would have as clear a knowledge of the figure as a man who can write freely hath of the 24 letters of the alphabet, and their infinite combinations, each of these being composed of lines, and would consequently be an accurate designer. I therefore endeavored to habituate myself to the exercise of a sort of technical memory, and by repeating in my own mind the parts of which objects were composed, I could by degrees combine, and put them down with my pencil. This account, it is possible, has something of the complacency of the old age in which it was written, but there is little doubt that his marvelous power of seizing expression owed less to patient academical study than to his unexampled memory and tenacity of minor detail. But he was not entirely without technical training, since by his own showing, he occasionally took the life to correct his memories, and is known to have studied at Sir James Thornhill's, then recently opened art school. His first employment, Roman 1e, after he set up for himself, seems, says John Nichols in his Anecdotes, to have been the engraving of arms and shop bills. After this, he was employed in designing plates for booksellers of these early and mostly insignificant works. We may pass over the lottery and emblematic print on the South Sea scheme, and some book illustrations to pause at masquerades and operas. 1724. The first plate he published on his own account. This is a clever little satire on contemporary follies, such as the masquerades of the Swiss adventurer Heidegger, the popular Italian opera singers, Rich's pantomimes at Lincoln's Inn Fields, and last, but by no means least, the exaggerated popularity of Lord Burlington's protégé, the architect-painter William Kent, who is here represented on the summit of Burlington Gate with Raphael and Michelangelo for supporters. This worthy Hogarth had doubtless not learned to despise less in the school of his rival Sir James Thornhill. Indeed, almost the next of Hogarth's important prints was aimed at Kent alone, being that memorable burlesque of the unfortunate altarpiece, designed by the latter for St. Clement Danes, which in deference to the ridicule of the parishioners Bishop Gibson took down. In 1725, Hogarth's squib, which appeared subsequently, exhibits it as a very masterpiece of confusion and bad drawing. In 1726, he prepared 12 large engravings for Butler's Hudibras. These he himself valued highly, and they are the best of his book illustrations. But he was far too individual to be the patient interpreter of other men's thoughts, and it is not in this direction that his successes are to be sought. To 17,271,728 belongs one of those rare occurrences which have survived as contributions to his biography, he was engaged by Joshua Morris, a tapestry worker, to prepare a design for the element of Earth. Morris, however, having heard that he was an engraver, and no painter, declined the work. When completed, and Hogarth accordingly sued him for the money in the Westminster Court, where on the 28th of May 1728, the case was decided in his Hogarth's favor. It may have been the aspersion thus early cast on his skill as a painter, coupled perhaps with the unsatisfactory state of princeling owing to the uncontrolled circulation of piratical copies, that induced him about this time to turn his attention to the production of small conversation pieces, Roman 1e groups, in oil of full-length portraits, from 12 to 15, in high, many of which are still preserved in different collections. This, he says, having novelty, succeeded for a few years among his other efforts, in oil, between 1728 and 1732, were the Wanstead Conversation, the House of Commons examining Bambridge, an infamous warden of the Fleet, and several pictures of the chief actors in Gay's popular Beggar's Opera. On the 23rd of March 1729, he was married at Old Paddington Church to Jane Thornhill, the only daughter of Kent's rival above mentioned. The match was a clandestine one. Although Lady Thornhill appears to have favoured it, we next hear of him in lodgings at South Lambeth, where he rendered some assistance to the then well-known Jonathan Tyers, who opened Vauxhall in 1732 with an entertainment, styled a Ridotto al fresco, for these gardens. Hogarth painted a poor picture of Henry Roman VIII and Anne Boleyn, and he also permitted Hayman to make copies of the later series of the Four Times of the Day 567. In return, the grateful Tyers presented him with a gold pass ticket in perpetuam beneficiae memoriam. It was long thought that Hogarth designed this himself. Mr. Warwick Roth, Numismatic Chronicle Vol. Roman 18, doubts this, although he thinks it probable that Hogarth designed some of the silver Vauxhall passes, which are figured in Wilkinson's Londina Illustrata. The only engravings between 1726 and 1732, which need be referred to, are the large masquerade ticket, 1727, another satire on masquerades, and the print of Burlington Gate, 1731, evoked by Pope's epistle to Lord Burlington, and defending Lord Chandos, who is therein satirized. This print gave great offence, and was, it is said, suppressed. By 1731, Hogarth must have completed the earliest of the series of moral works, which first gave him his position as a great and original genius. This was A Harlot's Progress, the paintings for which, if we may trust the date in the last of the pictures, were finished in that year. Almost immediately afterwards, he must have begun to engrave. Thema task he had at first intended to leave to others from an advertisement in the Country Journal or the Craftsman, 29th of January 1732. The pictures were then being engraved, and from later announcements, it seems clear that they were delivered to the subscribers early in the following April, on the 21st of which month an unauthorized prose description of them was published. We have no record of the particular train of thought which prompted these story pictures, but it may perhaps be fairly assumed that the necessity for creating some link of interest between the personages of the little conversation pieces above referred to led to the further idea of connecting several groups or scenes so as to form a sequent narrative. I wished, says Hogarth, to compose pictures on canvas, similar to representations on the stage. I have endeavored, he says again, to treat my subject as a dramatic writer. My picture is my stage, and men and women my players, who by means of certain actions and gestures are to exhibit a dumb show. There was never a more eloquent dumb show than this of the Harlot's Progress. In 6 scenes, the miserable career of a woman of the town is traced out remorselessly, from its first facile beginning to its shameful and degraded end. Nothing of the detail is softened or abated. The whole is acted out coram populo with the hard, uncompassionate morality of the age. The painter lived in while the introduction here and there of one or two well-known characters, such as Colonel Charteris and Justice Gonson, give a vivid reality to the satire. It had an immediate success, to say nothing of the fact that the talent of the paintings completely reconciled Sir James Thornhill to the son-in-law. He had hitherto refused to acknowledge more than 1,200 names of subscribers to the engravings, were entered in the artist's book on the appearance of plate Roman 3. The Lords of the Treasury trooped to the print shop for Sir John Gonson's portrait, which it contained. The story was made into a pantomime by Theophilus Cibber, and by someone else into a ballad opera, and it gave rise to numerous pamphlets and poems. It was painted on fan mounts, and transferred to cups and saucers. Lastly, it was freely pirated, there could be no surer testimony to its popularity. From the MSS of George Virtue in the British Museum, ad MSS 2,306,998, it seems that during the progress of the plates Hogarth was domiciled with his father-in-law Sir James Thornhill in the Middle Piazza Covent Garden, the second house eastward from James Street, and it must have been thence that set out the historical expedition from London to Sheerness, of which the original record still exists at the British Museum. This is an oblong MS volume, entitled An Account of What Seemed Most Remarkable in the 5 Days' Peregrination of the 5 following persons, viz. Messrs. Tothell, Scott, Hogarth, Thornhill, and Forrest, begun on Saturday, May 27, 1732, and finished on the 31st of the same month abi 2 et fac similiter inscription, on Dulwich College porch, the journal, which is written by Ebenezer, the father of Garrick's friend Theodosius Forrest, gives a good idea of what a friskas Johnson called it was in those days, while the illustrations were by Hogarth and Samuel Scott, the landscape painter John Thornhill. Sir James' son made the map. This version in prose was subsequently run into rhyme by one of Hogarth's friends, the Rev. W. M. Gosling of Canterbury, and after the artist's death both versions were published in the absence of other biographical detail. They are of considerable interest to the student of Hogarth. In 1733, Hogarth moved into the Golden Head in Leicester Fields, which with occasional absences at Chiswick, he continued to occupy until his death by December of this year. He was already engaged upon the engravings of a second progress, that of a rake it was not as successful as its predecessor. It was in 8 plates in lieu of 6. The story is unequal, but there is nothing finer than the figure of the desperate hero in the Covent Garden gaming house, or the admirable scenes in the Fleet Prison and Bedlam, where at last his headlong career comes to its tragic termination. The plates abound with elusive suggestion and covert humor, but it is impossible to attempt any detailed description of them here. A rake's progress was dated June 25, 1735, and the engravings bear the words according to Act of Parliament. This was an Act 8 Geo Roman 2 Cap 13, which Hogarth had been instrumental in obtaining from the legislature, being stirred thereto by the shameless piracies of rival printsellers. Although loosely drawn, it served its purpose, and the painter commemorated his success by a long inscription on the plate, entitled Crowns Mitres Roman 100 afterwards, used as a subscription ticket to the election series. These subscription tickets to his engravings, let us add, are among the brightest and most vivacious of the artist's productions. That to the Harlot's Progress was entitled Boys Peeping at Nature, while the Rake's Progress was heralded by the delightful etching known as a pleased audience at a play, or the laughing audience. We must pass more briefly over the prints, which followed the 2 progresses, noting first a modern midnight conversation, an admirable drinking scene, which comes between them in 1733, and the bright little plate of Southwark Fair, which although dated 1733, was published with a Rake's Progress in 1735. Between these and Marriage, a la mode upon the pictures of which the painter must have been not long after at work, come the small prints of the Consultation of Physicians and Sleeping Congregation, 1736, the Scholars at a Lecture, 1737, the 4 Times of the Day, 1730, a series of pictures of 18th-century life, the earlier designs for which have been already referred to the strolling actresses, dressing in a barn, 1738, which Walpole held to be for wit and imagination, without any other end, the best of all the painter's works. And finally, the admirable plates of the distressed poet painfully composing a poem on riches in a garret, and the enraged musician fulminating from his parlor window upon a discordant orchestra of knife-grinders, milk-girls, ballad-singers, and the rest upon the pavement outside. These are dated respectively 1736 and 1740. 1 to this period, also Roman 1e, the period preceding the production of the plates of Marriage, a la mode, belong 2 of those history pictures, to which in emulation of the Haymans and Thornhills, the artist was continually attracted. The Pool of Bethesda and the Good Samaritan, with figures 7 feet high, were painted circa 1736, and presented by the artist to St. Bartholomew's Hospital, where they remain. They were not masterpieces, and it is pleasanter to think of his connection with Captain Coram's recently established Foundling Hospital, 1739, which he aided with his money, his graver, and his brush, and for which he painted that admirable portrait of the good old philanthropist, which is still and deservedly one of its chief ornaments. In A Harlot's Progress, Hogarth had not strayed much beyond the lower walks of society, and although in A Rake's Progress His hero was taken from the middle classes. He can scarcely be said to have quitted those fields of observation, which are common to every spectator. It is therefore more remarkable looking to his education and antecedents that his masterpiece Marriage a la Mode should successfully depict, as the advertisement has it, a variety of modern occurrences in High Life 568. Yet as an accurate delineation of upper-class 18th-century society, his Marriage a la Mode has never, we believe, been seriously assailed. The Countess' bedroom, the Earl's apartment with its lavish coronets, and Old Master's grand saloon with its marble pillars and grotesque ornaments, are fully as true to nature as the frowsy chamber in the Turk's Head Bagnio, the Quackdoctor's Museum in St. Martin's Lane, or the mean opulence of the merchant's house in the city. And what story could be more vividly, more perspicuously, more powerfully told than this godless alliance of Saxe et Parchiments, this miserable tragedy of an alas-sordid marriage? There is no defect of invention, no superfluity of detail, no purposeless stroke. It has the merit of a work by a great master of fiction, with the additional advantages which result from the pictorial fashion of the narrative, and it is matter for congratulation that it is still to be seen by all the world in the National Gallery in London, where it can tell its own tale better than pages of commentary. The engravings of Marriage a la Mode were dated April 1745. Although by this time the painter found a ready market for his engravings, he does not appear to have been equally successful in selling his pictures. The people bought his prints, but the richer and not numerous connoisseurs who purchased pictures were wholly in the hands of the importers and manufacturers of Old Masters. In February 1745, the original oil paintings of the two progresses the 4 times of the day, and the strolling actresses were still unsold on the last day of that month. Hogarth disposed of them by an ill-devised kind of auction, the details of which may be read in Nicholl's Anecdotes, for the paltry sum of 427 sevens. No better fate attended Marriage a la Mode, which 6 years later became the property of Mr. Lane of Hillingdon, for 120 guineas, being then in Carlo Maratti frames, which had cost the artist 4 guineas a piece. Something of this was no doubt due to Hogarth's impracticable arrangements, but the fact shows conclusively how completely blind his contemporaries were to his merits as a painter, and how hopelessly in bondage to the all-powerful picture-editors of these latter. The painter himself gave a graphic picture in a letter, addressed by him, under the pseudonym of Britafil, to the St. James's Evening Post in June 1737. But if Hogarth was not successful with his dramas on canvas, he occasionally shared with his contemporaries in the popularity of portrait painting, for a picture executed in 1746 of Garrick, as Richard Roman III, he was paid 200, which was more, says he, than any English artist ever received for a single portrait in the same year. A sketch of Simon Fraser, Lord Lovat, afterwards beheaded on Tower Hill, had an exceptional success. We must content ourselves with a brief enumeration of the most important of his remaining works. These are The Stage-Coach or Country Inn Yard, 1747, the series of 12 plates entitled Industry and Idleness, 1747, depicting the career of 2 London apprentices, The Gate of Calais, 1749, which had its origin in a rather unfortunate visit paid to France by the painter after the Peace of Aix-la-Chapelle, The March to Finchley, 1750, Beer Street, Gin Lane, and The 4 Stages of Cruelty, 1751, the admirable representations of election humours in the days of Sir Robert Walpole, entitled 4 Prints of an Election, 17,551,758, and the plate of Credulity, Superstition, and Fanaticism, a medley, 1762, adapted from an earlier unpublished design, called Enthusiasm. Delineated besides these, must be chronicled 3 more essays in the great style of history painting, viz. Paul before Felix, Moses brought to Pharaoh's daughter, and the altarpiece for St. Mary Redcliffe at Bristol. The first 2 were engraved in 17,511,752, the last in 1794. A subscription ticket to the earlier pictures entitled Paul before Felix Burlesqued had a popularity far greater than that of the prints themselves. In 1745, Hogarth painted that admirable portrait of himself with his dog Trump, which is now in the National Gallery. In a corner of this, he had drawn on a palette a serpentine curve, with the words "The line of beauty." Much inquiry ensued as to the meaning of this hieroglyphic, and in an unpropitious hour the painter resolved to explain himself in writing. The result was the well-known Analysis of Beauty, 1753, a treatise to fix the fluctuating ideas of taste, otherwise a desultory s, having for pretext the precept attributed to Michelangelo, that a figure should be always pyramidal serpent-like, and multiplied by 1, 2, and 3. The fate of the book was what might have been expected by the painter's adherents. It was praised as a final deliverance upon aesthetics by his enemies and professional rivals, its obscurities and the minor errors, which notwithstanding the benevolent efforts of literary friends, the work had not escaped, were made the subject of endless ridicule and caricature. It added little to its author's fame, and it is perhaps to be regretted that he ever undertook it. Moreover, there were further humiliations in store for him in 1759. The success of a little picture called The Lady's Last Steak, painted for Lord Charlemont, procured him a commission from Sir Richard Grosvenor to paint another picture upon the same terms. Unhappily, on this occasion, he deserted his own field of genre and social satire to select the story from Boccaccio, or rather Dryden of Sigismunda, weeping over the heart of her murdered lover Guiscardo, being the subject of a picture in Sir Luke Schaub's collection by Fiorini, which had recently been sold for 400. The picture, over which he spent much time and patience, was not regarded as a success, and Sir Richard rather meanly shuffled out of his bargain, upon the plea that the constantly having it before one's eyes would be too often occasioning melancholy ideas to arise in one's mind. Sigismunda, therefore, much to the artist's mortification and the delight of the malicious, remained upon his hands, as by her husband's desire his widow valued it at 500. It found no purchaser, until after her death, when the Boydels bought it for 56 guineas. It was exhibited with others of Hogarth's pictures at the Spring Gardens exhibition of 1761. For the catalogue of which Hogarth engraved a headpiece and a tailpiece, which are still the delight of collectors. And finally, by the bequest of Mr. J. H. Anderton, it passed in 1879 to the National Gallery, where, in spite of theatrical treatment and a repulsive theme, it still commands admiration for its color drawing and expression. In 1761, Hogarth was 65 years of age, and he had but 3 years more to live. These 3 years were embittered by an unhappy quarrel with his quondam friends John Wilkes and Churchill, the poet, over which most of his biographers are contented to pass rapidly, having succeeded John Thornhill in 1757 as sergeant painter, to which post he was reappointed at the accession of George Roman III. An evil genius prompted him in 1762 to do some timed thing in the ministerial interest, and he accordingly published the indifferent satire of the times, Plate Roman I. This at once brought him into collision with Wilkes and Churchill, and the immediate result was a violent attack upon him, both as a man and an artist. In the opposition, North Britain No. 17, the alleged decay of his powers, the miscarriage of Sigismunda, the cobbled composition of the analysis, were all discussed with scurrilous malignity by those who had known his domestic life and learned his weaknesses. The old artist was deeply wounded, and his health was failing. Early in the next year, however, he replied by that portrait of Wilkes, which will forever carry his squinting features to posterity. Churchill retaliated in July by a savage epistle to William Hogarth, to which the artist rejoined by a print of Churchill as a bear in torn bands, and ruffles not the most successful of his works. The pleasure and pecuniary advantage, writes Hogarth manfully, which I derived from these 2 engravings of Wilkes and Churchill, together with occasionally riding on horseback, restored me to as much health as can be expected at my time of life. He produced but one more print, that of Finis, or the Bathos March, 1764, a strange jumble of fag ends, intended as a tailpiece to his collected prints, and on the 26th October of the same year he died of an aneurysm at his house in Leicester Square. His wife, to whom he left his plates as a chief source of income, survived him. Until 1789, he was buried in Chiswick Churchyard, where a tomb was erected to him by his friends in 1771, with an epitaph by Garrick. Not far off on the road 569 to Chiswick Gardens still stands the little red brick Georgian villa in which, from September 1749 until his death, he spent the summer seasons. After many vicissitudes and changes of ownership, it was purchased in 1902 by Lieutenant Colonel Shipway of Chiswick, who turned it into a Hogarth museum and preserved it to the nation. From such records of him as survive, Hogarth appears to have been much what from his portrait one might suppose him to have been: a blue-eyed, honest, combative little man, thoroughly insular in his prejudices and antipathies, fond of flattery, sensitive, like most satirists, a good friend and intractable enemy, ambitious, as he somewhere says, in all things to be singular, and not always accurately estimating the extent of his powers, with the art connoisseurship of his day, he was wholly at war, because, as he believed, it favored foreign mediocrity at the expense of native talent, and in the heat of argument, he would probably, as he admits, often come to utter blasphemous expressions against the divinity, even of Raphael, Urbino, Correggio, and Michelangelo. But it was rather against the third-rate copies of third-rate artists, shiploads of dead Christ's holy families, and Madonnas that his indignation was directed. And in speaking of his attitude with regard to the great masters of art, it is well to remember his words to Mrs. Piazzi: "The connoisseurs and I are at war, you know. And because I hate them, they think I hate Titian, and let them." But no doubt it was in a measure owing to this hostile attitude of his towards the all-powerful picture-brokers that his contemporaries failed to recognize adequately his merits as a painter, and persisted in regarding him as an ingenious humorist. Alone time has reversed that unjust sentence. He is now held to have been a splendid painter, pure and harmonious in his coloring, wonderfully dexterous and direct in his handling, and in his composition leaving little or nothing to be desired. As an engraver, his work is more conspicuous for its vigor, spirit, and intelligibility than for finish and beauty of line. He desired that it should tell its own tale plainly and bear the distinct impress of his individuality. And in this, he thoroughly succeeded. As a draftsman, his skill has sometimes been debated, and his work at times undoubtedly bears marks of haste and even carelessness. If, however, he is judged by his best instead of his worst, he will not be found wanting in this respect. But it is not after all as a draftsman, an engraver, or a painter that he claims his unique position among English artists. It is as a humorist and a satirist upon canvas. Regarded in this light, he has never been equaled, whether for his vigor of realism and dramatic power, his fancy and invention in the decoration of his story, or his merciless anatomy and exposure of folly and wickedness. If we regard him as he loved to regard himself, as author rather than artist, his place is with the great masters of literature, with the Thackerays and Fieldings, the Cervantes and Molières. Authorities. The main body of Hogarth literature is to be found in the autobiographical memoranda published by John Ireland in 1798, and in the successive anecdotes of the antiquary John Nichols. Much minute information has also been collected in F. G. Steffen's catalogue of the satirical prints and drawings in the British Museum, but a copious bibliography of books, pamphlets, Roman 100, relating to Hogarth, together with detailed catalogues of his paintings and prints, will be found in the Memoir of Hogarth, by Austin Dobson, first issued in 1879. This was reprinted and expanded in 1891, 1897, 1902, and finally in 1907. Pictures by Hogarth from private collections are constantly to be found at the annual exhibitions of the Old Masters at Burlington House, but most of the best-known works have permanent homes in public galleries: Marriage à la Mode, Sigismunda, Lavinia Fenton, The Shrimp Girl, The Gate of Calais. The portraits of himself, his sister, and his servants are all in the National Gallery, the Rake's Progress, and the Election Series in the Soane Museum, and the March to Finchley and Captain Coram in the Foundling. There are also notable pictures in the Fitzwilliam Museum at Cambridge, and the National Portrait Gallery at the Print Room in the British Museum. There is also a very interesting set of 16 designs for the series called Industry and Idleness, the majority of which formerly belonged to Horace Walpole. A Roman 500. Hog James, 17,701,835, Scottish poet known as the Ettrick Shepherd, was baptized at Ettrick in Selkirkshire on the 9th of December 1770. His ancestors had been shepherds for centuries. He received hardly any school training, and seems to have had difficulty in getting books to read. After spending his early years herding sheep for different masters, he was engaged as shepherd by Mr. Laidlaw, tenant of Blackhouse, in the parish of Yarrow. From 1790 till 1799, he was treated with great kindness, and had access to a large collection of books. When this was exhausted, he subscribed to a circulating library in Peebles while attending to his flock. He spent a great deal of time in reading. He profited by the company of his master's sons, of whom William Laidlaw is known as the friend of Scott, and the author of Lucy's Flitton Hogg's first printed piece was The Mistakes of a Knight in the Scots Magazine for October 1794, and in 1801 he published his Scottish Pastorals. In 1802, Hogg became acquainted with Sir Walter Scott, who was then collecting materials for his border minstrelsy on Scott's recommendation. Constable published Hogg's miscellaneous poems, The Mountain Bard in 1807 by this work, and by The Shepherd's Guide being a practical treatise on the diseases of sheep. Hogg realized about 300 with this money. He unfortunately embarked in farming in Dumfriesshire, and in 3 years was utterly ruined, having to abandon all his effects to his creditors. He returned to Ettrick, only to find that he could not even obtain employment as a shepherd. So he set off in February 1810 to push his fortune in Edinburgh. As a literary adventurer in the same year, he published a collection of songs, The Forest Minstrel, to which he was the largest contributor, this book being dedicated to the Countess of Dalkeith, afterwards Duchess of Buccleuch, and recommended to her notice by Scott, was rewarded with a present of 100 guineas. He then began a weekly periodical, The Spy, which he continued from September 1810 till August 1811. The appearance of The Queen's Wake in 1813 established Hogg's reputation. As a poet, Byron recommended it to John Murray, who brought out an English edition. The scene of the poem is laid in 1561. The Queen is Mary Stuart, and the wake provides a simple framework for 17 poems sung by rival bards. It was followed by The Pilgrims of the Sun 1815, and Mador of the Moor 1816. The Duchess of Buccleuch on her deathbed 1814 had asked her husband to do something for the Ettrick bard, and the Duke gave him a lease for life of the farm of Altrive in Yarrow, consisting of about 70 acres of moorland, on which the poet built a house, and spent the last years of his life in order to obtain money to stock his farm. Hogg asked various poets to contribute to a volume of verse, which should be a kind of poetic benefit for himself. Failing in his applications, he wrote a volume of parodies published in 1816 as The Poetic Mirror, or The Living Bards of Great Britain. He took possession of his farm in 1817, but his literary exertions were never relaxed before 1820. He had written the prose tales of the Brownie of Bodspec 1818, and 2 volumes of Winter Evening Tales 1820, besides collecting, editing, and writing part of 2 volumes of the Jacobite Relics of Scotland 18,191,821, and contributing largely to Blackwood's magazine, The Chaldee MS, which appeared in Blackwood's magazine October 1817, and gave such offense that it was immediately withdrawn, was largely Hogg's work. In 1820, he married Margaret Phillips, a lady of a good Annandale family, and found himself possessed of about 1,000 a good house and a well-stocked farm. Hogg's connection with Blackwood's magazine kept him continually before the public. His contributions, which include the best of his prose works, were collected in the Shepherd's Calendar 1829. The wit and mischief of some of his literary friends made free with his name as the Shepherd of the Nox Ambrosianae, and represented him in ludicrous and grotesque aspects, but the effect of the whole was favorable to his popularity, whatever may be the merits of the picture of the shepherd. In the Nox Ambrosianae, and no one will deny its power and genius, writes Professor Vachit, is true all the same that this shepherd was not the shepherd of Ettrick, or the man James Hogg. He was neither a Socrates, nor a Falstaff, neither to be credited 570, with the wisdom and lofty idealizings of the one, nor with the characteristic humor and coarseness of the other. The 3 Perils of Woman 1820 and The 3 Perils of Man 1822 were followed in 1825 by an epic poem, Queen Hind, which was unfavorably received. He visited London in 1832 and was much lionized on his return. A public dinner was given to him in Peebles' Professor Wilson in the Chair-End. He acknowledged that he had at last found fame. His health, however, was seriously impaired. With his pen in his hand to the last, Hogg in 1834 published a volume of lay sermons, and The Domestic Manners and Private Life of Sir Walter Scott, a book which Lockhart regarded as an infringement on his rights. In 1835 appeared 3 volumes of Tales of the Wars of Montrose. Hogg died on the 21st of November 1835, and was buried in the churchyard of his native parish Ettrick. His fame had seemed to fill the whole district, and was brightest at its close. His presence was associated with all the border sports and festivities, and as a man, James Hogg was ever frank, joyous, and charitable. It is mainly as a great peasant poet that he lives in literature. Some of his lyrics and minor poemshes, Skylark, When the Kye Comes Hame, his verses on the Comet and Evening Star, and his address to Lady Anne Scudder, Exquisite, The Queen's Wake, unites his characteristic excellencies command of the old romantic ballad style, his graceful fairy mythology, and his aerial flights of imagination in the fairy story of Kilmeny. In this work, Hogg seems completely transformed. He is absorbed in the ideal and supernatural, and writes under direct and immediate inspiration. See Hogg's memoir of the author's life, written by himself, prefixed to the third edition, 1821, of The Mountain Bard. Also Memorials of James Hogg, the Ettrick Shepherd, edited by his daughter Mrs. Roman 1000 G. Garden, enlarged edition with preface by Professor Veitch 1903, and Sir G. B. S. Douglas James Hogg, 1899, in the famous Scots series. Also the poems of James Hogg selected by William Wallace, 1903. John Wilson Christopher North had a real affection for Hogg, but for some reason or other, made no use of the materials placed in his hands for a biography of the poet. The memoir mentioned on the title page of the works, 18,380,1840, never appeared, and the memoir prefixed to the edition of Hogg's works, published by Blackie Co. 1865, was written by the Rev. Thomas Thompson. See also Wilson's Knox Ambrosini Mrs. Oliphant's Annals of a Publishing House Vol. Roman 1 Chap. Roman 7 Gilfillan's First Gallery of Literary Portraits, Cunningham's Biog and Crit Hist of Lit, and the General Index. To Blackwood's Magazine, a collected edition of Hogg's Tales appeared in 1837 in 6 vols, and a second in 1851. His poetical works were published in 1822, 18,380,1840, and 18,651,866, for an admirable account of the social entertainments Hogg used to give in Edinburgh. See Memoir of Robert Chambers, 1874, by Dr. William Chambers, pp. 263,270. Hogg Thomas Jefferson 17,921,862, English man of letters, was born at Norton, Durham, on the 24th of May 1792. He was educated at Durham Grammar School, and at University College, Oxford. Here, he became the intimate friend of the poet Shelley, with whom in 1811 he was expelled from the university for refusing to disclaim connection with the authorship of the pamphlet, The Necessity for Atheism. He was then sent to study law at York, where he remained for 6 months. Hogg's behavior to Harriet Shelley interrupted his relations with her husband for some time, but in 1813, the friendship was renewed in London. In 1817, Hogg was called to the bar, and became later a revising barrister. In 1844, he inherited 2,000 under Shelley's will, and in 1855, in accordance with the wishes of the poet's family, began to write Shelley's biography. The first 2 volumes of it were published in 1858, but they proved to be far more an autobiography than a biography, and Shelley's representatives refused Hogg further access to the materials necessary for its completion. Hogg died on the 27th of August, 1862. Hogmanay, the name in Scotland and some parts of the north of England for New Year's Eve, as also for the cake, then given to the children on the morning of the 31st of December. The children, in small bands, go from door to door singing Hogmanay, Tralalay, Jais o your white bread, and Nain o your grey, and begging for small gifts or alms. These usually take the form of an oaten cake. The derivation of the term has been much disputed. Cotgrave 1611 says it is the voice of the country folks begging small presents, or New Year's gifts, an ancient term of rejoicing derived from the Druids, who were wont the 1st of each January to go into the woods, where having sacrificed and banqueted together they gathered mistletoe, esteeming it excellent to make beasts fruitful and most sovereign against all poison. And he connects the word through such Norman French forms as Hogwanain with the Old French Aguilanouf, which he explains as Ogillanouf to the mistletoe, the New Yearthise being on his interpretation the Druidical salutation to the coming year, as the revelers issued from the woods armed with boughs of mistletoe. But though this explanation may be accepted as containing the truth in referring the word to a French original, Cotgrave's detailed etymology is now repudiated by scientific philologists, and the identical French Aguilanouf remains like it in obscurity. Hogshead, a cask for holding liquor or other commodities, such as tobacco, sugar, molasses, Roman 100, also a liquid measure of capacity varying with the contents, as a measure for beer, cider, Roman 100. It equals 54 gallons. A statute of Richard Roman 31,483 fixed the hogshead of wine at 63 winegallons, Roman 1 e 5212 imperial gallons. The etymology of the word has been much discussed. According to Skeat, the origin is to be found in the name for a cask or liquid measure, appearing in various forms in several Teutonic languages, in Dutch Oxhoofd modern Oxhoofd, Dan Oxyhoofd o Swede Oxifod Roman 100. The word should therefore be oxhead and hogshead, is a mere corruption. It has been suggested that the name arose from the branding of such a measure, with the head of an ox. See notes. And Query Series Roman 446 note, by H. Tiedemann. The New English Dictionary does not attempt any explanation of the term, and takes hogshead as the original form, from which the forms in other languages have been corrupted. The earlier Dutch forms, Hoekeschovet and Hoekschoot, are nearer to the English form, and further the Dutch for ox is os. Hohenasperg, an ancient fortress of Germany, in the kingdom of Württemberg, 10 Roman 1000 N of Stuttgart, is situated on a conical hill 1100 ft. High, overlooking the town of Asperg. It was formerly strongly fortified, and was long the state prison of the kingdom of Württemberg. Among the many who have been interned here may be mentioned the notorious Jew financier Joseph Sus Oppenheimer 16,921,738, and the poet Roman 100 F. Roman 500 Schubart 17,391,791. It is now a reformatory. Hohenasperg originally belonged to the Counts of Calwa. It next passed to the Counts Palatine of Tübingen, and from them was acquired in 1308 by Württemberg. In 1535, the fortifications were extended and strengthened, and in 1635, the town was taken by the imperialists who occupied it until 1649. See Skåne die Staatsgefangenen von Hohenasperg Stuttgart, 1899, and Bifart Geschichte der Württembergischen Fest Hohenasperg Stuttgart, 1858. Hohenfriedberg, or Hohenfriedeberg, a village of Silesia about 6 Roman 1000 from the small town of Strigo. It gives its name to a battle, also called the Battle of Strigo, in the War of the Austrian Succession fought on the 3rd of June 1745, between the Prussians under Frederick the Great and the Austrians and Saxons, commanded by Prince Charles of Lorraine. In May, the king, whose army had occupied extended winter quarters in Silesia, had drawn it together into a position about Nysa, whence he could maneuver against the Austrians, whether they invaded Silesia by Troppau or Glatz, or joined their allies, who under the Duke of Weissenfels were on the Upper Elbe, and made their advance on Schweidnitz, Breslau, or Liegnitz on the Austrians, concentrating towards the Elbe. Frederick gradually drew his army northwestward, along the edge of the mountain country, until on the 1st of June, it was near Schweidnitz. At that date, the Austro-Saxons were advancing very slowly owing to the poorness of the roads and the dilatoriness of the Saxon artillery trained from Waldenburg 571, and Landshut through the mountains heading for Strigo. After a few minor skirmishes at the end of May, Frederick had made up his mind to offer no opposition to the passage of the Allies, but to fall upon them as they emerged, and the Prussian army was therefore kept concentrated out of sight, while only selected officers and patrols watched the debouches of the mountains. On the other hand, the Allies had no intention of delivering battle, but meant only on emerging from the mountains to take up a suitable camping position, and thence to interpose between Breslau and the king, believing that the king was at his wits' end, and once the army really began its retreat on Breslau, there would be frightful consternation in its ranks. But in fact, as even the coolest observers noticed, the Prussian army was in excellent spirits, and eager for the decisive affair promised by the king on the 3rd of June. Watched by the invisible patrols, the Austrians and Saxons emerged from the hills at Hohenfriedberg, with bands playing and colors flying. Their advanced guard of infantry and cavalry spread out into the plain, making for a line of hills, spreading northwest from Strigo, where the army was to encamp. But the main body moved slowly, and at last Prince Charles and Weissenfels decided to put off the occupation of the line of hills till the morrow. The army bivouacked therefore in 2 separate wings, the Saxons, with a few Austrian regiments between Gunthersdorf and Pilgrimshain, the Austrians near Hausdorf. They were about 70,000 strong, Frederick 65,000. The king had made his arrangements in good time, aided by the enemy's slowness, and in the evening he issued simple orders to move about 9 p. Roman 1000. The Prussians marched off from Alt-Jauernick towards Strigo. The guns on the road, the infantry and cavalry, in long open columns of companies and squadrons over the fields on either side. A night march well remembered by contrast with others, as having been executed in perfect order. Meanwhile, General Dumoulin, who commanded an advanced detachment between Strigo and Stanowitz, broke camp silently, and moved into position below the hill northwest of Strigo, which was found to be occupied by Saxon light infantry outposts. The king's orders were for Dumoulin and the right wing of the main army to deploy and advance towards Haslicht against the Saxons, and for the left-wing infantry to prolong the line from the marsh to Gunthersdorf, covered by the left-wing cavalry on the plain near Thomaswaldo. On the side of the Austrians, the outlying hussars are said to have noticed and reported the king's movement, for the night was clear and starlit, but their report, if made, was ignored. At 4 Roman 1000 Dumoulin advanced on Pilgrimshane, neglecting the fire of the Saxon outpost on the Spitzberg, whereupon this promptly retired in order to avoid being surrounded. Dumoulin then posted artillery on the slope of the hill, and deployed his 6 grenadier battalions, facing the village. The leading cavalry of the main army came up, and deployed on Dumoulin's left front in open rolling ground. Meantime, the Duke of Weissenfels had improvised a line of defense, posting his infantry in the marshy ground, and about Pilgrimshane, and his cavalry partly in front of Pilgrimshane, and partly on the intervening space opposite that of the Prussians. But before the marshy ground was effectively occupied by the Duke's infantry, his cavalry had been first shaken by the fire of Dumoulin's guns on the Spitzberg and a heavy battery that was brought up onto the Graben of Fuchsberg, and then charged by the Prussian right-wing cavalry, and in the melee the Allies were gradually driven in confusion off the battlefield. The cavalry battle was ended by 6 Roman 1000, by which time Dumoulin's grenadiers, stiffened by the line regiment, Anhalt the Old Dessauer zone, were vigorously attacking the garden hedges and walls of Pilgrimshane, and the Saxon and Austrian infantry in the marsh was being attacked by Prince Dietrich of Dessau with the right wing of the king's infantry. The line infantry of those days, however, did not work easily in bad ground, and the Saxons were steady and well drilled after an hour's fight, well supported by the guns, and continually reinforced as the rest of the army closed up. The prince expelled the enemy from the marsh, while Dumoulin drove the light troops out of Pilgrimshane by 7 Roman 1000. The Saxons, forming the left wing of the Allied army, were in full retreat. While his allies were being defeated, Prince Charles of Lorraine had done nothing, believing that the cannonade was merely an outpost affair for the possession of the Spitzberg. His generals indeed had drawn out their respective commands in order of battle: the infantry south of Gunthersdorf, the cavalry near Thomaswaldo, but they had no authority to advance without orders, and stood inactive, while 1 Roman 1000 away, the Prussian columns were defiling over the Striga water. This phase of the king's advance was the most delicate of all, and the moment that he heard from Prince Dietrich that the marsh was captured, he stopped the northward flow of his battalions and swung them westward, the left-wing cavalry having to cover their deployment. But when 1/3 of this cavalry only had crossed at Tykau, the bridge broke for a time. The advanced squadrons were in great danger, but they charged boldly, and a disjointed cavalry battle began, during which Ziethen's hussars, having discovered a ford, the rest of the left-wing cavalry was able to cross at last. 25 intact squadrons under Lieutenant General von Nassau charged and drove the Austrians in disorder towards Hohenfriedberg. This action was the more creditable to the victors, in that 45 squadrons in 3 separate fractions defeated a mass of 60 squadrons that stood already deployed to meet them. Meanwhile, the Prussian infantry columns of the center and left had crossed Striga water and deployed to their left, and by 8 they were advancing on Gunthersdorf, and the Austrian infantry south of that place. Frederick's purpose was to roll up the enemy from their inner flank, and while Prince Dietrich, with most of the troops that had forced the Saxons out of the marsh, pursued Weissenfels, 2 regiments of his and 1 of Dumoulin's were brought over to the left wing and sent against the north side of Gunthersdorf in the course of the general forward movement, which was made in what was for those days a very irregular line. A wide gap opened up between the center and left behind, which 10 squadrons of the Bayreuth Dragoon Regiment, with Lieutenant General von Gessler, took up their position. Thus the line advanced. The grenadiers on the extreme left cleared Thomaswaldo, and their fire galled the Austrian squadrons engaged in the cavalry battle to the south. Then Gunthersdorf, attacked on 3 sides, was also evacuated by the enemy. But although Frederick rode back from the front, saying the battle is won, the Prussian infantry, in spite 572 of its superior fire discipline, failed for some time to master the defense, and suffered heavily from the 8 close-range volleys. They received 1 or 2 regiments, losing 40 and 50 of their strength. The Austrians, however, suffered still more, feeling themselves isolated in the midst of the victorious enemy. They began to waver, and at the psychological moment Gessler, and the Bayreuth dragoons charged into their ranks and broke the equilibrium. These 1,500 sabres scattered 20 battalions of the enemy and brought in 2,500 prisoners and 66 Austrian colors, and in this astounding charge they themselves lost no more than 94 men. By 9 o'clock the battle was over, and the wrecks of the Austro-Saxon army were retreating to the mountains. The Prussians, who had been marching all night, were too far spent to pursue. The loss of the Allies was in all 15,224, 79,85 killed and wounded, and 7,239 prisoners, as well as 72 guns and 83 standards and colors. The Prussians lost 46,66 killed and wounded, 71 missing. Hohenheim, a village of Germany in the Kingdom of Württemberg, 7 Roman 1000 s of Stuttgart, by rail Pop 300. It came in 1768 from the Counts of Hohenheim to the Dukes of Württemberg, and in 1785, Duke Karl Eugen built a country house here. This house with grounds is now the seat of the most important agricultural college in Germany. It was founded in 1817, was raised to the position of a high school in 1865, and now ranks as a technical high school with university status. See Frohlich des Schloss und die Akademie Hohenheim Stuttgart, 1870. Hohenlimburg, a town of Germany on the Lenne, in the Prussian Prov of Westphalia, 30 Roman 1000 by rail SC of Dortmund Pop, 1905, 12,790. It has 2 evangelical churches, a Roman Catholic church, and a synagogue. The town is the seat of various iron and metal industries, while dyeing, cloth-making, and linen-weaving are also carried on here. It is the chief town of the county of Limburg, and formerly belonged to the Counts of Limburg, a family which became extinct in 1508. Later, it passed to the Counts of Bentheim-Tecklenburg. The castle of Hohenlimburg, which overlooks the town, is now the residence of Prince Adolf of Bentheim-Tecklenburg. Hohenlohe, a German princely family, which took its name from the district of Hohenlohe in Franconia. At first a countship, its 2 branches were raised to the rank of principalities of the empire in 1744 and 1764. Respectively, in 1806 they lost their independence, and their lands now form part of the kingdoms of Bavaria and of Württemberg. At the time of the mediatization, the area of Hohenlohe was 680 sq Roman 1000, and its estimated population was 108,000. The family is first mentioned in the 12th century as possessing the castle of Hohenlohe or Hohenlohe near Uffenheim, and its influence was soon perceptible in several of the Franconian valleys, including those of the Kocher, the Jagst, and the Tauber. Henry Roman 1 Roman 500 was the first to take the title of Count of Hohenlohe, and in 1230, his grandsons Gottfried and Conrad, supporters of the Emperor Frederick Roman II, founded the lines of Hohenlohe and Hohenlohe-Braunach, names taken from their respective castles. The latter became extinct in 1390, its lands passing later to Brandenburg, while the former was divided into several branches, only 2 of which, however, Hohenlohe-Weikersheim and Hohenlohe-Uffenheim-Speckfeld, need be mentioned here. Hohenlohe-Weikersheim, descended from Count Kraft Roman 1 Roman 500, also underwent several divisions that which took place after the deaths of Counts Albert and George in 1551. Being specially important at this time, the lines of Hohenlohe-Neuenstein and Hohenlohe-Waldenburg were founded by the sons of Count George. Meanwhile, in 1412, the family of Hohenlohe-Uffenheim-Speckfeld had become extinct, and its lands had passed through the marriages of its heiresses into other families. The existing branches of the Hohenlohe family are descended from the lines of Hohenlohe-Neuenstein and Hohenlohe-Waldenburg, established in 1551. The former of these became Protestant, while the latter remained Catholic. Of the family of Hohenlohe-Neuenstein, which underwent several partitions and inherited Gleichen in 1631, the senior line became extinct in 1805, while in 1701 the junior line divided itself into 3 branches. Those of Langenberg in Gelfingen and Kirchberg died out in 1861, but members of the families of Hohenlohe-Langenberg and Hohenlohe in Gelfingen are still alive, the latter being represented by the branches of Hohenlohe in Gelfingen and Hohenlohe-Orangen. The Roman Catholic family of Hohenlohe-Waldenburg was soon divided into 3 branches, but 2 of these had died out by 1729. The surviving branch, that of Schillingsfürst, was divided into the lines of Hohenlohe-Schillingsfürst and Hohenlohe-Bartenstein. Other divisions followed, and the 4 existing lines of this branch of the family are those of Waldenburg, Schillingsfürst, Jagsberg, and Bartenstein. The family of Hohenlohe-Schillingsfürst possesses the duchies of Radiber and of Corby inherited in 1824. The principal members of the family are dealt with